Contents. Introduction. Part I, Guardian. Chapter 1. Weakness offers temptation. Chapter 2. In division there is weakness. Chapter 3. All the waste places of the earth. Chapter 4. A jihad to which all the faithful must give heed. Part 2, Great Power. Chapter 5. The conquest of the United States by Spain. Chapter 6. The homicidal corruptionists of Bogotá. Chapter 7. An international police power. Chapter 8. The creation of a revolutionary habit. Chapter 9. Dollar diplomacy. Chapter 10. God save us from the worst. Chapter 11. All the nuisance of empire. Part 3, Hegemon. Chapter 12. At the point of bayonets. Chapter 13. The Colossus. Conclusion. For my mother, who made everything possible. Explore book giveaways, sneak peeks, deals, and more. Tap here to learn more. I see no reason why the present administration should not go down as the turning point in our history as the moment when we won the great prize. I do deeply believe that we may dominate the world, as no nation has dominated it in recent times. For the first time in my life I feel that for us is the earth and the fullness thereof. Brooke Adams to Henry Cabot Lodge, October 26, 1911. Time was not passing, it was turning in a circle. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude 2. 1. Introduction. On July 28, 1915, Rear Admiral William B. Caperton stood on the quarterdeck of the USS Washington. With a pair of binoculars at his eyes and several questions running through his head. A slender man with a weathered face, a silver mustache, and a penchant for decisive action, Caperton was the recently appointed commander of the U.S. Navy Atlantic Fleet's cruiser squadron. He had been stationed in Haiti's waters off and on since January, and in that time he had seen many oddities in the war-torn country. Still, this was different. Caperton could not make out exactly what was happening on shore in Port-au-Prince, but through his glasses, it almost appeared as if the Haitians were parading through the capital. 1. A parade was one of the last things the admiral had been expecting. For a month, Caperton and the Washington had been patrolling up north, monitoring a flailing insurrection in Cap Haitien as well as the French forces lurking nearby. By late July the situation had settled down, and things were quiet enough that the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations could cable Caperton complacently about the end of the Haitian troubles. But this peace had been rudely interrupted the previous morning when frantic reports had begun reaching Caperton about fighting in Port-au-Prince and more ominously approaching European warships. Filled with a natural apprehension, the admiral had decided to steam south immediately. 2. Caperton hoped to arrive in Port-au-Prince before widespread violence broke out, and he must have been greatly relieved to see only a seemingly innocuous procession winding through the capital's streets. Little did the admiral know that his arrival, far from stabilizing the volatile situation, had effectively sentenced the president of Haiti to death and the United States to yet another in a long series of interventions in the affairs of its neighbors. What was about to happen was one small part of a much larger story, a century-long and often violent game of keep away, in which a rising United States had sought to prevent unstable parts of the Western Hemisphere from falling into the hands of its great power rivals. Events in Haiti would soon remind the world just how seriously the United States took that objective. Like most tin pot dictators, Villebron-Guillaume Sam was constantly afraid. He had seized Haiti's presidency less than 5 months earlier, the latest in a line of short-lived revolutionary leaders. In the previous 7 years, Haiti had churned through 7 presidents, 5 deposed, 1 poisoned, and the last blown up in the National Palace with his family. Sam desperately wanted to end this wave of revolutions and bring lasting peace and stability to his troubled country. But in Haiti, heads would roll almost as soon as they were crowned, and the new president knew that it wouldn't be long before it was his turn. 3. Sure enough, only a few months into his term, another revolution had begun brewing in the north. If Sam had followed his predecessor's example, he would have started packing his bags. But Sam's dreams had long since outpaced his instinct for self-preservation. He declared martial law and took his political opponents in Port-au-Prince hostage, including many members of the traditionally inviolable upper class. Such a disgrace, clucked one appalled observer. Even could hardly believe that Sam meant it seriously. 4. Sam was quite serious, and it sealed his doom. On July 27, 1915, an early morning uprising in the capital forced Sam to flee the presidential palace and seek sanctuary in the French legation. Earlier, however, Sam had ordered the prison commandant to kill every one of the hostages if revolutionaries ever drove him from the palace. Following Sam's flight, his order was executed with grim efficiency, and the walls of the capital prison were soon stained with the blood of some 167 detainees, including 2 former presidents. 5. Such unprecedented barbarity broke every rule of Haiti's informal revolutionary system, and Port-au-Prince exploded in rage. Over the next day, the besieged French legation beat back several attempts by angry mobs to seize the president cowering inside. With the situation spiraling out of control, the American charge d'affaires called for help. French minister and British charge d'affaires have telegraphed for ships, he cabled. Situation very grave. Suitably alarmed, Caperton and the Washington set course for Port-au-Prince. 6. Caperton's timing could hardly have been worse. Black smoke pouring from its stacks, the Washington hove into view of the Haitian capital just as a funeral for several of Sam's slain victims was ending. Convinced that the Americans would soon escort Sam to exile, many of the recently bereaved concluded that this was their last opportunity to exact revenge on the murderous president. 7. Some 75 young Haitian men poured over the French legation's walls and stormed the building. Before anyone could do anything, they had grabbed the terrified President Sam, pulled him out of the house, and dragged him along the long cobblestone driveway to the locked gates. Outside, an angry crowd seethed. Sam, begging for his life, was thrown over the iron gates to the feeding frenzy below, and with a furious howl, the mob tore the president apart. Sam's head and limbs were impaled onto poles and marched around the city, his torso trailing behind. 8. Offshore, Caperton stood on the Washington's quarterdeck and watched the macabre parade through his binoculars, too far away to know what to make of it. But after his ship anchored and he learned that this was no celebration, the commander sprang into action. Since violating a legation was a severe international offense, Caperton immediately understood it was necessary for us to land or permit Europeans to do so. Tactical reasons counseled in favor of holding back. Nightfall was imminent, and it would be dangerous to send Americans ashore into the twilight of a strange and hostile city. But Caperton concluded that reasons of policy greatly outweighed those of tactics, and the admiral decided to land at once to leave as little excuse as possible for the French to disembark. 9. With the Washington's guns trained on the city, Caperton beached a small company of Marines and bluejackets early in the evening. As dusk fell, they fanned out over the darkening city. From the bay, one Marine sergeant later recalled, Port-au-Prince appeared a beautiful romantic prospect, a city of past ages whose glory had survived all modern ugliness. But once inside the capital, he felt instead that he had been delivered into a land of evil enchantment. Days after the initial landing, American forces were marching through walls of human silence and dead-eyed stares. They would occupy Haiti for the next 19 years. 10. With remarkable regularity. For Haitians, the American occupation was a tragedy. For Americans, it was merely a statistic. Over the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States went on a regional rampage of staggering scope and scale. There were coups and counter-coups, protectorates, and annexations. Invasions were followed by occupations, and occupations by insurgencies and counterinsurgencies. Foreign capitals grew used to American Marines policing their streets and American warships patrolling their waters. American policy became practically synonymous with intervention, the use or threat of force to coerce a state into exercising its sovereign functions in a particular way. Even where it did not intervene outright, Washington imposed its will through tools like loans, customs receiverships, embedded financial advisors, and the threat of diplomatic non-recognition. Elsewhere, American diplomats simply made suggestions, knowing full well their advice would often be treated as law. So by the time the Marines fanned out over Port-au-Prince's darkening streets, Washington had already intervened in the affairs of Cuba, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Mexico, to name only the most prominent interventions. Soon, the United States would also be intervening in the Dominican Republic, Mexico, the Danish West Indies, Cuba, Panama, Honduras, and Nicaragua. By 1940, this interventionist record had become so glaring that the U.S. Marine Corps began its Small Wars Manual, with the observation that in spite of the varying trend of the foreign policy of succeeding administrations, this government has interposed or intervened in the affairs of other states with remarkable regularity. Somewhat unnecessarily, the manual then hazarded, it may be anticipated that the same general procedure will be followed in the future. 11. Against that history, what made the Haitian intervention remarkable is just how unremarkable it was. States have, of course, been intervening in their neighbors' affairs since time immemorial. But these particular interventions stand out because of how much they foreshadowed the future of American foreign policy. Before American soldiers ever stormed the beaches of Normandy, they were landing in the surf of the Dominican Republic. Before the United States ever engaged in nuclear brinksmanship over Cuba, it was going toe-to-toe with European forces in Mexico and Venezuela. And before the nation ever became mired in the forever wars of Vietnam and Afghanistan, it was slogging through counterinsurgencies in Haiti, Nicaragua, and elsewhere. In short, before the United States ever turned into a global power, it became a regional one. Major U.S. interventions in the Caribbean region, 1860 to 1945. The parallels are no coincidence. By the end of its interventionist streak, the United States had accomplished something remarkable and, in the modern era, unprecedented, something that would allow it to claim the mantle of world power like no other nation before it. It had become a regional hegemon. 12. Only a few countries are considered great powers, those states that can hold their own in a war against any other state. But above even the great powers are what political scientists call regional hegemons, those great powers that have grown so overwhelmingly strong that no other state, anywhere in the world, can put up a serious fight against them in their own region. In essence, a state becomes a regional hegemon only after it has eliminated or neutralized every other great power in its neighborhood. 13. Such supremacy renders a state practically invulnerable, and strategists accordingly consider regional hegemony the holy grail of international power politics. Much like the search for the Grail, however, pursuing this kind of power is a quest fraught with danger and moral compromise. Over the centuries, great powers like Napoleonic France, Imperial Japan, and Nazi Germany have all made runs at regional hegemony. But in the modern era, no state has ever managed to achieve it, no state, that is, except the United States. 14. Perhaps no inflection point has been as critical to the Republic's trajectory. Securing regional hegemony came at great cost, both to the United States and to those whom it encountered and often subdued. But it also freed the United States to leave the hemisphere behind and to become a global superpower invested in the security and stability of the world at large. Without enemies at its gates, the United States could venture further afield. And so it did. For better or worse, the results have been far-reaching, ranging from involvement in dozens of foreign conflicts to the creation of an international order that endures to this day. Surprisingly, however, the story of the United States' rise to regional hegemony has not received anywhere near the attention it deserves. Most Americans take their country's unassailable position for granted, having lived with its effects all their lives. They likewise ignore the trail of broken states and mangled nations the United States left behind on its way to the top. Few know the full story of how the United States consolidated hegemony over the Western Hemisphere, fewer still dwell on why it did so. Contemporary historians also often gloss over this missing chapter of American foreign policy, and even those who don't have tended to explain it away with important exceptions as an anachronism limited to a particular time and place. Recently, some historians have begun revisiting this missing chapter from a new perspective. Concentrating on its consequences, these scholars have continued revising the sometimes too sunny view of how the Republic's interventions affected both itself and those it interacted with. Simultaneously, these scholars have embraced comparative and transnational research to bring to light the stories of marginalized groups including indigenous peoples, women, and minorities, and to expose some of the ugly prejudices, ignorance, and greed that often characterized American involvement on the ground. 15. Commendable and long overdue as this new research is, it remains incomplete. As important as it surely is to understand the effects and course of American interventionism, it's also important to understand what led senior officials in Washington to decide again and again to threaten or use force against their neighbors in the first place. By understanding the former, policymakers can better appreciate and redress historical injustices. By understanding the latter, policymakers can hopefully prevent new injustices from arising at all. Dangerous to our peace and safety. We may dominate the world. Tells the story of a century of American statesmen, the constraints they faced, and the choices they made that together powered the United States to the pinnacle of international relations while leaving behind a string of shattered peoples and principles. From 1860 to 1945, the United States found itself intervening time and again in its neighbors' affairs primarily for one overriding and paradoxically defensive reason: to forestall the threat of intervention by hostile great powers. 16. Concerns about hostile powers have, of course, been driving American foreign policy since the Republic's founding. American leaders understood then that the greatest threat to their country's security came from Europe's great powers, the only nation-states with the economic, political, and military might to seriously harm the young republic. Geography, however, had blessed the United States with one major advantage: distance. Europe was far away, and its colonies could never compete in importance with its metropoles. Thomas Jefferson thus prayed that Europe's internal squabbles would keep the continent's bayonets at home, allowing the New World fatten on the follies of the Old. George Washington crystallized the country's resulting grand strategy in his famous farewell address, in which he urged the United States to maintain as little political connection as possible with European powers while taking advantage of its detached and distant situation to grow stronger. 17. Opportunistic isolation was the essence of Washington's counsel, and early American statesmen practiced it as best they could. By following the first president's guidance, the United States successfully drove Spain out of Florida and secured the vast territory of the Louisiana Purchase from a France distracted and impoverished by the Napoleonic Wars. But Washington's strategy also proved potentially unsustainable. Despite its best efforts, the United States was embroiled in costly conflicts with first France and then Great Britain. Even worse, the Republic was rocked by a series of secession scares linked to foreign policy crises, including in the West and North. As long as Europe's great powers had major interests in the Western Hemisphere, it seemed like events on one side of the Atlantic would invariably provoke crises on the other. 18. Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, however, gave the United States an unparalleled strategic opening in 1807 when he marched his forces into the Iberian Peninsula and severed the ties that bound Spain and Portugal to their colonies on the far side of the ocean. Royalists and revolutionaries would battle across the Americas for the next decade and a half, but by the early 1820s, the tide had decisively shifted toward Latin American independence. Save for Canada and a handful of tiny European colonies in and around the Caribbean, the hemisphere was now essentially free. 19. The collapse of the old colonial order and the rise of new nations from its ashes revolutionized American strategic thinking. Europe's great powers had always seemed like permanent fixtures of the Americas, but it was now possible to imagine a new world without them. If the United States could pull up the great powers' remaining stakes in the Western Hemisphere while preventing them from driving in new ones, then the United States would be able to rely on its oceanic moats for lasting security against the only real threat it faced. Jefferson was one of the first to appreciate what all of this meant for the United States and Latin America alike. The object of both, he realized, must be to exclude all European influence from this hemisphere. 20. Jefferson's vision was intoxicating, but it had its challenges. Following Napoleon's final defeat, the three great monarchies of Europe, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, had banded together to form the Holy Alliance, a coalition dedicated to banishing the specter of republicanism and secularism from Europe. Once the alliance had achieved that objective, American leaders feared it might next try to recolonize the Latin American republics, whose weaknesses and divisions would make them easy targets. Americans grew even more concerned when Russia claimed a vast swath of Pacific waters as its exclusive preserve. All at once, Europe seemed set to roll back republicanism's gains in the New World. 21. On December 2, 1823, President James Monroe responded with what would become known as the Monroe Doctrine. The United States would not interfere with Europe's existing colonies or dependencies, he pledged to Congress, but Americans would consider it dangerous to our peace and safety if the Holy Alliance ever tried to extend system to any portion of this hemisphere. Accordingly, the United States would oppose any attempt to oppress or otherwise control the destinies of the new republics of the Western Hemisphere. By the free and independent condition which they have assumed, Monroe proclaimed, the American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. 22. The Monroe Doctrine was revolutionary. Taken to its logical conclusion, it promised the total expulsion of Europe's great powers from the Americas, and a complete political separation between the Old World and the New. Once finished, that project would presumably leave the United States as the only truly powerful state in the whole hemisphere, a regional hegemon, secure against the entire world. But in 1823, that objective remained a distant dream. European leaders scoffed at Monroe's pretensions, and most powers considered it beneath their dignity to even respond to his doctrine. The Holy Alliance never did send its fleets west, but that was mostly to avoid irritating Great Britain, not the United States. Russia, too, withdrew its claims for reasons other than Monroe's warning. 23. For 40 years, Washington did little to enforce the Monroe Doctrine despite regular violations by Europe's powers. Partly, that reflected the Republic's weakness. What few resources the federal government had were consumed by internal matters, including Western expansion. But Americans also failed to enforce the doctrine because, like every other issue, it became bound up in the nation's sectional conflict. Shortly before Monroe's message, the debates over the Missouri Compromise had revealed the widening gulf between the North and the South over slavery. As the divide grew, each section championed a distinct foreign policy aimed primarily at keeping the other section in check. Determined to keep an eye on each other, the North and South turned inward, even as the threat from Europe began to mount. 24. Only in the aftermath of the Civil War would the United States have the strength and focus to make good on the Monroe Doctrine's promise. It is there that the story of the Republic's rise to regional hegemony and this book begins. The problem of order. Over the next century, the United States would strive to achieve Monroe's vision in several different ways. But throughout this period, American policy was consistently shaped by one central, overarching challenge, what might be called the problem of order. That problem reflected the fact that it would be dangerous for the United States to let strategically important areas of the world, including most of its neighborhood, fall prey to internal instability and weakness in the face of serious foreign threats. Officials in Washington generally believed they could attain their ultimate objective of regional hegemony simply by waiting Europe's powers out, letting time, distance, and the natural course of events fray the continent's remaining links to the hemisphere while the United States continued to grow. But that plan would only work if the Republic held the line in the meantime, preventing its European rivals from reversing their natural decline by acquiring new regional footholds or by significantly expanding their regional influence. For the sake of its own security, then, the United States recommitted itself at the end of the Civil War to defending not only its own shores, but also the shores of its neighbors. Defending its neighbors was easier said than done, however, because those neighbors were often consumed by internal chaos. Since independence, many countries in the region had succumbed to dictators, civil wars, and foreign influence, others strained under the yoke of Europe's colonial legacy, the region's challenging geography, or invasions from nearby countries. Though not necessarily through any fault of their own, several of the United States' neighbors were extremely economically and politically unstable failed or failing states, in today's terms. Such instability complicated the United States' defense of the region. Instability can offer hostile foreign powers both the opportunity and the motivation to intervene. Opportunity, because unstable states are internally divided and cannot effectively defend themselves, and motivation, because unstable states often fail to repay their debts or protect foreign property and persons, offering tailor-made justifications for foreign involvement. If left to fester, instability in the New World thus threatened to invite intervention by the Old. Americans could perhaps have safely ignored the instability around them if they had been living in a more peaceful and enlightened time. But the end of the Civil War coincided with the start of the Second Age of Imperialism in the 1870s, during which Eurasia's great powers aggressively expanded across the rest of the world. From the west coast of Africa to the islands of the Pacific, the powers scrambled to colonize what land they could while subjecting the remainder to their control, a vicious competition that eventually turned inward and helped lead to two devastating world wars. For Americans, this escalating imperial rivalry threatened to bring Europe's powers rushing back into the Western Hemisphere, and it turned the region's chronic instability from a minor annoyance into a major strategic liability. Officials in Washington thus faced a serious problem, the problem of order. Whenever one of their neighbors met three conditions: it was strategically important, it was threatened by foreign powers, and it was too unstable or otherwise weak to defend itself. Some of the United States' neighbors did not match that description. Canada, for instance, occupied a strategically important position as the Republic's next-door neighbor, but throughout this period it presented few opportunities for European expansion and was primarily a vulnerability for the British Empire. But the problem of order unfortunately described much of the rest of the Western Hemisphere, especially in the Caribbean basin. 25. Officials in Washington couldn't make their neighborhood less strategically important, and they couldn't usually control how much of a foreign threat it faced. But American officials thought they could do something about the problem of order's third prong, instability. If Americans could just stabilize and strengthen the weak states of the Western Hemisphere, the thinking went, they could remove tempting opportunities for European expansion and thereby safeguard their country's own security. Less obvious was exactly how the United States should go about stabilizing and strengthening its weak neighbors. Several approaches were possible, ranging from hands-off measures like trade to more direct, invasive, and potentially coercive steps like protectorates, interventions, and annexations. Over the next century, American thinking on this issue would go through three phases. From 1860 to 1898, the United States tried its first strategy. Europe's great powers had exploited American weakness and distraction during the Civil War to try to expand into the hemisphere, most notably in war-torn Mexico. In response to these near misses, American leaders began trying to stabilize the region indirectly, through commercial and diplomatic engagement. By trading and staying on friendly terms with its neighbors, the United States hoped to strengthen them to the point where they could resist European incursions on their own. But where necessary, the United States would also lend a helping hand and confront Europe's powers directly. In extreme cases, it would even preempt foreign intervention through annexation. European imperialism continued to surge, however, and from 1898 to 1918, the United States shifted to a second, more drastic approach. After occupying Cuba during the Spanish-American War, Americans had the opportunity to directly meddle in the internal affairs of a nearby state in order to ensure its long-term stability. Once they did, there was no going back. Over the next 2 decades, the United States launched wave after wave of increasingly invasive interventions against its neighbors. Washington wanted to exclude rival great powers from the region, but as its neighbors kept imploding, they continuously recreated power vacuums that encouraged foreign intervention. To stop that from happening, the United States began filling those vacuums with its own power. Over time, the defensive strategy of European exclusion turned into the reality of aggressive American expansion, as expansion proved the most effective and often the only way of excluding the country's European rivals. Some in Washington welcomed this aggressive expansion, but most opposed it. Either way, however, the problem of order consistently channeled American foreign policy in a certain direction and made it difficult for policymakers to chart a different course. Of course, no decision to intervene was ever motivated exclusively by the problem. But while other factors were always relevant, they often played a distinctly secondary role. And even where other factors predominated, the problem of order still lurked in the background, continuously framing and limiting the choices that officials in Washington made. Furthermore, the problem itself was self-perpetuating. Time and again, the United States would intervene to stabilize and strengthen its troubled neighbors. Time and again, those interventions would miscarry, leading to greater instability that required new and more intrusive interventions. And even when the United States wasn't intervening, it was often destabilizing the region inadvertently, through the warping effects of its sheer size and rise alone. The result was a region gripped by ever-widening and ever-deepening power vacuums that kept drawing the United States further in as long as the foreign threat remained present. From 1918 to 1945, the United States finally pulled back from this second strategy. By the end of World War I, the Republic had found itself in an unsustainable position. Having tipped from a great power into a full-blown regional hegemon, it no longer faced any meaningful foreign threat, but it was still enmeshed in a series of costly, inconclusive, and open-ended interventions across half the world. Americans decided they had had enough, and Washington drew back its regional military commitments while aspiring to a new, more neighborly strategy. Once again, this new approach proved sustainable only in the short term. As long as the hemisphere faced no serious threat from abroad, the problem of order disappeared and the Republic could live up to its ideals, ushering in a golden age in regional relations. But as soon as the great power threat returned during the 1930s, so did the United States' ultimate willingness to intervene to preempt hostile foreign influence. Try as they might, officials in Washington could not escape the problem of order's basic logic. That logic would drag the country back into its expansionist ways, first at a regional level and then as the Cold War heated up on a global scale. Full circle. Today, the Western Hemisphere can sometimes seem like an afterthought in American policy. It can therefore be easy to dismiss the United States' history there as an artifact of its time, a relic with few lessons for the modern world. That would be a mistake. Admiral Caperton and his colleagues would quickly recognize most of the challenges facing the United States today. They were used to revanchist great powers, ailing democratization efforts, and ominous war games. For them, there was nothing unusual about fleets jostling for supremacy, foreign occupations turning into quagmires, and the fates of entire empires being decided by banknotes and bullets. They lived in a time when the United States wrestled with failing states, counterinsurgency campaigns, and foreign assassinations. So do we. The Western Hemisphere may have faded in geopolitical prominence, but the issues the United States confronted there a century ago remain startlingly contemporary. Today's American grand strategists remain as concerned as ever about the prospect of instability abroad and the national security threats that follow in its train. The United States first cut its teeth on that problem in its neighborhood, and modern American policymakers would do well to heed the lessons the country learned there at immense cost to itself and to others. One of those lessons is an insight into what makes rising powers act the way they do. Historians often observe that rising powers tend to pursue aggressive and expansionist foreign policies on their way to the top. That is true, but what's less clear is why. One answer is the problem of order, which influences rising powers in a uniquely powerful way. Rising powers are especially likely to confront the three factors that create the problem. Rising powers are also especially likely to have the capability to do something about it. The result is often aggression and expansion, as the United States learned firsthand. 26. By understanding how the problem of order drove the United States' behavior, we may dominate the world. Offers a window into the trajectory that other regional powers including China, Russia, and Iran may take in the coming decades. And the stakes could scarcely be higher. At a time when some claim that a declining United States is destined for war with the rising China, and when Russia's invasion of Ukraine has sparked fresh concerns about nuclear war, understanding the factors that led a rising United States to conduct a muscular foreign policy in its neighborhood can shed valuable light on how to prevent Armageddon in our own century. 27. 1. Part I. Guardian. Chapter 1. Weakness offers temptation. The Civil War and Aftermath, 1860 to 1867. General Philip H. Sheridan sat motionless atop his horse as the summer sun beat down upon him. At his feet swirled the murky brown waters of the Rio Grande, just across it lay war-torn Mexico. Behind him, spread out all along the river, were 30,000 soldiers in blue coats, veterans of the recently ended American Civil War. 1. Sheridan and the North had won, but victory had not come cheaply. 750,000 Americans were dead. 500,000 more were wounded, including 50,000 who had left limbs on battlefields and stacked beside surgeons' tents. By war's end, the North had lost more than 6% of its white male military-age population. In the South, it was over 13%. And less than a week after Confederate General Robert E. Lee raised the white flag, the nation had lost its president as well. By any metric, the Civil War had been the most brutal war the country had ever fought. 2. Sheridan, however, had little time to dwell on the past. It was the wars of the future that concerned him. Only days after Sheridan had witnessed Lee's surrender at Appomattox, General Ulysses S. Grant had sent him deep into the recently subdued South on a mission so secret that Grant had refused to commit it to paper. Even in the midst of the Civil War, Grant had been watching events south of the border, including a civil war being fought in parallel in Mexico. Mexico was no stranger to domestic turmoil, but this was different. Mexicans were fighting not only each other, but also the French Empire. France had exploited the distractions of the American Civil War to invade Mexico with overwhelming force, and now the country was occupied territory, its republic reduced to ruins and a puppet emperor seated on the throne of Montezuma. 3. Grant and Sheridan believed that France's occupation of Mexico was the last act in the drama the South had started with its rebellion. One of Europe's great powers was directly threatening the heart of American national security. Until the French were expelled from Mexico, Grant had told Sheridan, our success in putting down secession would never be complete. 4. Sheridan's eyes flicked over the Rio Grande, but his mind was focused on the pockmarked territory beyond it. Only 2 months after the end of the Civil War, Sheridan and the Union Army were once again preparing to go to war. The gathering of the vultures. Sheridan's mission and the astounding willingness of many Americans to go to war with one of Europe's great powers months after the end of the most devastating conflict in American history would become a defining moment in American foreign policy. Over the next century, The episode would come to symbolize just how far the country was willing to go to protect its neighborhood. Even more significant, however, were the events that had led up to Sheridan's mission, which would remind officials in Washington of what they saw as a harsh and enduring truth: Europe's great powers had not reconciled themselves to the United States' rise, and they would take advantage of any weakness on the part of either the United States or its neighbors if given the chance. Europe's largely monarchical powers had always distrusted the virulent republicanism of the United States, but by the late 1840s they had come to fear its growing material power too. Earlier that decade, the Republic had annexed Texas and then swallowed an additional 500,000 square miles from its southern neighbor after a stunning victory in the Mexican-American War. In 1855, a French diplomat concluded that what remained of Mexico would soon disappear down the gullet of its land-hungry neighbor. Mexico has become the avowed object of the conquering ambition of the United States, he warned. If it finishes by falling into their hands, it would be difficult to arrest the march of their domination in the New World. 5. Europe's powers were also unsettled by other aspects of the Republic's self-assigned manifest destiny. In the 1850s, Americans known as filibusters had launched waves of private military expeditions against their southern neighbors, seeking to liberate European colonies, spread slavery, and gain gold and glory. Sometimes Washington supported the filibusters, but even when it did not, it messed with European imperial interests in other ways, like blunting Great Britain's influence in Central America or threatening to seize Cuba from Spain. It became conventional wisdom in Europe's capitals that a rising United States had to be stopped and soon. 6. So it was a welcome development when Americans began tearing themselves apart over the issue of slavery. With the Republic divided and distracted, Europe's powers could recalibrate the balance of power in the New World as they saw fit. It was not long before they seized the opportunity. Spain struck first. Spanish politicians still pined for the glory days of the Spanish Empire, even as they feared that the United States might take away what few Caribbean colonies Madrid had left. Over the 1850s, this concern led Spain to start intriguing in the Dominican Republic, a nation strategically sandwiched between Cuba and Puerto Rico on the island of Hispaniola. Conveniently enough, Dominican leaders were simultaneously searching for a foreign power to protect them from their neighbor Haiti's repeated invasions. It seemed like a match made in heaven. Spain would restore control over its former colony, securing its flanks and burnishing its prestige, and in exchange the Dominican Republic would gain lasting security. 7. The South secession gave both sides the opening they needed to consummate the deal. On March 18, 1861, the Dominican president announced that the island nation was ready to be re-annexed by Spain. 2 months later, after the Civil War had begun, Queen Isabel II officially accepted the offer and reincorporated the Dominican Republic by royal decree. 8. One panicked American newspaper headlined "The Gathering of the Vultures." "Our domestic dissensions are producing their natural fruits," agreed the New York Times. "We are just beginning to suffer the penalties of being a weak and despised power. Barring decisive measures," the paper predicted gloomily, "we may speedily look for the advent of fresh fleets from Europe and the intervention of other powers in the affairs of this continent." 9. Imperial France was the next power to exploit the United States and its neighbors' weakness. Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte had been fascinated by Latin America long before he was crowned Emperor Napoleon III. He dreamed of reshaping the hemisphere in accordance with a grand design for the Americas, which would see France leading a regional confederation of monarchies. The grand design was a breathtakingly ambitious scheme, one worthy, he hoped, of the Bonaparte name. But Napoleon III also justified it in the cold language of balance of power politics. He explained to one subordinate that if Americans should take possession of the whole of the Gulf of Mexico, thence command the Antilles as well as South America, they would dictate terms to Europe as the only dispenser of the products of the New World. 10. Napoleon III believed that Mexico had both made such a catastrophe possible and also become the key to preventing it. Since independence, Mexico had been plagued by nearly constant civil war and revolution. By one count, the country had endured 36 governments and 73 presidents in less than 40 years. Most recently, the country's two political factions, the Liberals and the Conservatives, had fought the especially bloody La Guerra de Reforma, or War of Reform. Liberals wanted to modernize their nation along Enlightenment-era lines, whereas conservatives sought a dominant, some would say domineering, role for the institutions and privileges of pre-colonial Mexico. The Liberals had won the war but not the argument, and Mexico was left less prepared than ever to withstand outside influences. 11. Emperor Napoleon III of France, a pallid face, its bony emaciated angles thrown into bold relief by the shaded lamps, a nose large and long, mustaches, a curled lock of hair above a narrow forehead, eyes small and dull, and with a timid and uneasy manner. Napoleon III thought that Mexico's weakness gave him an unprecedented opportunity to implement his grand design and thereby stop the United States. Europe, he believed, had a common interest in seeing Mexico pacified and endowed with a stable, that is, monarchic government. Not only would a monarchized Mexico offer commercial advantages, but it would also form an impassable barrier to the encroachments of North America. Once regenerated as a monarchy, moreover, Mexico would become a beachhead for the gradual regeneration of its neighbors, until the entire hemisphere was once again made safe for monarchy. 12. The French emperor had hesitated to realize this plan during the 1850s because, as he told the British, he did not want to risk a falling out with the United States. By late 1861, though, he knew that the Civil War had made it impossible for the United States to interfere. So when a Mexican monarchist informed the French emperor that a military expedition was now feasible, Napoleon III finished his cigarette and cautiously agreed. "If declares that it desires to organize itself with the support of the European powers, I will lend a hand," he said. "For the rest, as you justly say, the state of affairs in the United States is very propitious." 13. Equally propitious was the pretext for intervention that Mexico had provided. During the War of Reform, a succession of Mexican presidents had raided the treasury and, after it was bankrupted, turned to foreign loans for support. The war had also racked up individual claims against the Mexican government as bands of guerrillas and highwaymen took the property and often the lives of those foreigners unlucky enough to fall under their control. By 1861, Mexico allegedly owed more than $80 million to European creditors. With no way to pay off that sum, the new liberal president, Pablo Benito Juárez, declared a 2-year moratorium on Mexico's debt repayments. 14. Napoleon III was overjoyed. Juárez's moratorium gave him the legitimate motive for interference that he had been waiting for. It was scandalous, really, that Mexico would repudiate its debts unilaterally, and the French emperor successfully persuaded British and Spanish leaders that the upstart nation needed some imperial discipline. On October 31, 1861, the three powers agreed to dispatch a joint military expedition to force Juárez's government to pay the money it owed and to better protect their subjects. Over the winter of 1861 to 1862, the three powers overran the Mexican port city of Veracruz with almost 14,000 soldiers. 15. Great Britain and Spain soon resolved their claims and withdrew their forces, but Napoleon III was far from done. French forces advanced toward Mexico City, and after being reinforced by tens of thousands of veterans, they defeated Juárez's army, forced the Mexican president to flee north, and took the capital in early summer 1863. Over the next year, the French rolled over the devastated country like a tidal wave, sweeping up city after city. From the sidelines, Europe's other great powers cheered France's invasion and the challenge it posed to the United States. British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston said he could not imagine a more advantageous arrangement than the Confederacy winning the Civil War and Mexico simultaneously turning into a prosperous monarchy. British statesman Lord Clarendon agreed, snickering at the thought of Napoleon III cocking up his leg against Monroe Doctrine, which ought long ago to have been eros in that manner. 16. By 1864, Napoleon III was ready to crown his conquest of Mexico with the final touch, a foreign-born emperor who would nominally rule an independent Mexico, but who would really be bound to the French emperor's wishes. For Napoleon III, there were few better candidates for this role than Austrian Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian von Habsburg. Charming, amiable, and kind, Maximilian was a true romantic. Born in 1832, he had stagnated in his older brother Franz Joseph's shadow, especially after Franz Joseph became Emperor of Austria. Seeking an outlet, Maximilian traveled widely, first within Italy, then elsewhere in Europe, and eventually all the way to Brazil. It was there, on the sunlit wave-washed shore of the new continent, that the restless Archduke got his first taste of what the New World could offer, an admirable asylum, he confided to his journal, the chance to break with the stormy past and to work way to a blameless future. 17. Emperor Maximilian I of Mexico, what a lot of cannon shots it will take to set up an emperor in Mexico, and what a lot to maintain him there. Napoleon III had the power to turn these escapist fantasies into reality. He fired the young Habsburg's imagination with the demands of ancestral honor and visions of a rising empire across the sea. No responsibility could produce greater results than ruling Mexico, the French emperor promised, for it is a question of rescuing a whole continent from anarchy and misery and raising the monarchist flag, in the face of dangerous utopias and bloody disorders. It was an illusion Maximilian could not refuse. 18. In March 1864, the Archduke negotiated the terms of France's future support for his new empire. Napoleon III pledged to keep 20,000 French troops in Mexico through 1867 and 8,000 foreign legionnaires for 6 years thereafter. Additionally, Napoleon III would help fund the beginning of Maximilian's reign. Beholden to French troops and money, Maximilian would effectively be a puppet emperor. If that bothered the Archduke, however, he gave no sign. 19. On June 12, 1864, to the celebratory boom of bells and cannons, Maximilian triumphantly entered Mexico City in a gilded coach led by 4 splendidly decorated white horses. Roars of "Viva el Emperador" greeted him from the crowds thronging his path, many of whom had turned out at the strong suggestion of French troops. As he surveyed his new subjects, Emperor Maximilian I of Mexico felt his heart thrill. At last, he was home. 20. Maximilian's coronation struck many Americans as just the beginning of Europe's return to the hemisphere. If Europe's powers could impose a monarchy on Mexico, the New York Times had opined, they would surely repeat the operation in the other Spanish-American republics. After all, why not? Those republics have been all offenders, in the same way, if not to the same extent, as their more northern sister. Like her, they are debtors to European capitalists; like her, they are turbulent and anarchical. Hence there will be just as valid ground for intervention in their case, as in Mexico. If Europe's past conduct had proven anything, it was that Europe's great powers were unlikely to stop of their own volition. Ambition grows by what it feeds on, the Times warned darkly. 21. The very most glorious original. Combating these European ambitions was the unenviable job of William Henry Seward, who had become the new American Secretary of State on March 6, 1861. Just turning 60, Seward could easily have passed for a disheveled scarecrow rather than an elder statesman. One observer commented on his big nose and his wire hair and grisly eyebrows and miserable dress, another thought Seward's head resembled a straw sack in shape and color. Despite his age and appearance, however, Seward still had a restless schoolboy elasticity about him. Henry Adams, one of the age's sharpest political commentators, laughed at how hopelessly lawless Seward could be in social situations, snorting, belching, sprawling across chairs, and patting ladies on the head whenever the mood struck him. Seward often kept all the talking to himself, but listeners usually failed to notice, for the garrulous secretary rolled out grand, broad ideas so effortlessly he could inspire a cow with statesmanship. All in all, Adams decided, Seward was the very most glorious original. 22. Seward's appointment as Secretary of State had been a bittersweet moment for the New Yorker. He had spent his entire adult life striving for the presidency, rising to become a preeminent voice against slavery as well as the undisputed leader of the new Republican Party. Going into the 1860 nominating convention, Seward was the surefire nominee. At the last minute, however, the nomination had been yanked out of his hands and awarded to some political unknown born in the backwoods and distinguished primarily by his almost total lack of distinction. Anyone would have been crushed, but for someone of Seward's ambition and accomplishment, it was an especially devastating blow. 23. Secretary of State William Henry Seward, a subtle, quick man, rejoicing in power, given to perorate and to oracular utterances, fond of badinage, bursting with the importance of state mysteries. Seward initially envisioned himself as the power behind the new throne. Whoever this Abraham Lincoln was, he would surely be putty in the secretary's dexterous grip. In time, however, Seward's wounded ego gave way to admiration for his new boss, and the two formed a partnership that would steer the nation through civil war and international peril alike. 24. Secretary Seward crafted the Union's foreign policy during the Civil War with two constraints in mind. First, the Union could not allow Europe to flout the Monroe Doctrine by permanently expanding its military presence in the New World. Even more importantly, however, the Union also had to win its war against the Confederacy, which meant preventing foreign powers from getting involved in the conflict. These often competing constraints drove Seward to try several different solutions to Europe's schemes in the hemisphere. First, he tried to drive Europe back with menacing diplomatic notes and even threats of war. But these warnings were never realistic, and as the Republic descended into civil war, Europe's powers began ignoring Seward's warnings. 25. Seward next tried to combat Europe's interest in Mexico through an intergovernmental loan that Juarez could use to satisfy his country's seething creditors and thereby eliminate any pretense for further intervention. Such a loan was unprecedented. Never before had the United States loaned money directly to a foreign government, and critics like the Attorney General fulminated against the folly of aiding the crippled and insane nations round us when we are ourselves torn by civil dissensions. But Mexico was too important a battleground to cede to Europe, and Lincoln ultimately agreed to roll the dice on Seward's loan plan. 26. Their luck ran out in the Senate, however. At a time when the Union was pinching pennies for the widening war effort, senators were in no mood to consider large cash outlays, even ones of momentous interest to the two governments involved. They shot down Seward's proposed loan, 28 to 8.27. Seward looked for other ways to rescue the hemisphere from European plots, but he found himself increasingly hamstrung by the Civil War's course. The Confederacy was stonewalling the Union's armies, and the volleys of even one conflict threatened to overwhelm the North. Given the precarious military situation, Seward realized that his first priority had to be preventing Europe's great powers from recognizing the Confederacy or, worse, allying with it against the Union. 28. Seward was playing a dangerous game. Deliverance lay in walking the thin line between being belligerent enough to scare Europe away from recognition or an alliance with the South, but not being so belligerent as to actually provoke a conflict. Balancing those two imperatives became the touchstone of the Union's foreign relations for the rest of the war, and Seward soon proved himself a master. 29. This balancing act, however, left little room for picking a fight with European powers elsewhere in the hemisphere. Even helping Latin Americans resist foreign encroachment was dangerous, as it could become a precedent for foreign aid to the Confederacy. Before the United States could do anything for the hemisphere, it had to put its own house in order. 30. Seward therefore settled on a foreign policy later dubbed masterly inactivity. The Secretary would concede as little as possible to the covetous grasp of the European powers. At the same time, however, Seward would do little to oppose them directly as long as the Civil War raged. Instead, Washington would simply lie low, biding its time, waiting until someday it was powerful enough to act. 31. Seward believed that day would not arrive until time and events had cured the United States' suicidal division. Other Americans were less patient, however, and the Secretary of State's policy of masterly inactivity became harder to sustain as the tide of public opinion turned steadily against Europe's intrusions. 32. Seward responded acidly in 1864 when one of his diplomats dared question his wait-and-see policy. "I regret that you think my course towards the French government is too conciliatory and courteous," the secretary noted sarcastically, "but it was hardly the most suitable time for offering idle menaces to the Emperor of France." Confederate forces were still in the field. Until they were beaten, little else mattered. In the meantime, Seward snapped, he had compromised nothing, surrendered nothing, and not proposed to surrender anything. "Why," he pressed, "should we gasconade about Mexico when we are in a struggle for our own life?" 33. Seward's in-house critics, however, were the least of his problems. Despite the war, Americans were flocking to new political clubs dedicated to defending the Monroe Doctrine and expelling the French from Mexico. France's actions had excited a popular impulse which is as strong as it is universal, Seward admitted, and I am now appealed to declare war, to drive the French out of Mexico. Sometimes he dreamed of agreeing. "The Union is a serpent of 35 long joints," he told his wife wearily. "One-third are trying to disengage themselves, and the other two-thirds languish of the pain. How I wish for the power to compel them to reunite, so as to be able to coil and spring in their own defense." 34. On April 4, 1864, the House of Representatives heeded popular opinion and unanimously passed a resolution denouncing any monarchical government erected on the ruins of any republican government in America under the auspices of any European power. Seward's allies buried the resolution in the Senate, but the damage was done. On an American diplomat's next visit to the Tuileries, the French foreign minister demanded, "Do you bring us peace, or bring us war?" At that moment, the answer was still peace, but the disjointed American serpent was getting closer and closer to a striking position. 35. On April 9, 1865, General Grant accepted Confederate General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The next day, Grant took a special train back to his headquarters at City Point, arriving early the following morning. Everyone else was celebrating or sleeping, and Grant himself should have been thrilled to have finally accomplished what he had spent years striving for. Instead, he was restless, he knew the Union still had other unfinished business. So in his dimly lit office, the victorious commanding general of the U.S. Army suddenly paused and looked up at his yawning staff. "Now for Mexico," he announced. 36. Our faces turned towards the city of Mexico. For 4 long years, Americans had gritted their teeth as Europe's powers flouted the Monroe Doctrine. But by mid-April 1865, the strategic balance had seesawed, and officials at the highest levels of government began debating how the United States should revenge itself on those who had exploited its weakness. Some European powers didn't wait around to see what Washington might do. Spain's attempt to re-annex the Dominican Republic had devolved into a bloody and expensive counterinsurgency. Facing a massive deficit, 7,500 dead troops, and a resurgent United States, Spain unilaterally decided to vacate the island only weeks after Lee's surrender. 37. Mexico was another matter, and Napoleon III showed few signs of wanting to leave. But Washington was now in a much stronger bargaining position. Most obviously, Lee's surrender had sealed the Confederacy's fate, freeing up hundreds of thousands of Union veterans for new undertakings. But there were also changes in leadership. 5 days after Appomattox, John Wilkes Booth had shot Lincoln in the head while one of Booth's Confederates attacked Seward with a Bowie knife. Both men had opposed escalating the conflict with Europe, but with Lincoln dead, Seward struggling to survive, and the Civil War over, the path was now clear for a more aggressive course. 38. General Grant took full advantage of the opportunity. He had objected to marching into Mexico while the Confederacy remained a going concern. but he had always regarded the French occupation as a direct act of war against the United States, and he had supposed that Americans would treat it as such when their hands were free to strike. In his view, that moment had arrived. He wanted to demand Maximilian's abdication and Napoleon III's withdrawal from Mexico. If either refused, as seemed likely, then the United States would invade. 39. On May 17, 1865, Grant set his plan in motion. He assigned General Philip H. Sheridan to command west of the Mississippi. Ostensibly, Sheridan was to subdue the Confederate rump. In reality, Grant explained, Sheridan was being sent south to compel the French to quit the territory of our sister Republic 40. At first glance, Sheridan seemed an odd choice for the mission. He was, one observer noted, a stumpy, quadrangular little man, with a forehead of no promise and hair so short that it looks like a coat of black paint. But by the time Sheridan stood with Grant at Appomattox, he was the fourth-ranking officer in the Union Army and a living legend. Outside of battle, Sheridan could be withdrawn and sphinx-like. But with the first smell of powder, a change came over him. He became a blazing meteor, a pillar of fire, one war correspondent recalled. Little Phil would gallop along the front with demonic energy, spurring men on with a steady stream of curses from his foaming mouth. As bullets flew, he was more than magnetic, another war correspondent marveled, he was electric. Grant agreed. As a soldier, as a commander, he assessed, there is no man living greater than Sheridan. 41. Sheridan took to his new assignment with characteristic pitbull enthusiasm. He informed Grant's chief of staff in early June that he planned to move a strong force of more than 50,000 soldiers into Texas, stationing 30,000 of them along the Rio Grande. This may seem like the employment of a large force to you, Sheridan shrugged, but it is always best to go strong-handed. By concentrating in Texas, Sheridan planned to build an army strong enough to move against the invaders of Mexico if occasion demanded. Exemplifying the best of military humor, his force would be called the Army of Observation 42. General Philip Sheridan. Sheridan is like Grant, a persevering terrier dog won't be shaken off. Sheridan's arrival turned the Rio Grande into a powder keg. In response to the American buildup, Maximilian reinforced the border city of Matamoros with thousands of French soldiers, led by officers who were very saucy and insulting. But rather than trying to defuse the situation, Sheridan hoped to spark an explosion. Affairs on the Rio Grande frontier are getting beautifully mixed up, he crowed. He encouraged his subordinates to annoy the French authorities as much as you can, explaining that their assistance to the rebels is and has been infamous. 43. On June 29, 1865, less than 3 months after the end of the most devastating war in American history, Sheridan was panting for permission to let slip the dogs of war. There is no use to beat around the bush in this Mexican matter, he wrote Grant, arguing that the advent of Maximilian was a portion of the rebellion and his fall should belong to its history. With his cavalry columns in magnificent trim, Sheridan hoped to soon have the pleasure of crossing the Rio Grande with them, with our faces turned towards the city of Mexico. 44. Grant, too, was itching to cross the border. On July 12, 1865, he passed Sheridan's call for war on to the new president, Andrew Johnson, saying, Sheridan here expresses exactly the sentiments which I believe in, and have often expressed. 45. Johnson, however, was conflicted, and he decided to present the letter to his cabinet 2 days later for debate. 46. Sheridan's letter hit the cabinet like a bombshell. Grant had successfully snuck Sheridan and his army down to the border while Seward was still convalescing from the attempted assassination, but by mid-June the secretary was tottering back into cabinet meetings and expressing his emphatic opposition to Grant's call for more decisive measures against Maximilian. If Washington demanded that Napoleon III withdraw, Seward argued, it would only wound French pride and produce a war. Instead, the secretary thought Americans should wait for Maximilian's empire to collapse under its own weight. 47. Seward was thus astounded by Sheridan's letter, and he took to the ramparts immediately. If we got in war and drove out the French, he warned crossly, we could not get out ourselves. The Treasury Secretary agreed, adding that nation and purse were both exhausted. The Interior and Navy Secretaries backed Seward as well, but other cabinet members as well as much of the army supported Grant and Sheridan. 48. Johnson remained torn. In 1864, he had campaigned on this very issue, promising one roaring crowd that Union soldiers could use Mexico as a sort of recreation after putting down the rebellion. The French concern, Johnson had blustered, would quickly be wiped out. 1 year and one significant political promotion later, however, Johnson was having second thoughts. 49. Grant, however, was not deterred, and he presented a compromise plan. General John M. Schofield, another Union war hero, could resign his commission and lead Union troops into Mexico. Officially, Schofield would fight Maximilian as a private citizen, albeit one leading thousands of other Union veterans, all ostensibly on leaves of absence, and all armed out of the Union's post-war surplus. 50. Johnson was intrigued by Grant's compromise plan and put it to the cabinet. This time, Seward was decisively outmaneuvered, and on July 18, 1865, the cabinet sent the plan to the Secretary of War to be worked out as he might see fit. Grant left the capital for an 11-week tour of the country, confident that the United States was irrevocably headed for war against France. 51. Seward, however, was not ready to give up. Once Grant left Washington, the Secretary invited Schofield on a 1-week outing to Cape May. Away from Grant's influence, the guileless general was easy pickings. Seward persuaded Schofield to postpone his foray into Mexico and instead go on a special diplomatic mission to Paris. "I want you to get your legs under Napoleon's mahogany," Seward urged, "and tell him he must get out of Mexico." 52. Schofield's diplomatic mission was a stalling tactic, designed to squelch Wild's scheme. Seward delayed Schofield's departure until late fall, and then he organized a stream of distracting soirees once the general arrived in Paris to keep him just out of range of Napoleon's mahogany. 53. With Schofield safely preoccupied, Seward worked on the president, arguing behind closed doors for diplomacy over military action. Johnson began losing interest in Grant's plan, and by the time Grant finished his tour of the country in early October, the Schofield expedition was dead in the water. 54. Grant and Sheridan were furious. But in their eyes, the debate was far from over. Dangers of collision. Seward had deprived Sheridan of a hot war, but the Secretary could not stop him from starting a cold one. Grant had given Sheridan a long leash, and Sheridan, as expected, strained his authority even further. He believed the government of Maximilian, the imperial buccaneer, was a farce that could be toppled by Juarez and his hardscrabble rebel forces with a little help from their northern neighbor. "For it is not their quarrel alone but ours too," Sheridan wrote a friend. "Not their safety but ours also in time to come." Far from the capital's prying eyes, Little Phil thus launched one of the biggest, most audacious, and most unauthorized covert wars in American history. 55. Sheridan, a former bookkeeper, began losing track of his army's supplies. His men would leave large piles of guns unguarded near Juarista camps, only to find them missing the next morning. Munitions were listed as destroyed, but no one could quite remember if they had been. Sheridan later admitted that 30,000 muskets from the Baton Rouge arsenal alone made their way into Juarista hands. 56. Despite being called the Army of Observation, Sheridan's troops meanwhile proved blind to the flow of men and supplies across the Rio Grande. Juaristas crossed the border regularly to escape their imperialist pursuers. Union soldiers, in turn, chased adventure and the Monroe Doctrine into Mexico. Many joined Juarez's forces, others just drunkenly raided the camps of Maximilian's troops. But the border was only selectively permeable, as Sheridan bottled up Juarez's political rivals and anti-Juarista Confederates inside the United States. 57. Sheridan further strained Maximilian's nerves by rattling his saber up and down the border. He ostentatiously reviewed troops, positioned a pontoon bridge in Brownsville, Texas, and inquired loudly about the quantity of forage we could depend upon getting in Mexico. Sheridan also communicated with Juarez, taking care not to do this in the dark. Like wildfire, Sheridan later remembered, word spread that the squat general would shortly cross the border. 58. Such rumors helped reverse the conflict's momentum. Imperialist forces had been spread thin in Mexico even at the occupation's height, with approximately 60,000 French and Allied Mexican troops garrisoning a territory almost 3 times the size of France. Once the Army of Observation appeared on the border, however, Napoleon III had to concentrate the scattered French forces to parry a possible attack from the United States. As French detachments evacuated lightly held towns across the north, vengeful Juaristas replaced them, celebrating their newfound control with public executions of imperial supporters. Once it became clear that the Mexican Empire could not protect its own, Mexicans began rallying to Juarez's banner and defecting from the imperial army en masse. 59. Sheridan fussed about needing the patience of Job to abide the slow and pokey methods of our State Department, but Seward was taking a harder line with France. 2.60. Seward began firing warning shots across the Atlantic in September 1865. In messages to Paris, he acknowledged how the Civil War had distracted Washington from tending to its neighborhood. But now Americans were turning back to foreign policy, and chief among their concerns was going to be how Napoleon III's injurious and menacing actions in Mexico had thrust Franco-American relations into imminent jeopardy. Seward therefore repeatedly advised France to withdraw from Mexico. 61. Seward also repurposed Sheridan's belligerence to great effect, sending snippets from the general's fiery reports to the Tuileries as a reminder of the combustible condition of irritability existing on that remote frontier. As long as French troops stayed in place, Seward warned darkly, there existed serious dangers of collision. 62. Other factors reinforced Seward's mafioso warnings. Since Appomattox, Maximilian's position had deteriorated dramatically. Imperialist forces nominally controlled 3/4 of the country, but Mexicans seemed loyal to the empire only within range of French guns. Guerrillas appeared on the horizon more frequently, armed to the teeth with state-of-the-art weapons from Sheridan's stockpiles. Maximilian, meanwhile, had done little to consolidate either his position on the throne or his empire's tottering finances, instead remaining addicted to French loans in increasingly short supply. Napoleon III also worried about the deteriorating situation in Europe, where he confronted criticism of his Mexican policy at home and a rising Prussia next door. 63. France put out diplomatic feelers in late 1865 to see if Washington might consider recognizing Maximilian's government in exchange for France's withdrawal. Seward flatly refused. Instead, he had a fierce critic of the French expedition appointed minister to Juarez's government, a move that, Seward cheerfully learned, had scared the French representative in Washington out of his wits. 64. For months, Maximilian had refused to even contemplate the possibility that the French might abandon him. His regime depended almost entirely on foreign support, and Napoleon III had given his word that France would provide it. Even so, Maximilian knew his empire was in trouble. "I tell your Majesty frankly," he wrote nervously to Napoleon III in the waning days of 1865, "this situation is difficult for me." 65. But Napoleon III had already made his decision. On January 15, 1866, he wrote Maximilian that despite his previous promises, all the difficulties caused me by the Mexican question had forced him to fix a definitive limit to the French occupation. Struggling to put a positive spin on the betrayal, Napoleon III added feebly that the departure of our troops may be a temporary weakness, but it will have the advantage of removing all pretext for intervention on the part of the United States. 66. Cold comfort, thought Maximilian, who would undoubtedly have preferred facing down American forces with France's help than confronting the Juaristas alone. The young emperor put on a brave face in his response, but he and his wife were shaken. The French minister reported that their position is sad and painful beyond anything they expected. They are desperate and frightened. 67. More heartache was to come. Napoleon III officially informed Washington in April 1866 that French troops would withdraw from Mexico in 3 detachments, beginning that November and ending the following year. Seward demanded a speedier withdrawal, and he would soon get it. Meanwhile, Maximilian begged his older brother, the Austrian emperor, to send fresh forces to replace the departing French. At first Franz Joseph agreed. But when Seward caught wind of the scheme and threatened war, Vienna backed down. Maximilian was to have no friends abroad, not even his own brother. 68. As 1866 wore on, Sheridan continued to grouse about Seward's butt-headedness, and Seward continued to fret about Little Phil's belligerence. But despite their mutual antipathy, the two men had caught Maximilian's empire in a vice. Abroad, Seward was systematically isolating Maximilian from his European patrons, cutting the strings that connected the puppet emperor to his masters. Meanwhile, Sheridan was doing everything in his power on the American side of the border and sometimes on the Mexican side so that when Maximilian's isolation was complete, the Juaristas would obliterate him and everything he stood for. 69. I have always wanted to die on just such a day. In early 1862, a Spanish politician had predicted gloomily that a Mexican monarchy under a European prince, if not guaranteed by Europe, would not last a year. That proved too optimistic. 70. Even before French forces withdrew, Maximilian's empire was going under. For years, his forces had barely fought off guerrilla attacks, but in June 1866, the Imperialists lost a set-piece battle in the hills of Santa Gertrudis near the port city of Matamoros. The Juaristas cut the similarly sized Imperialist forces to shreds with their new American carbines and repeating rifles. Critically, too, almost one-fourth of the Juarista forces were Norte Americanos Sheridan had allowed to slip over the border. 71. Defeat at Santa Gertrudis set off a chain reaction. Surrounded by rebel armies, Imperialist forces were forced to abandon Matamoros. Losing the port meant losing its lucrative customs receipts, which were desperately needed to keep Maximilian's dwindling military in the field. 1 month later, the French also withdrew from the ports of Monterrey and Tampico. Reports of new losses began to pour into Mexico City daily as the Juaristas tore chunk after chunk out of Maximilian's disintegrating empire. 72. Over the autumn of 1866, Maximilian considered abdicating and joining his wife in Europe. But at the end of the year, he declared himself ready to shed the last drop of his blood in defense of his dear country. The French were incredulous. From the moment that the United States boldly pronounced their veto against the imperial system, "Your throne was nothing but a bubble," the Marshal of France's forces in Mexico scolded in vain. 73. On February 5, 1867, the last column of French troops slunk out of Mexico City under the cover of darkness. Maximilian watched them leave from behind a curtain in the National Palace. At last, he breathed, "I'm free." 74. Forever true to his romantic image of what an emperor should be, Maximilian sought to reverse his fading fortunes by taking the field at the head of his remaining troops. He led them to Querétaro, a picturesque town notable for the surrounding high hills that made it especially vulnerable to enemy encirclement, and was soon cornered by Juarez's forces. In the ensuing siege, Maximilian seemed indifferent to death's shadow, rushing back and forth along the front in full view of his enemies and their belching cannons. On May 15, 1867, one of Maximilian's officers finally betrayed the city into Juarista hands. Maximilian was captured, imprisoned, and sentenced to death for treason. 75. Even until the very end, the European nobility could not quite believe that Juarez would actually execute one of their own. Seward was also cavalier. On June 17, he assured the Austrian minister at a dinner party that the emperor's life was quite as safe as yours and mine. 76. 2 days later, just shy of his 35th birthday, Maximilian was led out of his cell into a crisp and cloudless morning. Pausing, he looked around and said happily, "What a glorious day! I have always wanted to die on just such a day." 77. In the hills outside Querétaro, a 15-man firing squad checked their weapons as the emperor and two of his generals took their assigned spots. "Viva Mexico!" cried out the Austrian Habsburg. "Viva la Independencia!" 78. Orders were barked, rifles raised, and then, with an ear-splitting crack, Maximilian's Mexican Empire ended. 79. A common and indispensable interest. 2 years later, Seward and some other Americans picked their way through the rocks and cacti littering the path up a Mexican hillside. It was getting dark, and they had to tread carefully in the dying light. Their shadows stretched out behind them toward the farmers they had just passed, still hard at work in fields that had recently seen screaming shells and mudded armies smashing against each other. Seward's party caught the farmers' attention only for a moment. Many stranger sights had already passed through Querétaro. 80. Soon the Americans arrived at their destination, a small clearing. It was marked only by a mound of jumbled stones topped with 3 black wooden crosses, a makeshift memorial to the last moments of Maximilian's Mexican Empire. 81. Seward had retired earlier that year after serving longer than any previous Secretary of State. But the 68-year-old remained as restless as ever, and he had leaped at the chance to visit Mexico to trace the rise and fall of Maximilian's tumultuous reign. Fragments of the recent conflict fascinated him, and Seward had pursued them throughout his 3-month tour in ruins, eyewitnesses, and battlefields so recently won that cannon smoke still seemed to hang over them. In Mexico's National Palace, Seward had stumbled into storerooms packed with paintings, royal busts, monogrammed silverware, fading costumes and uniforms, and every other conceivable type of imperial bagatelle, all the flotsam and jetsam that had floated up from the wreckage of empire, flung into massive, haphazard piles and laid to rest in a tomb of dust. 82. Nothing, however, symbolized Maximilian's fall quite like 3 crosses on a hill near Querétaro, the only commemoration Juarez would permit of the spot where the puppet emperor and his senior officers had been executed. Seward left posterity no account of his thoughts that evening. But it is hard to imagine he didn't feel, if only for a moment, a chill run down his spine. Combined with events elsewhere in the hemisphere, the rise and fall of Napoleon III's Mexican Empire had taught him and his fellow Americans 3 harsh lessons that they would not soon forget. First, Americans had belatedly rediscovered the European threat to the hemisphere. It was now clear that Europe's great powers had not reconciled themselves either to the United States' rise or to their assigned place in the region. They had also proven that they would do something about it if they could. France's occupation of Mexico was the most obvious example, and it had dramatically underscored the stakes behind the Monroe Doctrine. If Napoleon III had succeeded in standing up Maximilian's empire, the United States would have confronted a European puppet state right on its borders. During the Civil War, that could have been fatal. The French emperor strongly favored the South, and he likely would have calculated that sustaining the Confederacy across the border with arms and military materiel would have been the best way to protect his embryonic empire in Mexico while keeping the United States divided. In the worst-case scenario, France might even have intervened on the Confederacy's side. 83. But the real long-term danger from the French intervention lay in the ways in which Maximilian's empire would have expanded European interests in the hemisphere, interests often diametrically opposed to those of the United States. Some of Europe's great powers, for example, would have used Mexico to check American growth and prosperity. Others would have used Mexico as a pawn in their ideological contests. Indeed, before Maximilian's death, he and Napoleon III had already set in motion plans to reorder the rest of Latin America along monarchical lines. Maximilian's empire would also have inevitably drawn Americans into the bloody vortex of European power politics. For centuries, the great powers had settled their scores through wars on other continents, and nothing would have attracted European rivalries to American shores quite like a vast French protectorate headed by a former Habsburg Archduke. 84. Of course, none of these dire scenarios came to pass. Napoleon III bungled much of his Mexican campaign, and even absent American pressure, he and Maximilian likely could not have mustered the personnel and resources needed to repress Mexican nationalism over the long term. Still, it was enough of a close call that one of the Civil War's legacies was a new, nationwide commitment to the Monroe Doctrine. Europe's onslaught had persuaded most Americans that ejecting the great powers from the hemisphere was crucial, and that keeping them out was even more so. Even during the war, Harper's Weekly had called the doctrine a fixed principle of American political faith, while another pamphlet had described it as an axiomatic truth. Europeans might pooh-pooh Monroe's wisdom, one Russian official warned, but in the United States, the latest generation imbibes it with its mother's milk. 85. Second, Seward and other Americans had also drawn a second lesson from Maximilian's empire, that they could not afford to simply cross their arms and wait for the next European threat to materialize. If Europe's powers decided to wade across the Atlantic again, it would be taxing, even debilitating, for the United States to hurl them back. Plus, as the Civil War had shown, Americans couldn't always count on their being able to meet danger when it came calling. And that was even assuming Americans would recognize the threat in time, an uncertain proposition when the line between lawful interventions and dangerous power grabs remains so blurry. For better or worse, Americans could not bar European interventions in the region entirely. During this time, great powers regularly used force to protect their citizens' rights abroad, and international law sanctioned the practice. Even the United States regularly landed troops in Latin America and elsewhere to keep its nationals safe when violence broke out. On their own, such landings seemed harmless, they were short, small, and not aimed at usurping a local state's sovereign authority. But the problem was that European powers could easily use such incursions for more nefarious ends as France had done, and it was often hard to tell where the murky line between lawful interventions and perilous power grabs lay until it was too late. 86. Of course, a serious incursion from Europe was unlikely at any given moment. But its long-run probability and dire consequences meant that Washington could not afford to be complacent. The United States had to start thinking about how to proactively stop European interventions from ever getting off the ground. Finally, Americans had learned an important lesson about weakness. Seward summed that lesson up when he reflected on how Europe's capitals sized up the United States. Each power's attitude, Seward observed coldly, would depend much more on her estimate of our power than on any moral considerations. Tragic as that was, it could not happen otherwise, for nations are human and weakness offers temptations which the strong cannot reasonably be expected to resist. 87. Seward was talking about the temptations offered by not only his own nation's weakness, but also that of its neighbors. If Americans had learned anything during the Civil War, it was that the weakness of their neighbors had practically invited foreign interventions by offering Europe's powers both the means and the motivation to intervene. 88. Mexico provided a good example. For years, civil war and revolution had decimated Mexico's military strength, wiped out its fiscal system, and left it drowning in debt. Meanwhile, foreign states had racked up hundreds of monetary claims against Mexico stemming from the abuse their citizens and property endured. Seward worried as early as April 1861 that this condition of anarchy must necessarily operate as a seduction to those who are conspiring to seek strength and aggrandizement for themselves by conquests. Seward was thinking primarily of the Confederacy, but he knew that Mexico's disorder could attract other governments as well. He therefore advised that the surest guarantee of safety against such aggressions is to be found in a permanent restoration of the authority of that government. 89. But it was too late. Juarez declared a 2-year debt moratorium, Europe's creditors snapped, and Napoleon III had his long-awaited opportunity. Even British and Spanish leaders were itching to attack, both to collect claims owed and to remind Mexico City of the need to protect their subjects. Once they hit the beaches of Veracruz, the three powers took quick advantage of Mexico's weakness to get what they wanted. They were technologically superior, but it also helped that Mexicans were drained from years of fighting and that a portion of them, the monarchists, cooperated with the intervening powers. Even on its own, France steamrolled Mexican forces for most of the war and managed to occupy 3/4 of the country with only 40,000 soldiers. 90. If it wasn't quite on the level of Hernando Cortez's conquests centuries earlier, it came close, and it underscored how easily weakness could encourage and facilitate foreign aggression. Combining these three lessons, Seward and other Americans began drawing one overarching conclusion that the Secretary thought even the dullest observer could grasp, that peace, order, and constitutional authority in each and all of the several republics of this continent are not exclusively an interest of any one or more of them, but a common and indispensable interest of them all. Instability anywhere concerned everyone. It was the chink in the armor that left the whole hemisphere open to serious blows. As long as the region remained unstable and weak, it would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, for the United States to keep European influence perpetually in check. 91. Officials in post-war Washington thus concluded that, for the sake of its own security, the United States needed to help stabilize and strengthen its neighbors. That objective, and the problem of order that prompted it, would take center stage in American foreign policy for the next century. 1. Chapter 2. In division there is weakness. A New Hemispheric Strategy, 1867–1893. James G. Blaine was dying in the summer of 1892, though many refused to believe it. The two-time Secretary of State was a notorious hypochondriac, and he had pleaded ill health in service of political ends before. Even his boss, President Benjamin Harrison, was incredulous, suspecting that Blaine was using doctor's notes to paper over plans to steal the Republican presidential nomination. But this time, it was no act. The weakness, the spells of dizziness, the sudden collapses, it was all genuine, and in less than 8 months, the most famous politico of the Gilded Age would be dead. 1. Blaine's passing would mark the end of a boisterous career. Blaine of Maine had worked as a journalist during his 20s, earning a reputation as an intelligent and dogged advocate of the Republican cause. In 1863, he brought his acid quill to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he exchanged it for the Speaker's gavel 6 years later. It was not long before he had become the most powerful Republican politician since Abraham Lincoln. 2. Even in an era known for it, Blaine stood out for his rabid partisanship. He had come to political maturity during the Civil War, and he would never lose his keen sense that Democrats and power did not mix. Fellow Republicans christened Blaine the Plumed Knight for his tendency to charge lance first into partisan fights. Yet Blaine was an equally enthusiastic warrior in his own party's intramural justs. When his friend James A. Garfield was elected president in 1880, the new Secretary of State advised the president-elect to purge a rival Republican faction by having their throats cut with a feather. 3. Such a man elicited strong reactions. Blaine was earnest in his passions. When I want a thing, I want it dreadfully, he confessed, and that authenticity combined with personal charm, hypnotic oratory, and an unbelievable memory to win Maine's magnetic man the unquestioning allegiance of millions. But magnets also repel, and Blaine was despised by many who saw him as the epitome of Gilded Age excess. Allegations of corruption, never proven, stalked him throughout his career, and the subject became as polarized as the man. Blaine was also a relentless political provocateur, and it drove fellow politicians up the wall. Shortly after Blaine moved from the House to the Senate, one of his new colleagues complained, "We had peace and good order in this body before he was transplanted from the other side of the Capitol." 4. Yet peace and good order were ironically at the heart of what Blaine wanted his foreign policy to stand for. In the 1880s, he developed a new regional strategy focused on uniting the Americas in the interest of keeping Europe's powers out. Known as Pan-Americanism, Blaine's approach symbolized what the Republic wanted its relations with the rest of the region to look like: peaceful and orderly, respectful and prosperous, perhaps with the United States first among equals, but never violently dominating its neighbors. For many years, however, Blaine's vision would remain just that, a vision hanging enticingly on the horizon, guiding him and other statesmen but somehow never quite coming within their grasp. Swamped by exigencies and emergencies, Pan-Americanism would instead remain an ideal whose realization remained frustrated by the rising threat from Europe. Your Navy and Your Manners. On March 7, 1881, Blaine became President Garfield's Secretary of State in a world that seemed to be growing more and more dangerous. In the decade and a half following the Civil War, the United States had mostly enjoyed geopolitical peace and quiet as its great power rivals fixated on problems in Europe, above all Chancellor Otto von Bismarck's efforts to forge a powerful new German nation-state out of iron and blood. By the early 1880s, however, Germany had consolidated its rise, setting off a new and increasingly ominous struggle among Europe's great powers for control and preeminence. 5. For the most part, this competition did not take place directly on the continent. Instead, Europe's powers began using new industrial technologies to conquer, colonize, and administer areas of the world previously thought untouchable. The result was a second age of imperialism that rivaled even the first of Christopher Columbus and the conquistadors. Between 1870 and 1900, Great Britain, France, and Germany alone added over 9 million square miles to their imperial portfolios, an area more than double the size of Europe itself. Africa was sliced apart along with much of Asia and the Middle East, and even those few nations lucky enough to escape outright colonization often fell under tacit European control. By World War I, colonial powers would occupy or control a staggering 84.4% of the Earth's land mass. 6. Sinister enough on its own, Europe's colonial scramble alarmed Americans in particular because Latin America appeared to be next. Europe's great powers were investing in the hemisphere at unprecedented rates, and they could easily turn those economic stakes into political wedges, as they had so often done elsewhere. Great Britain was a recurring bogeyman. Suspicious American diplomats feared it might soon cash in on its enormous commercial influence. Germany, a latecomer to the game of empire, loomed as another avaricious power, and warnings abounded about its designs on the territories of Haiti, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and the Dominican Republic. Even Napoleon II's ghost returned to haunt the continent when a French company began digging a canal in Panama. Some days, it seemed like every diplomatic pouch that arrived at the State Department's door brought rumors of new European plots to invade the hemisphere. 7. On all sides of the political aisle, Americans sounded the alarm. Republican Representative John A. Kasson of Iowa, who would spend much of his career representing the United States in Europe, warned that covetous eyes are cast on outlying islands and continental coasts of Central and South America, a situation made all the more dangerous because the instability of the United States' neighbors has invited the acquisitive passions of several European governments. Samuel J. Tilden, the Democrats' presidential nominee in 1876, agreed. He wrote glumly that it is impossible to foresee, in the recent scramble of the European powers for the acquisition of colonies, how soon an occasion may arise for our putting in practice the Monroe Doctrine. 8. Europe's imperialist explosion would have frightened Americans less if they had felt prepared to meet it. But when they looked for reassurance to their military, especially their navy, they found it in a distressing state of neglect. In 1865, Americans had boasted one of the world's most formidable military machines. But peace brought demobilization, and Congress shrunk the 1 million man plus Civil War army down to a piddling 28,000 soldiers, most of whom deployed to the western plains to fight Native American tribes with Sheridan. Equally dramatic reductions occurred on the water, where Congress retired much of the Union's 700-ship navy. By 1870, only 200 ships remained, most obsolete or out of commission. 9. Over the next decade, the Navy continued to deteriorate. Policymakers had little time and less money to spend on naval affairs, and legend has it that one new Navy secretary, upon boarding a ship for the very first time, exclaimed, "I'll be blessed. Why, the darn thing's hollow." Both the country's navy and its commercial fleet reached dangerously depleted levels, and what few ships remained afloat could neither catch their probable targets nor outrun their probable pursuers. By the early 1880s, the Republic had fewer than 50 ships that could fire their guns safely, and even those vessels were packing popguns and peace-hooters compared to the artillery on European warships. 10. Critics took notice. In 1881, the Buffalo Daily Courier chastised the state of what is by courtesy called a navy. Others were less well-mannered. Civilians and military men alike disparaged the navy as useless rubbish, an alphabet of floating wash tubs, a heterogeneous collection of naval trash, an impotent parody of naval force, and even a sort of marine Falstaffian burlesque. Scarcely worth dignifying by the name of a fleet, the navy menaced itself more than any potential enemy. Even Oscar Wilde got in on the joke. When Virginia guessed that the Canterville Ghost might not enjoy visiting the United States because the nation lacked either ruins or curiosities, the Ghost was astounded. No ruins. No curiosities. You have your navy and your manners. 11. The aid of a common friend. Convinced that Europe's great powers were again gunning for the hemisphere, and that neither the Republic's navy nor its manners could stop them, Secretary Blaine came into office in 1881 ready to chart a new course. Safeguarding the region, however, was easier said than done, and Blaine worried that his predecessors' policies were not enough. Something new, something bolder, was needed, and Blaine thought he had the answer: Pan-Americanism, a two-part strategy in which the United States would first mediate and resolve the region's disputes, and then engineer close commercial relations that would eventually culminate in an exclusive hemispheric trading bloc. Secretary of State James G. Blaine, there has probably never been a man in our history upon whom so few people looked with indifference. He was born to be loved or hated. Even more than his predecessors, Blaine understood how weak neighbors threatened American security. He had been a freshman representative when Seward and Sheridan were battling Maximilian, and the close calls of those days had made a lasting impression. Blaine believed a foreign empire in Mexico would have been fatal to all that the United States cherished, and like Seward, he had instantly grasped how France's aggressions sprang from Mexico's weakness. Blaine observed later that our popular maxim, that in union there is strength, finds its counterpart in the equally manifest truth that, in division there is weakness. Even now, Blaine worried that such divisive weakness was hobbling Latin Americans in their efforts to beat back the tendencies which operate from without to influence internal affairs. 12. Unfortunately, the problem was only getting worse. Latin American states had mostly kept their hands to themselves during the previous decade, but that self-control was fast fading. By 1881, border disputes were brewing between Mexico and Guatemala, Costa Rica and Colombia, and Chile and Argentina, while only 2 years earlier, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru had begun the sanguinary War of the Pacific. 13. Blaine feared that any blood spilled in these fratricidal conflicts could touch off a European feeding frenzy. Civil wars in the region already made European interventions too easy, but interstate wars were even worse. By destabilizing multiple countries simultaneously, they could bring political anarchy and social disorder to the conquered, and evils scarcely less serious to the conqueror. Europe's powers could nose into the resulting power vacuums, including by acting as mediators and thereby gaining enhanced influence and numberless advantages. Even territorial disputes scared Blaine, for they risked the weaker state shopping around Europe for protection. Whatever the particulars, Blaine suspected that these various disputes would always lead to the same result, an unlimited increase of European and monarchical influence on this continent. 14. Blaine did not think this problem of order would be solved by either of his predecessors' approaches. One approach, annexation, had been epitomized by Secretary of State William Henry Seward. For Seward, territorial expansion had been more than a vanity project. It was a national security imperative that would cleanse the hemisphere of the nation's rivals while eliminating opportunities for their return. One of his greatest accomplishments, the purchase of Alaska from Russia, had expressly been framed in those terms, but his territorial wish list had also extended to the hemisphere's unruly independent nations. Consensual annexation, he had reasoned, would be a win-win, by rescuing his country's neighbors from chronic revolution and anarchy, as well as the foreign possession or control that often followed in its train. It would benefit both the region and the United States. 15. Seward and other annexationists, however, had never managed to win the rest of the nation over to their program. Partly, that was because national attention had remained focused, as Seward sadly observed, upon the domestic questions which have grown out of the late Civil War. It was also partly because racism had made and would continue to make annexation unpalatable. Congressmen could stomach incorporating Alaska because they mistakenly believed it was an empty icebox, but annexing tropical places and thus tropical people was a different story. In combination, these anti-expansionist currents had helped scuttle several of Seward's annexationist projects, as well as President Ulysses S. Grant's misguided attempt to annex the Dominican Republic. By the early 1870s, most observers had pronounced the annexationist project dead, and Blaine was not eager to resurrect it. In any event, annexationism didn't offer much of a solution to the sort of interstate conflicts now ripping through the region. 16. Seward's successors, Hamilton Fish and William M. Evarts, had championed a second approach to keeping Europe out of the hemisphere. Like Seward, they had eyed instability in the region with unease, recognizing the temptations that weakness could offer foreign great powers. But rather than annexation, they had hoped to remedy this instability through trade and investment. Early in his tenure, Fish had observed that Latin American states were often stuck in a vicious trap. Political instability sapped their economic growth, but without that economic growth, these states could never escape their political instability. Fish thought that the United States could interrupt this cycle of instability and help shift it into reverse by expanding commercial ties with the region. Properly encouraged, American capital and revenue would pour in, strengthening Latin America's governments, displacing rapacious Europeans, and stabilizing the region's politics and economies. That, in turn, would lead to closer commercial ties. On and on it would go, an ever-accelerating cycle of mutual stability and profitability. 17. Blaine, however, doubted that commercial ties alone could fix the problem of order that the hemisphere faced. Blaine appreciated the stabilizing effects of commerce, but he thought that Fish and Evarts had been putting the cart before the horse by waiting for those ties to develop naturally. Peace is essential to commerce, Blaine argued, and as long as the region remained politically divided, it would be idle to attempt the development and enlargement of our trade. Only once Latin America had resolved its conflicts and become a real community could the United States take the next step of weaving the regional trade relations that Blaine, Fish, and Evarts all desired. 18. Blaine accordingly devised a new approach to the region centered on Washington helping Latin America resolve its political conflicts. Nations, like individuals, often require the aid of a common friend to restore relations of amity, and he could imagine no better friend to all Latin America than the United States. It was thus natural, he thought, for his country to tender its amicable counsel. And by actively superintending its neighbors' quarrels, the United States could promote the regional unity that was so indispensable to keeping meddlesome Europeans out. 19. In the meantime, Blaine would take a harder line against Europe. Over the previous decade, the State Department had begun policing European movements in the hemisphere with newfound doggedness, but Blaine would take this scrutiny to the next level. He was especially alarmed by the French Canal Company digging away in Panama, and he was determined to reassert the Republic's rightful and long-established claim to priority on the American continent vis-a-vis Europe. Part of that reassertion would come in the form of prickly diplomatic circulars, but part of it would be grounded in military power. To that end, Blaine planned to scour the region for naval bases and coaling stations to be used in a program of hemispheric defense. 20. On one level, Blaine's new approach to American regional policy seemed modest, even boring. He was hardly the first to try reinforcing the Monroe Doctrine through diplomacy. But Blaine's vision rose above its specifics by reconceptualizing his country's role in a fundamental way. For decades, Americans had stayed aloof from regional politics. Blaine wanted to end that isolation and engineer a new American system with the United States as its beating political heart. Henceforth, the Republic would assume a leading role in hemispheric relations, not only passively relying on the region's natural suspicions of Europe, but actively cultivating Pan-American solidarity, not only binding the region's wounds, but managing and even restructuring its relationships from the ground up. 21. Blaine didn't have much time to implement this new strategy. On July 2, 1881, a disgruntled office seeker shot President Garfield in the Capitol's train station. On September 19, barely 6 months into office, Garfield succumbed to his injuries. 22. Garfield's death left Blaine's policies and career in shambles. Europe's powers had not yet encroached on the Americas, but the region was more disorderly than ever. In his first few months in office, Blaine had tried mediating some of the hemisphere's ongoing conflicts, but his efforts had proved unsuccessful. Worse, they had spawned rumors of corruption that ran all the way to the top. Such gossip was deadly for the department's diplomatic initiatives, and also for Blaine, whose political future depended on escaping the cries of sleaze that had persistently dogged his career. 23. Blaine submitted his resignation, knowing the new president, Chester A. Arthur, would want his own man in the job. Arthur graciously insisted that Blaine stay on until the new Congress met in December 1881, but Blaine's days were numbered and he knew it. He had only months to salvage his policies and his reputation. 24. His solution was characteristically bold and imaginative: a Pan-American peace conference. Blaine was already tiring of friendly intervention here and there. He wanted something more comprehensive. He decided the answer was to convene all the free states of the hemisphere, establish a formal system of arbitration, and thereby make future wars on the continent impossible. In so doing, the conference would erase the extremist danger Blaine saw confronting the political institutions, the peaceful progress, and the liberal civilization of all America. It was also the sort of daring gesture that could revive Blaine's reputation as a statesman. 25. Blaine did not have time to convene the conference himself, but he thought he could lock it into the agenda of the new administration. After convincing Arthur of the conference's merits, and with only a few weeks left on the job, Blaine ordered invitations sent to all the free capitals of the New World. 26. Blaine had served as Secretary of State for only 9.5 months, and for most of that time he was either incapacitated by Garfield's faltering health or a lame duck in Arthur's new administration. But in his limited tenure, Blaine had devised a coherent strategy to seal the hemisphere's most egregious fault lines, culminating in his plan for a Pan-American conference. Mistakes, as they say, had been made, but Blaine left office with a spring in his step, confident that time would prove the wisdom of his policies. 27. Snap and vitality. Blaine would be out of power for the next 7 years. During that time, his policies would be repeatedly reversed, ridiculed, and denounced. He would be pilloried in the press as Jingo Jim, investigated by congressional committees, and abandoned by members of his own party. Yet by the time he took back the State Department in 1889, he had been vindicated. In the interim, his successors had lurched backward, forward, and sideways, but overall they had followed the course he had marked out. Gone were the days when the United States would rely passively on natural commercial ties for protection. Given the rising threat from Europe, the Republic would instead take a more active role in shielding its neighbors from external interference. Blaine had counted on President Arthur's approval of the Pan-American Conference to defend him from criticism once he left office, but he underestimated the lengths to which his political opponents would go. Blaine's Republican rivals hated him almost as much as the Democrats, and his successor as secretary, Frederick T. Frelinghuysen, was no exception. The new secretary decided that much of Blaine's diplomacy was incurably blighted, and shortly after entering office he began pulling the plug on Blaine's hemispheric initiatives, including the Pan-American Conference. 28. At first, Blaine endured these reversals with what his wife called the patient dignity of perfect silence. Alas, neither patience nor silence were Blaine's strong suits, and he quickly abandoned both. Pro-Blaine newspapers began carrying a blitz of interviews and letters in which Blaine vigorously defended his policies. 29. Blaine justified his attempts to mediate regional conflicts using the logic of preemption. The United States cannot play between nations the part of dog in the manger, he warned. Our own government cannot take the ground that it will not offer friendly intervention to settle troubles between American countries, unless, at the same time, it freely concedes to European governments the right of such intervention, and thus consents to a practical destruction of the Monroe Doctrine. In effect, Blaine argued, Americans could stop Europe's great powers from inserting themselves into the hemisphere's disputes only by getting there first. 30. Few seemed persuaded by these arguments, and over the next several months, the Republican Party turned into a circular firing squad. In March 1882, the fight peaked when the Republican-controlled House Committee on Foreign Affairs launched an investigation into the allegations of corruption swirling around the State Department's diplomacy. Blaine was ostensibly outside the inquiry's scope, but everyone understood he was the true target. 31. Characteristically, Blaine met the challenge head-on, appearing in person before the committee to testify. Over 3 days, he ran circles around infuriated congressmen, turning the hearings into a circus of which he was the undisputed ringleader. You have not lost a tittle of your snap and vitality, one former senator congratulated him. In the end, the committee declared unhappily that it had found no evidence of wrongdoing by any officer of the United States. 32. For everyone but the Democrats, it had been a disastrous fight. Blaine had dodged all mortal blows, but the INTRA party fracas had left him dirted and smeared once again with allegations of corruption. Secretary of State Frelinghuysen and the rest of Arthur's administration had not fared much better, distancing themselves from Blaine's policies at the cost of party unity. By the time the dust settled, only one thing seemed certain: Blaine's policies were, like the man himself, politically radioactive. 33. For all their criticism, however, Frelinghuysen and Arthur would ultimately follow in Blaine's footsteps to a remarkable degree. Both saw a rising threat across the Atlantic, and both shared Blaine's commitment to combating it proactively. All that changed was the emphasis. Whereas Blaine had focused his energies on the first part of his hemispheric strategy, Frelinghuysen and Arthur chose to prioritize the second while strengthening the country's ultimate backstop, the U.S. Navy. 34. Frelinghuysen believed the Monroe Doctrine was premised on the common interests of the states of North and South America, and that those common interests sprang from unity of commercial interests. The key to excluding foreign political influence was correspondingly straightforward: the United States needed to bind the hemisphere together commercially. 35. Like Blaine, however, Frelinghuysen concluded that those commercial ties were not flowering quickly enough on their own. Frelinghuysen sought to accelerate the process by negotiating trade reciprocity treaties with 6 states and colonies around the Caribbean basin that would spur trade by mutually reducing tariffs. Frelinghuysen also persuaded Congress to fund a special commission on Latin American trade. At no time since the foundation of this government, Frelinghuysen told the commissioners, has there been a deeper conviction of the advisability of knitting closely the relations of the United States to the large family of independent nations which has grown up on the American continent. 36. Commercial carrots were well and good, but the administration wagered they would mean little if the United States could not also hold Europe at bay with a strong navy. Garfield had already begun reforming the fleet, but it was only under Arthur that the effort picked up steam. In 1883, Congress authorized the construction of the White Squadron, 3 steel-plated cruisers and 1 dispatch boat. It was a modest start, but it would become the nucleus around which the rest of the new Navy would grow over the next 2 decades. 37. In 1884, Blaine burst back onto the political scene when, after many previous failed attempts, he finally convinced the Republican Party to nominate him for president. 38. If Blaine was hoping for a substantive election season, he was to be disappointed. He and his opponent, Grover Cleveland, became mutual victims of one of the dirtiest campaigns in American electoral history. Blaine tried to highlight serious substantive issues, but few cared. Not for the last time, substance was sidelined by a public that craved sex and sleaze. Voters were less interested in Pan-American peace than in Blaine's alleged graft and Cleveland's child out of marriage. On election day, Blaine's fanatic personal following came up just short. Only 1,149 more votes in New York out of more than a million cast in the state would have made him president. 39. Cleveland's election did not bode well for Blaine's regional policies. Cleveland was the first Democrat-elected president in almost 3 decades, and there was little love lost between him and Republicans, especially Blaine. But as with Frelinghuysen's reversal of Blaine's policies, Cleveland's outward rejection of Republican orthodoxy masked an underlying continuity in vision and policies. 40. Nothing proved the point like trade. On entering office, Cleveland strangled Frelinghuysen's regional reciprocity treaties in the crib. But the new president did not oppose using trade ties to advance national security objectives. Instead, Cleveland opposed the high tariff wall that surrounded the entire American economy, and he wanted to blast the trumpet of free trade to bring it down Jericho style. The problem with Frelinghuysen's reciprocity treaties was not that they had gone too far, but that they had not gone far enough. Rather than the half measure of reciprocity covering a few goods with a few countries, Cleveland sought total reform. 41. Cleveland also continued building up the new Navy despite some initial doubts. By the end of his administration, Congress had appropriated the funding for an additional 30 ships, including 6 protected cruisers, 1 armored cruiser, and 2 second-class battleships. 42. Cleveland even grudgingly accepted the idea of a Pan-American conference. Ever since Blaine had proposed it in 1881, the idea had resonated with politicians of both parties. Even Frelinghuysen, who had cancelled invitations to the original conference, eventually changed his mind. Cleveland himself never got excited about the project, but he decided not to fight the rising tide when Congress passed a bill in 1888 calling for a conference. Cleveland signed the bill and sent out invitations in mid-July. 43. Blaine's Pan-American Conference would, almost 8 years after he had proposed it, finally happen. But the conference would not actually begin until late 1889, at which point Cleveland would already be out of office. It would instead fall to Benjamin Harrison's incoming Secretary of State to pilot the proceedings, and by a queer twist of fate, that secretary would be none other than Blaine himself. 44. We must win their confidence by deserving it. Much had changed in the previous 7+ years. Several regional conflicts had fizzled out, and in early 1889, the French company digging a canal in Panama had collapsed into bankruptcy. No longer did the hemisphere seem to teeter on the brink of a war of all against all as it had when Blaine was last in charge. 45. Yet the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Blaine was older and more patient, but no less committed to his hemispheric vision. He would use his second stint as Secretary of State to vindicate the central idea of his first, that to combat the rising European threat, Washington needed to restore order in the region through diplomacy and trade. The next 4 years would stand at once as a monument to his success in implementing that vision and a testament to its ultimate failure. President Benjamin Harrison had confided to Blaine before inauguration that he was especially interested in improving relations with Latin America, and that we must win their confidence by deserving it. At first, Harrison made good on that pronouncement by earnestly supporting Blaine's 2 biggest priorities, hosting the Pan American Conference and strengthening regional trade ties. 46. Since the Garfield days, the Pan American Conference's agenda had grown mightily to include not just political questions but also commercial affairs. For Blaine, though, the conference's heart remained what it had always been: establishing a regional system of arbitration, also that war could be banished from the hemisphere along with the resulting opportunities for European expansion. 47. Blaine was to be disappointed. The State Department successfully persuaded delegates from 17 Latin American countries to assemble in Washington in late 1889 for the first International Conference of American States. but the department had not quelled its neighbors' suspicions that, as the Mexican representative put it, Washington aimed to secure the political and commercial ascendancy of the United States on this continent. Blaine did his best to address these concerns through a friendly and conciliatory approach, but he was constantly confronted by strident opposition from several delegations. 48. Stirred by this resistance, the conference achieved little. The delegates established the International Union of American Republics, which would one day evolve into the Organization of American States, but for now only shared commercial information among its members. Otherwise, the conference watered down Blaine's grand visions and bold policies into the pulp of non-binding resolutions. 49. Few areas demonstrated the conference's failure more clearly than arbitration. Recalling Blaine's first term as secretary, some Latin American delegates expressed fears that Washington might use any arbitration treaty as an excuse to butt into their affairs. The conference accordingly produced only a report on arbitration, as well as a milquetoast treaty signed by 7 delegations, none of whose states would ever ratify it. 50. Only in retrospect would the irony become obvious. Latin Americans feared American primacy and thought they could resist it by diluting Blaine's conference to the point of irrelevance. But they failed to appreciate the security concerns driving his effort, and the fact that if those anxieties were not addressed by the region, the United States might reach for more unilateral measures next. Once the conference ended, Blaine turned to the second half of his regional strategy: stronger regional commercial relations. Blaine had originally wanted a regional customs union, but after the conference buried that proposal, he decided to negotiate a series of reciprocity agreements instead. 51. Following another vicious intra-party fight, Blaine persuaded a Republican Congress to grant the executive branch unilateral authority to impose duties on any country that refused to extend reciprocity to the United States. From Blaine's perspective, this arrangement was ideal because it allowed him to enact reciprocity agreements without needing to go to the temperamental Senate for approval. 52. Blaine parlayed his new authority into a blitz of bilateral trade negotiations. He signed his first reciprocity agreement with Brazil, hoping to use trade ties to support and stabilize the country's new democratic regime and thereby avert a rumored European plan to restore a recently deposed emperor. By early 1892, the State Department had also struck reciprocity agreements with Spain, the Dominican Republic, Great Britain, and 4 out of the 5 states of Central America. 53. For the moment, it was an impressive accomplishment. Blaine's predecessor Frelinghuysen had only ever managed to negotiate a handful of regional reciprocity treaties, only one of which was implemented. By contrast, Blaine had enacted 8 of them in a little over a year. 54. The danger to the United States. Signs that Blaine's successes and vision might not outlast him, however, began appearing even before he left office. In 1881, he had masterminded a regional strategy that some considered too spirited. A decade later, his strategy no longer seemed muscular enough. Blaine first departed from his pacifist principles in Haiti. In 1891, Haiti was in the midst of civil war, and rumors were rife that one side wanted to buy France's support by leasing it one of Haiti's harbors. Blaine sprang into action and backed the opposing faction. But when his favored side won and reneged on its promises to lease the harbor to the United States, Blaine sent gunboats to get what he was owed. Blaine was bluffing, and when Port-au-Prince refused to negotiate, Washington ignored the advice of its naval officers and refused to use force against the island. But the threat alone did not bode well for the resilience of Blaine's regional vision. 55. That vision took another hit in the aftermath of a civil war that broke out in Chile in January 1891. As always, Blaine was alert to the threat posed by instability. One administration mouthpiece warned that the danger to the United States in these crises arises from the disposition of Europeans to interfere. American diplomats watched the conflict with wary eyes but stayed neutral, even though they clearly sympathized with the losing side. 56. Chile's government had long mistrusted the Norte Americanos, and when the war ended, the new regime was doubly hostile to a country it believed had aided its recent enemies. American leaders, in turn, were equally antagonistic because they believed the victorious forces had enjoyed British backing. 57. On October 16, 1891, the powder keg exploded when a bar fight erupted in Valparaiso between Chileans and some uniformed sailors on shore leave from the USS Baltimore. By the end of the ensuing riot, 18 American sailors were injured, one mortally, another lay dead. Washington demanded answers and an apology, especially after its sailors reported being bayoneted by Chilean policemen. Santiago was defiant, and hot-headedness on both sides escalated the crisis to the verge of war. 58. Blaine urged conciliation and patience. But Harrison would not be mollified. Only after Chile, belatedly regaining its instinct for self-preservation, capitulated to the American president's demands, did Blaine steer the imbroglio to a peaceful conclusion. 59. Latin America could be a dangerous place, and Americans regularly met tragic ends there without dragging the United States to the brink of war. What made the Baltimore affair different was the implicit threat to the Monroe Doctrine. Only a month before the riot, the American minister had attributed much of the bitter feeling against the United States to the English element. Similar reports came from American naval officers. It was natural under these circumstances for the sailors' deaths to take on ominous undertones. Spurred by fears of foreign imperialism, the United States was becoming increasingly sensitive to perceived outrages against its flag. 60. The Baltimore affair augured ill for Blaine's regional strategy. Blaine had dedicated his 2 stints as secretary to spreading peace in the Western Hemisphere. If his approach had been working, perhaps Harrison would have been conciliatory. But as far as the administration could tell, Chile had instead taken another step into the European sphere of influence. Blaine's strategy had encountered its first direct challenge, and Harrison had dropped its core prescription without a second thought. 61. Perhaps the Baltimore affair would have unfolded differently had Blaine been operating at full capacity. But in the crucial first weeks of the crisis, he was recuperating away from the capital after a collapse. Even when he returned, Blaine was weak and worn out. Sometimes, he worked his ill health to his advantage. He broke up one belligerent cabinet meeting, for example, by feigning dizziness. But such ruses could not make up for the fact that Blaine was truly dying. 62. In May 1892, he suddenly left the room midway through a cabinet meeting. When the War Secretary followed him out, he discovered Blaine near collapse. 1 month later, the Secretary resigned his post. Some thought the timing suspicious. The Republican nominating convention would open 3 days later, and the quadrennial boom in Blaine's favor was again underway. But his enemies need not have worried. Blaine was done with politics. He would slowly waste away before finally dying in his bed on January 27, 1893. His 2 stints as Secretary of State had bookended the transitional period in American foreign policy, during which Washington had finally begun investing seriously in the Monroe Doctrine's defense. That investment took different forms in different places: militarily, in the new Navy; politically, in Pan-American cooperation, including mediation and regional arbitration; and economically, in a web of reciprocity treaties and hopes of a customs union. Not every aspect of that strategy found favor in every administration of the 1880s. But there was an enduring shift in the seriousness with which American leaders took the European threat, and Blaine led much of the initial charge. For all of his successes, however, and many were remarkable, Blaine never got his policies to stick. Some failed because of inept implementation. Others fell prey to domestic politics, like his reciprocity treaties, which Democrats killed in 1894 after reclaiming Congress. Still others were foiled by hemispheric politics coupled with Blaine's inability to reconcile the forces working against his vision of institutionalized Pan-Americanism. 64. Such obstacles, however, were particular to the moment, and in theory they could have been overcome by later statesmen. That they weren't speaks to what ultimately doomed Blaine's vision, the very momentum he had anticipated and exploited in 1881. Blaine's hemispheric vision decayed after his death, not because Blaine failed to persuade others of its merits. He was, after all, the magnetic man, but because it increasingly seemed obsolete. As Americans became convinced that Europe's great powers were turning the hemisphere into their latest hunting grounds, it seemed quaint to talk about arbitration or reciprocity, much as it had seemed quaint in 1881 to talk about naturally expanding commercial ties. Sidelined and increasingly ill, Blaine could not keep up with the mounting threat from Europe during his final months in office. He had been monitoring an escalating boundary dispute between Venezuela and Great Britain, and in late 1891, he wrote he would soon take an advanced and decisive step to support Caracas. But he never did. Blaine also worried about Hawaii, which he feared was tilting irrevocably into the orbit of foreign powers. Once again, however, he did little to resolve the issue. Both problems were instead slopped onto the plate of his successors, where they would explode into two of the defining crises of the 1890s and mark the start of a new and far more assertive phase of American regional policy. 65. 1. Chapter 3. All the Waste Places of the Earth. The First Venezuela Crisis, 1894 to 1895. Out of the South American jungle came a dire warning. For decades, Venezuela had found itself at odds with one of the British Empire's colonies over a small patch of wilderness near the mouth of the Orinoco River. Now the boundary dispute was reaching its boiling point, or at least so claimed a pamphlet that began circulating inside the United States in late 1894. British forces were marching into the disputed territory, the pamphlet reported breathlessly, and unless the United States forced Great Britain to arbitrate, the persistent aggressions of the stronger power would lead to the dismemberment of one of the Spanish-American republics. The Monroe Doctrine was once again under siege. 1. Such doom and gloom pamphlets were a fixture of fin de siècle political life in the United States, and at first glance there was little reason to believe that this one would break into the public consciousness. The pamphlet had a suitably provocative title: British Aggressions in Venezuela, or the Monroe Doctrine on Trial, but its pages wallowed in dry, technical arguments about the law of nations. Nor did British Aggressions have a particularly reputable author. William Lindsay Scruggs had until recently been a second-rate American diplomat. But he had met his downfall in Caracas after pressing some private citizens' claims against the Venezuelan government. Accused of stealing part of the resulting settlement, Scruggs had unwisely defended himself by explaining he had used the missing money to bribe the president of Venezuela. Flabbergasted, the State Department forced Scruggs's resignation in late 1892. But apparently the Venezuelans did not mind being bribed very much, for only a year later they signed up Scruggs as a propagandist. It was the hire of a lifetime. After publishing British Aggressions, Scruggs set to work explaining to politicians and the American public alike why they should care about this hitherto obscure dispute. By spring 1895, Scruggs had convinced officials at the highest levels of the American government that, as the subtitle of his pamphlet promised, the Monroe Doctrine was undergoing its ultimate trial. 3. Scruggs's propaganda, however, would end up being too successful for Venezuela's own good. It would not only trigger the most serious diplomatic crisis over the doctrine since Seward's time, but also provoke a newly assertive interpretation of American rights. Like the fisherman who sets too ambitious a bait, Venezuela would come to rue the day it hooked the United States. 4. The grab game. Scruggs and his pamphlet surfaced with impeccable timing. Europe's great powers had, after decades of jockeying, almost finished colonizing Africa. In the previous few years alone, Germany had settled the boundaries of Cameroon, France had established or organized colonies in Guinea, the Côte d'Ivoire, and the Dahomey, while starting to conquer Madagascar, and the British had occupied Matabeleland, proclaimed the East African Protectorate, and annexed Pondoland and British Bechuanaland into their Cape Colony. In Asia, the story was much the same. France, for example, had just turned Laos into a protectorate. 5. Strange and foreign as these developments must have seemed, Americans could not mistake their meaning, European colonialism was voracious, it was insatiable, and it was running low on rations in its half of the world. By the mid-1890s, Americans thus became convinced that their hemisphere was next on the menu, a crisis mentality that seemed amply confirmed by a streak of European interventions nearby. 6. One of the first warnings came from Brazil. In September 1893, Brazil's navy revolted and began blockading Rio de Janeiro. Rumors flew that the rebels intended to overthrow the fledgling republican government and restore a recently deposed monarchy. Soon, authoritative sources reported that Great Britain and Germany were secretly supplying the rebels. 7. In response, Washington dispatched the most powerful fleet it had ever assembled with orders to break the rebel blockade. When one of the rebel admirals decided to test the Americans' resolve by firing a blank shell over the bow of an American merchantman, the American Navy responded by sending a real shell within 6 feet of the rebel ship. The rebels backed down, and within a few weeks the rebellion was collapsing. 8. No sooner had the grateful Brazilian government begun erecting a monument to President Monroe, however, than his doctrine came under threat farther north. In early 1894, Nicaragua tried to assert control over an indigenous reservation within its borders that had long been a British protectorate. Great Britain and the United States raced warships to the scene, but the American vessel sank on its way there. The new navy was apparently still a work in progress and, after landing unopposed, British forces pushed the Nicaraguan troops back. Washington protested strongly, and in July it took the opportunity presented by a revolution to send another ship. This one made it successfully, and the United States kept the British at bay long enough for Nicaragua to successfully incorporate the reservation. 9. Great Britain, however, was not quite done. It demanded reparations for its consul's mistreatment during the incident. When Nicaragua refused to pay, British Marines seized and occupied the port of Corinto on April 27, 1895. 1 week later, Managua caved and settled the claim, and the British withdrew. 10. European gunboat diplomacy almost claimed another victim around the same time in the Dominican Republic. In February 1895, France sent a warship there to demand reparations for the death of a French citizen. A French attack was averted only when 3 American warships arrived, supposedly for gun practice. 11. Europe's attention then swiveled back south. In May 1895, armed clashes broke out between Brazil and French Guiana over more than 150,000 square miles of gold-filled territory. Only 2 months later, the British occupied Trinidad, a small island also claimed by Brazil. Both disputes would be settled peacefully, but at that moment, they seemed suspiciously similar to the kinds of pretextual incidents and provocations the great powers had long used to justify what one State Department official called the grab game. 12. Leery Americans blamed the wave of European incursions on many causes. Some thought the fault lay with the future Isthmian Canal, which one day would redirect trade routes through the Caribbean and was thus now attracting the attention of the great powers. Others argued that rising great power interest reflected a sort of colonial Lebensraum, Europeans were simply running out of other places to colonize. Finally, most Americans agreed that European interventions were stoked by the weakness of the United States' neighbors. In 1891, the Secretary of the Navy reported on Europe's systematic effort to take advantage of the disturbed conditions now prevailing in many of the smaller states. Left unchecked, he warned, Europe's aggressive energy would lead first to commercial supremacy and ultimately to territorial control. 13. Against this backdrop, Venezuela's dispute with Great Britain took on sinister meanings. Venezuela had struggled since independence to define its eastern border with the neighboring colony of British Guiana. Caracas desperately wanted to settle the dispute through arbitration, but from its perspective, London was refusing to compromise. Worse, British claims seemingly grew larger every year as British settlers flocked farther and farther into the jungle. When gold had been found in the disputed area, including, at 509 ounces, the largest nugget ever discovered, the dispute had turned even more intractable. 14. Caracas had little direct leverage over London, so Venezuelans had tried to convince the regional heavyweight, the United States, to champion their cause. But the United States, despite decades of interest, could not seem to get London to budge. Great Britain repeatedly said it was happy to arbitrate, but only if Venezuela conceded an unacceptably large portion of British claims up front. There the matter had rested until Scruggs came onto the scene. 15. The Venezuela-British Guyana border dispute. Peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must. Europe's streak of incursions convinced many Americans that it was past time to bare their teeth and leap to the hemisphere's defense. Secretary of State James Blaine had offered Pan-Americanism, in both its commercial and diplomatic flavors, as the solution to the problem of European imperialism. But many of his ideas had never bridged the gap between rhetoric and reality. Congress had been unable to get its act together and subsidize merchant shipping, reach a consensus on tariffs, or dig a Trans-Sismian Canal, and Latin Americans would not agree to a customs union or other forms of integration. Even if Blaine's vision had borne more fruit, however, it appeared powerless against Europe's colonialist juggernaut in the short term. 16. Confrontation of some sort seemed increasingly necessary, and the environment was ripe for firebrands, alarmists, and propagandists. Ex-diplomat and now Venezuelan propagandist Scruggs would take advantage, but he was not alone. Henry Cabot Lodge, the junior Republican senator from Massachusetts, was also deeply invested in the Monroe Doctrine's defense, and together the two men would send the nation's pulse racing. Lodge was the scion of one of Boston's first families. Like many Boston Brahmins, his blood ran a deep shade of crimson. Harvard for college, Harvard for law school, and Harvard again for a doctorate in history, one of the first three ever awarded in the country. Harvard, too, helped steer Lodge into politics in the early 1880s. 17. Campaigning among the unwashed masses was not lauded a Lodge's forte. He was, one friend remarked, unmitigated Boston heir to a centuries-old patrician tradition of high thinking, dauntless intolerance, bleak bad manners, suppression of feeling, tenacity in its stern beliefs. Among intimates, Lodge could be charming, witty, and well-read, but to outsiders he appeared cold, sarcastic, and judgmental. He also could not orate to save his life. He rasped in a high-pitched voice that reminded some listeners of bed sheets being torn. Even Lodge's personal appearance, his thin lips, dapper dress, trim Van Dyke beard, and tall, stiff-necked bearing bespoke his aristocratic origins. 18. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, he has a trick, even among his friends, of so putting things as to excite, when you do not agree with him, instinctive resentment. He gives stimulants when wiser practice would prefer sedatives. Despite these hindrances, Lodge was elected to the House in 1887 and then the Senate in 1893, where he would lead the Republican caucus for over 30 years. He owed his political success to his energy, family wealth, and single-mindedness, as well as to his friends, who were few in number but great in influence. Lodge also benefited from his serrated brilliance, which multiplied his enemies endlessly but also made him a force to be reckoned with. 19. One of Lodge's chief concerns as a politician was the pitiless nature of world politics. The tendency of modern times is toward consolidation, Lodge observed, and Europe's great powers were rapidly swallowing up not only all the waste places of the earth but also all that were weakly held. Colonialism per se did not bother him. After all, he boasted, we have a record of conquest, colonization, and territorial expansion unequaled by any people in the 19th century. But those days were mostly behind the rounded-out republic. Less so for Europe. In Lodge's eyes, the European land hunger which had led to the partition of Africa was not likely to be satisfied while anything else remained undevoured. And Latin America was particularly ripe for the eating. Europe surely found very tempting the region's many weak governments and almost endless quantities of rich and unoccupied land. 20. Lodge accordingly favored an extremely nationalistic but ultimately defensive foreign policy. In the short term, that meant modernizing the navy, aggressively combating European incursions, and expanding American influence over a handful of outposts necessary to guard the hemisphere. In the longer run, Lodge subscribed proudly to the benchmark principle that there is to be no more Europe in America. "I do not think anything in our foreign relations is so important," he declared, "as the absolute maintenance of the principle which excludes Europe from America." 21. Shortly after meeting Scruggs in early 1895, Lodge began raising the alarm about British aggressions in Venezuela. Once, Mexico had been the front line; now, Lodge argued, it was Venezuela's turn. If Great Britain took Venezuelan territory, there is nothing to prevent her taking the whole of Venezuela or any other South American state. If Great Britain can do this with impunity, France and Germany will do it also. Once the Venezuelan domino tumbled, the rest of the hemisphere would fall alongside it. Only one option remained, the senator insisted, a sequel to the French expulsion from Mexico. The supremacy of the Monroe Doctrine should be established, and at once, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must. 22. Scruggs added fuel to Lodge's public fire. Unlike Venezuela's other representatives in Washington, Scruggs was a creature of the American capital and knew his way around its inner sanctums. In January and February 1895, he masterminded the passage of a congressional resolution recommending arbitration of the dispute. He also arranged private meetings, ghost-wrote favorable speeches and reports, and even buttonholed the president twice. All the while, Scruggs continued to circulate his pamphlet far and wide, sending it to congressmen, cabinet members, state officials, public libraries, and newspapers and magazines across the country. In late April, Scruggs's campaign received a boost when the British occupied the Nicaraguan port of Corinto. Scruggs seized on the incident to fan American apprehensions, helpfully issuing a new edition of his now famous pamphlet. 23. It wasn't long before anxiety over the dispute reached fever pitch. For Lodge and other red-blooded Americans, however, recently re-elected President Grover Cleveland remained unaccountably missing in action. "Under the present administration our foreign policy has been everywhere a policy of retreat and surrender," thundered Lodge. Editorial pages nationwide agreed. 24. In June 1895, Lodge leveled an ultimatum. If Cleveland had not enforced the Monroe Doctrine by December, the new Congress would have to do it for him. 25. Words the equivalent of blows. Cleveland did not need much prompting. Even before Lodge's threats, the president already appreciated the dangers of British bullying, and he had decided to send a dispatch to London demanding that Great Britain arbitrate the dispute. 26. Cleveland asked his new Secretary of State, Richard Olney, to draft the text. Olney had joined the cabinet 2 years earlier as Attorney General. Superhuman amounts of energy and drive made him the wonder of lesser men, but also isolated him from his colleagues. "A cold sparkle, as of frost, not of fire, goes with Olney," reported one journalist. "He is clear, frigid, wintry, and has no sympathies." He was also imperious. Obstacles were not to be reasoned or negotiated with, they were to be crushed underfoot. Olney would resolve disputes equitably, but on his terms, after squeezing complete and unconditional surrender from his adversaries. 27. Secretary of State Richard Olney, a man gem, as I have said, no influence, corrodes, no fires melt, under all pressures, through all conditions, Olney is immutable. Olney had been reading up on the Venezuelan dispute even before becoming Secretary of State, and once the affair officially became part of his portfolio, he redoubled his efforts. He devoured Scruggs's pamphlet, decades worth of diplomatic correspondence, and every relevant State Department file. Slowly, the contours of a draft dispatch began to emerge. 28. Olney's studies convinced him that, as Lodge had said, Europe's great powers were once again on the prowl. Stopping this and future incursions would take more than an occasional diplomatic note from Washington. In English eyes the United States was, so completely a negligible quantity, Olney complained, that only words the equivalent of blows would be really effective. His draft grew sharper. 29. On July 2, Olney dropped the finished draft off at the Cape Cod estate where Cleveland was summering. He then retired nearby to anxiously await the president's review. 30. Cleveland's reaction arrived 5 days later. "I read your deliverance on Venezuelan affairs," the president told him. "It's the best thing of the kind I have ever read, and it leads to a conclusion that one cannot escape if he tries, that is, if there is anything of the Monroe Doctrine at all. Cleveland had some suggestions to make, I always have, but they were generally not of much account, just a little more softened verbiage here and there." For the next 2 weeks, the president and his triumphant secretary worked the details out. On July 20, 1895, the dispatch was ready, and Olney ordered it sent to the court of St. James. 31. Olney's dispatch would become known as the 20-inch gun, a reference to both its prodigious length and the force with which it hit London. 32. Olney started out gently enough. He summarized the dispute, highlighted the continuous growth of the undefined British claim, and contrasted Venezuela's interest in settling the boundary with Great Britain's steadfast refusal to do so. 33. Olney then came to the crux of the issue, the Monroe Doctrine. In 1823, President Monroe had declared Latin America off limits to Europe's scheming powers, and since then the doctrine had retained its great import to the safety and welfare of the United States. For good reason, Olney argued. Today, he rhapsodized, the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition. Such superiority did not come from the Republic's high character or wisdom and justice, much less any friendship or goodwill felt for it. Instead, Olney explained, the country was master of the situation and practically invulnerable only because of its infinite resources' isolated position. 34. Such blessed security depended on the Monroe Doctrine's continuing integrity. If the doctrine should crack, the struggle now going on for the acquisition of Africa might be transferred to South America, with a continent-wide partition as the ultimate result. How a greater calamity than this could overtake us, Olney brooded, is difficult to see. Our only real rivals in peace as well as enemies in war would be found located at our very doors, and in response Americans would need to arm themselves to the teeth, raise huge warlike establishments, and divert their energies away from productive pursuits. 35. Olney observed that Great Britain had insisted it meant no harm in Venezuela, but its promises were worth little. Americans still remembered bitterly how, during the Civil War, France had set up a monarchy in the adjoining state of Mexico. If Europe's powers had held important South American possessions to work from and to benefit, the temptation to destroy the predominance of the great republic in this hemisphere by furthering its dismemberment might have been irresistible. 36. So no, Olney boomed, Washington would not stand idly by as Europe crept into the Americas. It did not matter that Great Britain was allegedly appropriating Venezuelan territory by moving the border of an old colony rather than planting a new one. Either way, the British would be colonizing new acres, either way, they would be expanding political control. Olney did not know whether this land theft was actually occurring, but the Monroe Doctrine would be simply illusory if Washington could not find out. 37. Blaine had previously insisted that Europe not arbitrate border disputes among the region's republics. Now, Olney claimed, Europe could not unilaterally decide border disputes with the region's republics either. He therefore demanded that Great Britain submit its boundary dispute with Venezuela to international arbitration or else. 38. Olney and Cleveland hoped to receive the British response to this blunderbuss by early December 1895, when the President would send his annual message to the new Congress. But the days turned into weeks, the weeks into months. Meanwhile, the American press seethed. England never sleeps, never rests, the Atlanta Constitution groused. If we do not wake up very soon, England will have all of Central and South America under her control. In mid-October, reports surfaced that London wanted reparations from Venezuela for arresting British citizens in disputed territory. If Caracas did not pay up, the British threatened to collect payment through other means. What is the limit of tolerance, the New York Times cried. 39. Olney anxiously followed up with Whitehall twice and was assured he would get an answer in time for Cleveland's annual message. But early December came and went. On December 2, Cleveland lamely informed Congress that Great Britain's answer was still expected shortly. The next day, a chaplain led Congress in a rather pointed prayer, "Heavenly Father, let peace reign throughout our borders. Yet may we be quick to resent anything like an insult to this our nation." 40. Great Britain's response finally arrived a few days later. It turned out that Prime Minister Lord Salisbury had somehow miscalculated when Cleveland's message to Congress was due. But it hardly mattered, Salisbury's poor timing only heaped insult on top of injury. 41. Salisbury's response to Olney's message was a dismissive yawn. Sidestepping the Monroe Doctrine's validity, he denied its relevance to the Venezuelan dispute. Furthermore, he dismissed Olney's claim that Washington could force European states to arbitrate every regional border dispute. Such a prerogative came dangerously close in Salisbury's view to announcing a regional protectorate, which would impose upon the United States the duty of answering for the conduct of these states, and consequently the responsibility of controlling it. Since Washington had not taken that step, Salisbury thought it should butt out. 42. Cleveland and Olney were livid. Neither had expected a negative response, much less one so snide. Salisbury had, the president later complained, treated the Monroe Doctrine as a mere plaything. 43. On December 17, 1895, Cleveland fired back in a special message to Congress. Salisbury's response was deeply disappointing, the president revealed, and had tacitly rejected a doctrine essential to the integrity of our free institutions. Cleveland explained that while it is a grievous thing to contemplate the two great English-speaking peoples of the world as being otherwise than friendly competitors in the onward march of civilization, there was only one option left: Americans needed to send their own commission to those distant wilds to decide the true divisional line between Venezuela and Great Britain. Washington would then be obliged to defend that line by every means in its power. In making these recommendations, the president finished darkly, "I am fully alive to the responsibility incurred, and keenly realize all the consequences that may follow." 44. Everyone understood what Cleveland meant. For the first time in decades, the United States was threatening war over the Monroe Doctrine. Cleveland had expected his stand to resonate, but he could hardly have imagined just how fierce and wild the response would be. Congress pushed partisan rivalries aside and approved the funds for the president's proposed Boundary Commission unanimously and almost instantly. Lodge, until now the president's chief antagonist, applauded the universal determination to be entirely firm and sustain the president. One poll of state governors similarly showed that 26 of 28 endorsed Cleveland's stance unconditionally. On the eve of a presidential election year, Republicans were tripping over themselves to applaud a Democratic president. 45. Cleveland was also overwhelmed by public support. Letters and resolutions hailing the president's position poured in, and everyone from Civil War veterans to the Irish National Alliance offered their aid if war began. "Let but a drum tap be heard from the White House grounds," bellowed the Washington Post, "and the whole surface of the earth will bristle with moving regiments, the sheen of whose bayonets will pale the stars. Now, let perfidious Albion tremble and the Commission get to work. We rest upon our arms." 46. Pettifogging. Across the Atlantic, jaws dropped. Had the Americans lost their bloody minds? British diplomats were used to a little unkindness from their former colony, but this was ridiculous. Salisbury could not comprehend war over a dispute in which the United States had no apparent practical concern. The London Times likewise described the British mood as incredulous bewilderment. 47. Before the British could fully wrap their minds around Cleveland's threat, they were distracted by affairs elsewhere in their empire. On January 3, 1896, the German Kaiser publicly congratulated the President of the South African Republic for fending off a raid by British irregulars. By revealing German support for the Afrikaners, the Kaiser's telegram reinforced Great Britain's mounting sense of isolation. At a time when London felt at odds with most of Europe's great powers, it suddenly became imprudent to alienate the United States as well. 48. Conciliation was further hastened by rising dissent within the United States. Cleveland's special message had elicited almost uniform support at first, but second thoughts soon emerged from businessmen, academics, and the clergy. Arguments in favor of peace were further reinforced by a short-lived stock market crash 3 days after Cleveland's message. The ticker tape eloquently said all that needed to be said about the ties binding the two countries together. 49. Cleveland and Olney were annoyed at those cowardly Americans whose patriotism traverses exclusively the pocket nerve, but in truth neither man had ever thought war likely. Quarrelsome language aside, Cleveland had called for a fact-finding commission precisely to buy time for negotiations. 50. Olney opened back-channel talks with the British in January 1896 and, after finding them in a conciliatory mood, moved the negotiations to Washington. Olney did not enjoy painstaking diplomatic work very much, calling it a sort of pettifogging which accomplishes nothing. But he had a knack for it. Over the course of the year, Olney pummeled the British into capitulating to almost every American demand. 51. On November 12, 1896, Great Britain agreed to arbitrate the boundary line fully, though with a thumb on the scale for any areas with British settlements greater than 50 years old. Shortly thereafter, Venezuela accepted the terms as well. 52. In October 1899, the arbitral tribunal announced its decision. Venezuela would receive the mouth of the Orinoco River and 5,000 square miles in the interior, the rest was Great Britain's. Like all good compromises, it left both sides at a loss. Venezuela had received nowhere near its maximum claims, but Great Britain would surrender territory it had sworn never to arbitrate. 53. Few Americans even noticed by that point, however. They had long since won the only victory that mattered. They had invoked the Monroe Doctrine against the greatest of Europe's great powers, and that power had meekly, supinely, submissively backed down. 54. No just occasion for foreign interference. Some historians have taken the Venezuelan crisis as a barometer of rising jingoism in the United States. Certainly, there is no denying that the national conversation was often crudely chauvinistic, nor that Cleveland's message and Olney's 20-inch gun practically swaggered off the page. But was this the rhetoric of a proud and self-confident nation, or did it come instead from a place of deep insecurity? Lodge and other politicians were happy to toss red meat to their constituents, but the public's appetite sprang more from pangs of anxiety than any hunger for glory. Secretary Blaine's strategy of Pan-Americanism no longer seemed sufficient to keep Europe at an ocean's distance, and Scruggs's warning had handed Americans a concrete battlefield on which to face off against the intangible fears that had been haunting them for over a decade. 55. Jingo impulses also didn't move the administration. Olney later conceded that his dispatch's word choice had been of the bumptious order. But he defended that bombastic approach as the only way to blast Great Britain out of its smug stupor. On that count, he succeeded brilliantly. However clumsy and sophomoric Olney's dispatch, a dispute that had festered for decades was all but resolved in a year. 56. Cleveland was also no jingo. Shortly after he sent his special message to Congress, he wrote how he had known the Monroe Doctrine to be troublesome and that he was quite willing, if possible within the limits of inflexible duty, to escape its serious contemplation. But duty did not permit him that reprieve. And while he knew that his policy would be popular domestically, he was not a man who played to the crowds. First and foremost, he and his administration acted aggressively because they felt the safety of their country demanded it. If anything, Cleveland hoped to snuff out jingoism by removing its ultimate cause, European interventions in the hemisphere. 57. Surprisingly, one of the crisis's lasting effects would be a new warmth in Anglo-American relations. Cleveland and Olney's words had brought the two countries face to face with war, and neither liked what it saw. One British leader deplored a conflict with their American cousins as carrying the unnatural horror of a civil war. Such sentiments were common, and they reflected a growing cultural kinship as well as a changing strategic landscape. For too long, the United States had split the hemisphere with its former colonial master, a condominium destined for trouble. By backing down in Venezuela, the British had bugled the start of their retreat from the New World and opened the door to a lasting rapprochement. 58. Caracas, by contrast, was a victim of its own success. Once it lured the United States into the dispute, it was shut out of Olney's negotiations with London and lost all control of the crisis's resolution. More than Venezuelan vanity was wounded, Caracas believed that Olney had bargained away some of its best arguments. Indeed, Venezuelans were so incensed by the final agreement that their government, fearing revolution, ordered its citizens to turn in their arms. 59. Some of this ill will was avoidable. Olney could have looped Scruggs into negotiations while maintaining overall control, and he also could have toned down language in his original dispatch that was guaranteed to rub the United States' neighbors the wrong way. Olney foolishly never considered how blustering about the United States being practically sovereign on this continent might sound to the continent's other occupants. 60. Substantively, however, the Secretary of State had little choice but to insist on control over negotiations with Great Britain. Washington had gone to the brink of great power war on Venezuela's behalf, and it could not afford to let Caracas pull it over the edge. What a suggestion it is that the issues of peace or war between the two trustees of civilization, the US and Great Britain, should in any degree be made to depend upon the decision or conduct of such a menagerie as a Venezuelan government, the American ambassador in London told Cleveland snidely. For the US to place in the control of such a set of men the virtual control of peace and war with European powers would be simple madness. Condescension aside, he had a point. Since the United States would bear the brunt of any conflict, it needed to control which risks it was running, and that meant keeping Venezuela on a tight leash. 61. Sound as it was, that logic nonetheless pointed toward some uncomfortable broader truths. If Americans wanted to regulate the behavior of Europe's powers in the hemisphere, then they would need to regulate the behavior of their neighbors as well. And the more vigorously the Monroe Doctrine needed defense, the more vigorously the region itself would need to be managed. Otherwise, Washington would constantly be gambling on its unruly region, not provoking Europe's great powers beyond the limits of their tolerance. Several contemporaries started to see what all this might imply. One British journalist argued that Great Britain had, by agreeing to arbitrate the boundary dispute, essentially admitted the political hegemony of the United States in the two Americas. But in exchange the United States had assumed momentous responsibilities. By asserting a claim to be the general protector and arbiter of the American continent, it had made itself answerable for that continent's conduct and responsible for regulate the affairs of a whole quarter of the habitable globe. Such a feat, the journalist noted with equal parts awe and dread, had not been attempted since the Roman Empire. 62. Others also saw what was coming. Salisbury himself hinted in his dismissive response to Olney's dispatch that the United States could not simultaneously claim an interest in the whole hemisphere while also refusing to assume responsibility for the hemisphere's behavior. Now that the United States had successfully asserted its interest, the equation needed to be balanced. Some Americans agreed. An editorial in the Philadelphia Press suggested that having accepted the risk of war in defense, the United States is bound to see that the countries it protects and safeguards give no just occasion for foreign interference. 63. Olney himself spied many of the same unsettling implications flowing from his country's newfound belligerence. So even as his dispatch unveiled a new and far bolder Monroe Doctrine, the Secretary tried to install guardrails to limit its future abuse. The doctrine, he emphasized, does not establish any general protectorate by the United States over other American states. It does not relieve any American state from its obligations as fixed by international law nor prevent any European power directly interested from enforcing such obligations or from inflicting merited punishment for the breach of them. It does not contemplate any interference in the internal affairs of any American state or in the relations between it and other American states. It does not justify any attempt on our part to change the established form of government of any American state. Olney later maintained that, far from enlarging the Monroe Doctrine, the Cleveland administration had actually confined its application within narrower limits than had ever been fixed. 64. Olney's laundry list of what the Monroe Doctrine supposedly did not allow or do could easily be mistaken for a preview of the next 30 years of American foreign policy. That was no accident. Olney and Cleveland had adopted an attitude that would become all too familiar to later statesmen that, yes, the exigencies and emergencies of the current crisis might require an unprecedented step forward, but surely this step would be the last. By articulating the doctrine's limits, Olney and Cleveland thought they could set a ceiling on future administrations' belligerence. But when their efforts failed to solve the European problem, it was only natural that the ceiling turned into a floor, becoming the starting point for their successors. Soon the region would know exactly what it meant for the United States to be practically sovereign on its continent, its resources infinite and its fiat law. And one of the first nations to learn would be Hawaii. 1. Chapter 4. A jihad to which all the faithful must give heed. The annexation of Hawaii, 1893 to 1898. On Saturday morning, January 14, 1893, in the Blue Room of Iolani Palace, Queen Lydia Kamakaʻahātamini's Lili Uokalani informed her stunned cabinet that she planned to overthrow Hawaii's constitution. 1. Generous, dignified, and tenacious, Lili Uokalani cared deeply about her people. She had inherited the throne 2 years earlier from her brother, King David Kalakaua, along with a forcibly imposed bayonet constitution that had shackled the traditional prerogatives of the Hawaiian monarchy. Lili Uokalani now wanted her cabinet's help setting herself and her people free. 2. One of her flabbergasted ministers excused himself. He hurried downtown and burst into the Honolulu law office of his old schoolmate. "Lauren," he panted, "we've been having a hell of a time up at the palace." 3. Lauren A. Thurston was not a palace functionary, but he was no stranger to palace intrigue, either. The grandson of an American missionary family, Thurston was drawn to more worldly affairs like law and business. The profession that best suited him, however, was revolution. Shrewd and ruthless, the young firebrand had clashed with the Hawaiian monarchy repeatedly, and it was his bayonet constitution the Queen was now trying to replace. 4. Thurston had suspected Lili Uokalani might try something like this, and he was prepared, itching, even for one last showdown. He roused the dormant Honolulu Rifles, a paramilitary group whose bayonets had lent the current constitution its name, and activated a subterranean network of mostly white, rich allies across the island. By late afternoon, Thurston was ready to do what he did best. He fiercely denounced the Queen's behavior at a gathering of associates and, with dramatic flair, called for a Jacobinesque committee of safety to depose her, establish a provisional government, and apply to the United States for annexation. 5. On paper, the committee's chances seemed middling. It could count on a couple hundred self-armed volunteers. By contrast, the Queen commanded all government buildings, including the barracks and police station, along with 500 armed men, a dozen cannons, and 2 Gatling guns. If it came down to firepower, the Royalists were sure to win. 6. The Committee of Safety, however, had a secret weapon. As night fell, Thurston and 2 compatriots stole through the darkness to the door of John L. Stevens, the aging American minister to Hawaii. 7. If Stevens had done his job that evening, he would have expelled Thurston's party the second he realized what they were up to. Stevens was accredited to Lili Uokalani's government and not supposed to dabble in Hawaiian politics, much less commit outright treason. But Stevens had long since given up on Hawaii's monarchy, whose slow and venal disintegration was, in his eyes, allowing foreign powers to sink their teeth into the islands. On that night, he ignored diplomatic protocol and helped his guests plot their next move. 8. On Monday morning, January 16, citing general alarm and terror, the Committee of Safety formally asked Stevens to land soldiers from the nearby USS Boston. By late afternoon, 164 American sailors and Marines were rowing toward shore. 9. Ordered to remain neutral, the Boston's landing party had only one objective: to protect American property and persons if violence broke out. But Liliuokalani didn't know that Stevens had intentionally kept her in the dark, and she naturally assumed the worst about the force's purpose. With the odds seemingly mounting against her, the intimidated Queen did little to stop the gathering revolutionary storm. 10. Shortly after 2 p.m. the next day, Thurston's rebels struck. They first occupied the unguarded seat of the legislature and cabinet ministries. They then proclaimed the end of the monarchy and the start of a provisional government. Stevens precipitately recognized their regime by 4 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, Liliuokalani surrendered. In just under 4 hours, Thurston and his co-conspirators had snuffed out the historic Hawaiian kingdom. 11. Cleverly, though, Liliuokalani had chosen not to surrender to the new provisional government. She had instead formally capitulated to the superior force of the United States. Liliuokalani had thus yielded her authority only temporarily until such time as the government of the United States shall undo the action of its representative and reinstate me. 12. Liliuokalani's conditional surrender set off a race to the White House. On Thursday, Thurston left the islands aboard a chartered steamer, a delegation by his side and an offer of annexation in his hands. Close behind were the Queen's lawyers, ready to plead her case to the American people and their government. 13. On paper, Thurston's chances again seemed middling. It would be a major departure for the United States to annex Hawaii, one that ran counter to its Republican principles, its racial prejudices, and its tradition of near-exclusive continental expansion. Once again, however, Thurston had a secret weapon: the problem of order. Hawaii had long been valuable, vulnerable, and envied by foreign powers. Over the coming years, these three factors would become ever more salient as Hawaii's new, rickety government locked horns with a hostile great power. By 1897, most American policymakers had concluded that Thurston was right: if they wanted to prevent Hawaii from falling under foreign control, annexation was their only option. Key to the Pacific. Since the 1870s, the United States had found its Hawaiian policy shaped by three tightening constraints. First, Hawaii was strategically vital. Second, Hawaii was endangered, circled by avaricious powers sure to snap it up at the first opportunity. And third, Hawaii was internally divided, fractured along economic, political, and racial lines. Together, these three constraints had plunged the United States further and further into the island's tumultuous politics. Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan was not the first to explain why the United States couldn't allow a rival power to take control of the Hawaiian Islands, but as the world's preeminent naval strategist, he was certainly the most influential. 14. Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan, when he speaks, the millennium fades and the stern, severe, actual world appears. Mahan was born in 1840 on the grounds of West Point to one of the military school's most revered professors, but he decided to trade his father's land-loving ways for a career in the U.S. Navy. It proved a huge mistake. Smart, sensitive, and neurotic, Mahan learned he had a mortal fear of the ocean matched only by his boredom of sea duty's dead grind. 15. Sea duty did offer the second-rate sailor one advantage, though: the time to read, to write, and above all to study the worlds he was traveling through. Mahan was frightened by much of what he saw. All around us now is strife, he observed, everywhere nation is arrayed against nation. Europe's great powers were swarming over the rest of the world, and Mahan repeatedly witnessed how their struggles were drawing nearer to ourselves. His duties took him off Mexico's coast, as Sheridan fought his proxy war against Maximilian, across the isthmus, where a French company excavated a canal, and throughout Central and South America, where hovering imperial powers were attracted to the opportunities presented by wretchedly disturbed social conditions. 16. Mahan was initially repelled by Europe's muscular navalism. "I dread outlying colonies or interests," he avowed as late as 1884. "To me the very suspicion of an imperial policy is hateful, the mixing our politics with those of Latin republics especially. But these reservations did not survive Mahon's extended service in the region, which convinced him that only more forceful policies would resolve the threats posed by unsettled political conditions in areas of the hemisphere that were of great military or commercial importance. 17. Coincidentally, just as Mahan was brooding on these ideas in the obscurity and let-aloneness of the South American ports, he was invited to lecture on naval history and tactics at the newly established Naval War College. Jumping at the opportunity, Mahan shut himself away in the library of the English Club in Lima and began formulating a theory of sea power. 18. Mahan's theory was deceptively simple. States grow powerful off maritime trade, but that trade requires a strong navy to protect it. Only a strong navy can, by concentrating at the decisive point, defeat an enemy fleet and thereafter exert control over the sea. It followed that the United States should boost its commerce by excavating an Isthmian canal. It should also build a battleship navy and obtain any outlying positions necessary to defend either its home waters or the future canal. 19. Few of Mahan's ideas were original, but no one had organized, substantiated, and articulated them as forcefully and clearly. So when Mahan published The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783 in 1890, the tome felt both familiar and revolutionary. Domestically, his scholarship gave direction and purpose to his country's new navy just as it was steaming from the dockyards. Abroad, his works anointed the mild, middle-aged officer the high prophet of navalism. The London Times has been calling me Copernicus again, he beamed in 1894.20. One of Mahan's favorite subjects was Hawaii. Geographically speaking, Mahan observed, Hawaii was defined by its isolation. If one drew a circle around Honolulu with a radius of 2,200 miles, roughly the distance to San Francisco, that circle would sweep in approximately a twelfth of the globe's surface. Such a vast expanse would, anywhere else, encompass dozens of states, nations, and civilizations. But in the dark waters of the northern Pacific, Hawaii sits practically alone. 21. Geographical remoteness ensured geopolitical centrality in an age when merchantmen and navies alike depended on coal for fuel. Coal was the food of the ship, Mahan explained. Without it, the modern monsters of the deep die of inanition. Seeing as Hawaii was the only place to take on coal for thousands of miles, it had unique importance. It was the only gas station in the middle of a vast and empty desert. 22. Control of Hawaii thus offered control of the northern Pacific. Hawaii could be used as a base to attack enemy shipping or defend one's own. It could even become a launching pad for invasions. Once acquired by a great power, moreover, the islands could be made virtually impregnable. Any enemy would arrive at the islands exhausted and low on fuel, unprepared to face a fresh, well-maintained, and well-fueled fleet operating out of the inimitable Pearl Harbor. 23. National security did not require the United States to control Hawaii itself. As long as the Republic kept Hawaii from other powers, the West Coast would remain practically invulnerable. Shut out from the islands, Mahan calculated, an enemy is thrown back for supplies of fuel to distances of 3,500 or 4,000 miles, an impediment to sustained maritime operations well-nigh prohibitive. 24. Other experts largely concurred with Mahan's assessment of Hawaii's importance to American security. It may safely be said, one Commodore summed up, that on our globe there are no islands whose strategic position, with regard to the area commanded, equals that of Hawaii. 25. Hawaii's commanding position made it valuable to others too, and its history abounded with expressions of hostile foreign interest. At one time or another, Russian, French, German, and British agents had all seized the islands, in whole or in part, on behalf of the empires they represented. In the 1840s, Washington had responded to some of these scares by effectively extending the Monroe Doctrine to Hawaii. Great Britain and France subsequently renounced their territorial ambitions, at least publicly, but both nations quickly violated their pledges, and signs of British interest remained especially strong. One could not walk far down the streets of Honolulu in the 1880s and 1890s without seeing British diplomats huddling with the Hawaiian monarch's courtiers, storefronts hawking London's latest wares, or the Union Jack snapping in the wind over warships in the harbor. 26. Americans also worried about Hawaii because of red flags that were popping up in the seas around it. Years earlier, the United States had gotten tangled up in the Samoas, an island chain roughly 2,300 miles southwest of Hawaii. In 1885, Germany went on a sudden tear through the archipelago, landing troops, seizing territory, stoking rebellion, deposing native rulers, and generally making an imperialist nuisance of itself. Officials in Washington were shocked, and although they forced Berlin to back off, it took a war scare, years of pressure, and an eventual agreement to a three-way protectorate with Germany and Great Britain. Mahan thought the episode was eminently suggestive of European ambitions in places like Hawaii. 27. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge likewise agonized over the alarming rate at which great powers were pinching Pacific islands. He claimed in one Senate speech that Great Britain had already taken dozens, including the Gilbert, Ellis, Enderbury, and Union chains, along with the Kingman, Fanning, Washington, Palmyra, Christmas, Jarvis, Malden, Starbuck, Dudosat, Penryn, Vostok, Flint, and Caroline Islands. And that was just in 1888. A year later, Lodge observed, the British were right back at it, pocketing the Rui, Suwarrow, and Coral Islands. In 1891, London added only one island to its growing collection, but that annexation particularly concerned Lodge because Hawaii claimed the atoll too. No man is an island, but at the rate London was going, no man could have an island unless he happened to be British. 28. Lodge made a related point even more graphically. Midway through another speech, aides brought in an enormous world map peppered with dozens of bright red Maltese crosses. These, Lodge explained with a flourish, marked the locations of British naval stations. The crosses practically surrounded the United States, off its east and southern coasts lay 6 alone. Lodge walked his audience through 3 others, the Falkland Islands, Vancouver, and the Fiji Islands, and then gestured toward the great triangle they formed. In the center of that triangle, he announced, where I am now pointing, lie the islands. They are the key, the Pacific. Lodge noted with satisfaction that there was no red Maltese cross there yet. But he had no doubt the British wanted to rectify that oversight at the earliest opportunity. 29. Foreign threats might have unsettled Lodge, Mahan, and other American strategists less if Hawaii had been better prepared to meet them. But against the might of empires, the little island chain boasted neither an army nor a navy. It was, militarily speaking, defenseless. 30. Even worse, the Kingdom of Hawaii seemed to be disintegrating in real time. Since their discovery by Europeans in 1778, the Hawaiian Islands had become a convenient stopping point for whalers, merchants, and sailors plying the waters of the Pacific. Contact with the outside world and its diseases, however, had proved devastating for native Hawaiians. In 1778, they had numbered approximately 300,000, by 1820, roughly half had perished, and by 1890, there would be a scant 34,436 left. Not only did this demographic death spiral devastate Hawaii's society, economy, and culture, but it also threatened to extinguish the royal bloodline. And as the native Hawaiians' ranks continued to thin, the kingdom's ability to maintain its independence appeared ever more tenuous. 31. In the early 1870s, Secretary of State Hamilton Fish and other American policymakers began grappling with this mounting problem. Fish generally opposed closer political ties with the islands or, God forbid, annexation, but he worried that the United States might not have a choice. Hawaii was an outpost fronting and commanding the whole of our possessions on the Pacific Ocean, he brooded, and the kingdom's evident tendency to decay and dissolution force upon us the earnest consideration of its future, possibly its near future. 32. Sure enough, the situation came to a head in 1874. Hawaii's new ruler, King Kalakaua, visited the United States to lobby for a reciprocity treaty that would lift barriers to trade between the two countries, especially the American import tax on sugar, and thereby stabilize Hawaii's flagging economy. Economically, the treaty would benefit Hawaii far more than it would the United States. But Fish feared that if Washington did not take the deal, Kalakaua would try his luck in London next. Fish therefore agreed to economic reciprocity in exchange for the kingdom promising never to lease or otherwise alienate any part of its territory to other foreign powers. From Fish's perspective, the final arrangement seemed like a clear win for American national security. It would enrich Hawaii, alleviate its demographic stresses, tie it to its eastern neighbor, and keep it out of the grasp of foreign powers. 33. Far from stabilizing Hawaii, however, the treaty made it weaker and more vulnerable. The problem was not that reciprocity didn't work, but that it worked too well. Hawaii's sugar exports soared from 26 million pounds in 1876 to almost 331 million pounds in 1893, a nearly 1,300% jump in less than 20 years. Even as Hawaii prospered, however, the sugar boom saddled the island's already wobbly political order with three significant new stressors. 34. The first related to labor. Sugar production requires tremendous amounts of backbreaking work, and with the native population unable to fill the demand, Hawaii's sugar barons began importing tens of thousands of workers from Asia. But the influx of cheap foreign labor created new problems. It depressed the wages of local laborers, scrambled the island's demographics, and gave foreign powers a direct stake in Hawaiian affairs. 35. Capital problems worsened matters. Sugar production was incredibly capital intensive. Even a small plantation cost approximately $25,000, and a mid-sized one ran closer to $500,000. Native Hawaiians didn't have that kind of cash, but some foreigners, especially wealthy white Americans, did. So on the same day that news of the Reciprocity Treaty's passage arrived from the mainland, the first aspiring sugar mogul did too. By 1882, Hawaii was home to 38 new plantations. 36. On its own, that development need not have been destabilizing. Some reciprocity advocates had hoped for just such an infusion of American capital to stabilize Hawaii's economy. But the gains from Hawaii's increasing prosperity were not distributed evenly. Riches flowed to sugar planters and the small coterie of predominantly white lawyers, bankers, and traders who supported them, while native Hawaiians and immigrant laborers were left mostly empty-handed. 37. Sugar also aggravated a third problem: economic dependence. Small island chains will always struggle to maintain diversified and autarkic economies, but the sugar supernova turned Hawaii into a single-crop economy exporting to a single market. By 1895, sugar captured over 94% of Hawaii's total exports by value, and the United States bought a staggering 99.04% of the island's total exports. 38. Over time, these three stressors helped produce precisely the political dissolution that Fish and others so dreaded. Sugar divided islanders into two increasingly hostile camps: a small minority of wealthy whites who wanted greater political control, and an ever-dwindling majority of royalists, mostly native Hawaiians, who felt their culture and country slipping away from them. 39. Soon the two camps exploded into open conflict. In 1887, Lorrin Thurston organized a secret society, the Hawaiian League, to protect the white community and secure efficient, decent, and honest government. On June 30, the League unleashed its paramilitary arm, the Honolulu Rifles, and demanded that King Kalakaua sign a new constitution enfranchising white foreigners, curbing native Hawaiians' voting power, and reducing the monarch to a ceremonial figurehead. Fearing revolution, Kalakaua buckled after a tense few days and signed the Bayonet Constitution. 40. Little was resolved. Even though Thurston and his league had designed the Bayonet Constitution to entrench white rule, it mostly militarized island politics and further embittered their opponents, including future Queen Liliuokalani. Her brother Kalakaua kept pushing back against white control, and the new white-led cabinet fended off numerous plots and rebellions by angry native Hawaiians. It seemed to many like the Hawaiian kingdom was increasingly verging on civil war. 41. Time and tide. In early 1889, Secretary of State James G. Blaine tried to address the island's deteriorating situation with Henry A. P. Carter, Hawaii's energetic minister in Washington. Each man wanted something from the other. Carter had approached Blaine to ask for help making reciprocity permanent, as Honolulu had grown tired of the uncertainty caused by the treaty's term limits, while Blaine wanted to prevent Hawaii's turbulent politics from attracting unwanted foreign attention. Carter expertly stoked that fear, observing that reciprocity's end would alienate our feelings for the United States and possibly lead the islands to look for protection elsewhere. 42. Carter and Blaine accordingly struck a deal. The United States would extend complete and permanent reciprocity to the islands and even match any subsidies given to domestic sugar growers. Washington would also expressly guarantee Hawaii's independence. But in exchange, Hawaii would become an American protectorate. Washington could veto any treaty the kingdom wanted to sign, as well as land military forces whenever necessary to suppress domestic disturbances. Never before had Washington sought so much formal control over another state's internal affairs. 43. Some suspected that Blaine wanted to use the protectorate as a Trojan horse for annexation. But that got it exactly backward. Blaine did expect the native kingdom to crumble, and he wanted his country picking up the pieces when that happened. Rather than push for immediate annexation, however, Blaine sought to postpone the day of reckoning as long as safely possible. A protectorate would make it harder for anyone else to capture the Hawaiian flag, buying the islands time before Washington needed to grasp their falling colors. It was a bitter bargain for the kingdom, to be sure, independence at the cost of sovereignty. But a protectorate was nonetheless designed to extend independent Hawaii's lease on life. 44. For better or worse, though, Hawaii declined to ratify the treaty. It could not stomach a protectorate, not even for permanent reciprocity. 45. 1 year later, Hawaiians saw their fears about reciprocity's shaky footing borne out in spectacular fashion. In 1890, Congress eliminated duties on all sugar imports, rendering Hawaii's reciprocity deal worthless. Worse, Congress subsidized American sugar producers to the tune of 2 cents per pound, disadvantaging all foreign sugar, including Hawaii's. The result was economic disaster. Sugar prices nosedived 40%, wages dropped, unemployment surged, and Hawaii entered a depression. 46. Depression opened the door to revolution. Some sugar planters began seeing annexation as a way to access the American market permanently. More broadly, many whites concluded that Thurston was right, and that the monarchy could no longer provide the stable leadership they craved. 47. John L. Stevens, the American minister to Hawaii, was meanwhile growing increasingly concerned that foreign powers were fishing in these troubled waters. From his perch in Honolulu, the minister sent progressively more dire reports to Washington. He referred incessantly to powerful agencies, the ultra-English, and other foreign political interests, all plotting the embarrassment and injury of the United States. His paranoia echoed similar squawks from American naval commanders posted in the area. 48. Soon Stevens escalated his recommendations and declared that the island's feverish political situation had led him to see the light. Annexation must be the future remedy, he pleaded, or else Great Britain will be furnished with circumstances and opportunity to get a hold on these islands. He urged Washington to move quickly, for time and tide wait neither for men nor nations. 49. Stevens's warnings hit home. There is a good deal of mischief brewing in those islands, exclaimed Blaine. President Benjamin Harrison concurred, responding that he felt sure that American interests there are in jeopardy, but just how far we can go and what action we can take to thwart the schemes of those who are seeking to bring the islands under the control of European powers I do not yet see. 50. By mid-1891, Blaine had given up on his protectorate plan. He confided to Harrison that if the opportunity arose, he would endorse annexation. 51. That opportunity was closer than he imagined. Earlier that year, Kalakaua had passed away and his sister Liliuokalani had ascended to the throne. Stevens frantically reported a month later that the new queen had fallen under bad influences and possessed extreme notions of sovereign authority. It would not be long before she would act on those notions, and before Stevens would help Thurston's Committee of Safety overthrow her. 52. Queen Lydia Kamakaehadamini's Liliuokalani, I have pursued the path of peace and diplomatic discussion, and not that of internal strife. Not much of an annexationist. On February 3, 1893, Thurston and the other representatives of Hawaii's new provisional government arrived in Washington, ready to beg for annexation. Thurston's overthrow of Liliuokalani was complete, but his troubles with the United States were just beginning. 53. Stevens had far exceeded his official instructions when he had aided Thurston's revolution, and it was an open question whether his superiors would back him up. By his own admission, Harrison was not much of an annexationist, though he did make an exception for naval stations and points of influence. Harrison was also a lame duck president, with barely a month left in office. It would be rather unseemly for him to ram an annexation treaty through Congress in that time. 54. For Harrison, however, annexation was a no-brainer, largely because of the foreign dangers on the horizon. Like his predecessors, the president had previously promoted Hawaii's independence. But, as he later explained, that independence rested on two foundations: guarantees for the protection of life and property, and, even more critically, a stability and strength that gave adequate security against the domination of any other power. The revolution had cracked those foundations, and Harrison concluded that he needed to move fast before the ground gave way completely. 55. Secretary of State John W. Foster framed annexation in similar terms. Calling the situation very critical, he later wrote that if the islands did not soon become American territory, they would inevitably pass under the control of Great Britain or Japan. 56. On Valentine's Day, 1893, a treaty of annexation was signed, and the next day Harrison submitted it to the Senate in a sealed envelope. He promised in his accompanying message that Washington had not promoted the monarchy's overthrow in any way. Instead, Queen Liliuokalani had instituted a reactionary and revolutionary policy that endangered not only American interests but also foreign ones. Given her government's collapse, only two courses are now open: one, the establishment of a protectorate by the United States, and the other, annexation full and complete. He had chosen the latter, believing that annexation would better ensure that none of the other great powers shall secure the islands. 57. After receiving the president's message, the Senate solemnly cleared the public galleries, locked and barred the doors, and began debating the treaty. 58. For half a moment, the treaty seemed like a sure thing. But many senators, not privy to the dispatches from Honolulu, concluded that there were too many unanswered questions, too many ugly rumors, to rush into annexation. Slamming Harrison's hot haste and snapshot diplomacy, the New York World called for at least as much deliberation as is usually given to the hiring of a Harlem flat or the selection of a suit of clothes. Anti-annexationists also argued there was no imminent threat or need to hurry because in a deliberate attempt to avoid provoking American annexation, Great Britain had failed to object to the treaty. 59. Finally, in late February, President-elect Grover Cleveland made clear that he wanted the Senate to wait. Democrats dutifully thrust Harrison's annexation treaty into congressional limbo, leaving its fate to be decided by the incoming administration. 60. A virtual protectorate. No foreign policy problem would dog Cleveland's second term quite like Hawaii. One of the era's foremost anti-imperialists, the president trembled at the injustice of Liliuokalani's ouster. But while he could pause Hawaii's annexation, he could neither restore the Queen to power nor avoid supporting the men who had overthrown her. For all his outrage, Cleveland remained caught in a basic dilemma: Hawaii was too toxic to be embraced, but too important to be set free. Cleveland was not initially opposed to annexing Hawaii. He had fought for reciprocity during his first term, and he knew that Hawaii was effectively the last island standing after Europe's colonialist binge in the Pacific. But Cleveland also had a streak of gallantry, and his chivalrous soul rebelled at the possibility that American bayonets had pried Liliuokalani off her throne. 61. On entering office, the president accordingly cloaked Georgia Democrat James H. Blount with paramount authority and dispatched him to the islands to learn more about Liliuokalani's overthrow. In the meantime, the State Department met with the British, Japanese, and Russian representatives in Washington to ensure that their governments did not seize Hawaii in the interim. 62. In July 1893, Paramount Blount submitted the results of his investigation. It was not a happy story. Blount flayed Stevens for aiding the white revolutionaries and concluded that, but for American interference, Liliuokalani would still be queen. Blount also demolished the idea that most islanders wanted to join the Union. The undoubted sentiment of the people is for the Queen, against the provisional government and against annexation, he reported. Any fair vote, he estimated, would be at least 2-1 against annexation. 63. Scandalized, Cleveland immediately ruled annexation out of the question. But that was not enough. He determined that Liliuokalani's ouster was a substantial wrong in need of immediate repair, and he accordingly decided to restore the Queen to power through a comically idealistic plan. It required Hawaii's new leaders to voluntarily step down, but when the American minister asked them to do so, they naturally refused. They would respect Cleveland's decision to shelve annexation, they explained, though declining to regard it as the last word. As far as restoring the Queen, Hawaii's leaders were offended Cleveland would even ask. Demonstrating either a blinding lack of self-awareness or an appallingly black sense of humor, they scolded the United States for trying to interfere in our domestic affairs. Finally, to ensure the episode lost none of its surreal quality, the provisional government meanwhile began arming its supporters, sandbagging public buildings, and issuing shoot-to-kill orders just in case it needed to defend itself against an armed attack from the country it hoped would soon annex it. 64. Cleveland had little time to appreciate this debacle. Even as his restoration plan fizzled, newspapers crucified it. The sentiments which professors might apply in utopia, rebuked the New York World. They are not applicable to the affairs of nations. Out of ideas, options, and patience, Cleveland asked Congress for help. 65. Salvation can be found anywhere, but nowhere are the odds longer than the halls of Congress. Cleveland had second-guessed his predecessor's judgment when he repudiated Harrison's annexation treaty. By lobbing the Hawaiian ball back to Congress, he gave his Republican opponents a chance to hit back. They did not disappoint. Once, a spirit of bipartisanship had pervaded American policy toward Hawaii, but no more Cleveland's moralizing had killed it. Follow-on casualties included civility and truth, as both sides demonized their opponents and subordinated facts to factionalism in a no-holds-barred legislative melee. 66. Lodge was especially quick to reprise his role as Cleveland's greatest congressional antagonist. The president had concerned himself with myopic questions of morality, but to Lodge the main thing was Hawaii's unrivaled military and strategic importance. The Massachusetts senator had no desire to see this country enter on an unlimited career of acquisition of colonial possessions, which he dismissed as unnecessary and unprincipled. But he protested the administration's refusal to reinforce the necessary outworks of the citadel of our greatness here on this continent. 67. Just about the only common ground among the brawling legislators was that, whatever happened, no foreign power could be permitted to take the islands. By overwhelming margins, both the Senate and the House passed hands-off resolutions condemning foreign intervention. Cleveland meanwhile dispatched the USS Philadelphia with orders to sniff out attempts by any foreign power to interfere in the political affairs of the Hawaiian Islands. 68. Eventually, an uneasy truce emerged. Cleveland would neither annex Hawaii nor restore the Queen. Instead, he would uphold the status quo. Diplomatically, that meant recognizing the white revolutionaries' newly established Republic of Hawaii. Militarily, it meant stationing naval forces offshore and turning Hawaii into what the Philadelphia's flagship officer candidly called a virtual protectorate. 69. Cleveland's sense of justice, however, led him to try to break out of this box one last time. Hawaiian royalists had complained that the constant presence of American warships in Honolulu offered moral support to the white oligarchy. In response, the Cleveland administration withdrew the Philadelphia in mid-1894 without sending a substitute. Hawaii was, for the first time in a long time, on its own. 70. Sensing an opportunity, Hawaiian royalists launched a counter-revolution in January 1895. But details of the plot leaked, and after a short firefight on Waikiki Beach, the white oligarchy squelched the insurrection and imprisoned Queen Liliuokalani. 71. Cleveland had meanwhile rushed the Philadelphia back to the islands amid rumors of British involvement in the disorder. But the Philadelphia arrived a little too late to effect the counter-revolution, and much too late to save Cleveland from another round of congressional censure. Only days before the uprising, Lodge had predicted that the absence of American naval vessels in Hawaii would throw the door wide open to an attempt at a counter-revolution. Fully vindicated, Lodge led congressional forces in a spirited and now bipartisan wave of attacks on the administration. 72. Chastened by Congress and experience, the president finally learned his lesson. From here on out, the islands would remain under the close watch of at least one vessel of the U.S. Navy. 73. Cleveland had been given a choice: defend American security interests in the islands, or leave Hawaii alone to determine its own destiny. Cleveland had no interest in promoting annexation or extending American influence further. But because he, like his detractors, feared foreign control of the islands, he was forced to permanently station a warship there, even though doing so propped up a regime he despised. The least dangerous experiment. Cleveland's virtual protectorate might have worked indefinitely had the British Empire been the only perceived threat to Hawaii's independence. But a new threat was taking shape, and this time, it could not be sidestepped by shuffling warships around the Pacific. Japan was rising, and it increasingly seemed like the only way the United States could prevent Hawaii from falling into Tokyo's hands was by grabbing it first. 74. Japan had not figured much in early American debates over Hawaii because it seemed like a second-rank state, far more likely to be victimized by Europe's powers than to do any victimizing of its own. But by the 1890s, the balance of power had shifted. Japan had ruthlessly modernized, and in 1895, it clobbered China in the Sino-Japanese War. Despite its new great power stripes, however, Tokyo still felt it had more to prove, and it was particularly sensitive to slights against its honor. 75. Such slights came regularly from Little Hawaii, mainly over immigration. In 1886, Honolulu had sought to slake the sugar tycoon's insatiable labor demands by signing an immigration treaty with Tokyo. The treaty immediately had an effect. In 1884, a mere 116 Japanese had called Hawaii home. 6 years later, there were 12,360. Japanese immigration received another boost in 1894 when Tokyo privatized the flow of laborers, which went from a pre-approved, state-regulated stream to an uncontrolled and uncontrollable torrent. 76. Soon the problem's full scope became apparent. In 1896, Hawaii's sexennial census revealed that since 1890, the Japanese population had doubled to 24,407, out of a total island population of 109,020. The Japanese were now the second largest ethnic group on the islands, behind only the native Hawaiians, who continued their seemingly inexorable slide. But those figures, shocking as they were, understated the white oligarchy's predicament. The Japanese were now, bar none, the largest group of voting-age males, numbering approximately 18,000, compared to 13,000 native Hawaiians and only 8,000 whites. 77. Combined with Japan's touchy pride, this development had serious political implications. More and more, Tokyo was demanding the same voting rights for Japanese residents in Hawaii as for resident white foreigners. Granting suffrage to Japanese residents, however, was the one thing the white oligarchy would not do. If the Japanese received the right to vote, they would control the island's government. 78. Events reached the crisis point in early 1897 when Hawaii started turning away boatloads of prospective Japanese laborers who had not complied with its immigration laws. Honolulu anticipated pushback, but hell hath no fury like a great power scorned. Japan was incandescent at its nationals' shabby treatment, and in an uproar dispatched a man of war to the islands. 79. Just then, Washington was enduring its quadrennial changing of the guard. Republicans had enjoyed a banner election year, retaining Congress and retaking the White House. Now they had to decide what to do with all that new power. 80. Hawaii did not top the party's priority list. Republicans generally favored annexation, but there was no consensus, and their electoral platform had merely proclaimed that the United States should control, not annex, the islands. Economic issues had dominated the election. 1896 was the year of William Jennings Bryan, the populist revolt, and the Cross of Gold, and President-elect William McKinley came into office focused on bread and butter issues, including his favorite topic, tariff reform. He showed little interest in Hawaii and reassured one prominent anti-annexationist he was not scheming to get the islands. Chest swelling with emotion, the chief executive pledged, "You may be sure there will be no jingo nonsense under my administration." 81. Still, his administration was peppered with officials and advisors who were alive to the brewing crisis with Japan and favored annexation as the solution. Mahan, for one, warned a senior official in the Navy Department that a very real present danger of war hung over the islands. "Do nothing unrighteous," he counseled, "but as regards the problem, take them first and solve afterwards." 82. The administration accordingly took certain precautions. By late spring 1897, the Navy Department had stationed 4 warships in Hawaii and begun drawing up 2 separate war plans against Japan. McKinley also instructed the Assistant Secretary of State to secretly draft a treaty of annexation. Since the treaty was for emergency purposes only, the President told no one else about it, not the public, not Hawaii's representatives, not even his own Secretary of State. 83. On the morning of May 5, 1897, Japan's answer to Hawaii's impertinence arrived. From Honolulu's waterfront, one could see the hulking, 300-foot silhouette of the Naniwa steaming slowly through the harbor's emerald water. The Naniwa was a warship, and not just any warship. It was the pride of the Japanese Imperial Navy, a veteran of the recent Sino-Japanese War, its hull still scarred by pockmarks from Chinese shells. By dispatching one of the most powerful ships in its fleet, Tokyo had sent the Republic of Hawaii an unmistakable message. This was not a courtesy call. 84. On board, the Naniwa carried a letter protesting Hawaii's rejection of Japanese immigrants. But that was not all. Even though the dispute was supposedly about only the spurned laborers, Tokyo also demanded that Hawaii vindicate a bevy of rights for Japanese residents already on the islands, including the right to vote. 85. Hawaii's leaders refused. Such intransigence in turn enraged Shimamura Hisashi, the Japanese minister. When a local paper asked him to comment, Shimamura spat on the Hawaiian response. "My government tells me to get a reasonable excuse for the action taken. I cannot find it in this," he stormed, waving the Hawaiian reply. Barring some agreement, the only tribunal for such disputes was the strong arm and the strong vessels. "If I withdraw," Shimamura added darkly, "you know what follows." 86. What was about to happen seemed obvious to anyone schooled in the fine art of gunboat diplomacy. Hawaii, not wanting to lose face and confident in its own righteousness, would ignore Shimamura's threat. Japan, rebuffed, would break off diplomatic relations, train the Naniwa's 10-inch guns on downtown Honolulu, and give the government one last chance to surrender. When Hawaii stayed stubborn as it likely would, the Naniwa would open fire. 87. Washington could stomach that outcome elsewhere, but not in Hawaii, and not at Japan's hands. If the United States stayed out of it, the defenseless islands could hold out for a few hours at most. Best case, Tokyo would exact voting rights for its subjects from the prostrate Hawaiian government. Worst case, Japan's attack would incite its thousands of subjects to rise up and seize power. Either way, the result would be Japanese domination. 88. Good options seemed scarce. Washington would get nowhere asking the proud Republic of Hawaii to fold. Regardless, conceding would just expand Japan's influence and whet its appetite. Conversely, if Washington intervened, it would run the risk of war, in which Japan would initially have the upper hand. 89. Signing a treaty of annexation offered a possible way out. It would send a clear warning to Japan without directly challenging its honor. McKinley had previously been unsure about annexation, but it now struck him like the least dangerous experiment. On June 16, 1897, shortly after being sprung on Hawaii's surprised representatives, a treaty of annexation was signed and submitted to the Senate. 90. Secret orders were meanwhile cabled to the American flagship in Honolulu. Watch carefully the situation, they instructed. If Japanese openly resort to force, such as military occupation or the seizure of public buildings, confer with minister and authorities, land a suitable force, and announce officially provisional assumption of protectorate. Everyone knew that if it came to that, war was probably inevitable. 91. Japan's diplomats were also considering military action. Japan's minister to Washington, Hoshi Toru, secretly cabled Tokyo the day after the treaty's signature with a startling recommendation. The only way for Japan to stop American annexation, Hoshi urged, was to immediately launch a surprise attack on Hawaii. 92. If Tokyo had accepted Hoshi's recommendation, it would have meant war. American forces in Hawaii had standing instructions to land and declare a protectorate in the face of a Japanese assault. In the resulting confusion, it is hard to imagine that the soldiers of the two nations, one with orders to attack Hawaii, the other with orders to defend it, would not have exchanged fire. Japanese leaders, however, balked at Hoshi's recommendation. Despite sharing his outrage, Tokyo wanted Hoshi to protest annexation using as strong a language as is permissible but without running the risk of war. The date, which would live in infamy, was postponed for another 44 years and 5 months. 93. Japan's protest nevertheless unnerved Washington. Tokyo had not objected to annexation in 1893, and its newfound complaint underscored how dangerous the situation had grown. In response, Washington affirmed its earlier orders, put its naval forces on high alert, and sent warships scouting for strategic locations to seize if war broke out. The administration then signaled its resolve by leaking its military preparations. 94. Such moves had their intended effect. Tokyo de-escalated the immigration crisis and in mid-September recalled the Naniwa. In December, Tokyo withdrew its protest against the annexation treaty altogether, hoping that it would instead perish in that traditional graveyard of treaties, the U.S. Senate. 95. Since his hand had been unexpectedly forced, McKinley had not laid any groundwork for the annexation treaty in the Senate. Congress was still plumbing the eternally engrossing mysteries of the nation's tariff schedule, and it couldn't realistically take Hawaii up until it reconvened in December 1897.96. For the administration, however, there was no going back. If annexation were not consummated, and soon its deterrent value would vanish, leaving the islands more exposed than before. One senator gave the islands as little as 10 weeks in that scenario. Every day the United States waited, it risked violence breaking out, jeopardizing foreign interests and inviting foreign intervention. One commentator likened Hawaii to a derelict flying a flag of distress in mid-ocean, its white-led minority government liable to overthrow at any time from internal causes, or from dangerous complications growing out of the preponderance of aliens. 97. Even Japan's waning assertiveness did not change things much. McKinley had defused the immediate crisis but believed that matters are still in a very dangerous position. Hawaii remained home to at least 25,000 thoroughly disenfranchised Japanese subjects, and Japan was still doubtless awaiting her opportunity. Even though the powder had stayed dry so far, Hawaiian independence could not last much longer in the middle of that combustible mix. 98. So despite his earlier indifference, McKinley threw himself into the annexationist cause over the fall and winter of 1897. Upon learning that a certain senator might not support annexation, the president became distraught. "Well, I don't know what I shall do. We cannot let those islands go to Japan. Japan has her eye on them. Her people are crowding in there. If something be not done, there will be before long another revolution, and Japan will get control." Behind the scenes, Lodge, Mahan, and others worked to stress the same danger to anyone who would listen. 99. Originally, the administration had hoped to push the treaty through the Senate. But securing the necessary two-thirds vote there proved challenging, and when events in Cuba sent the nation hurtling toward war with Spain, McKinley decided on an alternative course, annexation by joint resolution, which would require only a majority of both houses of Congress. 100. On June 15, 1898, the House passed a joint resolution annexing Hawaii, 209-91. On July 6, the Senate followed suit, 42-21. McKinley signed it into law the following day. 101. The Cry of the Strong. On August 12, 1898, in front of the ornate and imposing facade of the former Queen's Palace, the United States annexed the Hawaiian Islands. For the occasion, the Navy Department landed 4 companies of infantry and 2 sections of artillery, over 300 Marines and bluejackets in total. They were met at the wharf by a Hawaiian National Guard escort, and together the crisply attired troops marched through the palm-lined streets to the central square where the ceremony would take place. 102. It was a simple affair, with little show or even decoration beyond some red, white, and blue bunting wrapped around a dais. A prayer, some speeches, and then it was time. The Hawaiian band struck up Hawaii Pono'i, the national anthem composed by Liliuokalani's brother, as the Hawaiian flag was hauled down. 15 seconds after high noon, the flag of the United States replaced it. Now the Star-Spangled Banner was playing. Mixed in with the music were thunderclaps from the harbor, where a 21-gun salute reminded onlookers of the 2 American warships anchored nearby. 103. Liliuokalani was absent. So, for that matter, was almost every other native Hawaiian. Some, including band members and the National Guard, had been forced to attend. But even the conscripts could not be made to smile, or to lift teary eyes when the stars and stripes were raised. Clad in black, Liliuokalani's niece grieved to a reporter. "It was bad enough to lose the throne, but infinitely worse to have the flag go down. I would have given anything I possessed to have prevented it." 104. On the Senate floor, Senator Richard F. Pettigrew of South Dakota had excoriated those who dared defend Hawaii's annexation with the slogan "Manifest Destiny." He knew better. "Manifest destiny has been the murderer of men," he sputtered. "It has committed more crimes, done more to oppress and wrong the inhabitants of the world than any other attribute to which mankind has fallen heir." The truth seemed obvious. Manifest destiny is simply the cry of the strong in justification of their plunder of the weak. 105. Senator Samuel D. McHenry of Louisiana was more concise. He simply denounced Hawaii's annexation as a piece of unblushing larceny. 106. So it was, at least from the perspective of most native Hawaiians. Well before the final vote, they submitted a 556-page petition opposing annexation. It had collected an incredible 21,269 signatures, over half the total native population, in just 6 months. 107. What happened? Where were the United States' vaunted principles, its hatred of colonies and colonizers, its commitment to sovereignty and self-determination, when they mattered most? Since 1898, the story of how the islands were annexed has evolved from a triumph to a tragedy, and from a tragedy to a crime. Hawaii had been stolen, and it was easy, even natural, to attribute felonious intent to those who had taken it. Soon the conspirators were uncovered: American imperialists, the expansionists of 1898, with an assist from advance men like Blaine and Harrison. Capping a premeditated plan stretching back decades, these architects of empire allegedly exploited a burst of jingoism during the Spanish-American War to annex the islands for glory, or for greed, or for white supremacy, or maybe just for an especially nice naval harbor. 108. The truth is more complex. To start, Lily Uokalani's overthrow was not the result of a conspiracy hatched in Washington. Stevens actively aided the white revolutionaries, but there is little evidence he was directed to do so by Blaine or Harrison. Rather, Stevens acted out of a genuine belief that the islands were drifting into the hands of foreign powers. That same concern drove Harrison to sign a treaty of annexation, Cleveland to establish a virtual protectorate, and McKinley to finally take possession. 109. Central to the policies of all three administrations was the problem of order. Hawaii was too weak to keep great powers out, but too important to be allowed to fall under their sway. It was a problem born of Hawaii's demographic decline, but it quickly metastasized into the island's economy, society, and politics, especially under the stimulant of reciprocity. As Hawaii's condition deteriorated, Washington waged a losing battle to keep the islands afloat, first through warnings and trade, then through warships and protectorates. 110. By 1898, annexation appeared to many policymakers as not just the best solution but the only one. If demographics were destiny, then Hawaii was destined to be a Japanese colony. Tokyo had made clear it would defend its growing interests there, and the islands had already gone through several near misses. Many Americans believed, as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee concluded, that the United States must act now. Citing Mahan extensively, the committee spelled out the chief reason for annexation: to secure a vantage ground for the protection of what the United States already owns. It is not primarily to secure new territory, promote shipping, and increase commerce, but as a measure of precaution to prevent the acquisition by a foreign power of an acknowledged military stronghold. Put differently, annexation was only incidental to the policy of exclusion, an unavoidable byproduct of what the Monroe Doctrine demanded. And when the Monroe Doctrine is preached, observed one British newspaper tartly, it is a jihad to which all the faithful must give heed. 111. Other options seemed futile. The alternative bandied about by anti-annexationists continuing Cleveland's virtual protectorate appeared ineffective and dangerous. A protectorate could not protect the islands against internal influences, and it would impose, as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee observed, responsibility without power to control. For a case in point, Americans needed to look no further than the serious complications with Japan that had arisen out of Hawaiian immigration policies in mid-1897. 112. Given the seeming lack of alternatives, it is unsurprising that native Hawaiians' protests didn't bulk large in the minds of annexationists. Some annexationists claimed that native Hawaiians favored annexation, though whether anyone really believed that is doubtful. Other annexationists simply did not care. Native Hawaiians were brown, the regime was white, and that was all they needed to know. Still others discounted native opinion because caring about it seemed myopic. After all, the native islanders were going extinct, tragic as that was. But the most powerful argument for ignoring native opinion was simply that it did not matter in light of the Japanese threat. It is no longer a question of whether Hawaii shall be controlled by the native Hawaiian or by some foreign people, assessed the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The question is, what foreign people shall control Hawaii? 113. For most Americans, the answer was obvious, and it was sufficiently compelling to broaden the annexationist coalition to many who saw themselves as stark opponents of imperialism in all its shades. Democratic Representative Francis G. Newlands of Nevada, for example, introduced the joint resolution that ultimately annexed Hawaii, even as he blasted the thought of annexing the Philippines during the Spanish-American War. The Philippines mean conquest, Hawaii means defense, he explained. Can we permit, through the action of existing internal forces, to drift under the control of Japan. 114. Senator Hoare had a similar story. He would emerge as a leading anti-imperialist, the Republican who boldly subordinated party to principle. Yet he, too, supported Hawaii's annexation. In an emotional speech, Hoare confessed it was the hardest issue he had encountered in almost half a century of public service. He had hesitated and doubted and considered and reconsidered. But he ultimately concluded that if we do not prevent it, Hawaii would fall prey to Japan. 115. In the end, what separated annexationists from their opponents was less principle than perception and partisanship. Hoare observed near the end of the Senate debate that not a single anti-annexationist had actually questioned the need to keep Hawaii out of foreign hands. All that distinguished the two sides was whether they thought that objective required annexation, an assessment that reflected threat perceptions filtered through a partisan lens. 116. If the Japanese threat had not arisen, the United States would likely have annexed the islands at some point anyway. Hawaii was simply too important, too weak, and too imperiled to be left alone forever. But the threat from Tokyo moved the timetable up, and the United States took the islands so Japan could not. Of course, most annexationists favored taking the islands for a variety of non-defensive reasons too. But though the verdict can never be conclusive, there are important hints in the record that other motives were relatively less important to the final result than the perceived threat from Japan and other great powers. For example, Hawaii's annexation is often wrongly conflated with the frenzy of the Spanish-American War. But McKinley had all the votes for annexation by joint resolution long before the war ever broke out, and he had not pursued that option only to avoid an intra-party fight with the powerful, anti-annexationist Republican Speaker of the House. The Spanish-American War provided a convenient narrative in favor of annexation, but it did not ultimately affect the outcome either way. 117. Nor was Hawaii taken primarily to boost American commerce. By 1898, Hawaii had tied its economy so closely to the mainland that annexation offered few new commercial opportunities. Americans also did not need to own Hawaii to promote their trade with East Asia, as the islands already extended every conceivable privilege to American merchants crossing the Pacific. From a commercial standpoint, the sole benefit to annexing Hawaii was defensive to protect against some other power using the islands to interfere with American trade in the future. 118. Racism also played a counterintuitive role in Hawaii's annexation. It certainly contributed to annexation insofar as white American policymakers sympathized more with pro-annexationist whites on the island than anti-annexationist native Hawaiians. It likely also helped annexationists exaggerate the extent of the island's demographic decline, though that problem was real enough. Finally, annexationists also made the Japanese threat more salient by drawing on the racist Yellow Peril narrative. On balance, however, racism hindered Hawaii's annexation. Few white Americans wanted to welcome so many non-whites into the Union, and anti-annexationists preyed on those prejudices relentlessly. They dismissed Hawaii as a country of dusky ex-cannibals and denigrated its vibrant ethnic mix as this variegated agglomeration of the fag ends of humanity. "How can we endure our shame," wailed one representative, "when a Chinese senator from Hawaii shall rise from his curule chair and in pidgin English proceed to chop logic with George Frisbee Hoare or Henry Cabot Lodge? O tempora! O mores!" 119. Finally, the United States did not annex Hawaii to build a naval base. American strategists had admittedly hankered after Pearl Harbor for years and even acquired rights to use it in 1887. Once annexation occurred, they finally had their chance to build a permanent facility and nothing happened. Congress mostly sat on its hands until 1908, at which point it belatedly authorized the construction of a station. It beggars belief that the United States annexed the islands to build a naval base but then waited another decade to authorize it. Owning the harbor mattered, to be sure, but mostly to keep other powers from bagging it. 120. Since the Civil War, the United States had faced relatively few hard choices between its principles and its sense of security. Both imperatives had required booting the French out of Mexico in 1865, and both had supported Washington's efforts to strengthen the hemisphere through trade and diplomacy. But as Eurasia's great powers loomed ever larger, the decisions had become harder, the trade-offs more vivid. In Hawaii, for the first time, the United States had confronted a clear choice between its principles and its security. Not for the last time, it had subordinated the former to the latter. Some saw it as a one-off decision rooted in Hawaii's unique strategic importance. Mahan was ultimately correct, unrighteous or not. Hawaii's annexation safeguarded the Republic's rise by pushing back its defensive perimeter and clinching command of the Northern Pacific. Partly as a result, Americans would not face serious threats from Asia for many years. When they finally did, control of the islands helped spare the mainland from attack and allowed the United States to punch back hard and fast. It is impossible to know exactly how World War II would have gone absent Hawaii's annexation, but the United States would surely have spent far more blood and treasure. Over 12,000 service members lost their lives taking Okinawa. One can only guess how many more would have died storming the shores of Oahu. 121. Elsewhere, Washington still held fast to its principles despite its neighbors' volatility. So when Haitians floated the possibility of an American protectorate in 1897 in response to a German intervention, the McKinley administration was aghast. Obviously out of the question, it harumphed a violation of the Republic's true policies, which had never contemplated either colonial dependence or protectorates over our neighbors. 122. By 1900, however, the United States would also annex the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam, to name only the most prominent territories seized. That colonizing frenzy would be short-lived, but its involvement in the internal affairs of other states would not. Over the next 2 decades, the United States would start intervening left and right across the hemisphere in an increasingly bloody attempt to stabilize and strengthen its neighbors once and for all. 1. Part 2. Great Power. Chapter 5. The Conquest of the United States by Spain. The Spanish-American War and Aftermath, 1898 to 1902. On the eve of the 20th century, the United States had nearly everything it needed to be a great power. Since the Civil War, it had quadrupled the size of its economy, increased its exports of crude materials and food by more than 2,400%, and multiplied its exports of manufactured goods by almost 1,300%. It was simultaneously the world's breadbasket, workshop, and research lab. Demographically, too, the nation was surging. In just 2 decades, its population had jumped by 50% to almost 75 million, second only to Russia. By 1898, the country even had a halfway decent navy. Observing the trend lines, steel baron Andrew Carnegie rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. The old nations of the earth creep on at a snail's pace, he scoffed. The Republic thunders past with the rush of the Express. One thing was still missing, however. In the hazy world of international politics, it is nearly impossible for states to judge each other's strength and mettle merely on paper. Great powers are thus almost always forged in the crucible of war. 2. So it was with the United States. In 1898, Americans went to war with Spain to liberate Cuba, stunning not only European observers but also themselves with the speed, scope, and scale of their victory. By consensus, the Republic had suddenly become the newest member of the Great Power Club. 3. Somewhere along the way, however, Americans overshot the target. They had launched a war against Old World cruelty and colonialism that ended, to the surprise of many, with the United States acquiring colonies and protectorates of its own. Critics could not understand how or why their nation had pucked up its ancient soul at the first touch of temptation, entering upon a mad career of empire in distant seas. But though the United States had undoubtedly opened a new chapter in its foreign policy, it was still the same old story. Equally sure of its virtues and others' vices, the Republic had once again expanded its influence abroad in order to preempt other great powers from expanding theirs. and while the results backfired just enough to make further territorial extension nearly impossible, the war's aftermath also represented a turning point for the Western Hemisphere. Henceforth, the United States would be stabilizing its backyard with new, far more invasive instruments. 4. Pure Act. On October 27, 1858, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. was born into a well-to-do family but an unwell body. He suffered from crippling attacks of asthma, many so bad they threatened to kill him. Some of Roosevelt's earliest memories were, as a very small person, waking up in bed, frantically gasping for breath. In those moments, when the darkness itself seemed to be suffocating him, relief would arrive in the strong arms of his father. The elder Roosevelt would grab little TD and pace the room with him, his hold firm, his footsteps steady, calming the heaving child until his gasps had slowed to a gentle wheezing. 5. Every cure was attempted, from bitter coffee to nicotine poisoning. But TD continued to struggle with life's most basic process. Eventually Roosevelt's father realized what was needed. "Theodore, you have the mind but you have not the body, and without the help of the body the mind cannot go as far as it should. You must make your body." The 11-year-old looked up, pondered his father's advice, and then bared the large teeth that would one day become famous. "I'll make my body," TD swore. 6. Roosevelt kept that promise, starting a strenuous program of bars, swings, and weights that quickly evolved into feats of rowing, riding, and mountaineering. After 2 boys of rougher antecedents manhandled him on a stagecoach, the youngster extended his physical regimen to the martial arts. He would not be a foreordained and predestined victim if he could help it. So when a physician warned him at age 21 that he had a weak heart and the choice of either a sedentary lifestyle or an early grave, Roosevelt responded the only way he knew how: "Doctor, I'm going to do all the things you tell me not to do. If I've got to live the sort of life you have described, I don't care how short it is." He scaled the Matterhorn the next year. Nothing, not even his own body, was going to stand in Roosevelt's way. 7. Growing up, Roosevelt had loved studying the natural world. He had converted his childhood homes into witches' cauldrons, filling them to the brim with writhing bats, frogs, and snakes, all to the chagrin of the domestic staff. But in college he found himself drawn away from science and toward the even more spellbinding world of politics. After graduating from Harvard, Roosevelt began a double life. Unenthusiastic law student by day, he spent his nights pressing flesh in the grubby confines of Morton Hall, the headquarters of New York's 21st District Republican Association. Something about the dandified Ivy Leaguer grabbed the attention of local party leaders, and shortly after his 23rd birthday, Roosevelt was elected to the state assembly. 8. Going into professional politics was risky. Roosevelt had wealth, his family name, limitless energy, and a near photographic memory. But he did not exactly look the part. Even to his friends he appeared a bundle of eccentricities, pairing pompous fashion sense with oversized teeth, goofy spectacles, and strange mannerisms. He was not much of an orator, either. Like a broken carburetor, he stuttered, sputtered, and emitted what his mother unkindly called a sharp, ungreased squeak. Furthermore, Roosevelt labored under the distinct political disadvantage of being principled. 9. Each of those weaknesses, however, was repurposed to his ultimate advantage. New Yorkers had tired of Tammany Hall's graft, allowing Roosevelt to make his political bones as a reformer. Central to that project was the press, and Roosevelt learned in Albany how to woo journalists with his colorful personality and natural combativeness. Roosevelt also refined his oratorical oddities until he became a distinctive and sought-after stump speaker. 10. 2 decades later, Roosevelt reminisced about how he rose like a rocket blasting off from state assemblyman and flying through the Civil Service Commission before finally landing in the New York City Police Commission. All the while he cranked out a series of well-received books and articles. No subject was too obscure to escape his scrutiny, and he sounded off on naval history, ranching, political biography, big game hunting, municipal corruption, and the Australian ballad. His social circle widened, and he became intimate with power players like Alfred Thayer Mahan. "I have had rather too much of dinners lately," he complained to his sister in 1895 after overeating himself at a perfect string of them. "Still, I have enjoyed them greatly, for here I meet just the people I care to. It is so pleasant to deal with big interests, and big men." 11. Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt, he shouts at the top of his voice, and wanders all over creation. His forte is his push. He lacks the serenity of discussion. No one better typified the age of Edison and Tesla. "Roosevelt was a many-sided man," reported one friend, "and every side was like an electric battery." Another described how he bombards you with ever-flowing electrons of his energy, setting your nerves tingling and skin aglow. Henry Adams observed that more than anyone else, Roosevelt demonstrated that singular primitive quality that belongs to ultimate matter, the quality that medieval theology assigned to God. Roosevelt, he explained, was pure Act 12. Of all the big men Roosevelt befriended, none became as close as Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. The two were brought together by James G. Blaine, whose doomed 1884 presidential campaign forced the young reformers to choose between their party and strict fidelity to their reformist principles. Both chose to support Blaine, but the decision cost them socially. Ostracized by the communities they had once called home, they found solace in each other. 13. Everyone agreed they made an odd couple, Roosevelt with his boisterous, childlike energy, Lodge with his cold, aristocratic bearing. Theodore. If you knew how ridiculous you look on top of that tree, you would come down at once, the senator once pled as his 200-pound friend tried to traverse a creek via forest canopy. Different temperaments aside, though, the two saw the world similarly enough to form one of the most tight-knit friendships in American political history. 14. One of their common interests was reforming the U.S. Navy, and by 1896 their passion for the subject had earned them a reputation as those jingling jingos. Roosevelt, however, wanted to do more than jingle. He envied his friend's perch in the Senate and wanted a comparable opportunity to advocate for bigger and better battleships. Lodge soon found it. He traveled at the close of the year to Canton, Ohio, where he and others begged President-elect William McKinley to appoint Roosevelt his Assistant Secretary of the Navy. 15. There was just one problem. "I want peace," the President-elect advised, "and I am told that your friend Theodore is always getting into rows with everybody." McKinley also feared, reasonably enough, that Roosevelt might barge into office with preconceived plans which he would wish to drive through the moment he got in. Lodge promised, none too convincingly, that McKinley need not give himself the slightest uneasiness on that score. Roosevelt, too, pledged to be on his best behavior. 16. On April 6, 1897, months of carefully directed pressure bore fruit. After learning of his appointment, Roosevelt telegraphed Lodge the fateful and happy news: "Sinbad has evidently landed the Old Man of the Sea." 17. Blessed be the torch. During the Civil War, when Roosevelt was still just a little shaver, his mother had spoken endlessly about ships, and fighting of ships, till they sank into the depths of my soul. As Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Roosevelt wanted to make those stories come alive again, this time in Cuba. 18. Cuba had long held a special place in the heart of every Spaniard, both for its riches and for its steadfast loyalty during the Latin American independence movements of the 1810s and 1820s. But by mid-century, the ever-faithful isle was reconsidering its allegiances, and it finally revolted in 1868. Spain extinguished the rebellion after 10 long years, but little was resolved. Too many revolutionaries remained unrepentant and at large, including poet José Martí and General Máximo Gómez. While Madrid exhausted itself smothering other smaller rebellions over the next 2 decades, these leaders prepared one final push for independence. 20. Conditions were favorable by 1895. The island was floundering through an economic depression inadvertently caused, as in Hawaii, by American tariff policies. Cuba had reoriented its sugar industry north in response to the free sugar policies of the 1890 McKinley Tariff Act. When the act was repealed 4 years later, it sent Cuba's economy into a tailspin. Martí had meanwhile organized the Cuban émigré community into a tight-knit revolutionary network. With Cuba ripe for rebellion, he decided it was time to strike point 21. In early 1895, the Cuban War of Independence began. Martí was killed shortly after returning to the island, but the war continued under Gómez's leadership. Point 22. Gómez planned to exhaust Spain until it retired from the island. To do that, the rebel armies needed to destroy Cuba's economy. Gómez's motto was accordingly simple: "Blessed be the torch." Cuba's revolutionaries burned and slashed their way across the length of the island, leaving it a smoking hellscape. Gómez also attacked Spanish troops, though he quipped that he had largely delegated their destruction to his 3 best generals. June, July, and August, the rainy season, when yellow fever rampaged through Spanish ranks. Point 23. Cuba's revolutionaries did not generally want American intervention. Once the United States is in Cuba, Martí had wondered, who will get it out? Instead, the revolutionaries sought American funds, supplies, and recognition, forming a junta in New York to head the effort. As the war took off, the junta publicized the Cuban cause, churning out rolls of pro-independence material that was then spoon-fed to newspapers across the country. The junta also worked the back rooms of Washington until Cuba Libre was on every politician's tongue. Point 24. Cuban efforts to win American sympathy were further stoked by Spanish brutality. In early 1896, General Valeriano Weyler y Nicolau took command of Spain's faltering war effort. Weyler herded Cuba's peasants into concentration camps, where at least a third of them died from starvation and disease. He then ordered the destruction of Cuba's countryside. American newspapers condemned Weyler's reconcentrative policy, dubbed him a human hyena, and called for action. Blood on the roadsides, blood in the fields, blood on the doorsteps, blood, 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 screeched the New York World. Is there no nation wise enough, brave enough, and strong enough to restore peace in this blood-smitten land? 25. Spanish atrocities were particularly galling because the Spanish seemed like outsiders. It was one thing for Latin Americans to suffer under their own rulers, but it seemed dangerously passé for the Old World to be their tormentor. Gómez played on this intuition, arguing to President Grover Cleveland that the Monroe Doctrine could not possibly protect American territory and at the same time surrender its unarmed inhabitants to the cruelty of a ferocious and despotic European power. Congressman Roger Q. Mills of Texas went further. The Monroe Doctrine, he argued, had prevented other powers from rescuing the Cubans. Americans therefore had a moral responsibility to act. "We stand guard over Spain," Mills commented bitterly, "as she tears Cuba limb from limb, while the victim is crying to us to deliver her from the jaws of the monster." 26. By 1897 Cuba was trapped in a gory stalemate. Gómez ran most of the countryside, Weyler controlled the main cities, and Cubans suffered regardless of where they found themselves. Spain could not win, the rebels would sooner destroy the island than surrender. But they still had a long fight ahead of them. Without a navy, they could not stop Spanish reinforcements; without artillery, they could not seize Cuba's cities. Point 27. To Americans, the situation appeared unsustainable. Something had to be done. Shortly after becoming Assistant Navy Secretary, Roosevelt decided the United States should intervene in Cuba. He condemned the conflict's unspeakable horror, degradation, and misery. He also thought that any war would be good for Americans. "The trouble with our nation," he noted sourly, "is that we incline to fall into mere animal sloth and ease, and tend to venture too little instead of too much." In his eyes, bashing Spain's head in would be just the sort of character-building exercise the nation needed. "No triumph of peace," he trilled, "is quite so great as the supreme triumphs of war." 28. Even more important, though, were the strategic implications of intervention. Roosevelt had entered office swearing up and down that he had no preconceived policy of any kind, but that was far from true. "I should myself like to shape our foreign policy," he confessed to a friend, "with the purpose ultimately of driving off this continent every European power." Given that paramount objective, he told another, he would take every opportunity to oust each European power in turn. 29. Cuba seemed like the logical place to start. It was the hemisphere's last major European possession, and besides Hawaii, it loomed in April 1897 as the most foreboding cloud on the strategic horizon. Clearing the island of Spain would not only advance Roosevelt's paramount goal of freeing America from European dominion, but it would also head off bigger trouble. Spain was too addled to threaten the United States itself, but its very weakness unsettled Roosevelt. If Madrid could not beat back a handful of machete-waving revolutionaries, how could it stop some strong European power from supplanting it on the island? "Until we definitely turn Spain out," Roosevelt argued, "we will always be menaced by trouble there." 30. Others shared these concerns. Former Secretary of State Richard Olney had worried that if Spain could not prevail, it would put Cuba on the market for sale to the highest bidder. Lodge, too, fretted that Spain might turn Cuba over to another power, and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee likewise warned darkly that conditions there menaced the United States by making European intervention possible. 31. Few policymakers had any designs on the island itself. Roosevelt opposed a land-grabbing war, and he revealed to his sister that he was a quietly rampant Cuba Libre man. Like Lodge and others, Roosevelt suspected that Cubans would botch the job of self-government, but like them he wanted to give Cubans a shot at independence anyway. Above all, he most emphatically opposed forcible annexation. 32. This means war. Secretary of the Navy John D. Long was, in Roosevelt's estimation, a perfect deer. He was also no match for his willful subordinate. The secretary much preferred gardening in New England and writing books of poetry to managing his department. That suited his assistant secretary just fine. 33. Over the summer of 1897, Roosevelt gently shooed his boss away from the heat of Washington to the cool purgatory of rural Massachusetts. Once Long was planted wrist-deep in soil, Roosevelt became, as he gleefully announced, the acting hot-weather secretary. "At last. This time I am in sole command, and your request goes through," he chirped to one correspondent. "I am having immense fun running the Navy," he warbled to another. He manically sent orders left and right to help get the department shipshape for the war he prayed was coming. Long was content to let him work, knowing that the younger man's drive would generally steer the Navy in the right direction. 34. Even as Roosevelt prepared the Navy for war, however, the supreme triumphs he dreamed of seemed ever more distant. Early in August 1897, an anarchist assassinated the arch-conservative Spanish Prime Minister. Madrid's new government offered Washington serious concessions in Cuba, including the recall of General Weyler, the end of the reconcentrative policy, and the start of a new autonomy program. McKinley duly asked Congress that December to give Spain time to implement its reforms. 35. 1 month was all it took to shatter the president's illusions. On January 12, 1898, Weyler's sympathizers rioted in Havana against Spain's new autonomy program. No American was hurt, but the rampage shook the administration's confidence in Madrid's ability to implement its promised reforms. Soon Madrid's willingness also came into question. On February 9, William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal published a stolen letter in which the Spanish ambassador privately called McKinley weak, a would-be politician. But the real bombshell detonated 5 paragraphs later, when the ambassador advised Madrid to adopt certain policies only for effect. Trust in Spanish sincerity was irreparably damaged. 36. One last-time bomb was still ticking away. Early in the new year, McKinley had learned of a large German war fleet roaming the Caribbean. Fearful that the Kaiser might exploit Spain's troubles, the president dispatched a battleship to keep an eye on things in Havana harbor. Not everyone approved. One advisor compared it to waving a match in an oil well for fun, but things seemed to be going well enough right up until 9:40 p.m. on February 15. At that moment, an explosion snapped the spine of the USS Maine, killed 266 men, and ripped apart what remained of the president's peace policy. 37. "This means war," exclaimed Hearst, and he was right. "Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain," roared a pugnacious press, public, and Congress, especially after a naval commission blamed the disaster on a mine. Returning to his favorite theme, Roosevelt demanded the full measure of atonement, which can only come by driving the Spaniard from the New World. One priest overstepped ecclesiastical boundaries and vowed to personally make Spanish the prevailing language of hell. 38. More sober voices, too, joined the call for war. Senator Redfield Proctor of Vermont had gone to Cuba, he told his colleagues, convinced that the picture had been overdrawn. He returned to paint horrors beyond human imagination. His first-hand account of the humanitarian disaster converted many others who had thus far distrusted the jingoism of the yellow press. 39. McKinley was despondent. He could not sleep and jumped at every sound. "I have been through one war, I have seen the dead piled up," the veteran of Antietam's battlefields insisted. "I do not want to see another." Leaving one White House reception, McKinley sank into a crimson brocade sofa and began sobbing uncontrollably. Secretary Long agonized about the weariness and nervous strain overloading his chief. "He has been robbed of sleep, overworked," Long recorded in his diary. He had never seen the president more oppressed and careworn. 40. Long was also feeling the pressure, not least because his excitable assistant secretary wouldn't shut up about the coming war. One Friday afternoon, Long left Roosevelt in charge with strict instructions to manage only the routine of the office. Long then visited his osteopath, who plopped the tired secretary into an electric massage chair that gently vibrated his legs and stomach. 41. He discovered the next day that while he had been getting jiggled, Roosevelt had nearly caused more of an explosion than happened to the Maine, ordering supplies, moving ships around, even demanding that Congress pass legislation. Roosevelt had also ordered Commodore George Dewey, head of the Asiatic Squadron, thanks to Roosevelt's help the previous year, to concentrate at Hong Kong, keep full of coal, and, if war broke out, attack the Spanish squadron in Manila. Long rankled at his subordinates' disrespect, but the younger man's orders were mostly routine and in line with long-standing department policy, so Long generally let them stand. 42. By early April, the pressure for war had become overwhelming. House Speaker Thomas Reed, when asked by a former governor to dissuade his combative colleagues, snorted. "Dissuade them? The governor is too good. He might as well ask me to stand out in the middle of a Kansas waste and dissuade a cyclone. It can't be done." Congressmen now bayed almost uniformly for Spanish blood. If McKinley would not act, it increasingly seemed like Congress might act without him. 43. Some think McKinley folded under the pressure, others argue he reluctantly decided on war himself. Both are likely true. McKinley could not ignore domestic pressures of this magnitude, but he also believed that Cuba's war had to end, and he no longer saw any possible negotiated settlement acceptable to both Cuba's rebels and Spain. 44. On April 11, knowing it would mean war, McKinley asked Congress for authority to forcibly terminate the conflict in Cuba and secure in the island the establishment of a stable government, capable of maintaining order. Congress soon obliged. But in a delicately negotiated amendment proposed by Senator Henry M. Teller of Colorado, Congress also underscored the country's honorable intentions. Once the United States had pacified Cuba, Congress pledged to leave the government and control of the island to its people. 45. Madrid immediately broke off relations, and on April 25, Congress declared war as expected. A messenger braved the pouring rain to deliver the declaration to the White House, where McKinley was roused from a late afternoon nap to receive it. Clad in a dressing gown and still in his bedroom, the groggy president blinked, signed the declaration, and formally began the Spanish-American War. 46. Read people. 4 months later, Roosevelt and his Rough Riders returned triumphantly home from Cuba. They were met at the pier by cheering crowds and fawning reporters, all of whom wanted to see the heroes of the hour. "How are you, Colonel Roosevelt?" called out one. Roosevelt hollered back, "I am feeling disgracefully well." 47. He might well have been speaking for the nation. From coast to coast, flags waved higher than ever before as the country gloried in the end of what the colonel aptly called a bully fight. 48. On the water, the U.S. Navy had fought by the book, specifically Captain Mahan's classic, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. From beginning to end, naval leaders had prioritized hunting down and destroying the enemy's navy. This they did with spectacular efficiency. Spain had 2 squadrons at the start of the war that the United States needed to disable, one based in the Philippines, the other in Spain. On May 1, Commodore Dewey and the Asiatic Squadron annihilated the first, destroying 7 Spanish warships moored off Manila before lunchtime. Dewey's squadron suffered only 1 fatality, from heat stroke the night before. 2 months later, the Navy followed up Dewey's victory in Manila with another triumph off Cuba's coast. American warships had blockaded the 2nd Spanish Squadron inside the harbor of Santiago after it crossed the Atlantic. When the squadron made a run for it, the U.S. Navy gunned down the escaping ships one by one. Once again, there was only 1 American fatality. 49. The Spanish-American War, the Caribbean theater. On land, the U.S. Army had a rougher go of it, but what it lacked in competence it more than made up for in luck and exuberance. In 1897, Roosevelt had predicted that the Army would drift into the war butt end foremost, and go at it in higgledy-piggledy fashion. That proved generous. After 2 months of logistical snarls, almost 17,000 soldiers blundered their way onto Cuban beaches a few miles southeast of Santiago. Excited to finally shoot some Spaniards, American soldiers raced into the jungle to see who could get ambushed first. On June 24, that dubious honor went to the Rough Riders and the 1st and 10th Cavalry, who romped through undergrowth and Mauser bullets to force a Spanish retreat at Las Guasimas. 1 week later came Roosevelt's famous Crowded Hour, the first and last serious land battle of the war. Following a near-suicidal frontal assault, American forces dislodged Santiago's defenders from San Juan Hill and the other heights east of the city. Spanish forces surrendered soon afterward. 50. God takes care of drunken men, sailors, and the United States, the saying went, and nothing proved the point quite like the Spanish-American War. Oblivious to danger, the public had sprinted into the conflict as though it were a day at the fair, trusting that divine providence would see them through. By the time Spain surrendered, the nation's faith had been amply rewarded. Despite the Army's higgledy-pigglediness, the United States held not only Santiago and its environs, but also Manila, a third of Puerto Rico, and the island of Guam, all taken with minimal casualties. 51. Soldiers learn of Santiago's surrender. It was a most happy-go-lucky expedition, run with real American optimism and readiness to take big chances, and with the spirit of a people who recklessly trust that it will come out all right in the end. Americans could do no wrong, their enemies could do no right. Spain had been brought to its knees in record time, all for a selfless cause. Could any nation in history match either the greatness or the goodness of the American Republic and its people? Some, like Mahan, tried to restrain their excitement. "The jocund youth of our peoples now passes away never to return," he wrote sternly, "the cares and anxieties of manhood's years henceforth are ours." But most Americans were delirious. "We have risen to be one of the great world powers," exclaimed Lodge. 52. Mr. Dooley, a fictional Irish-American barkeep who dispensed satirical wisdom in the weekly columns of the Chicago Journal, captured the ebullient mood. "We're a read people," observed his friend Mr. Hennessy. "We are," agreed Mr. Dooley. "We are that. And th best for it is, we know we are." 53. Only two clouds marred these otherwise dazzling military adventures. One was the Cuban rebels, who the pre-war press had sold as dashing freedom fighters. Once American soldiers finally encountered these romanticized warriors, however, their disappointment could not have been keener. They were the dirtiest, most slovenly-looking lot of men I had ever seen, recalled one Rough Rider. Years of brutal campaigning had taken their toll. Each rebel was infested with things that crawl and creep, often visibly, over his half-naked body, one soldier gagged. 54. Cuban-American relations broke down instantly. Few Americans appreciated how much the rebels had tied down Spanish forces elsewhere on the island, and American biases sprang to the fore. One American lieutenant unloaded all his racist preconceptions when he opined that the Cuban rebel is a treacherous, lying, cowardly, thieving, worthless, half-breed mongrel. He cannot be trusted like the Indian, will not work like a Negro, and will not fight like a Spaniard. Others felt similarly. Both officers and privates have the most lively contempt for the Cubans, observed a reporter. They despise them. 55. Cuban insurgents disappointed the Americans, but they were at least harmless compared to the scavengers that Dewey's military successes had attracted to the Philippines. Like sharks, Europe and Asia's great powers had scented the death throes of the sinking Spanish squadron and raced to the killing grounds, hoping to snag a piece of the exposed archipelago. Within days of Dewey's victory, Manila Bay was teeming with British, French, and Japanese warships. 56. No nation, however, unnerved the Americans more than Germany. Germany had once seemed no more avaricious than the next European power, but now Americans were beginning to rethink that benign assessment. In the run-up to the war, Berlin had cautiously tried to organize a European coalition to support Spain against the United States. Germany then followed up this failed effort by amassing a 5-ship fleet in Manila that outgunned even Dewey's forces and acted as if it owned the bay. Only after Dewey received reinforcements and threatened war did German behavior grudgingly improve. 57. Germany's attitude would not soon be forgotten or forgiven. After Spain sued for peace, Dewey met with a French admiral who congratulated him on not making a single mistake since May. "Oh, yes, I have," Dewey ruefully corrected him. "I made one. I should have sunk that squadron over there," he said, pointing across the water at what remained of the German fleet. 58. Pinchbeck emperors and pewter kings. Going into the war, men like Lodge, Mahan, and Roosevelt had favored peace based on what the Massachusetts senator called the large policy. They wanted to free Cuba, expel Spain from the hemisphere, and shore up the Republic's strategic position, including by acquiring Puerto Rico. Expansionist in means, the large policy was nevertheless, as Mahan explained, dominated by purely defensive ideas. It aimed to preemptively secure parts of the hemisphere where it was increasingly evident that influences might be established dangerous to the United States. 59. Even at its largest, however, the policy did not account for the Philippines. Since the islands were far outside the hemisphere, they did not rise above what Mahan styled the mental horizon of most pre-war strategists. Mr. Dooley remarked that few even knew whether the Philippines were islands or canned goods. Only Roosevelt gave their fate much thought, and he warned the State Department not to take them after the war because they were outside our sphere. 60. After Spain's surrender, however, the Philippines unexpectedly surfaced as the central question for end-of-war negotiations should the United States take all, some, or none of the islands. Even for the large policy men, the answer was unclear. Lodge quickly backed annexation, highlighting the island's putative commercial and strategic value and declaring that where the flag once goes up it must never come down. Mahan was not impressed. "I myself, though rather an expansionist, have not fully adjusted myself to the idea of taking them," he told Lodge. By mid-August the senator also had second thoughts about the enormous difficulties of dealing with the Philippines, and he decided that McKinley should instead trade most of the archipelago for Great Britain's Caribbean possessions. Fanciful though the scheme was, it reflected a return to the large policy's original focus on hemispheric defense. 61. McKinley also didn't want to take the Philippines at first. By October, however, the president had reversed course. He explained his change of heart to different people in different ways at different times, often slanting his account to satisfy his immediate audience. But though the details differ, the basic story was always the same. Whatever the political, religious, or commercial benefits of annexation, and McKinley understood all three were doubtful, the president saw no other option. 62. By destroying Spanish authority in the Philippines, the United States had opened a power vacuum that it could not easily let any other nation fill. Giving the islands back to Spain would be cowardly and dishonorable, a betrayal of the war's humanitarian objectives, and bad politics. Besides, even the most ardent critic would, one senator joked, as soon turn a redeemed soul over to the devil as give the Philippines back to Spain. McKinley thought conveying the islands to any other great power would be equally unacceptable. Given the dangerously uncertain balance of power in Asia, we should have a war on our hands in 15 minutes. 63. Nor could the United States grant the islands independence. McKinley believed that Emilio Aguinaldo y Femi, the 29-year-old leader of the island's anti-Spanish insurgency, represented only his specific ethnic faction rather than all Filipinos. Anointing Aguinaldo leader of an independent Philippines could thus trigger a bloody civil war. McKinley also doubted the Filipinos' capacity for self-government, a racist assessment his advisors and most Americans shared. Creating a Filipino republic, the New York Times opined, would be like giving a dynamite cartridge to a baby. 64. Grave as those problems seemed, however, they paled in comparison to the troubling fact that an independent Philippines would not stay independent for long. East Asia was then the cockpit of imperial rivalries, with the great powers scavenging a prostrate China like carrion crows. Each of them was hunting for additional footholds in the region, and a free but weak Philippines would be too good to pass up. Great Britain made clear that if the United States did not annex the islands, London would do so to keep them away from Germany and Japan. Japan likewise feared German ambition and floated a joint protectorate with Washington to forestall Teutonic control. Concerns about Germany were fully warranted. Germany was just then secretly purchasing Spain's other Pacific possessions, and the American ambassador reported from Berlin that government-affiliated newspapers were pushing the Kaiser to exploit the expected anarchy, confusion, and insecurity under a Philippine republic, to secure a stronghold and center of influence. Even Russia staked a position, opposing any control of the islands by Great Britain or Japan. 65. Given the geopolitical state of play, McKinley concluded that any attempt to free the islands would fling a golden apple of discord among the rival powers, no one of which could permit another to seize them unquestioned. The result would be endless strife and bloodshed, a world war in which everyone would lose: the Filipinos, the great powers, the United States, and above all the peace of the world. 66. McKinley concluded annexation was less a choice than a necessity. On December 10, 1898, the United States therefore signed the Treaty of Paris with Spain, buying the Philippines for $20 million and annexing the islands of Puerto Rico and Guam. 67. McKinley never really made his peace with the decision. If Old Dewey had just sailed away when he smashed that Spanish fleet, the president once sighed, what a lot of trouble he would have saved us. As so often happens in politics, however, a virtue was made of necessity. Yes, the United States was entering the business of colonialism. But it would not imitate the oppressive powers of the Old World. Instead, it would magnanimously bring order and liberty to the benighted Filipinos, with their implied consent. 68. The pitch was easy because in the war's intoxicating aftermath, most Americans truly believed in their own exceptionalism and superiority. America was good, its intentions pure. What else mattered? Lodge observed that he had entrusted his children's lives and liberty to the American people. Am I to shrink from entrusting to that same people the fate and fortune of the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands? 69. Not everyone agreed, of course. Opponents of annexation had organized too late to save Hawaii. but by the time McKinley submitted the Treaty of Paris to the Senate in January 1899, the self-described anti-imperialists had developed into a formidable political force ready to fight like mad against absorbing a distant archipelago peopled by dark-skinned foreigners. 70. Over the fall and winter, the anti-imperialists clashed with the administration in one of the most heated and bitter political contests in American history. Republican Senator George Frisbee Hoar of Massachusetts led the anti-imperialists in the Senate, where he accused the administration of strutting about in the cast-off clothing of pinchbeck emperors and pewter kings. His opponents gave as good as they got. Roosevelt would later dismiss leading anti-imperialists as unhung traitors. 71. Both sides fought dirty, but the administration gradually gained the upper hand. The final blow came 2 days before the scheduled vote on the treaty. Back in the Philippines, relations between the occupying American forces and Aguinaldo's Filipino rebels had remained tense but peaceful. On February 4, however, American and rebel patrols got into a firefight, touching off widespread fighting. McKinley was stunned when he heard the news. He at last said softly, "How foolish those people are. This means the ratification of the treaty." He was right. Americans rallied around the flag. 72. Even so, it was a near-run thing. On February 6, 1899, the Senate approved the Treaty of Paris by a vote of only 57 to 27. Just 2 switched votes could have prevented the Republic from annexing the Philippines and the new war that came with it. 73. By annexing the Philippines, the United States had fallen victim to one of history's classic blunders. It had gotten involved in a land war in Asia. For 3 years, the United States tried to stamp out Aguinaldo's insurgency in the kind of war that soldiers hate. The U.S. Army had been unprepared for conventional battles in Cuba, never mind a counterinsurgency in a jungled archipelago 7,000 miles away against a people it knew next to nothing about. The war was particularly thankless because the story seemed so familiar, a band of brave freedom fighters crusading for independence against a despotic foreign power. Only this wasn't 1776, and Americans weren't playing the part of the Minutemen. 74. Worse was yet to come. Confronted by a strange and brutal enemy in a dirty war they did not understand, many American soldiers lost both themselves and the values they had sworn to uphold. "No cruelty is too severe for these brainless monkeys," wrote one private. Americans at home were treated to sickening reports of looting, torture, and casual slaughter. One notorious tactic was the water cure, a precursor to waterboarding that involved pouring dirty water through bamboo tubes into the throats of prisoners. One general responded to a massacre of American troops by ordering a whole island's interior turned into a howling wilderness. "I want no prisoners," he instructed. "The more you kill and burn the better it will please me." 75. Expansionists had resented the anti-imperialists' comparisons between the United States and the oppressive empires of the Old World. But as the Philippine-American War dragged on, the accounts of atrocities that trickled back became harder and harder to distinguish from the inhuman policies that had sparked the Spanish-American War in the first place. 76. Americans handled the dissonance in different ways. Some, like the anti-imperialists, condemned unsparingly. "God damn the U.S. for its vile conduct in the Philippine Isles," stormed psychologist William James. Satirical character Mr. Dooley reported caustically on the country's trade relations: "We import juke, hemp, cigar wrappers, sugar, and fairy tales frmthph Philippines, and export 6-inch shells and like. Americans were doing a brisk business," he said, "and 'twould be a disgrace fr to lay before we pounded these frindless and ungrateful people into insensibility." 77. Others vacillated between disgust and disbelief, clinging to the smallest details as if the larger picture were too much to comprehend. Roosevelt admitted to one friend that while our men have done well in the Philippines, there have been some blots on the record. But he blamed those lapses on the violent and brutal language used by superior officers. He was extremely upset, for instance, that a general had once spoken of shooting NS-78. The administration defended the campaign in public, arguing that any atrocities were one-off exceptions to the otherwise benign rule of the U.S. Army. Privately, however, the expansionists came to rue the day the Philippines was taken. While I have never varied in my feeling that we had to hold the Philippines, wrote Roosevelt in 1901, I have varied very much in my feelings whether we were to be considered fortunate or unfortunate in having to hold them. By 1907, Roosevelt had lost any vestige of doubt, he would be glad to see the islands made independent. Only 27 out of 138 congressmen polled that year still wanted them. 79. On July 4, 1902, the Philippine-American War officially ended, though sporadic skirmishes would continue for decades. The United States had won, but at tremendous cost. It had bought the islands for $20 million, it had shelled out hundreds of millions more dollars, along with 4,234 American lives, to keep them. Such figures approached meaninglessness, however, compared to the burden borne by the Filipinos whom the United States had so charitably civilized. At least 20,000 rebels were killed in action, and at least another 200,000 civilians died of war-related causes. 80. Americans never came to terms with these costs. They were too overwhelming, too inexplicable, to be reconciled with the Republic's image of itself. The memory of the war was instead embalmed inside layers of apathy and emotional fatigue, then buried in a quiet corner of the nation's history where it was unlikely to ever be disturbed. 81. Try as they might, though, Americans could not rid themselves of the stench the war left behind. The United States had plowed into the Philippines with its head held high, supremely confident that moral purpose and divine destiny would see it safely through any challenge, even the formidable one of ruling a foreign people. But the country's colonial policies had turned to ashes in its mouth. Inertia would keep the United States in possession of the archipelago until 1946, but the nation was done with forcible colonial extension. The American people have lost all interest in it, Lodge observed in 1903. Even he was not sad to see it go. 82. Gunpowder in hell. On the other side of the world, Secretary of War Elihu Root found himself in November 1900 on horseback, man and beast picking their way unsteadily through the Cuban hinterlands as they retraced the army's route to Santiago. Root stopped to pay his respects at Las Guasimas, where Secretary of State Hamilton Fish's grandson had been the first American killed by Spanish fire. But Root was less interested in Cuba's past than its future. He had come to learn how to reconcile the promise of Cuba Libre with the precedent of Haiti and the other troubled countries of the hemisphere. 83. Root had ended up trekking through Cuba somewhat unexpectedly. Back in July 1899, a telephone call had interrupted his summer vacation. President directs me to say to you that he wishes you to take the position of Secretary of War, a smooth voice had announced. Root was flabbergasted. Thank the President for me, he had responded firmly, but say that it is quite absurd, I know nothing about war. 84. Root was not exaggerating. His great-grandfather had commanded plucky colonials at the Battle of Concord, but his family's military service had ended with the War of 1812. Root himself had been born in rural Clinton, New York, on February 15, 1845. His father was a self-taught mathematics professor at nearby Hamilton College, and under Cube Root's tutelage, the younger Root seemed more likely to become a scholar than a soldier. He had graduated Hamilton as class valedictorian in 1864, then headed a year later to New York City to study law. 85. Gotham had transformed Root from shy provincial to self-assured powerhouse. Shortly before graduating law school, he had declared confidently, God means us to be ambitious. Eager to execute divine will, Root had vaulted up the legal establishment's cursus honorum and became an indispensable advisor to the country's most powerful individuals and corporations. Despite representing William Boss Tweed and the robber barons, however, Root had remained an idealist at heart. He had fought valiantly against municipal corruption and championed the careers of other reformers, including a young man named Theodore Roosevelt. 86. Secretary of War Elihu Root, about half the practice of a decent lawyer consists in telling would-be clients that they are damned fools and should stop. Stellar as it was, that career arc had not set Root up to be Secretary of War. Nor was there some groundswell of support for his appointment. Conciliatory, able, and engaging, Root was popular enough. But few of his contemporaries ever felt like they really knew the man, who was self-contained enough to sometimes appear aloof. Root did not take half measures and he suffered no fools, two traits that did not always endear him to politicians. He was, in short, scarily competent, and when he smiled, even his friends noticed it was a frank and murderous smile. 87. On that July morning, however, Root's face had appeared more frank than murderous as he mulled over what he had just heard. McKinley is not looking for anyone who knows anything about war, the voice on the other end of the line had reassured him. He has got to have a lawyer to direct the government of these Spanish islands, and you are the lawyer he wants. 88. At that moment, Root had realized that there was but one answer to make. He had accepted the president's offer and readied himself to perform a lawyer's duty upon the call of the greatest of all our clients, the government of our country. 89. Cuba was, apart from the Philippines, the most important Spanish island waiting for the new Secretary of War's direction. Madrid had transferred control of Cuba to the United States, and now Root was trying to figure out just what to do with it. 90. Most Americans agreed that Cuba could not be granted independence immediately. 3 years of total war had crisped the island to cinders, and withdrawing American troops rashly would have precipitated a serious humanitarian crisis. Cuba also lacked a universally recognized political authority, as Americans could not yet be sure the rebels represented all Cubans. 91. Conditions were gradually improving, with signs that Cuba could soon stand on its own. Combined Cuban and American relief efforts had eased the prospect of famine and disease, and occupation officials were helping rebuild Cuba's infrastructure and institutions. With luck, the island would shortly start attracting the capital needed to resuscitate its economy. When the people ask me what I mean by stable government, Military Governor Leonard Wood told the president, I tell them money at 6%. 92. Even if all went well, however, the administration saw one continued obstacle to Cuban independence: Cubans themselves. Americans had once imagined their allies as gallant paladins. Not only had reality disappointed, but it had also caused many to rethink whether an independent Cuba was viable. Officials in Washington feared that Cubans were too illiterate and inexperienced to govern themselves, some also alleged complicating racial and environmental factors. Self-government, snorted the commander of the Santiago campaign. Why, these people are no more fit for self-government than gunpowder is for hell. 93. If Cuba was simply let go, American leaders feared it would quickly implode. Freeing Cuba, remarked the Chicago Inter-Ocean, would deliver the island up to the fate of Haiti and, with their 30 revolutions in the last 33 years. A New York Times correspondent expected a reign of terror, the machete and the torch, to insurrection and assassination. One senator agreed. Independence, he predicted, would snip the ribbon on a picnic, of throat-cutting. 94. Steering clear of that result became the administration's paramount objective. Root told one acquaintance that he would release Cuba only once he was sure it would avoid the perpetual revolutions of Central America and the other West India Islands. McKinley also objected to turning adrift any loosely framed commonwealth to face the vicissitudes which too often attend weaker states. 95. Senior officials feared those vicissitudes for two reasons. First was a moral concern. Spanish outrages in Cuba had led to war, and it would be rather unseemly if the whole venture ended with the United States presiding over new atrocities. Second was the ever-present problem of order. If the United States abandoned the Cuban damsel to the distress of anarchy and civil war, there was no telling what kind of knights in shining armor might eventually start showing up, nor what kind of rapacious motives they might harbor. 96. Germany elicited special concern. Root believed that Berlin had revealed through its actions in Manila and elsewhere that it was a predatory government ready to pop up out of where and make Latin America its next meal. The secretary was especially concerned over the fate of the most important and simultaneously vulnerable island in the region. Germany was nosing around all over trying to get a foothold, he later recalled. We didn't propose to have her secure such a position in Cuba 97. Given the perils an independent Cuba posed, it was only natural that many Americans flirted with a tried and true solution, annexation. One of McKinley's advisors returned from the island looking forward to the day when Cuba will be a state of the Union. In mid-1899, Roosevelt reported to Lodge that McKinley was starting to favor taking the island. Even Senator Teller, who had lent his very name to the promise of Cuba Libre, backtracked. Fearing interference by some foreign power, he asked bluntly, who else can govern Cuba today but the United States? 98. Annexation, however, never really stood a chance. For one thing, there was Senator Teller's amendment, in which the United States had pledged in uncomfortably clear terms to leave the government and control of the island to its people. Not for nothing had the U.S. Army stuffed a translation guide into haversacks bound for Cuba that included such helpful phrases as "We are your friends and we do not want Cuba." For the Americans to turn around and glibly say "Estamos bromeando," would have been, to put it lightly, spectacularly bad form. 99. Furthermore, it was plain that Cubans overwhelmingly wanted to govern themselves. Of course, local opposition had not always stopped the steamroller of American annexation, but each of the largest recent acquisitions, Hawaii and the Philippines, had been spurred by the kind of clear and present danger not yet clear or present in Cuba. 100. More than anything, however, it was the Filipino rebels who made forcible annexation of Cuba impossible. Every morning, Root scanned the headlines anxiously for news of American troops firing on Cubans. As long as Americans occupied the island, he worried that we were on the verge daily of the same sort of thing that happened to us in the Philippines. If another guerrilla war did break out, Root knew the consequences would be too disastrous to contemplate. 101. Few Americans doubted that Cuba would benefit from joining the Union. Lodge found it amazing that any Cuban thought otherwise, but that was a decision for Cubans to make on their own, after independence. In the meantime, Root would have to find some other way to stabilize the island. 102. To protect the independence of Cuba. By the end of his trip to Cuba, Root thought he had his answer. On board a steamer in Santiago's harbor, he responded to one lunchtime toast with another, "I expect soon to see a free, self-governing republic in Cuba." 103. Root, however, was raising his glass to a very specific sort of free, self-governing republic. He had concluded, based on his interviews, intuitions, and observations, that the United States could not safely entrust Cubans with a full dose of sovereignty. Instead, Cuba needed statehood with safeguards, including a constitution, limited suffrage, and above all restrictions on how it could interact with the outside world. 104. Just what Root had in mind became clear on February 9, 1901, in a long letter sent to Cuban military governor Leonard Wood. Citing almost a dozen American statesmen, the secretary reiterated that Washington had long had a most vital interest in Cuba's independence and in preserving the people of that island from the domination and control of any foreign power. But that was easier said than done. A country so small as Cuba could never fend off the great powers of the world through force alone. So Root had designed three primary safeguards to preserve Cuba's independence. 105. First, Root wanted Cubans to swear not to agree to any treaty that might impair or interfere with their independence, including any treaty that would alienate any of their territory to a foreign power. He feared that a cash-strapped Cuban government might otherwise be tempted to sell or lease parts of the island in ways that would violate the Monroe Doctrine. 106. Second, Root wanted Cubans to agree to live within their means. One of the leading causes of foreign intervention was the unfortunate regional habit of going on European-funded spending sprees and then failing to pay up when the bills came due. Root wanted to eliminate that risk entirely. 107. Third, Root wanted Cubans to give the United States the right to intervene with armed force. Such a right would, most obviously, be used to defend the island against external attack. But it was also another answer to the problem of order. Cuba might someday descend into such chaos that it could not protect foreign lives or property. If the United States had the right to intervene, it could preempt any European intervention by stabilizing Cuba before things got out of hand. Root also wanted a right of intervention for its deterrent effect, by hanging over Havana's head like the proverbial sword of Damocles. He thought, the right would ensure that Cubans governed wisely and took their international obligations seriously. 108. Root's proposals took the United States into uncharted waters. The Secretary had clearly been inspired by his country's old reciprocity treaties with Hawaii, in which the archipelago had agreed not to alienate its territory to foreign powers. But Hawaii had balked at going any further than that, bristling when Blaine asked for the right to land military forces. Root was not only resurrecting that right but also pioneering new rules that interfered with how Cuba could manage its finances. 109. On top of that, Root was not planning to negotiate for these safeguards. His plan would instead be the kind of enforceable advice that Great Britain might give to Egypt. In particular, he would insist that delegates to Cuba's ongoing constitutional convention incorporate his plan into their country's founding document. 110. Root realized that this approach would run counter to the United States' previous promises about respecting Cuba's independence, but he feared that without these safeguards, both that independence and the United States would soon be in serious danger. 111. Politics complicated Root's task. Root had few illusions about how popular his plan was going to be among Cubans, and he hoped that Cuba's constitutional convention would take the initiative and adopt his plan as its own, knowing that the island might otherwise risk forfeiting American protection. But the Cuban delegates studiously ignored his plan, and Root fretted that by ceding the initiative, he was giving them the opportunity to flank him by allying with anti-administration forces in the U.S. Congress. 112. So Root instead worked with Senator Orville H. Platt of Connecticut, chairman of the Committee on Cuban Relations, to introduce a revised version of his plan on the floor of Congress as an amendment to the Annual Army Appropriations Bill. 113. In its final form, the Platt Amendment had 8 articles, 4 of which were especially important. Article I prohibited Cuba's government from entering into any treaty that would impair or tend to impair the independence of Cuba, including any agreement that allowed a foreign power to obtain lodgment in or control over any portion of the island. Article 2 forbade Havana from taking on any public debt that the ordinary revenues of the island could not support. Article 3 gave the United States the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence and the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty. Finally, Article 7 gave Washington the means to carry out Article 3, pledging that Havana will sell or lease to the United States lands necessary for coaling or naval stations. 114. On March 2, 1901, Congress passed the Platt Amendment with little debate and what Root cheerfully called the most extraordinary unanimity. Strictly speaking, that was not true, it had been a party line vote. But aside from token speeches, Democrats had essentially acquiesced, privately assuring the administration that they would offer no serious opposition. Even a leading anti-imperialist like Senator Hoar admitted sheepishly that he had the uncommon pleasure of finding the Platt Amendment eminently wise and satisfactory. 115. Getting Congress's buy-in protected Root's flank, but it also thrust his plan into the spotlight where Cubans immediately made clear that they found the amendment neither eminently wise nor satisfactory. They objected to the entire idea of it, and especially to the articles concerning intervention and naval bases. According to Wood, Cubans feared that Washington would use these provisions to interfere in Cuba's domestic affairs for trifling reasons. To hear the radical element tell it, Wood griped, intervention will take place at the whim of the officers occupying naval stations. 116. Such concerns exasperated American policymakers. No doubt the Platt Amendment hobbled Cuba's external sovereignty, but the anxieties about Washington fiddling around in the island's domestic affairs seemed greatly overblown. Wood privately called them incorrect. Root agreed, scoffing at the idea that the intervention described in the Platt Amendment is synonymous with intermeddling or interference with the affairs of a Cuban government. Washington would intervene only upon just grounds of actual failure or imminent danger and always to protect the independence of Cuba. 117. Over the course of March 1901, Root faced off against the Cuban Constitutional Convention, which peevishly denied that it had the authority to incorporate the amendment at all. Root dismissed this as childish nonsense and warned that if this convention refused to act, Washington would simply convene another one. Every day the delegates did not agree to the amendment, the secretary added darkly, they were risking incalculable injury to the island's future by predisposing Americans against the trade reciprocity that Cubans craved. Finally, the Platt Amendment itself established that the American occupation would end only once Cuba had inserted substantially all 8 articles into its constitution. The convention thus had the choice of either Cuba under the Platt Amendment or Cuba under the Stars and Stripes. 118. Some of Root's firmness stemmed from an unpleasant reminder of the stakes. In late February, Wood had confirmed that the German and British consuls in Havana were quietly encouraging Cubans to resist American demands. Root testily informed the State Department of the consuls' behavior and asked the department to ensure either a change of conduct or a change of residence on their part. 119. By mid-April, the Cuban Constitutional Convention was beginning to falter, and it dispatched a delegation to Washington to see if it could get any final concessions. Upon arrival, the delegation found only sweetness and light sweetness in an endless array of banquets and cloying solicitude, light in 6 hours of illuminating conversations with Root. Over the course of the latter, the secretary repeated ad nauseum that the amendment's sole purpose was to establish precautions with respect to possible European complications. Article 3, the Intervention Clause, was simply the Monroe Doctrine, but with international force. It would deter European intrusions, and it would only ever be used to maintain inviolate the independence of Cuba. Likewise, Root pledged that the naval bases of Article 7 would never give rise to intervention in the internal government of Cuba, they will only be utilized for defense against the foreigner. Platt chimed in as well, assuring the delegation that his amendment had been carefully drafted to avoid interfering with Cuba's independence or sovereignty. 120. Such promises helped allay the Cuban delegates' suspicions, but they made one last stand after returning to Havana. By a vote of 15 to 14, the convention adopted the Platt Amendment but added what Wood called explanatory remarks. Some were based on Root's confidential assurances, others on the delegates' own views. All, however, were intended to narrow the amendment's scope. 121. Root lost all patience the moment he read this cloud of words. He had not minded formally clarifying that Articles 3 and 7 were aimed exclusively at protecting Cuba's independence, but this latest obstinacy was too much. He closed ranks with Wood and faithfully insisted that the convention accept the amendment as written, with no clarifications whatsoever. 122. On June 12, 1901, the delegates finally capitulated. By a vote of 16 to 11, they inserted the Platt Amendment into the new Cuban Constitution. Following national elections, the United States fulfilled its end of the bargain, and on May 20, 1902, the Republic of Cuba was born. 123. An international provision. Generations of historians have puzzled over the transformative power of the Spanish-American War. The United States launched a war of choice against colonialism and for Cuba Libre. Months later, it was collecting colonies and squeezing Cuba into a protectorate. Such a dramatic reversal struck many, then and now, as more like the conquest of the United States by Spain than vice versa. Not only had the United States become a great power, it had also started acting like one. 124. Some of this head-spinning turnaround reflected the flush of victory, which swelled the Republic's self-confidence to dangerous levels. But that short-lived high tells only half the story. Long after victory's glow had faded, Americans were still stuck with a basic dilemma. By demolishing Spanish authority from Manila to Mayagüez, they had created a series of power vacuums. The United States could not allow rival great powers to fill those vacuums, but it doubted whether local authorities could do the job themselves. 125. Officials in Washington tried solving that dilemma in two ways. First, they tried annexation, filling the gaps in the Philippines and elsewhere with American authority. But that solution went badly awry, provoking a bloody insurgency abroad and vehement criticism at home. The administration eventually prevailed in both theaters, but the slog was so draining that it effectively removed forcible annexation from the republic's foreign policy toolbox. Cuba offered the opportunity to try something different. Root and others believed that the problem of order was less severe there, both because the island faced no immediate threat and because its people were perceived as relatively better suited for self-government. But grave dangers still lurked on the horizon, so rather than freeing Cuba entirely, the administration forced the Platt Amendment upon it. 126. From one perspective, the amendment was less intrusive than the annexationist alternative. But from another, it was a significant escalation from the historical baseline. Before the Spanish-American War, the United States had primarily protected its neighbors from the menace of European powers. Afterward, it began protecting its neighbors primarily from themselves. At the same time, it is easy to overstate just how intrusive the Platt Amendment was meant to be. Although it has since become synonymous with American imperialism, the amendment was not originally intended to be a tool of domination. Germany had started sniffing around the Caribbean, and Root wanted to prevent Cuba from becoming its next prey. You cannot understand the Platt Amendment, he later explained, unless you know something about the character of Kaiser Wilhelm II. Root saw the amendment as an international provision, having nothing to do with internal affairs and mostly limiting Cuba's external relations. Even the high debt prohibition was quintessentially foreign-oriented, since Cuba could load up on dangerous levels of credit only with foreign lenders' help. 127. There is little evidence that the framers of the Platt Amendment planned to use the right of intervention or any other provision to micromanage Cuba's domestic affairs. Root thought he had designed the amendment to be as little burdensome and annoying as possible, and he was genuinely dumbstruck by Cubans' fears to the contrary. I think they really suspected, he wrote Platt in disbelief, that under the provisions of the law was concealed a real purpose to make their independence merely nominal and really fictitious. Aside from his earlier support for suffrage restrictions, Root let Cubans draft the rest of their constitution with little interference. Senator Hoare, always on the lookout for imperialist shenanigans, also doubted it was anybody's intention to use the amendment to meddle in local commotions or disturbances, save for those grave cases, where other countries would interfere if we did not. Even Wood, who at times favored consensual annexation and once suggested that there is, of course, little or no real independence left Cuba under the Platt Amendment, meant mostly that the United States had limited Cuba's ability to chart an independent course abroad. He, too, agreed with Root that the amendment did not authorize regular interference in the island's domestic affairs. 128. Some Americans nevertheless foresaw how the amendment might have some unintended effects. Suppose they have an election, Senator Joseph B. Foraker of Ohio told his colleagues moments before the final vote in Congress. By causing trouble, the losing party could force an intervention of the United States to put the successful party out. Far from having a restraining influence, Foraker warned, the amendment might actually invite intervention. 129. Such predictions seemed theoretical in 1901, however. Congress passed the amendment, and even Foraker voted in favor. Few anticipated just how prophetic his warnings would prove in a few short years. 130. 1. Chapter 6. The Homicidal Corruptionists of Bogotá. The Panama Canal, 1903. Of what is revolt composed, asks Victor Hugo in Les Miserables. Of nothing and of everything. Of an electricity disengaged, little by little, of a flame suddenly darting forth, of a wandering force, of a passing breath. This breath encounters heads which speak, brains which dream, souls which suffer, and bears them away. 1. Claptrap, thought another Frenchman. Philippe Jean Buonavarilla was a man of science, with no time for Hugo's muddled mysticisms. Every inch of Buonavarilla's petite frame radiated righteous precision, from his flawless manners and stiff-necked posture to his expansive mustache, each end waxed to an imperious spike. The overall effect might have been laughable but for his unblinking gray eyes. Duelist's eyes, Theodore Roosevelt had thought. Eyes cold with confidence that the laws of logic, not emotion, governed revolution. Or so Buonavarilla needed to be true, for he was counting on the scientific method to see through his revolution in Panama. Point 2. One might not have expected a Frenchman to be leading a Panamanian revolution, but Buonavarilla was no ordinary Frenchman. Born in Napoleon III's Paris on July 26, 1859, he had received the most advanced mathematical education in the world at l'École Polytechnique, France's preeminent launching pad for state engineers. He had also received his life's purpose. His final year, Ferdinand de Lesseps, the famed builder of the Suez Canal, had spurred him and his spellbound peers onto the next grand adventure, building a canal through Panama. Point 3. 4 years later Buonavarilla had sailed for Cologne, the latest recruit to de Lesseps's canal company, the Compagnie Universelle du Canal Interoceanique. By age 26, Buonavarilla was the company's chief engineer, a meteoric ascent attributable both to his talent and to the malaria and yellow fever that ran riot through upper management's ranks. Point 4. By 1889, however, the company had dug itself into a financial hole. It declared bankruptcy and the aged de Lesseps fell into disgrace. Nearly everyone wrote the Panama Canal off as a boondoggle that would never be finished. Point 5. Buonavarilla, however, did not give up. Partly, he had no choice following the company's collapse. French courts had forced the engineering firm he ran to capitalize the company's successor with more than 2 million francs. Buonavarilla would never see that money again unless someone bought the new company's assets and finished the work de Lesseps had begun. Point 6. But it was about more than just money. Somewhere deep in Panama's pestilential swamps, the idea of the canal had seeped into Buonavarilla's soul. He had emerged from the jungle a zealot. Constructing the canal was not just a question of good triumphing over evil, it was also his personal, divinely ordained mission. So absolute was his faith that the Frenchman would do almost anything to get the canal built, even rip a sovereign state apart. Point 7. Such a step seemed regrettably necessary by 1903. Panama was still a province of Colombia. Colombia, however, had refused to allow the Americans to build a canal in Panama, even though they were the only ones who could do the job. If nothing were done, the Americans would inevitably build elsewhere. But if Panama could be induced to secede, then perhaps a new, independent Republic of Panama would strike a deal with Washington and finally realize Buonavarilla's vision. From his perch in the United States, Buonavarilla had been planning a separatist uprising on the isthmus until, at the last moment, his Panamanian co-conspirators had seemingly lost both their nerve and their faith in him. With only one shot at getting his revolution back on track, Buonavarilla thought through his plan for the last time. Certain that he had gotten it all exactly right, he marched to the Central Telegraph Office in Baltimore, Maryland. At 10 minutes past noon on October 30, 1903, he handed a coded message over for immediate dispatch: Pizaldo, Panama. All right, will reach ton and half obscure. Jones. 8. Philippe Jean Buonavarilla, he didn't just come into a room, he made an entrance. Buonavarilla took a moment to reflect. He had estimated every variable, drawn every rational inference, relied on every possible logical conjecture. I have made diplomacy as it were by trigonometry, he thought, all devised to fire the slow match. Whether an explosion would follow depended on how well he had taken the measure of his co-conspirators as well as the new President of the United States. But Buonavarilla never doubted himself. Panama would blow up in 4 days' time. 9. The Empire of the American Seas. For centuries, Central America's narrowness, Pablo Neruda called it America's sweet waste, had made it a crossroads between West and East, Atlantic and Pacific, great powers and local weaklings. Panama, as the narrowest part of the isthmus, had always attracted special interest. It was there that the treasure carts of the Spanish Empire rumbled along the Camino Real, laden with Peruvian silver and other ill-gotten gains, on their way to galleons creaking in the Caribbean. It was there that the great powers scuffled in the shadows for influence and power during the 19th century. And it was there that, in 1903, the United States launched one of the most controversial and brazen interventions in its history. 10. The Panama Intervention stands out as a pivotal moment in the rise of the United States. After Colombia refused to ratify a canal treaty, the United States forcibly pried Panama from Bogotá's grasp and then pocketed the canal line, the hemisphere's single most geopolitically important position. Strategically, it was an accomplishment of untrammeled proportions. But it was also unusually gratuitous. Other American interventions of the period were, if not last resorts, at least often seen as the only reasonable option left by the men who ordered them. By contrast, the United States galloped into Panama despite having less forceful ways of achieving its objectives. Part of its haste reflected the moment's passions. But the intervention in Panama was also a story of domestic constraints, miscommunications, great power rivalry, and the pressure of pent-up desires stretching back decades, all the way back to the moment Latin America first liberated itself from Spain. Following independence in the early 1820s, Panama had joined the superstate of Gran Colombia to the south, but the union quickly splintered into Ecuador, Venezuela, and New Granada. Civil war meanwhile rocked the rest of Central America. In the chaos, Panama stayed with New Granada, but the political connection was thinned by geographical isolation. The Panamanian Isthmus barely touched the roof of South America, and impassable wilderness blunted what little contact there was. 11. Spying an opportunity in the chaos, the British Empire snaked commercial and political tentacles into the region throughout the 1830s and 1840s. By 1846, the threat had become serious enough that New Granada's leaders turned to the United States for help. On December 12, 1846, the two countries signed the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty, whose Article 35 promised the United States free transit across the Isthmus of Panama, upon any modes of communication that now exist, or that may be, hereafter, constructed. In exchange, the United States would guarantee the perfect neutrality of the before-mentioned isthmus, as well as the rights of sovereignty and property which New Granada has and possesses over the said territory. 12. The Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty came at an auspicious moment. Americans were just then clobbering their southern neighbor in the Mexican-American War, and it was becoming clear that the conflict's spoils would include a massive swath of real estate fronting the Pacific. But Americans on the eastern seaboard could not reach these new holdings quickly, cheaply, or reliably. The treaty was providential, offering the country a route from one coast to another just as that second coast was being acquired. 13. Great Britain was rattled by the escalating competition with the United States, and in 1850 it agreed to a diplomatic ceasefire in the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. The treaty was another major coup for Washington. At least for a time it neutralized Central America and prevented either power from gaining exclusive control over any future canal. 14. Over the next few decades, however, the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty became increasingly unpopular in the United States. Americans completed the world's first transcontinental railroad in Panama in 1855, but they soon wanted to trade in their Isthmian Railroad for a full-blown canal. Not only would a canal dramatically slash the cost of transporting goods from one coast to the other, but it would also open up new fields for American investment and trade, both in the hemisphere and beyond. Even more significantly, a canal would solve the central dilemma of American naval strategy. Rather than fretting constantly about how to divide its warships between the Atlantic and the Pacific, the United States could concentrate its vessels together and use the canal to rotate them from ocean to ocean as needed. 15. Meanwhile, the United States was fast becoming entangled in Panamanian affairs. The State Department interpreted Article 35 of the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty to permit the United States to keep traffic across the isthmus open by any means necessary, including force. but few had anticipated how often that would be required. Panamanians, it turned out, had never reconciled themselves to being part of either New Granada or its successor state, Colombia. Between 1840 and 1903, there would be at least 50 Panamanian attempts at revolution, and Bogotá was often unable to rush reinforcements there in a timely manner. The responsibility for maintaining order would then fall to the nearest American naval commander, who would invariably land troops, secure the railroad, and forbid any armed force from endangering Isthmian transit. Colombia generally consented to this practice, shrewdly realizing that nearly every American intervention would redound to its benefit by freezing rebel troops in place until an army could arrive from the mainland to quash them. 16. Given this escalating involvement and the interests at stake, Americans naturally assumed that any future canal would be built under their auspices. So when French engineer de Lesseps organized his Compagnie Universelle in the late 1870s, the United States went ballistic. The policy of this country, barked President Rutherford B. Hayes, is a canal under American control. 17. The nation, however, was stuck. It could not abide a European canal, and it cheered the eventual collapse of the Compagnie Universelle while spiking the French government's efforts to rescue the project. At the same time, the American government would not yet pick up the spade itself. Too many barriers still stood in the way: a national parsimony, the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, and even disagreement over where the continent should be split. 18. Each of those barriers began falling at the turn of the century. First, the nation received an object lesson in the canal's necessity during the Spanish-American War. On the conflict's eve, the USS Oregon, one of the Navy's few first-class battleships, found itself parked on the wrong coast. On March 19, 1898, it left its berth at San Francisco and headed to Key West as fast as possible. Unfortunately, as fast as possible meant steaming all the way down to Cape Horn at the southern tip of South America and then all the way back up to Caribbean latitudes. It was a perilous voyage of nearly 13,792 miles, and it would take the Oregon 66 days. 19. Each day, the nation watched, transfixed, tracking the battleship's progress and hoping that it would make it in time for the decisive clash with the Spanish. As luck would have it, the Oregon arrived shortly before the Battle of Santiago, in which it played a critical role. But it was the battleship's 66-day voyage that proved more significant in the long run. For years Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan and his acolytes had struggled to convince an often apathetic public that an Isthmian canal was strategically indispensable. But their arguments had been too theoretical to stick until the Oregon started sailing across the front pages of newspapers. All at once there were, as one senator observed, 10,000 arguments in favor of a canal. Americans realized they could not afford 2-month delays in future crises with European powers, especially not with their new insular possessions at stake. 20. Capitalizing on the burst of public opinion, Secretary of State John Hay approached London about annulling the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. The Foreign Office proved surprisingly receptive. Great Britain was isolated in Europe and eager to compensate by stoking the growing warmth in Anglo-American relations. Whitehall was also starting to conclude that the British Empire was badly overstretched. Gradually ceding influence in the Western Hemisphere where the empire had relatively few interests would allow it to pivot toward rising threats elsewhere, especially Germany. Finally, both the British Foreign Office and the Admiralty realized that the United States was determined to unite the oceans. Great Britain could either yield gracefully or be trampled underfoot. On November 18, 1901, Great Britain yielded gracefully, agreeing to abrogate the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty and opening the door to an American canal. 21. Shortly thereafter, Congress settled on where it wanted that canal. For decades most Americans had assumed that the waterway would flow through Nicaragua. Every American survey had endorsed that route, American investors had already sunk millions into it, and Managua promised to be a friendly partner. Panama, the next best option, was seen as unholy ground after the French Canal Company's collapse. When the leading proponent of the Nicaragua route, Senator John Tyler Morgan of Alabama, was asked about Panama's chances in late 1901, he drawled, "I haven't even heard a brush crack in the woods about it." 22. But Morgan's ears had missed the stealthy approach of Buenavarilla and an unlikely coalition of Panama supporters. Buenavarilla knew full well that his fate and fortune were bound up with the destiny of the Compagnie Nouvelle du Canal de Panama, the Compagnie Universelle's corporate successor. The Compagnie Nouvelle's only value came from the possibility that the United States might acquire its assets. If the Republic chose Nicaragua instead, then the company would be worthless. Buenavarilla lobbied hard for Panama, but his efforts would have gone nowhere save for the anarchists' bullet that took the life of President McKinley in September 1901. "Now look," one senator exclaimed, "that damned cowboy is President of the United States." 23. So he was. Theodore Roosevelt had accepted the vice presidential nomination in 1900 with great trepidation, grumbling that it was not a stepping stone to anything except oblivion. But his friend Lodge's counsel had prevailed, and Roosevelt was no longer grumbling. "It is a dreadful thing to come into the presidency this way," he told Lodge, "but it would be a far worse thing to be morbid about it." 24. One of Roosevelt's priorities in his first few months as president was to consult the members of a commission appointed by McKinley to consider the best canal route. The conversations affirmed Roosevelt's sense that the Panama route was technically superior, and he strong-armed the commission into endorsing it over the Nicaraguan alternative. 25. Over the spring of 1902, the Battle of the Routes was joined in the halls of Congress. It was a true David and Goliath affair for Panama's partisans. In January, the House of Representatives had approved the Nicaragua route 308-2. Buenavarilla nonetheless engaged in a lobbying campaign in the Senate of such skill and creativity that on June 19, the battle was effectively decided. By a vote of 42-34, the Senate narrowly endorsed Panama over Nicaragua. But there was a catch. If Roosevelt could not negotiate a canal treaty with Colombia within a reasonable time and upon reasonable terms, he would be obliged to proceed with Nicaragua instead. 26. Nailing current jelly to a wall. Roosevelt did not anticipate much difficulty negotiating a canal treaty with Colombia. Opportunities like this came by once a century, and Colombians would be fools to play coy. But Washington badly misjudged Colombia's negotiating position, and before long the talks had sunk into an agonizing quagmire. Roosevelt and Hay entered into negotiations determined to win the best deal for the United States they could. The margin of victory for the Panama route in the Senate had been a slim 8 votes, enough for a majority but far short of the 2/3 necessary for the Senate's ultimate approval of a canal treaty. If the administration did not secure an ironclad agreement with Colombia, Morgan and the other Nicaragua advocates could shoot it down. 27. Colombia, in contrast, was utterly unprepared to begin talks. Bogotá was busy putting down one of the country's perennial revolutions, and President José Manuel Marroquín could spare little time for discussions in far-off Washington. Marroquín did want a canal both for its financial benefits and to keep the restless Panamanians happy, but more than anything he wanted to put off a deal until he had consolidated control domestically. 28. For Hay and the Colombian legation alike, Marroquín's attitude was exasperating. Colombia's negotiators were given neither clear instructions nor the power to act independently. They were forced into a defensive posture, rejecting Hay's terms but rarely proposing their own. Occasionally they bucked their orders and tried to meet Hay halfway, only to have their concessions countermanded by Marroquín weeks or even months later. Roosevelt later fumed, "You could no more make an agreement with them than you could nail currant jelly to a wall." Colombia's 3 successive negotiators had it even worse. The first departed drained and died a year later, the second reportedly had a nervous breakdown and left New York in a straitjacket, and the third, Tomasz Haran, dubbed the entire course of negotiations a horrible nightmare before also dying within a couple of years. 29. One of the primary sticking points was the rights of the Compagnie Nouvelle. Congress had appropriated $40 million for the French company's assets, but the company needed Colombia's approval to sell, and Bogotá was demanding a cut of the purchase price. That should have been a matter solely between Colombia and the company. Either way, the United States would pay $40 million. Roosevelt and Hay nevertheless insisted that the final treaty authorize the company to sell its assets without paying a cent to Colombia. This demand was not only inappropriate but also wildly out of character. Neither the trust-busting president nor his Secretary of State sympathized with big corporations, much less big French corporations. Point 30. William Nelson Cromwell, a Wall Street attorney and the company's general counsel, undoubtedly helped coax the administration to his side, having wormed himself so thoroughly into Hay's confidences that he was drafting documents on the department's behalf. Behind the silver-tongued Cromwell, however, hovered the ghost of Monroe. Assistant Secretary of State Francis B. Loomis later explained how Roosevelt had feared that France might respond to the looting of the French company by dispatching a squadron from Martinique and landing Marines all along the canal line. Paris would have stayed for a long period, and any resulting conflict might have drawn in other European powers. By protecting the company's assets, Roosevelt hoped to snuff out that possibility. 31. Gallic retribution was only one of many possible foreign headaches. During negotiations, Colombia surreptitiously solicited competing canal offers from Europe. None came in, but the attempt spawned ominous rumors that wafted back across the Atlantic and into the headlines of American newspapers. Especially concerning was the news that Germany was going to swoop in and buy out the Compagnie Nouvelle's rights. 1 year earlier, the Naval War College had gamed out a similar scenario that led to war with the Kaiser. Berlin denied any interest or involvement, but Roosevelt was not pleased that Colombia had risked turning a paper crisis into a real one. 32. On January 21, 1903, after almost 2 years of rancorous negotiations, Hay told Heron that Colombia's reasonable time was finally up. The following afternoon the Hay-Heron Treaty was signed. By its terms, the United States received a 100-year franchise, renewable at its option, and control of a canal zone approximately 6 miles in width. Inside the canal zone, American authority would coexist uneasily with Colombian sovereignty. In turn, Colombia would pocket $10 million up front and an annual rent of $250,000 starting 9 years after ratification. Finally, in a provision targeted at Europe, the treaty forbade Colombia from alienating to any foreign government any of its islands or harbors near the canal zone for military purposes. It also committed the United States to giving Colombia the material support that may be required in order to prevent the occupation of said islands or ports. 33. Coming to an agreement was only half the battle. Both the United States and Colombia now had to ratify it, and Roosevelt threw himself into the effort with his usual energy. As expected, the forces backing the Nicaragua route put up a stiff fight, and Senator Morgan alone marshaled no fewer than 60 amendments to kill the treaty. Undeterred, Roosevelt cheerfully informed Hay that he was sweating blood to win the Senate's consent. On March 17, 1903, he got it. The treaty was approved without a single amendment. 34. Colombia was expected to quickly follow suit. But just as Morgan was being routed in Washington, the American minister in Bogotá, Arthur M. Beaupré, began reporting problems. On March 30, Beaupré alerted the State Department that Colombian public opinion was turning strongly against the treaty. On April 15, he wrote of a sudden outburst of controversy. Sentiment on the agreement had gone from approbation to suspicion and from suspicion to decided opposition. On May 4, he observed that the opposition was intensifying. 35. Hay could not understand the souring mood. German intrigues came naturally to mind, but as far as Beaupré could tell, no direct hostile influence is being used here. Instead, Colombians seemed genuinely grieved by what they saw as the treaty's inadequate compensation and extensive imposition on their sovereignty. Beaupré nevertheless assured the department that public opinion notwithstanding, any legislation seriously desired by the government will pass. 36. Overestimating Marroquin's authority, Hay and Roosevelt decided to force the Colombian president's hand. On June 9, Hay warned him that rejecting the treaty would seriously compromise diplomatic relations and potentially lead to actions by Congress next winter which every friend of Colombia would regret. Simultaneously, Roosevelt leaked word to remind Marroquin that the treaty's rejection might trigger Panama's secession. Roosevelt was not seriously considering this possibility yet, but the threat brought into sharp relief a danger that had long prowled along the periphery of the negotiations. 37. Hay and Roosevelt's tactics backfired. Colombia's public, already up in arms about the country's jeopardized sovereignty, grew even more incensed at the United States' bullying. Caught between Roosevelt and his own population, Marroquin chose the latter. On August 12, 1903, the Colombian Senate rejected the Hay-Herran Treaty unanimously. Even Marroquin's son voted number 38. Little Wildcat Republic. Roosevelt was apoplectic. He dedicated much of his summer and fall correspondence to vindictively sorting Colombia's politicians into various branches of the Linnean taxonomic tree. Marroquin, he informed Rudyard Kipling, was a deceitful pithecanthropoid. Colombia itself was a little wildcat republic. Bogotá's politicians were contemptible little creatures, though he went back and forth on whether to classify them as cat-rabbits or jack-rabbits. Either way, they were completely intolerable. 39. Between epithets, Roosevelt found time to consider next steps. The easiest option was to negotiate a canal with Nicaragua instead, and Hay reported that it would be quick work to make a deal. But Roosevelt resisted. Some of the country's best engineers had stated flatly that we had better have no canal at this time than one in Nicaragua, and the president was loath to ignore their advice. Roosevelt also had geopolitical risks on his mind. If the United States renounced the half-dug Panama route, it could be scooped up and finished by a European rival. Letting the Nicaragua route lie fallow, by contrast, seemed less dangerous. It was far further from completion, and Managua had not yet tried to solicit other buyers. 40. Roosevelt was instead drawn to a second option proposed by John Bassett Moore. Moore, a highly regarded international law professor, argued that whether Bogotá ratified the Canal Treaty was irrelevant because Colombia had already given the United States permission to dig a canal in Article 35 of the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty. By giving the United States the power to maintain free transit across the isthmus, Moore claimed, Colombia had also impliedly given it the right to construct the great means of transit which the treaty was chiefly designed to assure. The difficulty with Moore's proposal, however, other than its fanciful reasoning, was that Colombia would vigorously oppose any attempt to act on his interpretation. Not that Roosevelt minded, at this point he was spoiling to personally lead the Rough Riders against the foolish and homicidal corruptionists in Bogotá. But the president realized that as yet, the people of the United States are not willing to take the ground of building the canal by force, and Congress would probably share their timidity. 41. Roosevelt also considered a third option: secession. If Panama seceded, the Panamanians would surely make signing a lucrative canal treaty their first priority. But Roosevelt had to tread carefully. Panama's secession would resolve his conundrum, but the president could not openly encourage revolution. Whatever other governments can do, Roosevelt told a friend, the United States could not employ such underhand means. He admitted privately that if Panama seceded he would be delighted, but for me to say so publicly would amount to an instigation of a revolt, and therefore I cannot say it. 42. If a revolt were to begin of its own accord, however, well, then the United States might be able to do something about it. For years, the United States had landed forces on the isthmus under Article 35 to help Bogotá maintain authority over its rebellious province. Now, however, Roosevelt and his Secretary of State began to think about using Article 35 in a different way. If when another revolution occurred, Hay suggested, our intervention should not be at haphazard, nor, this time, should it be to the profit, as heretofore, of Bogotá. Hay ventured ominously that nothing can be lost, and something may be gained, by awaiting developments for a while. 43. One final option was obvious: compromise. Colombia wanted better terms, and it intimated that even $5 million more would be enough to secure its acquiescence. But Roosevelt refused to have any further dealings whatever with those Bogota people, having already gone further in their interests than we by rights ought to have gone. Even had Roosevelt been inclined to compromise, however, his back was up against a congressional wall. Further concessions to Colombian cupidity would have made the Nicaraguan alternative more attractive, making it even harder for any treaty with those Bogota people to survive the Senate. 44. By early October, the administration had settled on a basic strategy. Once Congress reassembled in December, Roosevelt would ask for permission to build a canal without Colombia's consent. If Congress balked, he would then build in Nicaragua. In the meantime, the administration would wait and see what turned up on the isthmus. The teeth of the children at Panama are getting a fine edge onto M, a State Department official noted. 45. A man who would act. Dr. Manuel Amador Guerrero did not strike most of his fellow travelers as a sharp-toothed revolutionary. Since jugging out of Panama's port town of Colón, the Sayarancas passengers had observed a thin, frail man who had just celebrated his 70th birthday. Small, circular, steel-rimmed glasses framed his warm eyes, and an enormous, bushy white walrus mustache made amends for a thinning hairline. Puttering around on the steamer's deck, Amador appeared more kindly grandfather than cunning insurrectionist leader. 46. In truth, the septuagenarian doctor had gladly joined the ranks of the Panamanian separatists. Amador had long been the Panama Railroad Company's chief physician and understood better than most the value of a canal to Panama. When another railroad employee had reported in early August that Cromwell was ready to go the limit for the conspirators, Amador had volunteered to go north to negotiate a final deal with the lawyer and ideally win the State Department's blessing. 47. Shortly after Amador landed in New York on September 1, 1903, however, the plan went awry. Cromwell showered Amador with promises of support at their first meeting, but when Amador came back for a second conference, Cromwell inexplicably threw him out of the office. One of Amador's fellow passengers, it later emerged, had ratted the doctor out to the Colombian charge in Washington, who had warned Cromwell that the Company Nouvelle would lose its concession if he did not cut ties with Amador instantly. 48. Amador knew none of this, however. After cabling a single word back to his friends in Panama, disappointed, the baffled doctor spent the next 3 weeks wandering the streets of New York aimlessly, tailed by detectives in the Colombian charge Espe, hoping for something, anything, to turn up. 49. On September 22, Buenavarilla stepped off a transatlantic steamer. He had escorted his wife to New York at her request, or so he said. But the French engineer admitted to a friend that he had actually come to guarantee the Washington government makes no mistake in dealing with Colombia. 50. Buenavarilla had a knack for serendipitous timing. Amador was about to return to Panama empty-handed. Instead, at 10:30 a.m. on September 24, Buenavarilla heard a soft knock at the door of room 1162 of the Waldorf Astoria. 51. Amador shuffled in and laid out the separatist dilemma. The revolutionaries could seize Colón and Panama City, Panama's two major political centers, without much effort. The Colombian garrison was greatly outnumbered and easily corrupted. But Colombia controlled the sea, and unless the Panamanians found a way to keep its warships at bay, Bogotá could retake the province at its leisure. 52. For the moment, Buenavarilla had no solution to Amador's dilemma. But he knew just the man to see. 53. On October 10, 1903, Buenavarilla was ushered into President Roosevelt's office. Everyone present would later insist that the subsequent discussion of Panama was limited. Roosevelt asked Buenavarilla what he predicted would happen. Buenavarilla paused melodramatically, then declared, "Mr. President, a revolution." He elaborated, "Colombia has decreed the ruin of the people of the Isthmus. They will not let things go any further without protesting according to their fashion. Their fashion is revolution." 54. And that was it. When Buenavarilla asked what the United States would do if a revolution erupted, Roosevelt demurred. Assistant Secretary of State Loomis claimed afterward that nothing was said that could be in any way construed as advising, instigating, suggesting, or encouraging a revolutionary movement. 55. For Buenavarilla, however, it was more than enough. He concluded from what Roosevelt had said and left unsaid that the president would support Panama's independence if the opportunity presented itself. Roosevelt, in turn, suspected that Buenavarilla had dropped by to learn whether the president was a man who would act. Few who met Roosevelt ever walked away doubting it. 56. Over the next couple of weeks, Buenavarilla shuttled between New York and Washington while devising a plan. From his time in Panama, he knew that the Americans always came running at the first sign of revolutionary trouble on the isthmus. Given Roosevelt's evident loathing for the bandits of Bogotá, Buenavarilla doubted that any American intervention this time around would favor Colombian interests. Instead, the U.S. Navy would probably position itself between the revolutionaries and the Colombian warships, thereby guaranteeing the revolution's success. 57. So solving the separatist dilemma boiled down to game theory. If the Panamanians revolted, the United States would intervene. If the Panamanians knew the United States would intervene, they would revolt. But the Panamanians did not know whether the United States would intervene, and the United States could not tell them. What was missing was a middleman, someone who could convince both sides that he spoke for the other, even when he emphatically did not. 58. Buenavarilla was born for the role. Literally bristling with confidence, the mustachioed Frenchman baselessly assured Amador that you will be protected by the American forces 48 hours after you have proclaimed the new republic. Buenavarilla also promised to secure $100,000 for the revolutionaries to bribe the Colombian garrison, but in exchange he wanted to become the Isthmian Republic's first diplomatic representative. Gradually and grudgingly, the doctor was won over to Buenavarilla's plan, and he promised to convince his co-conspirators. The revolution would start no later than November 3.59. Shortly before Amador's departure back to Panama, Buenavarilla unveiled a surprise. In his spare time, the engineer had packed the doctor a revolutionary kit, complete with a code book, plan of military operations, and draft Declaration of Independence. Buenavarilla's wife had even used material from Macy's to sew a flag for the new republic. 60. If Amador was surprised by the Frenchman's presumptuousness, he kept it to himself. Her destination is believed to be Colombia. On October 29, Buenavarilla received an encrypted telegram from Panama, Tower, New York. Fate news: bad powerful tiger. Urge vapor: Smith. 61. Buenavarilla, using the code book he had given Amador, translated the message as best he could. It was for him from Amador. News indicated Colombian troops were coming, and bad powerful tiger revealed how many, when, and where, more than 200, in 5 days, to Cologne. But the end of the message urge vapor: did not correspond to anything in the code book. Buenavarilla relied on his Spanish to translate it roughly as press steamer Cologne 62. Suddenly, Buenavarilla understood. It was a test. Amador wanted Buenavarilla to demonstrate Roosevelt's support for the Panamanian secessionists by sending an American warship to Cologne. Buenavarilla panicked. The U.S. Navy was beyond his control, but if a ship were not sent, the revolution was finished. 63. Buenavarilla was right. Back in Panama, Amador had unveiled Buenavarilla's plan. His co-conspirators were crestfallen. They had expected cash and a promise of official American support, not a homemade flag and the word of a high-strung Frenchman. It was not even a good homemade flag. Mrs. Buenavarilla had simply yellowed Old Glory's stripes and swapped out the white stars for some vaguely Isthmian imagery. 64. Amador saw an opportunity to kill two birds with one cable. If Buenavarilla sent an American warship, it would simultaneously reassure his friends of Washington's support and protect them from the incoming Colombian troops. In the meantime, his son would begin work on a new flag. 65. By the time he arrived in Washington, Buonavarilla had a plan. Pursuant to Article 35 of the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty, the United States sent forces to Panama whenever turmoil there threatened to disrupt free transit across the isthmus. If Amador was right, and Colombian troops were indeed bound for Colón, then fresh turmoil seemed imminent. Buonavarilla would spend the day convincing anyone he met of that fact in the hopes that it would get the administration to send a warship as a precautionary measure. 66. Buonavarilla learned the next morning that his warnings had hit home. "I have thought over what you said," Assistant Secretary Loomis told him. "This situation is really fraught with peril." That was all Buonavarilla needed to hear. He decided that Loomis's remark could mean only one thing: the United States had sent a cruiser to Colón. 67. On the 11 o'clock train back to New York, Buonavarilla did some quick math. He knew from public reporting that the closest gunboat to Colón was the USS Nashville, stationed about 500 miles away in Jamaica and capable of 10 knots. Factoring in an extra 12 hours for preparations, that meant it would reach Panama in roughly 2.5 days, on the morning of November 2 if, that is, Buonavarilla had picked the right warship, and if he had fathomed Loomis's intentions correctly. 68. Calculations complete, Buonavarilla got off at the next stop and marched to Baltimore's Central Telegraph Office. At 10 minutes past noon on Friday, October 30, 1903, he handed a coded message over for immediate dispatch: Pizaldo, Panama. "All right, will reach ton and half obscure. Jones." Translated, it responded to Amador's request for a cruiser as follows: "All right. Will reach 2 days and a half." 69. 2 days later, Buonavarilla's eye caught a notice buried on the 4th page of the New York Times. It read, "Kingston, Jamaica, October 31. The United States gunboat Nashville sailed from here this morning under sealed orders." His heart skipped a beat. Her destination is believed to be Colombia. 70. Long live the Republic of Panama. Panama's revolution nearly ended before it began. On November 2, the USS Nashville glided into Colón shortly before sunset, only half a day behind Buonavarilla's schedule. The Panamanian revolutionaries were ecstatic. Here, finally, was the proof they needed of American support for the next day's planned revolution. But the plan began going awry when a second ship joined the Nashville at midnight. It was the Cartagena, carrying General Juan Tovar and a detachment of 400 crack Colombian riflemen, the Tiradores. Early revolutionary celebrations crumbled into disillusionment at daybreak the following morning when, contrary to the revolutionaries' expectations, the Nashville did nothing to stop Tovar from disembarking his sharpshooters at Colón's old railroad wharf. 71. Terror flashed through the hearts of the revolutionaries. Few had known that so many Colombian troops were coming, but far worse was that the Tiradores had landed unmolested. Even Amador, who had been energetically pacing the streets of Panama City at 6 that morning, had flopped back into his hammock by 8, completely deflated. At that gloomy moment, the revolution was saved twice over by Amador's intrepid wife. She first roused the doctor from his languor and then hatched a plan to divide and conquer General Tovar's battalion. 72. Panama. James Shaler, a co-conspirator and the general superintendent of the railroad, lied and told Tovar that there were not enough train cars currently available in Colón to transport all of Tovar's troops to Panama City. Shaler pretended, however, that he had managed to rustle up a special coach for the general and his fellow officers to use, on the understanding that the rest of their battalion would follow a few hours later. 73. Once lured aboard the coach, Tovar and his officers began having second thoughts about being separated from their men. Sensing a trap, Tovar's second-in-command suddenly became agitated and demanded to get off. Before he could, Shaler blew his whistle and the train lurched toward Panama City, startled human cargo in tow. 74. Isolated from their battalion, Tovar and his fellow officers were easy pickings. That afternoon, as they were sunning themselves near the Panama City seawall, wondering where the rest of their men were, a company of supposedly loyal Colombian soldiers approached them. One file passed in front, the second behind, and then both lines turned, lowered their bayonets, and formed a ring of steel around the surprised officers. Tovar tried to push his way out, but a dozen blades blocked his path. He and the other prisoners were disarmed and arrested. Shortly afterward, the revolutionaries formally proclaimed Panama's independence. 75. The next morning, Amador doled out 8 boxes of Colombian silver to the defecting soldiers. "Boys, at last we have carried through our splendid work," he praised. He led them in 3 cheers: "Long live the Republic of Panama! Long live President Roosevelt! Long live the American government!" 76. Panama City in hand, all that remained was to liberate the province's other major city, Colón. But the revolution's second act was complicated by the continued presence of the tiradores whom Shaler had stranded there the previous day. For the revolution to succeed, the garrison had to be eliminated. Colón's insurrectionist leader, Porfirio Melendez, hoped to do so peacefully. Around noon, he invited Colonel Eliseo Torres, the inexperienced officer left in charge of the tiradores, to a local watering hole. Over a drink, Melendez revealed to the still clueless Colombian colonel that, first, Tovar had been imprisoned, second, Panama was seceding, and third, the United States backed the uprising. If Torres did not pack up and go home, Melendez bluffed, several incoming American warships would eject him and his men by force. Seemingly on cue, orders came from the Nashville forbidding Torres from using the railroad to retake Panama City. 77. Torres did not take the news well. Flying into a rage, he swore that unless the imprisoned Colombian generals were released by 2 o'clock that day, he was going to kill every American in Colón, burn the town down to the ground, and forcibly commandeer a train to Panama City to rescue his superior officers and smother the revolution in its own blood. 78. That was not the response that either Melendez or the Americans had been looking for. The Nashville promptly beached 42 bluejackets, and in minutes they had barricaded themselves and the town's American men inside a stone warehouse. Torres instantly surrounded the warehouse with his 400 sharpshooters. The Nashville, hoping to even the odds, cleared its decks for action and closed in on the waterfront. As it did, the crew of the Cartagena, the Colombians' troop ship, lost their nerve and bolted out of the harbor, leaving Torres stranded for the second time in as many days. 79. Cut off now from both his superior officers and his only means of escape, Torres found himself in an unenviable position. Minutes seemed to span hours as the two sides fiddled with their triggers and stared nervously at each other through gun sights. Finally, at around 3:13 p.m., Torres approached the warehouse gingerly. Over the barrels of the rifles pointed at him, he explained that it was all a big misunderstanding. He was actually quite well disposed toward Americans and wished only to talk to his commanding officer. 80. Negotiations would continue for another day, but the hot-headed colonel had lost control of the standoff. Early in the evening of November 5, Torres gave up entirely and ordered his battalion onto a British mail packet headed south to Cartagena. For his trouble, he received 2 clinking sacks of American $20 gold pieces. 81. From the Panamanian perspective, it had been a near-run thing. As long as revolutionaries held one end of the railroad and Colombian forces the other, Roosevelt had to at least feign neutrality between the two sides. When Torres sailed away with his sacks of gold, however, the entire province fell into secessionist hands. On the morning of November 6, the State Department learned of Torres's departure. 56 minutes later, it instructed the Panama City Consul General to recognize the de facto independence of the new Republic of Panama. Roosevelt then moved to safeguard that independence by ordering 10 warships to Panama, while the remainder of the U.S. Navy prepared to repel any foreign power inclined to exploit this delicate moment. 82. Colombia, as expected, dispatched troop ships to restore control over its wayward province. But Roosevelt refused to let them land, explaining that if he did, a fight would inevitably break out on the isthmus and endanger free transit contrary to the United States' obligations under the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty. Colombia stormed at this twisted interpretation of Article 35, which had, after all, been designed to guarantee Bogotá's rights of sovereignty over the isthmus, but its forces could not surmount the 42,560-ton wall of armor and gunmetal that now protected the secessionists. Whether Colombia liked it or not, Panama was gone for good. 83. I am ready to sign the treaty. One final drama remained. Panama had freed itself from Colombia, but not the world's expectations, and no expectation weighed as heavily on the renegade republic as the need for a canal treaty. Even more than the Americans, Amador and his compatriots wanted a canal. But the revolution's course had constrained their bargaining position and left them burdened by obligations about who would bargain on their behalf. Bluffs, bayonets, and bribery had won Panama its independence, but new fetters were about to be imposed at the negotiating table. Buenaventura had conditioned his support for the revolution on being appointed the republic's first diplomatic representative. Panama's new junta dragged its feet on crowning the Frenchman with that kind of authority, not least because he hadn't set foot on the isthmus since 1889. But Buenaventura kept the wires hot and withheld funds until, thoroughly exasperated, the junta agreed to make him envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary. Simultaneously, however, it dispatched Amador and one of its own members, Federico Boyd, to link up with the Frenchmen in Washington and wrest control of the Canal Treaty negotiations before Buenaventura could do too much damage. 84. But Buenaventura was never one to be a placeholder. Once he learned that Amador and Boyd were on their way to Washington, he begged Hay to accelerate the pace of negotiations and deny Panama City's politicians the chance to intrigue in ways that could endanger a canal treaty. 85. Hay sensed Buenaventura's desperation. On Sunday, November 15, the secretary dropped off for the Frenchman's consideration an updated version of the Hay-Herran Treaty that substantially expanded American perks. But Buenaventura had something even grander in mind. Sleeping only a few hours, he spent the entire night and next day tossing off treaty revisions. By Tuesday morning, a new draft was ready, and he sent it to Hay with his impatient regards. "I am ready to sign the treaty," he pleaded. 86. As the secretary deliberated on the new draft, Buenaventura felt his stomach sinking. The delegation from Panama had just landed in New York. There was not a moment to lose. 87. Amador had indeed just returned triumphantly to the United States. So much had happened in the month since he had left: Panama's independence, Colombia's humiliation, and, most recently, the news that he would be the first president of the new republic. But Amador and Boyd became uneasy when they realized that their country's envoy extraordinary was, rather extraordinarily, not on hand to greet them. Even more disturbing was a telegram from Buenaventura chiding them to remain in New York, to observe the greatest secrecy with regard to their mission, not to say a thing to the newspapers. 88. Suspicions aroused, the delegates hastened the following evening to the capital. But it was too late. Buenaventura met them at the train station, grinning from one mustache tip to the other. "I have just signed the Canal Treaty," he beamed as they stepped onto the platform. "Panama is henceforth under the protection of the United States." 89. Amador nearly fainted. Boyd reportedly struck the smug Frenchman in the face. 90. Only hours earlier, Buenaventura had indeed signed what everyone recognized would be the most important treaty in Panama's history. Technically, the Frenchman had acted within the scope of his authority. But no one in Panama City had foreseen that their determined representative would force the issue so quickly, before a single Panamanian even arrived on the scene. Panama would rue the oversight for decades. Contrary to what Buenaventura would later say, the new treaty was not practically identical to the old Hay-Herran Treaty with Colombia. True, there were superficial similarities, even improvements. The new treaty did not change the amount of compensation, and it obligated the United States to maintain Panama's independence. In exchange, however, the new treaty extended the canal concession from 100 years to perpetuity and widened the canal zone from roughly 6 miles to 10. Most importantly, the treaty gave the United States practically sovereign authority over the canal zone, as well as a Platt Amendment, like power to intervene for the safety or protection of the canal, at all times and in its discretion. 91. From the perspective of the United States, the Hay-Bunavarilla Treaty was so favorable it was almost embarrassing. Hay confessed sheepishly that although the agreement was vastly advantageous to the United States, it had many points, to which a Panaman patriot could object. 92. But Bunavarilla was no Panaman patriot, and he had not objected. Only one thing mattered to Bunavarilla: building the canal. During negotiations, that had meant loading the treaty with as many pro-American provisions as possible. Panama would ratify regardless. The little republic had no choice, with Colombian forces hovering ominously over the horizon. But the U.S. Senate was a different matter, especially given the controversy that Roosevelt's intervention was bound to stir up. Both Hay and Bunavarilla therefore wanted to bulletproof the new treaty before it ran the senatorial gauntlet to make it, in the latter's words, so well adapted to American exigencies, that it could challenge any criticism in the Senate. 93. The results spoke for themselves. Even an erstwhile congressional opponent was forced to concede that the treaty gave the United States more than anybody in this chamber ever dreamed of having. We have never had a concession so extraordinary in its character as this. 94. While the Americans marveled at their good luck, Bunavarilla ensured that Panama would not reverse its misfortune. He assailed the junta with dire cables urging Panama to ratify his canal treaty immediately, before Colombia underbid it. Bunavarilla was exaggerating the urgency, but to the isolated junta, the emergency appeared real enough. 95. On the afternoon of December 1, an iron strongbox arrived in Panama City. Inside, a typewritten copy of the Hay-Bunavarilla Treaty had been symbolically nestled inside the new Panamanian flag. Equally symbolically, both the treaty and the Panamanian standard were then swallowed up in the folds of an American flag. 96. As far as metaphors go, it was hard to imagine one more telling. Panama's junta officially approved the treaty the next morning. Town councils across the isthmus heralded the decision with understandable enthusiasm. It ensured the separatist republic's survival. But in securing Panama's sovereignty against the immediate threat to its south, the treaty opened up the country's independence to a longer-term threat from the north. 1 day shy of 1 month old, the fledgling republic had already subordinated its fate to the strategic needs of a rising colossus. 97. I took the isthmus. On March 23, 1911, Roosevelt faced a packed audience in the Greek Theater at the University of California, Berkeley, and defended the start of what he described as one of the greatest feat that has ever been attempted by civilized mankind. If he had followed traditional methods, the former president exclaimed, he would have submitted a long state paper to Congress urging the construction of an Isthmian canal. The debates would still be ongoing, and the beginning of work on the canal would be 50 years in the future. Instead, Roosevelt reportedly bellowed to laughter and applause, I took the isthmus, started the canal and then left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. Some still debated the propriety of his actions, but while the debate goes on, the canal does too. 98. Few of Roosevelt's actions have been as heavily debated as the taking of Panama. For Roosevelt, it was by far the most important action I took in foreign affairs during the time I was president. Every step was not merely proper, he argued, but was carried out in accordance with the highest, finest, and nicest standards of public and governmental ethics. Roosevelt's critics thought otherwise. The president, according to one senator, obtained a pretended claim, by the methods of a sneak thief and then defended by the attitude of a bully. Even the buccaneers who sailed the Spanish Main would have found it too much for them, agreed the nation. Former Secretary of State Richard Olney, who had once boasted that Washington's fiat is law in the Americas, moaned that we now stand before the world as a bullying, land-grabbing, treaty-breaking, unscrupulous power, all the more offensive for the unctuous and pharisaical professions of the public functionaries who represent us 99. Such criticism bounced harmlessly off Roosevelt in the immediate aftermath of the revolution. Late in February 1904, the administration wrung approval out of the Senate for the Hay-Bunavarilla Treaty. Republican lines held firm in an election year, and many Southern Democrats defected to Roosevelt's side because a canal would benefit their states in particular. Critics also faced the same problem they had encountered in the Philippines: what, exactly, was the alternative? Roosevelt had presented them with a fait accompli, and unless they wanted to toss both a favorable treaty and thousands of Panamanians to the wolves, there was little they could do. 100. Over the longer term, however, the president's intervention became infamous. His 1911 speech at Berkeley unleashed new torrents of criticism, sparking a congressional investigation that revealed for the first time the extent of Bunavarilla and his compatriots' machinations. Bogota, too, interpreted Roosevelt's remarks as a plea of guilty to the charge of international assault and battery. It demanded reparations and eventually received $25 million in what one wag called canalimini. At $6.25 million a word, "I took the isthmus" became the costliest boast the president reportedly ever made. 101. Even Roosevelt's most ardent defenders have struggled to excuse his actions on the isthmus, especially his decision to turn a treaty guaranteeing Colombian sovereignty into a shield for secession. Setting aside the president's self-serving rhetoric about fairness, morality, and civilization, it is clear that he took the Panamanian isthmus because that's where he wanted the canal built. Roosevelt himself admitted as much, defiantly arguing to his cabinet that he could not possibly have conspired to incite revolution in Panama because, Congress permitting, he had planned to seize the province outright. Excellent. Elihu Root congratulated him on behalf of the stunned cabinet. The defense is complete. To clear yourself of a charge of seduction you confess to rape. 102. Root's quip understated the problem. Roosevelt's intervention was worse than a crime, it was a blunder. He could have continued to negotiate with Colombia, perhaps securing a canal treaty for a mere $5 million more. Or he could have gone forward with the Nicaragua route, which was a viable alternative even if technically inferior. Either option would have delayed the canal's opening by a few years at most, a trifling setback. 103. Of all the American interventions in the region, Panama in 1903 thus stands apart. Elsewhere, the United States generally avoided intervening in its neighbors' affairs except in response to serious threats and the problem of order. Sometimes, as in Hawaii, those threats were clear, direct, and imminent; other times, as with the Platt Amendment, policymakers instead calculated that they would run intolerable risks in the future by failing to intervene in the present. Such risks did shape the administration's thinking on Panama, but they did not ultimately drive Roosevelt to support secession. After all, the United States had other, equally safe ways to keep Europe's powers at bay. Strategic imperatives made a canal under American control a necessity, but they did not demand this canal at this time in this way. 104. Colombia's weakness had offered temptation, and Roosevelt had succumbed. Secretary Seward had once been ready to launch a world war if the great powers recognized the secessionist South. 4 decades later, Roosevelt advanced his objectives by allying with foreign secessionists and using military force to protect them. Roosevelt missed that irony, as well as one other, that, like its despised European rivals, the United States had taken advantage of local dissensions in order to expand its influence in the region. Roosevelt was right about one thing, though while the debate went on, the canal did too. Shortly after the Hay-Bunavarilla Treaty was ratified, the U.S. Treasury completed the world's costliest real estate transaction to date when it bought the company Nouvel's assets for $40 million. Bunavarilla and his firm received their cut, recouping millions of francs plus 3% annually. Soon American engineers were brushing the rust and vines off abandoned French dredges and locomotives, and before long the isthmus was alive again with the sound of clanking machinery, dynamite blasts, and hollering foremen. 105. On August 15, 1914, nearly 11 years after Panama's revolution, the Panama Canal would finally open. British Ambassador James Bryce called it the greatest liberty man has ever taken with nature. Excluding wars, it was also the single most expensive endeavor in human history to that point. American expenditures alone came out to a staggering $352 million, almost 5 times the amount the Republic had paid for all of its previous territorial acquisitions, combined. 106. The Panama Canal, if be made, and fulfill the hopes of its builders, the Caribbean will be changed from a terminus, and place of local traffic, into one of the great highways of the world. For a rising United States, though, that cost was trivial. Not only did the canal pay for itself many times over through tolls and trade, but it also cracked the central dilemma of American naval strategy. By connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, the canal effectively doubled the size of Roosevelt's beloved Navy. Pilloried or not, the president could rest content. The United States controlled the economic and strategic crossroads of the hemisphere. All that remained now was to ensure that Europe's great powers never launched another major intervention in the region ever again. 1. Chapter 7. An International Police Power. The Second Venezuela Crisis and the Dominican Republic, 1902 to 1905. From behind closed doors and cracked windows, scared eyes peeked out at the soldiers trooping past. Alemans recognized the more cosmopolitan residents of Caracas's port city, La Guaira. The Germans paraded past so efficiently, so robotically, that it was easy to lose count of how many there were: 10, 20, 30, on and on, at least 100 German soldiers marching on Venezuelan soil. Landing after dark on the night of December 9, 1902, the columns had penetrated La Guaira's suburbs. They were now returning to the waterfront, escorting their prize, the German consul and his family, to a waiting cruiser. 1. Some of La Guaira's residents knew that Europe's great powers had amassed a long list of claims against Venezuela stemming from its civil wars and fiscal mismanagement. But it had still come as a shock when, earlier that afternoon, the port city had fallen under the shadow of the German and British cruisers that had come to collect. Shortly after 4:15 p.m., the warships had launched a dozen cutters filled with 240 sailors and marines toward La Guaira's docks, where most of what passed for Venezuela's ramshackle navy was moored. Flourishing revolvers and a Maxim gun, the Europeans had chased off the native crews, cut the anchor chains of 3 steamers, the Asun, the Totumo, and the General Crespo, and then, like pirates of old, towed the Venezuelan vessels away. British sailors stumbled on a 4th steamer still in the middle of repairs. Swarming over it like locusts, they smashed instruments, machinery, and torpedo tubes until the ship was left permanently crippled. 2. La Guaira was now deathly still, apart from the sound of boots stepping briskly back toward the landing boats. By contrast, all was chaos 10 miles away in Caracas. The capital's boulevards were thronged with rowdy demonstrators, a sea of angry, roaring faces occasionally broken by a waving banner or the blistering flash of a European flag going up in flames. From the palace, General José Cipriano Castro railed against the insolent feat of foreigners desecrating Venezuela's sacred soil. He called for resistance to the death. Men of every class and creed obligingly pulled Mauser rifles out of storage as stones crashed through the German legation's windows. 3. At 10 p.m., the order went out to arrest every German and Briton in the city. Within an hour, Caracas's police station was packed with over 200 frightened foreigners. Outside, a mob chanted, "Death to Germans! Death to foreigners! English sons of bitches!" One British warehouse owner kept a stiff upper lip. "Well, they always shout these things, old boy," he reassured another captive. "It makes them feel better. We're going to give them a hiding, you know." 4. On cue, the aptly named HMS Retribution was just then helping tow the 3 captured Venezuelan steamers out of La Guaira. One of the steamers, the Asun, would be retrofitted for blockade duty. The other 2 were less lucky. Sentries atop La Guaira's fort spotted lights flickering across the decks of the Totumo and the General Crespo, but the guards were too far away to make out the German sailors cramming charges into the ship's atria and ventricles. Suddenly, all the lights fled the condemned vessels, save for the dim glow cast by a handful of sputtering fuses. Seconds later, the dynamite exploded, blasting the ship's innards out into the inky deep. Black water rushed in to cauterize the gaping wounds. Within minutes both ships had slipped beneath the ocean's midnight surface, leaving just a few eddies and some foam to ephemerally mark their final resting place. 5. Somewhere to the north, the American giants stirred fitfully. President Roosevelt had spent a year watching this intervention develop. It was a trap, he knew that, but he couldn't be sure yet who was trapping whom. The Kaiser had pledged to respect the Monroe Doctrine, but he could be lying. Either way, Roosevelt had seen enough war games to know how easily innocent expeditions could escalate into something more menacing than even the French occupation of Mexico. He would go to war to prevent that. One thing Roosevelt could be sure of: whatever happened next, there was no going back. He would do whatever it took to make this the last major European intervention in the hemisphere, even if that meant staking an unprecedented claim to control of the New World. It was time for a new corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. The Grizzly Terror. On that night, Roosevelt must have thought back to how much the last few years had changed Washington's relationship with each of the intervening powers. Great Britain had loomed since the Revolutionary War as the bête noire of American foreign policy. But after more than a century of enmity, a remarkable series of events had coincided with cultural and ideological affinities to push the two nations into a rapprochement. Great Britain had capitulated during the last Venezuelan crisis, sympathized with Washington throughout the Spanish-American War, and practically ceded supremacy over American waters when it abrogated the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. Several factors drove these decisions, but the basic one was geopolitical. British leaders, especially in the Admiralty, had concluded that the United States had grown too powerful to resist. If it ever came to war, Great Britain could neither defend Canada nor defeat the United States. Given that reality, the Admiralty was starting to rebalance its forces away from the hemisphere toward new threats in Europe and Asia, in effect abandoning Latin America to the United States. Americans noticed and applauded these moves. Roosevelt cheerfully observed in 1901 that there is no danger to us from England now in any way. 6. Closely linked to Great Britain's withdrawal, however, was the rise of what Henry Adams called the Grizzly Terror. Great Britain, he wrote, had been frightened into America's arms by the sudden appearance of Germany, Europe's newest and most ambitious great power. But London was far from alone in its anxieties. 7. Germany and the United States had gotten along well enough during the Teutonic Giants' first decade on the international scene. Starting in the 1880s, however, relations had turned rocky as the pair clashed over tariffs and other trade matters. Still, Americans saw their German competitors more often as an economic challenge than a security one. 8. Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany, the Kaiser, like Carlyle, is gutty ill to live with, on occasions. All that changed in 1897 when Kaiser Wilhelm II announced Weltpolitik, his world policy. Casting aside the small-mindedness of previous decades, Weltpolitik demanded German greatness on a global scale. The Kaiser already commanded the world's greatest army, now he wanted to wield the trident of the sea as well. In April 1898, the Reichstag passed the First Fleet Bill, expanding the Imperial fleet by 7 battleships and 9 cruisers. 2 years later, the Second Fleet Bill ordered an additional 19 battleships and 23 cruisers constructed. Germany, too, would have its place in the Sun 9. Weltpolitik did not bode well for the Americas. Like Shakespeare's Cassius, Germany had a lean and hungry look. It had entered the colonial game late and was determined to make up for lost time. By 1901, the great powers had already established 140 colonies, protectorates, and dependencies over 2/3 of the world's surface and 1/3 of the world's people. Only 2 areas remained for the taking, China and Latin America. Germany was already making inroads into the former. It seized a temporary 99-year lease on the Chinese port of Kaisha in 1898, and if Weltpolitik was to mean anything, a play for the latter did not seem long in coming. 10. Guided by arrogance and enthralled by power, Kaiser Wilhelm II increasingly resented the Monroe Doctrine. "We must be paramount in South America," he proclaimed across the margins of one memorandum. On another, he scrawled, "South America is no concern of the Yankees." When an underling dared mention Monroe's doctrine, the Kaiser scoffed, "We will do whatever is necessary for our navy, even if it displeases the Yankees. Never fear." In 1899, Wilhelm personally directed his military to draw up war plans against the United States. Over the next few years, he monitored Operations Plan 3 closely, even outlining the concessions that the German Empire would demand in Latin America after its inevitable victory. Privately, the Kaiser assured his uncle King Edward VII that German naval construction is directed not against England but America. 11. Others in Berlin shared the Kaiser's acquisitive interest in the Western Hemisphere. German pundits and parliamentarians dismissed the Monroe Doctrine as a non-binding monologue or worse. Otto von Bismarck came out of retirement to call it a species of arrogance peculiarly American and inexcusable. German naval commanders urged the fleet to seize a base somewhere in the Americas, and Germany's foreign minister salivated over the very promising strips of land to be found there. One captain of the German Grand General Staff complained that in the last century we were too late to partake of the general partition. Happily, however, a second partition is forthcoming. We need only consider the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the isolation of China, the unstable condition of many South American states, to see what rich opportunities await us. 12. It became an article of faith among Germany's political and military classes that war with the United States over the New World was inevitable, even if the moment had not yet arrived. For now, the Imperial Navy would content itself with pinpricks, gunboat diplomacy in Haiti in 1897 and 1902, surveys of Caribbean harbors from 1900 on, inquiries about purchasing a strategic harbor in Mexico in 1902, and the decision in 1902 to form a permanent American naval squadron. German marks, immigrants, and military trainers meanwhile continued flooding the hemisphere. 13. Berlin's objective appeared obvious to most American military officers. Everything points to the acquisition of territory on the South American continent, the Army and Navy Journal judged. The General Board, the Navy Department's top advisory body, agreed. Germany wants to expand her colonial possessions, the board assessed. She is planning to test the Monroe Doctrine by annexation or establishment of a protectorate over a portion of South America, even going to the extent of war with the United States when her fleet is ready. 14. Senior civilians echoed these concerns. Secretary of War Root warned in April 1900 that the American people will within a few years have to either abandon the Monroe Doctrine or fight for it, and we are not going to abandon it. Secretary of State Hay, too, was alarmed. He reported that the jealousy and animosity felt toward us in Germany is something which can scarcely be exaggerated. The Vaterland is all on fire with greed and terror of us. 15. For his part, Roosevelt was no alarmist. "I have a hearty and genuine liking for the Germans both individually and as a nation," he assured Lodge. Even so, the president agreed that Berlin was the only power which may be a menace to us in anything like the immediate future. Roosevelt saw some opportunities for cooperation. He hoped, for instance, that German trade could help stabilize the Americas, but he remained wary of where Germany's appetites might lead it. He, too, emphasized the extreme desirability of keeping Germany out of this hemisphere. 16. American policymakers were not stupid. Germans might dream of supremacy over Latin America, but for now it was just that, a dream. Berlin could not readily adventure across the Atlantic while it was fending off French probes, British prods, and Russian pokes at home. But American policymakers also realized that even though the European balance of power would keep Germany in check most of the time, it was not foolproof. They remembered the French intervention in Mexico well, and they saw the parallels between the reckless ambition of Napoleon III's grand design and that of Kaiser Wilhelm's Weltpolitik. Germany, moreover, did not need to send its entire navy to the hemisphere to be dangerous. The Kaiser-like marine had qualitative and quantitative advantages, superior training and 50% greater tonnage that had enabled it to repeatedly trounce the U.S. Navy in war games, even in the latter's home waters and even with the former operating at less than full capacity. Finally, American policymakers concluded that German expansion was driven by a search for economic and demographic Lebensraum, an outlet for Germany's bursting factories and exploding population. Even if the Reich wanted to, perhaps it could not resist the great historical currents sweeping its warships toward the New World. 17. German officials weren't blind to the fears they were provoking. Sometimes they even cared. But efforts to alleviate American concerns were rare and often spectacularly ill-conceived. When the Kaiser clumsily tried to present the United States with a goodwill statue of Prussian autocrat Frederick the Great, the Army and Navy Journal advised sending back the likeness of James Monroe. 18. In case of sudden war, German ambitions finally collided with American fears in late 1902. The United States had never previously dreamed of barring European powers from forcibly intervening in the hemisphere. But Washington began rethinking that age-old stance when Germany announced its intent to attack Venezuela. Americans had always been jumpy at the prospect of European military expeditions in the Western Hemisphere. But little could be done. International law permitted countries to forcibly recover from those who had wronged them. For decades, then, the United States had clenched its teeth and reluctantly allowed Europe to send gunships to collect on the claims racked up by the turbulent little republics of Latin America. Roosevelt summed up the state of affairs in 1901 with typical color: if any South American state misbehaves towards any European country, let the European country spank it. 19. Few countries deserved a spanking in Roosevelt's view as much as Venezuela. Cursed with a long history of political instability, Venezuela had been particularly troubled and troublesome since General Castro had seized power in late 1899 and established a regime built around corruption, incompetence, and cheeky populism. Roosevelt thought the general was unspeakably villainous, a sentiment most foreigners shared. One British newspaper complained that Castro had the insolence of infinite littleness. 20. Germany had suffered greater indignities at Castro's hands than most. Its merchants and bankers had invested over 150 million marks in Venezuela and received mostly contempt in return. Castro defaulted on multiple German loans, refused to protect a German-owned railroad from rebels and bandits, and generally spat on German requests for compensation. By late 1901, Berlin was fed up and began thinking seriously about exporting less gold and more lead into the country. 21. On December 3, 1901, Germany saw the opening it had been waiting for. Earlier that day, Roosevelt had reiterated to Congress that the United States would not guarantee any state against punishment if it misconducts itself, as long as there was no acquisition of territory. 11 days later, German Ambassador Theodor von Holleben informed the United States that the Wilhelmstrasse considered further negotiations with Castro hopeless, and that it planned to demand a final settlement from Caracas before applying measures of coercion. Naturally, Berlin promised, it had no plans to acquire or permanently occupy any Venezuelan territory. 22. Despite the disclaimer, there were worrying signs that something more ominous than debt collection might be afoot. Over the previous year, the German flagship Veneta had been scouting the island of Margarita off the Venezuelan coast, one of the few spots that the German Navy could reach in the Caribbean without coming near established American bases. Von Holleben also admitted that Berlin was considering the temporary occupation of Venezuelan ports as part of its intervention. What the Wilhelmstrasse considered temporary, however, was anyone's guess. It soon became clear that several German officials in the region hoped the intervention would reap something of a permanent administrative nature. 23. Roosevelt, however, had just blessed punitive expeditions generally, and he had not objected to forcible measures taken by other powers in the neighborhood. So despite his misgivings, the president had little choice but to blandly thank Berlin for its pledge of abstinence and green-light Germany's planned intervention. 24. Roosevelt immediately began preparing for the worst. One day after approving the German intervention, he ordered Culebra, an island off Puerto Rico, turned into a naval base. The General Board had previously asked for this step in case of sudden war. Roosevelt then demanded that Congress appropriate $120,000 so the U.S. Navy could, for the first time in its history, converge in the Caribbean for combined exercises. The president scheduled this Mahanian show of force for the following autumn, when the German intervention was most likely to occur. In June 1902, he took the unusual step of asking Admiral of the Navy George Dewey, a notoriously rabid Germanophobe after his experiences in Manila Bay, to personally command the upcoming fleet maneuvers. The General Board, meanwhile, drew up war plans for the defense of Venezuela's coast. 25. Germany had found an ally in the interim. Great Britain had amassed its own mountain of complaints against Castro, and over the summer Whitehall agreed to a joint intervention in principle. First, the Allies would seize Castro's navy, then, if he still refused to cooperate, they would blockade his coast. 26. British involvement did not allay Roosevelt's concerns. Germany, he later wrote, still planned to seize some Venezuela harbor and turn it into a strongly fortified place of arms. He believed that the British, with their usual stupidity, permitted themselves to be roped in as an appendage, much like France had used Spain and Great Britain as diplomatic camouflage during its expedition to Mexico in 1861. Even if not, Roosevelt was aware of a second, more subtle danger. Rear Admiral Henry Clay Taylor, the nation's second-ranking naval officer, explained to Roosevelt in late autumn how even an innocent intervention would likely spiral out of control. Castro, being a perfectly irresponsible dictator, would resist any punishment, precipitating a war. But victory would not come cheaply, and Venezuela, when it eventually lost, could indemnify Berlin only by offering territory or mortgaging customs revenues, thereby lock herself in complete political dependence on Germany. Either way, the Kaiser would control part of the Americas. War with the United States, Taylor warned, was the most probable result. 28. By late November 1902, all the chess pieces were on the board. Every battleship in the U.S. Navy, every torpedo boat, every cruiser, was now stationed in the Caribbean, an armada of 53 vessels in all. Never before had the country assembled so many men of war in one place. Indeed, such a massive fleet would have been inconceivable to the men of Blaine's era. 29. On December 1, Dewey received final secret instructions from Roosevelt before sailing to take command of the combined fleet. 1 week later, on the same day, the admiral hoisted his four-star ensign. Germany and Great Britain severed diplomatic relations with Castro's government and prepared to attack La Guaira the next day. 30. Tell the Kaiser. Coincidentally, and in Roosevelt's world, such coincidences abounded. The German ambassador was visiting the White House that very morning with a national delegation. Seizing the opportunity, Roosevelt pulled von Holleben aside to the southwest corner of the room, where a massive globe, half the president's height and twice his girth, stood on a wooden tripod near the fireplace. The president spoke softly but urgently as he triggered a showdown 1 year in the making. 31. Tell the Kaiser, Roosevelt hissed through a smile, that although the world saw Dewey's fleet merely as a maneuver, the admiral would interfere, by force if necessary, if the Germans took any action which looked like the acquisition of territory. 32. Von Holleben, caught off guard, insisted that Germany did not intend to take any permanent possession of Venezuelan territory. 33. Roosevelt was not placated. The Chinese port of Kaicha, the president observed witheringly, was also not a permanent possession of Germany's, merely held by a 99 years lease. And Roosevelt did not intend to have another Kaicha, held by similar tenure, on the approach to the Isthmian Canal. Roosevelt accordingly delivered his ultimatum. Berlin had 10 days to agree to arbitrate its dispute with Venezuela, or else the entire massed American battle fleet would be ordered south along with its Germanophobic commander. 34. Von Holleben was horrified. Did the president understand what he had just threatened, consequences so serious that the ambassador dreaded to give them a name? In response, Roosevelt jabbed at the blue patch on the globe next to them where the joint expedition was preparing to raid La Guaira. Even a glance, the Rough Rider said steadily, would reveal that there was no spot in the world where Germany would fight the United States at a greater disadvantage. 35. Minutes later, a smiling Roosevelt ushered the dumbstruck ambassador and his none the wiser compatriots out of the office. 36. German and British soldiers seized and sunk most of the Venezuelan navy at La Guaira the next day. 4 days later, the Allies bombarded the castle and fortress at Puerto Cabello. Castro refused to give in, demanding that the Allies instead arbitrate their disagreements. Dewey meanwhile kept the American fleet on high alert and ready to move at a moment's notice. Anticipating imminent combat operations, he ordered a Marine hospital ward in Puerto Rico expanded tenfold in size. 37. Given Castro's intransigence, Germany and Great Britain had two options if they wanted to continue the intervention. Either they could blockade Venezuela indefinitely until Castro capitulated, or they could turn up the heat by landing more forces, seizing custom houses, and even driving inland toward Caracas. 38. Neither option appealed to London. British public opinion was turning sharply against the alliance with Germany, the country's hated rival. Committing to an indefinite blockade of Venezuela was politically suicidal. So was escalating, which risked rupturing the Anglo-American Entente and bringing Dewey down on everyone's heads. Great Britain thus began leaning toward accepting Castro's offer to arbitrate. 39. Similar calculations were unfolding in Berlin, and that was before the Kaiser even learned about Roosevelt's ultimatum. 40. Crises have a center of gravity that can warp the judgment of even the strongest psyches. And German ambassador von Holleben was no Übermensch, just a stiff, unimaginative officer who lived in mortal terror of crossing the Kaiser. Shocked by Roosevelt's ultimatum, terrified of bearing bad news, and distressed by plummeting American public opinion, von Holleben had decided not to forward the president's threat onto Berlin. He sat on it, convinced that because he so badly needed it not to be true, it therefore must not be true. 41. This was no way to run a foreign service. Early Sunday afternoon, December 14, with only 4 days to go on Roosevelt's 10-day ultimatum, von Holleben stopped by the White House. He chatted lightly with the president about the weather. The season's first snowfall had just dusted the Capitol and then rose to go. 42. Roosevelt stopped him. He asked if Berlin had responded to the ultimatum. Von Holleben told him, truthfully enough, no. 43. Roosevelt did not miss a beat. He said he was very definitely threatening war, but since it was apparently useless to wait as long as I had intended, he was going to move up the deadline by 24 hours. Dewey would now sail south on the 17th, in 3 days' time. 44. Shaken out of his stupor, von Holleben raced to New York to confer with German Consul General Karl Bunz, a friend of the president's. Bunz was unequivocal. Roosevelt did not bluff, and the Reich should count on his doing as threatened. Von Holleben felt his world collapse as reality clawed its way in. 45. On December 16, 1 day before Roosevelt's deadline, the ambassador finally passed the threat of war onto Berlin. By this point, the Kaiser was already worried about slumping British and American public opinion. He did not want to be left in the lurch by his British ally, especially not with Roosevelt's threat on the table. 46. Only hours before Roosevelt's deadline was set to expire, Wilhelm folded. Berlin informed the United States that it would accept Castro's arbitration proposal. 47. Pen bursting with pride, Roosevelt wrote a week later to the only other person who could understand what it meant to win a showdown with Europe over Venezuela. I congratulate you heartily on the rounding out of your policy, Roosevelt whooped to ex-President Cleveland. 48. All that remained was for Castro and the Allies to hammer out a settlement. Roosevelt declined the Allies' invitation to arbitrate the dispute himself because the United States had its own claims against Venezuela. So Germany and Great Britain, belatedly joined by Italy, blockaded the Venezuelan coast while they negotiated with Castro to see what everyone could agree to and what needed to be sent instead to the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. 49. The British Foreign Office remained conciliatory throughout the negotiations. Being allies with Germany rankled the American and British publics, and Prime Minister Arthur Balfour tried to soothe both by prostrating himself before the idol of Monroe. "The Monroe Doctrine has no enemies in this country that I know of," he declared to a cheering crowd in Liverpool. "We welcome any increase of the influence of the United States of America upon the Great Western Hemisphere." 50. Berlin was less publicly obsequious, but it, too, was looking for a face-saving way out. On January 5, the Wilhelmstrasse cancelled von Hollebon's credentials and forced the disgraced ambassador into early retirement. He was replaced by Roosevelt's good friend Hermann Speck von Sternberg, who declared that Germans would no sooner violate the Monroe Doctrine than colonize the moon. Few believed him, and Germany did not help its case when, in mid-January, its gunboats reduced another Venezuelan fort to pebbles, but negotiations ground steadily on. 51. By early February 1903, Caracas had agreed to recognize the Allies' claims. The only sticking point was the issue of preferential treatment, whether Castro had to pay back the claims of the Allies before it settled the claims of other non-blockading countries. Caracas argued against preferential treatment, reasoning that it would reward the use of violence. But the Allied powers were adamant. After Roosevelt declined to break the deadlock, the parties agreed to submit the question to the Hague Court. 52. Roosevelt had welcomed the Hague's involvement all along, subject always to one caveat, that there be no possibility of the court rendering a decision which might be in conflict with the Monroe Doctrine. It is unclear why the President nevertheless recommended submitting the preferential treatment question to the court. Either he trusted the court not to reward intervention, or he overlooked the consequences if it did so. Whatever the reason, it would prove a serious mistake. 53. On February 13, 1903, the parties signed a final protocol, and the blockade of Venezuela ended. By a gentleman's agreement, the State Department and the Wilhelmstrasse bleached their records of any evidence of the American ultimatum, leaving only a documentary silhouette as evidence of the crisis that had nearly sparked Great Power War. 54. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Roosevelt and the United States had safely navigated another European intervention, with the Monroe Doctrine no worse for the wear. But as is so often the case, the resolution of one crisis only deepened fear of the next. Germany, Roosevelt was sure, had been probing the hemisphere's defenses. He could not know whether Berlin's retreat was a case of post hoc or proter hoc, but he increasingly felt that only his firm warning had kept the Kaiser at arm's length. 55. Some of his mistrust may have been misplaced. Though incomplete, German archives suggest that while many German officials did pine for a Venezuelan foothold, the Kaiser thought it was not yet the right time. Despite his occasional outbursts about dominating South America, Wilhelm consistently accommodated American concerns before and during the crisis. 56. Of course, Roosevelt could not access the German archives, and it would have been foolish for him to ignore what evidence of German intent he did have. Even if the Kaiser had not planned on expansion, moreover, a combination of bad luck and the Kaiser's more belligerent subordinates could easily have forced Germany's hand. Perhaps it had been a close call, perhaps not. For all his preparations, however, Roosevelt had still been reacting to events rather than shaping them, and he could not guarantee that the United States' lucky streak would continue. Post-Venezuela crisis, the President's thoughts thus began to turn toward figuring out how the United States should handle the threat of future European interventions. Half of the solution was straightforward: ensure the U.S. Navy remained the ultimate backstop. But Roosevelt struggled with the second half of the puzzle: how to prevent European powers from intervening in the first place. He, like his predecessors, understood the danger posed by weak neighbors. but he saw no clear way to eliminate that danger short of claiming an exclusive right to intervene in the region, a course that he hesitated to adopt, at least for now. 57. Shortly after the end of the Venezuelan intervention, Roosevelt hailed what he saw as the ultimate line of defense against future European sallies into the hemisphere. There is a homely old adage which runs, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far," the president told a packed auditorium in Chicago. If the American nation will speak softly, and yet build a thoroughly efficient navy, the Monroe Doctrine will go far. 58. The proverb was an immediate hit. Within a day, the presidential train was chugging through gauntlets of shaking bats and homemade clubs. Roosevelt and his military advisors had long believed that the Monroe Doctrine needed a spine of steel. After the Venezuelan crisis, much of the public agreed. The country has just been given a vivid reminder that the Monroe Doctrine is not self-enforcing, opined the Boston Journal. A heavier battle line is sure to follow. 59. Critics tried to draw the opposite lesson. They claimed that the naval stick was already big enough, that American shipyards had been showering sparks non-stop since the days of Blaine, and that the sheer size of Dewey's armada attested to the result. Surely such a massive fleet could fend off any interlopers. For American novelists, however, the size of Dewey's fleet was meaningless in and of itself. What mattered was relative, not absolute, power. As long as new German keels kept splashing into the Baltic's icy waters, the U.S. Navy had to keep pace, whether it wanted to or not. Furthermore, the British Admiralty was starting to draw down its forces in Latin America in line with its broader withdrawal from the hemisphere. The U.S. Navy needed to compensate for this withdrawal if it hoped to maintain a favorable balance of forces. 60. So the naval buildup continued. 18 first-class battleships were already authorized, under construction, or in operation when Roosevelt became president. He wanted more. In his first 4 years, Roosevelt would coax funding for another 10 first-class battleships, 4 armored cruisers, and 17 other vessels. He paused in 1905, but only temporarily. In October 1906, a new Leviathan called the HMS Dreadnought swam out of the British Admiralty's Navy yards and instantly rendered every other capital ship obsolete. Roosevelt insisted the U.S. Navy stay abreast of these new giants, and by the time he left office, 6 Dreadnought-class vessels would be in commission or under construction. 61. Roosevelt was too proud of the fruits of his labors not to share them, and toward the end of his administration he dispatched much of his new navy on a worldwide cruise. "Perfectly bully," he sang as he watched the great white fleet sail out. "Did you ever see such a fleet?" 62. A heavier battle line had few downsides as far as Roosevelt could tell, but the same could not be said of the president's options for discouraging European interventions in the first place. Like many before him, Roosevelt understood how the weakness of Latin American states could encourage and facilitate foreign intervention. He was especially concerned by one aspect of the problem that Germany and Great Britain's intervention in Venezuela had highlighted: how interventions could lead European creditors to seize territory, as either direct payment or a temporary way of collecting money. During this era, Latin American states raised practically all their revenues by taxing foreign trade at custom houses. So if a foreign power wanted to collect payment by force, it could seize its debtors' custom houses and help itself to whatever cut of customs revenues it wanted. That practice was as distressingly common elsewhere in the world as it was dangerous. Once a European power controlled a state's custom houses, it effectively controlled that state's revenue stream and, by extension, the state itself. Great Britain had partly taken over Egypt in just that way. 63. The Great White Fleet enters the Straits of Magellan. This is indeed a great fleet and a great day. Seeing the problem, however, was not the same as solving it. Roosevelt and his administration needed a new solution, something that, consistent with his philosophy that 9/10 of wisdom is to be wise in time, would allow Washington to act sufficiently far in advance of any likely crisis to make it improbable that we would run into serious trouble. 64. Luis Maria Drago, Argentina's distinguished foreign minister, was among the first to offer Roosevelt a solution. The Venezuelan intervention unnerved Drago, who, like Roosevelt, thought that the collection of loans by military means implies territorial occupation. During the crisis, Drago therefore proposed a new rule of international law, that the public debt of states should not serve as a reason for an armed attack. 65. The Drago Doctrine, as it came to be known, reflected long-standing American practice and would soon be championed by Washington. But it was an imperfect solution at best. Even if the United States supported it, other great powers might not. Furthermore, the rule forbade only some interventions, those stemming from defaulted loans and other state-issued debt. But European powers generally cared far less about the financial travails of adventurous investors than they did about injuries to their nationals and property, and it was those claims that sparked most European interventions. 66. Of course, the Drago Doctrine could theoretically be stretched to prohibit any intervention based on any type of claim. Another Argentine jurist, Carlos Calvo, had gone just that far in the 1860s, denying that a state was financially responsible if its intestinal troubles harmed foreign nationals or their property. If accepted, the Calvo Doctrine would have banned most gunboat diplomacy in the Americas. But it was too radical to be realistic. Europe would never agree to absolve states of all responsibility for foreign nationals in their midst, and Roosevelt himself considered the rule immoral and ill-conceived. Indeed, by removing the financial incentive to protect foreigners, the Calvo Doctrine could paradoxically put foreigners in greater danger and ultimately make intervention more likely. 67. Germany's new ambassador, Hermann Speck von Sternberg, offered Roosevelt a second solution to the problem of order. Speck von Sternberg proposed creating a syndicate through which the United States and other great powers would collectively take over the finances of the region's reprobate nations, presumably by controlling their custom houses. He argued that in so doing, the powers would do away with the chance for a repetition of punitive expeditions by European powers to collect debt. 68. Speck von Sternberg's solution held no appeal for Roosevelt. Giving Europe control of Venezuela's finances would pave the way for reducing Venezuela to a condition like that of Egypt, Roosevelt told his German friend, something that our people would view with the utmost displeasure. If the Monroe Doctrine meant anything, it had to exclude European powers from even partial control of any American republic. 69. Great Britain pointed Roosevelt toward a third solution. British statesmen had long emphasized the gulf separating American regional interests from American regional responsibility. Lord Salisbury had argued during the first Venezuelan crisis in 1895 that Washington should tone down its interests to match the level of regional responsibility it was willing to accept. 8 years later, Salisbury's successor argued the opposite during the second Venezuelan crisis, that Washington needed to level up its responsibility to match its interests. It would be a great gain to civilization, Balfour declared, if Washington would preempt these constantly recurring difficulties between European powers and certain states in South America. 70. Great Britain was effectively telling the United States that if it disliked foreign powers intervening in its neighborhood so much, then it had better make sure that its neighborhood did not give those powers any reason to intervene. If when its neighbors failed to live up to that standard, the United States would have to intervene on Europe's behalf as a way of preempting European intervention. In practice, Great Britain was saying, Washington should become Europe's debt collector, its claims executor, the guarantor of regional order, and the policeman of the Western Hemisphere. For this arrangement to work, the United States would need to commit to an economic open door in Latin America. If the United States attempted to exploit its dominant position for commercial ends, then the British solution would no longer serve Europe's purposes and might spark a clash. Washington could claim an exclusive sphere of political influence, in other words, only by giving up any pretensions to an exclusive sphere of commercial influence. 71. Roosevelt was drawn to the logic of the British position. As a former policeman, he already thought that the world's increasing interdependence and complexity required all civilized and orderly powers to insist on proper policing, The president also had strong views about the proper relationship between civilized powers and other nations who supposedly had yet to attain the same level of material growth, moral fiber, and political development. Roosevelt also liked the British proposal because it would help address the concern among many Americans that the Monroe Doctrine encouraged bad behavior in the region by shielding local states from the consequences of their wrongdoing. Finally, Roosevelt understood how the British position aligned with the long-standing objective and trend of Washington's regional policy, including the recent Platt Amendment. The Platt Amendment had given the United States the right to keep order in Cuba so as to preempt foreign intervention there. The British essentially wanted the same thing, only region-wide. 72. But there were also reasons for caution. Roosevelt hated the idea of rescuing investors, whether foreign or American, from their mistakes. If they lose their money, they should take the consequences, he believed. He also did not want the United States to overextend itself. The Republic had enough problems at home without trying to make a dozen neighbors live up to their international obligations. 73. Some of Roosevelt's advisors were similarly hesitant. Captain Mahan, for instance, argued that the United States is inevitably the preponderant American power, but she does not aspire to be paramount. She does not find the true complement of the Monroe Doctrine in an undefined control over American states, exercised by her and denied to Europe. 74. Over the next year, these misgivings won out. Roosevelt wanted to prevent future European incursions, but the British approach was riddled with trouble. For now, it seemed easier to push the question off until some new crisis forced a decision. A premium on violence. Going into 1904, Roosevelt still remained reluctant to embrace the British proposal. In February, however, two seemingly unconnected events, one in the Dominican Republic, the other in The Hague, convinced him that its logic was inescapable. To protect the hemisphere, the United States would first have to police it. Since declaring independence in 1844, the Dominican Republic had split the island of Hispaniola with Haiti. Haiti was not a good sharer, and the Republic spent most of its first 3 decades beating back attacks from its neighbor while begging foreign powers for a protectorate or outright annexation. Only Spain and the United States ever answered the call, but Dominicans expelled the Spanish in 1865, and President Grant failed to consummate his attempt to annex the island in the 1870s. All the while, Dominicans bounced one caudillo after another out of the presidential palace in a whirling carousel of bloody revolutions and civil wars. Between 1874 and 1879 alone, 13 governments went into office. 75. The Dominican Republic's troubles mounted after Ulysses Hero seized control in the 1880s. Persuaded that Machiavelli's The Prince exemplified good governance, Heroes brought a brutal peace to the island but let its financial situation go from bad to worse. The Dominican Republic was no stranger to predatory loans, but Heroes signed onto them at record levels, confident that he would enjoy the resulting payoffs and creature comforts while his country would be left holding the bag once he was gone. He was right. By the time a rival named Ramon Caceres assassinated Heroes in 1899, the Dominican Republic was drowning in a sea of red ink. 76. Arroz's killing triggered new spasms of bloodshed that combined with the island's financial flailing to attract unwelcome attention. Since 1893, the State Department had kept a lid on foreign influence by supporting the San Domingo Improvement Company, a private American firm that ran the island's custom houses, floated its loans, indulged Arroz's appetite for cash, and generally reined in European bondholders. But Dominicans did not believe the Improvement Company was living up to its name, and they ousted the nefarious company after Arroz's death. The country's finances became as disorderly as its politics, and European bondholders along with their governments grew correspondingly agitated. Foreign warships began making regular stops at the island. 77. None of this reassured Washington. Since the Navy suspected that any European attacker would use the Dominican Republic, which guarded the entrance to the Caribbean, as a staging ground, the Navy's General Board drew up detailed plans to preemptively seize the island in the event of hostilities. The board also warned that the Dominican Republic's feeble and chaotic conditions could make it easy for any country to obtain concessions of a strategic nature. Sure enough, the American minister reported in September 1903 that the Dominican foreign minister was trying to trade 2 coaling stations for an alliance with Germany. Before the talks could progress any further, however, the Dominican government was overthrown. 78. The Republic's new government looked north for help. In January 1904, a delegation arrived in Washington with a surprising request. $32 million of debt had turned the country's balance sheet scarlet, and the new president, Carlos F. Morales Languasco, thought that only an American protectorate complete with loans, naval stations, and special trade relations could stabilize the island. Morales thus implored Roosevelt for a Dominican Plat amendment, even alluding to eventual annexation. 79. Roosevelt rejected the proposal out of hand. Santo Domingo is drifting into chaos, he admitted to his son, using a common nickname for the island. The president feared it was inevitable that, as the British had suggested, the United States should sooner or later assume an attitude of protection and regulation in regard to all these little states. But he prayed that moment would be deferred as long as possible. On February 23, he confided to a friend with disgust, "If I possibly can, I want to do nothing to them. If it is absolutely necessary to do something, then I want to do as little as possible." The Dominicans had been bedeviling him to establish a protectorate and take charge of their finances, but he had insisted that we could not possibly go into the subject. Even less appealing was anything permanent. "I have about the same desire to annex as a gorged boa constrictor might have to swallow a porcupine wrong end to 80. Even as that uncomfortable prospect crossed his mind, however, Roosevelt was receiving news that would make involvement unavoidable. 1 year earlier, Venezuela and its European adversaries had asked the Hague Court to decide whether Caracas should repay the blockading powers ahead of other creditors. In February 1904, the court decided in the affirmative. By blockading Venezuela, it said, the Allies had won the right to see their claims repaid first. 81. The decision sent alarm bells ringing throughout Roosevelt's administration. If intervention meant preferential treatment, then many more interventions were likely in the near future. One State Department official protested that the Hague's decision placed a premium on violence. 82. The Dominican Republic could ill afford that premium. In mid-April, the American minister learned that Italy was about to seize the nation's custom houses. The action of the Italian government, he reported, is based upon the recent decision at The Hague. Italy was not itself a menace, but once the interventionist ball got rolling, it would be hard to prevent other, more dangerous powers from piling on. 83. Given the Hague's decision, Roosevelt finally accepted that it is our duty, when it becomes absolutely inevitable, to police these countries in the interest of order and civilization. But in his view, that moment had not yet arrived. Even though the Dominican Republic was on the point of dissolution, Roosevelt saw no way for the United States to involve itself without establishing precedents which would be equally inconvenient and undesirable for both countries. He did not change his mind even after President Morales offered Washington preemptive control of Dominican custom houses. It was long-standing State Department policy not to interfere with the management by foreign governments of their own fiscal systems, and since Italy had denied any intent to intervene, Roosevelt thought he could still hold back. 84. Roosevelt's qualms were reinforced by domestic concerns. Theodore thinks of nothing, talks of nothing, and lives for nothing but his political interests, observed Henry Adams. If you remark to him that God is great, he asks naively at once how that will affect his election. Eager to be elected in November, Roosevelt knew that the path to victory did not pass through the Dominican Republic. Panama's revolution was only a few months behind him, and the Rough Rider did not want to aggravate his trigger-happy reputation. So although the best people of the island demanded American interference, he told one correspondent, he felt obliged to put off the action until the necessity becomes so clear that even the blindest can see it. 85. Sometimes, though, national vision requires a bit of guidance. Roosevelt asked Elihu Root, who had left his post as Secretary of War in January, to read a letter on his behalf at an upcoming banquet celebrating the 2-year anniversary of Cuba's independence. Root agreed, and on May 20, 1904, he announced that the United States could no longer ignore its duty to keep order in the hemisphere. Our interests, and those of our southern neighbors, are in reality identical, he read. All that we ask is that they shall govern themselves well, and be prosperous and orderly. Where this is the case they will find only helpfulness from us. 86. The trial balloon had barely cleared the roof of the banquet hall before it was popped by a fusillade of critical press coverage. A flagrant exhibition of jingoism, scolded the New York Herald. Roosevelt couldn't understand it. What I wrote is the simplest common sense, he told Root. If we are willing to let Germany or England act as the policemen of the Caribbean, then we can afford not to interfere when gross wrongdoing occurs. But if we intend to say hands off to the powers of Europe, then sooner or later we must keep order ourselves. What a queer set of evil-minded creatures, mixed with honest people of preposterous shortness of vision, our opponents are. 87. The Roosevelt Corollary. Roosevelt vanquished his evil-minded and preposterous opponents that November in a record-breaking electoral landslide, with 50% more votes than his opponent. Shortly before the returns started coming in, he privately admitted to his sister that he had never wanted anything in his life quite as much as the outward and visible sign of his country's approval. Now he had it, and along with it came the power to modernize the Monroe Doctrine. 88. On December 6, 1904, in his fourth State of the Union message, the President announced to the world what would become known as the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Borrowing liberally from his May letter, Roosevelt declared that the United States desired only to see its neighbors stable, orderly, and prosperous. No neighbor needed to fear interference from the United States, he promised, as long as it shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, if, that is, it showed the progress in stable and just civilization that so many of the republics in both Americas are constantly and brilliantly showing. But the United States could no longer tolerate those failing or failed states who invited foreign aggression through either chronic wrongdoing or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society. Such cases could ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere, only one nation could safely do the job. Adherence to the Monroe Doctrine, Roosevelt concluded, may force the United States, however reluctantly, to the exercise of an international police power. 89. It was an awesome assertion of American power. Until this point, the United States had tried to uphold the Monroe Doctrine mostly without force. Where force was used, it was aimed primarily at the perceived threat, the European great powers. Now, however, the United States was turning its guns against its own neighbors, the very states that the Republic had sworn to protect. Generations of historians have criticized the Roosevelt Corollary as an unnatural extension of the Monroe Doctrine, even a perversion. In truth, it was nearly the opposite. The corollary was the doctrine's inevitable outgrowth, the next trial in a decades-long experiment that had seen the country cycle through less intrusive means of regional defense one by one. Since the Civil War, American grand strategy had sought to prevent great power rivals from using the region's failed or failing states to expand into the hemisphere. Secretary Seward and his immediate successors had tried to strengthen those states through trade links and friendly relations. Secretary Blaine had deepened and systematized that effort through bilateral reciprocity treaties, and he had also tried to settle regional conflicts through arbitration and Pan-American cooperation. By the 1890s, these approaches appeared woefully insufficient. Latin America was no more stable than before, and the great powers seemed about to kick in the door. After the Spanish-American War, the United States had moved on to the next logical step, stabilizing its neighbors from the inside out. Through the Platt Amendment, the United States had preemptively curtailed Cuba's authority over its external relations while giving itself the right to intervene if anarchy erupted. It seemed only natural for Roosevelt to now extend that policy to the whole region. 90. In fact, Roosevelt was doing little more than making explicit what had always been implicit. President Monroe had set the ends of the doctrine but said nothing about its means, and American statesmen had long understood those means to include, as a last resort, intervention. General Sheridan had wanted to invade Mexico not only to boot out Emperor Maximilian, but also to give the country a stable, permanent government. Seward had threatened to annex Haiti if Europe came too close. Senators had opposed Grant's attempt to annex the Dominican Republic but conceded that an actual foreign threat might make them reconsider. Several anti-imperialist senators had then lived up to the spirit of that concession when Japan menaced Hawaii. Olney, in an unused draft of Cleveland's 1896 State of the Union message, had written that the Monroe Doctrine not merely asserts rights but entails correlative obligations, not merely declares the right of the United States to regulate the affairs of Cuba to the exclusion of European powers, but requires it to do so whenever such outside regulation becomes imperative. It was the Roosevelt corollary in all but name. 91. Much as intervention had been lurking in the background all along, however, Roosevelt had also lost little of his predecessor's reluctance to actually deploy violence. He studied his corollary with limiting language. Local states' wrongdoing had to be chronic, the cases flagrant, before the United States would intervene reluctantly and as a last resort. Each of these terms was malleable, but Roosevelt meant them to be read narrowly, and Root amplified the limitations a few weeks later. In a speech, he pruned the worst rhetorical excesses of Olney's 20-inch gun, including its infamous declaration that the United States was sovereign upon this continent. We arrogate to ourselves, not sovereignty over the American continent, but only the right to protect, Root pledged. Above all things let us be just. 92. Such public hand-wringing might have seemed contrived were it not also reflected in months of Roosevelt's most personal conversations and correspondence. He had admitted to Speck von Sternberg that a protectorate over the Americas often seemed like the only way out, but he was nonetheless absolutely against it, adding melodramatically that he would sooner sponsor a retrocession of New Mexico and Arizona. Brooding over involvement in the Dominican Republic, Roosevelt insisted to another friend, "I won't do it as long as it can be helped." Indeed, the president would be greatly relieved if the United States could without intervening get Santo Domingo to behave, internally and externally, with any kind of decency and efficiency. 93. By the time Roosevelt announced his corollary, however, it was already too late. Order out of chaos. Europe's patience with the Dominican Republic had finally run out in December 1904. Summoning the ghost of Emperor Maximilian, France warned that if the United States did not resolve the island's debt crisis, the French Navy would. Other European powers echoed those sentiments, and Secretary of State John Hay detected a concert among them. A repeat of the Venezuelan crisis was imminent, with Germany once again foremost on the administration's mind. 94. Out of options and after infinite thought and worry and labor, Roosevelt ordered the State Department to approach the Dominican Republic with an offer to take over the island's custom houses. This would be interference by invitation, as Morales had been begging for this step for over a year. Still, not every Dominican was as excited as Morales about American involvement, and on the advice of his minister Roosevelt sent warships to the island to exert a good moral effect upon malcontents. 95. On February 15, 1905, Roosevelt sent a finalized treaty to the Senate. Under the agreement, American officials would collect the Dominican Republic's customs revenue and divvy it up between the island's government and its creditors, with no less than 45% going to the former. Since the Dominican government had no real source of revenue other than customs duties, this customs receivership would effectively give the United States control over the Republic's fiscal system for as long as it took to amortize the country's debt. 96. Roosevelt warned the Senate that there was no alternative. Pronouncing the situation in the Dominican Republic hopeless, he revealed that several European powers were about to intervene to bring order out of the chaos. If they did, they would necessarily seize the custom houses, and that would mean a definite and very possibly permanent occupation of Dominican territory. So the United States faced a choice: either submit to the likelihood of infringement of the Monroe Doctrine, or agree to stabilize the island's finances itself. 97. Despite Roosevelt's pleas, the Senate refused to act on the treaty. Democrats wanted to torpedo the president's second term, and the Senate more broadly wanted to throttle the vigorousness of Roosevelt's policies and the Republic's entanglements abroad. 98. Roosevelt, as usual, was spectacularly indifferent to what the Senate wanted. Bypassing Congress, he arranged a temporary customs receivership directly with Morales. He then kicked the American-owned San Domingo Improvement Company to the curb. It would not do to promote American interests over foreign ones, especially when those interests had aided and abetted the Dominican Republic's financial extravagance. Roosevelt also ordered the Navy Secretary to stop any revolutions until the Senate finished deliberating. "That this is ethically right I am dead sure," he explained, "even though there may be some technical or red tape difficulty." 99. Roosevelt continued disregarding red tape for the next 2 years. Finally, in February 1907, the Senate gave up and consented to a modified version of the original treaty, and the Dominican Republic formally joined Cuba and Panama inside the perimeter of the United States' ever-expanding sphere of regional influence. 100. A precedent for American action. Historians sometimes mark the Roosevelt corollary as a turning point in American foreign policy, the moment when everything began to go wrong for the Republic and the region. But while the corollary was surely a step toward eventual hemispheric hegemony, the United States had set foot on that path long before Roosevelt arrived and would continue treading it long after he left. One of the corollary's many peculiarities is that it was invoked only once by the president who lent it his name. After the Dominican Republic, Roosevelt never relied on his corollary again. In fact, he continued to handle potential European interventions on a case-by-case basis, often letting them go forward. In late 1905, for example, Roosevelt acquiesced to a French punitive expedition against General Castro after first extracting a written promise of no permanent occupation. Similar permission slips were handed out to Great Britain and the Netherlands. None of these planned interventions came to pass, but the fact that Roosevelt refused to invoke the corollary to block them underscores his administration's commitment to reserving American intervention as a last resort. 101. Such reticence reflected a broader reluctance to interfere too much in the region. Roosevelt carped to lodge about one critic who had argued that Washington should reverse course and interfere in its neighbors' affairs only to the minimum necessary, and that any interference should be so veiled as to avoid hurting the feelings of those in whose behalf we are interfering. Roosevelt rolled his eyes at that gratuitous advice. This, he underscored irritably, exactly describes what has been done in Santo Domingo. 102. Still, Roosevelt came to believe that however veiled and minimal, his interference in the Dominican Republic had produced incalculable benefits for the island. Even though Roosevelt had agreed to the customs receivership first and foremost to stop Europe's powers from intervening, he had hoped it would also help the island in the long run by eliminating corruption and mismanagement of customs revenues. Even more importantly, the receivership promised to tamp down future disorder. Civil wars in the Dominican Republic had always been fought over the custom houses. Roosevelt believed, they were the pot of money that financed insurrections and inspired insurrectionists. But no revolutionary in his right mind would try to seize a custom house from American officials. Roosevelt thus anticipated that the receivership would mean more money coming in and less being wasted on revolution, allowing the Dominican government to spend more on public goods, jumpstart growth, and increase customs revenues. Over time, that virtuous cycle would ideally develop the Dominican Republic into a politically stable and economically prosperous state. 103. At first, the receivership bore out those heady expectations. Washington helped adjust the Dominican debt down from a high of $32 million to $15.5 million, and repayments began occurring regularly. Customs revenues soared from $1.85 million before the receivership to $3.65 million in 1907-08. Even with its 45% cut, the central government now had more cash on hand than ever before, and it began financing public improvements for the first time in years. The Dominican Republic stabilized politically as well. There were fewer revolutions and civil wars, each more anemic than the last. It became conventional wisdom in Washington that the customs receivership had been an unalloyed success. 104. Some began to see the Dominican receivership as a template for further regional change. By 1909, Roosevelt was telling Andrew Carnegie that the receivership was literally invaluable in pointing out the way for introducing peace and order in the Caribbean and around its borders. The action there taken, he later reiterated, should serve as a precedent for American action in all similar cases. 105. If Roosevelt had looked a little closer, however, he might have realized that while his policies had solved some problems, they were also creating new ones. For instance, the Roosevelt corollary risked making the United States into Europe's catspaw. All else being equal, European powers wanted to avoid interventions, which were costly in treasure and goodwill. If Washington was going to bear the brunt of those costs on their behalf, however, then these powers had every incentive to provoke American interventions more often, even where they ordinarily might have turned the other cheek. Worse, the Roosevelt corollary also incentivized the very threats to the Monroe Doctrine that it aimed to prevent. Since the corollary conditioned American intervention on the risk of European intervention, it encouraged anyone who wanted American intervention to exaggerate, invent, or even provoke foreign threats. Great Britain had already exploited that dynamic, playing down its interest in Hawaii in 1893 to ward off American annexation, but playing up the threat to the Philippines in 1898 to persuade Americans to take the archipelago. By making the threat intervention link more explicit, the Roosevelt corollary left the United States open to manipulation, unable to determine which of the many threats it perceived were actually real. 106. Roosevelt also intended his corollary to apply only to the most extreme cases. That was, in truth, not much of a constraint. Instability was endemic to the hemisphere, and Roosevelt often griped about the region's many small bandit nests of a wicked and inefficient type. By late 1908, the president was muttering about the need to put a stop to crying disorders at our very doors in Haiti, Venezuela, and at least one Central American state. But he desisted, knowing that though the need was great, there was no immediate threat for now. 107. The Dominican customs receivership also spawned its own problems, starting with mission creep. American officials were supposed to only be collecting and distributing the island's customs revenues. But they gradually took on additional responsibilities, like stamping out smuggling by training a frontier guard and lending 4 revenue cutters for maritime interdiction. The Dominican government soon repurposed both. The guard became a paramilitary police force, and the cutters turned into a proto-navy used to transport troops, intimidate domestic enemies, and even lance the occasional revolutionary boil. Ever so slowly, the United States was getting drawn into the Dominican Republic's day-to-day politics. 108. Furthermore, the path from chronic wrongdoing to model state was proving a little more crooked than Americans had imagined. Roosevelt expected that the Dominican receivership would end revolutions by taking the biggest pot of money off the table. But revolutions were always about more than money, and in any event the prize still existed. Winning it just required Dominicans to point their rifles away from the ports and toward the presidential palace. 109. Roosevelt got his first taste of what these incentives could look like in December 1905. Seeking to expand his authority, Dominican President Morales engineered a fake coup against himself that accidentally turned into a real one. Following a brief period of conflict, Caceres Arroz's assassin became president. He declared that he would cooperate with the Americans and their beloved receivership, and Washington decided not to oppose his grab for power. Things soon went on as before, with few yet concerned about how this executive shuffle reflected the introduction of American power. It would take another year before the law of unintended consequences really hit home, this time back in Cuba. 110. 1. Chapter 8. The creation of a revolutionary habit. The return to Cuba and Panama, 1906 to 1909. Theodore Roosevelt could barely contain his rage. Stomping around his Oyster Bay vacation home in mid-September 1906, the fuming president was complaining to anyone who would listen that he had done what he could, that the United States had lived up to its end of the bargain, and that whatever was happening in Cuba was, most emphatically, not his fault. Over 4 years had passed since that promising day when the United States had left the island. In his diary, Military Governor Leonard Wood had remembered that day as a fine clear day, the best sort of a Cuban May Day. For a week prior, jubilant crowds had paraded along Havana's gaily decorated streets to the beat of exploding firecrackers. At noon, though, everything had gone still as Wood read out the document of transfer. American soldiers had slowly lowered their country's colors and hoisted the Cuban flag. In the harbor, the guns of American warships had begun booming in celebration. Cuba was free at last. 1. Cubans, to be sure, had won independence only with an asterisk. The Platt Amendment meant that another American takeover remained theoretically possible, and some cynics, like Senator Joseph B. Foraker of Ohio, had even warned at that time that the amendment would incentivize political outs to create exactly the sort of disorder that would bring the Americans running back to the island. 2. On that bright, brilliant Cuban day, however, such concerns had seemed as wispy and far off as the clouds hanging on the horizon. Certainly no one in the newly installed Roosevelt administration had given them much thought. 4 years later, though, Cuba was very much on Roosevelt's mind. Just at the moment I am so angry with that infernal little Cuban republic that I would like to wipe its people off the face of the earth, he stormed. All that we wanted from them was that they would behave themselves and be prosperous and happy so that we would not have to interfere. And now, lo and behold, they have started an utterly unjustifiable and pointless revolution. 3. So they had, at least from Roosevelt's perspective. Quarreling between Cuba's two political parties, the moderates and the liberals, had led the latter into revolt in August 1906. Now the liberal revolution was metastasizing quicker than Havana could contain it. Worse still, it was becoming clear that, for all their differences, the warring parties wanted the same thing, a second American occupation of the island. Cuba was not even the only infernal little republic causing trouble. Senator Foraker's prediction that American interventions might generate their own sequels was also coming true in the Republic's second protectorate, Panama. It was infuriating. Cuba and Panama were supposed to be the poster children of American regional stabilization. Instead, lo and behold, they were unraveling in ways that would draw the United States further into their affairs at the very moment, no less, when the administration was struggling to communicate its benign intentions to a wary region. Roosevelt just could not understand what had gone wrong. No victories but those of peace. If someone had asked Elihu Root a year earlier whether he would soon find himself on a precedent-smashing goodwill tour through South America, the high-flying attorney would have arched an eyebrow. He had resigned as Secretary of War in early 1904, intending to return to private practice for good. 17 months later, however, Secretary of State John Hay passed away, and on the presidential train back from the funeral, Root heard the request he had hoped would never come. 4. Elihu, Roosevelt said, fixing him with a stare, you have got to come back into my cabinet. Root began running in his mind through all the reasons why he would say no. He had just traded an $8,000 public salary for a $200,000 private one. His wife hated Washington. They had just started building a new house on Park Avenue. Even the thought of returning to government service exhausted him. 5. Instead, he looked up at Roosevelt and said yes. 6. For his sins, the new Secretary of State had assumed responsibility for rehabilitating the country's standing in Latin America. Not that the United States was hated, exactly. While the Roosevelt corollary had disturbed some countries, most believed that it would never apply to them, and Roosevelt had gone out of his way to stress that fact. As for Panama, many Latin Americans suspected that Colombia had gotten what it deserved. Foolish nations and their sovereignty are soon parted, after all. And hadn't Washington stood up for Venezuela, twice? Most importantly, hadn't it left Cuba? 7. Still, there was considerable room for improvement. Since the 1890s, the American relationship with the region had been deteriorating. If nothing changed, the United States risked being seen not as an occasionally overbearing neighbor but as an outright enemy. Contrary to his reputation, Roosevelt cared deeply about reversing the decline. In private, the president was sometimes condescending about Latin Americans, especially when piqued, and he could revert to racist stereotypes. Publicly, however, Roosevelt usually kept his tongue in check and his tact engaged. Nothing is of greater importance from a political point of view, the president emphasized to his diplomats, than that the United States should be understood to be the friend of all the Latin American republics and the enemy of none. Root felt even more strongly. The South Americans now hate us, he reflected sadly, largely because they think we despise them and try to bully them. I really like them and intend to show it. I think their friendship is really important to the United States, and that the best way to secure it is by treating them like gentlemen. 9. Root was no fool. Like Roosevelt, he recognized that the country's strategic objectives, especially its determination to control the Panama Canal, would inevitably require it to police the surrounding premises. But there was policing and then there was policing. Root wanted Washington to ease off the nightstick and instead keep order in Latin America through a little genuine interest combined with respectful consideration, which he was sure would give us in that part of the world the only kind of hegemony we need to seek or ought to want. Otherwise, Root feared the consequences. The keystone of our Latin American policy is anti-imperialism, he concluded. If we step 1 foot off that basis we are gone 10. As Secretary of State, Root therefore prioritized winning back the affection of Latin America. He began by seeking out the friendship of its diplomats, taking small but welcome steps to integrate them into Washington high society. Root then devised a more ambitious initiative, traveling to Rio de Janeiro over the summer of 1906 to headline the Third International Conference of the American States. 11. Since Secretary Blaine had hosted the equivocal First Conference in 1889, the Pan-American movement had fallen into a slump. For over a decade the American republics had not met, and when Mexico finally hosted the Second Conference in 1901, it accomplished little. 12. Root was determined to make the Third Conference a success, though not by reviving Blaine's far-reaching policy proposals. Instead, Root intended to publicly bind the United States to a new regional policy. His physical presence alone would demonstrate his nation's commitment to better relations, not least because it would be unprecedented, the first time in history that a sitting Secretary of State had ever visited South America. 13. On July 31, 1906, as night settled over Rio, Root delivered the conference's keynote address. He spoke to the deepest fears of the assembled delegates and promised soothingly and sincerely that those fears would never come to pass. We wish for no victories but those of peace, he pledged, for no territory except our own, for no sovereignty except the sovereignty over ourselves. We deem the independence and equal rights of the smallest and weakest member of the family of nations entitled to as much respect as those of the greatest empire, and we deem the observance of that respect the chief guarantee of the weak against the oppression of the strong. 14. We wish for no victories but those of peace. Few who heard Root's words that night would forget them, and his promises were soon being reprinted and repeated across the hemisphere. Even skeptics of American power and purpose were momentarily enchanted. The Jornal do Brasil, which had attacked the secretary vigorously before his arrival, admitted that his speech had never failed to hit the mark. A new era of regional cooperation seemed at hand. 15. Root was pleased. He told Roosevelt that he saw his speech as encapsulating the true theory of relations between the American republics. His promises, he knew, would fix a standard which the United States is bound to live up to. Good, he thought. I meant to have it so, for I think we ought to live up to that standard. 16. Root's speech in Rio was only the start of a grand continental tour. 2 weeks later, the secretary stood next to Argentinian Foreign Minister Luis Maria Drago in the Buenos Aires Opera House and formally pledged his country to the Drago Doctrine, promising the United States would never use her army and navy for the collection of ordinary contract debts. Then he was off, on to Chile, Peru, Panama, and even Colombia. 17. At each stop Root suffered through new levels of pride, pomp, and circumstance. He despised the razzle-dazzle of diplomatic pageantry, and he especially dreaded the fate of an honored guest in Spanish America drinking warm, sweet champagne in the middle of the day. But the secretary kept his distress to himself, smiling through tedious speeches, lavish meals, glitzy boat trips, and interminable carriage rides over flower-strewn streets. 18. Everywhere he went, the secretary made friends and influenced people. His message was always the same: the United States was the friend of all Latin America, it had no desire to interfere unnecessarily in its neighbors' affairs. By the time Root returned home, he had sent out 12,000 Tiffany-engraved invitations, a continent-wide courtship fortified by the ample supply of wines and Havana cigars stocked aboard his ship. 19. For a 61-year-old, wining and dining at this pace was exhausting. I am being driven like a battery of light artillery, he groused. Still, despite the pace, despite the pomp, despite even the warm, sweet champagne, Root was happy. He believed his tour was changing the prevailing narrative about the Northern Colossus, and while some of the region's newfound warmth would be as evanescent as the bubbles in his champagne, he told Roosevelt that he had no doubt there will be a residuum of friendly feeling. Others agreed. One American diplomat gushed that the secretary's visit has resulted in greater good to our relations with Central and South America than any one thing that has heretofore taken place. 20. As the secretary rounded Cape Horn, however, his trip was interrupted by disturbing news. In mid-August, a revolution had exploded in Cuba. 21. The U.S. has a direct responsibility. Cuba's revolution caught Root and the rest of the administration completely by surprise because everything on the island had seemed to be going so well. Cuba's economy had taken off from the post-war ashes like a phoenix, expanding by approximately a quarter in just 4 years. That ascent reflected international confidence in the island's stability. Money could at last be had at 6%. It also reflected savings from demobilizing the Cuban army, which Americans considered unnecessary after the Platt Amendment. Things were going so well, in fact, that by the fall of 1906 the central government had stocked the Treasury with a $13.6 million surplus. 22. Cuba's apparent success was buoyed by 2 American decisions. The first was to ratify a reciprocity treaty with the island. Since the days of Blaine, reciprocity had lost much of its cash in Republican circles, but Roosevelt insisted on making Cuba the exception. Partly, it was a matter of honor. Cuba had agreed to the Platt Amendment, and every good quid deserved a quo. We expect Cuba to treat us on an exceptional footing politically, and we should put her in the same exceptional position economically, the president argued. But it was also a matter of strategic self-interest, as a wealthy Cuba would presumably be a stable Cuba. Roosevelt accordingly jammed through Congress a reciprocity treaty that was tilted heavily in Cuba's favor, including a 20% cut in the tariff on Cuban sugar. Cubans were pleased. They favored reciprocity almost uniformly, and the treaty helped fuel the island's economic takeoff. 23. Of equal importance was the American decision not to abuse its power under the Platt Amendment. Root had promised that the amendment would never give rise to intervention in the internal government of Cuba. Since 1902, the United States had largely kept its word. It had let the island chart its own course in most matters, and the one prominent exception, American opposition to a Cuban reciprocity treaty with Great Britain, had been rooted in the text of Cuba's reciprocity treaty with the United States, not the Platt Amendment. Even in matters directly covered by the amendment, Washington had proved unusually accommodating. For example, the U.S. Navy had wanted Cuba to cede 4 naval bases under the amendment, but the administration had compromised and negotiated to rent just 2, eventually agreeing to only the lease of Guantanamo Bay. Platt Amendment or not, it was a source of pride for Roosevelt that we have preserved just so much interest in the islands as to enable us to be of assistance to their people in standing alone. 24. Beneath the surface, however, all was not well. Cuba's economic growth was impressive but not inclusive. After the rebellion against Spain torched the island's economy and drove its property owners deep into debt, Cubans had needed foreign capital to rebuild. One possible source of that capital, loans, was passed over by occupation forces to avoid saddling Cuba's new government with massive debt right out of the gate, the problem that had tormented and destabilized so many of Cuba's neighbors. But that left only the alternative of private investment. American policies, including reciprocity, ensured that private investors flowed in and helped revive the island's economy. As in Hawaii, though, the influx of outside capital meant that the returns from Cuba's subsequent economic boom went mostly into the pockets of investors abroad rather than Cubans. Cuba prospered, Cubans mostly did not. One estimate suggests that by 1906, foreign companies owned 60% of rural land, with another 15% in the hands of resident Spaniards and only 25% owned by the Cubans themselves. Foreign investors disproportionately controlled other sectors of the economy. 2.25. Even as Cuba's economic growth became more unequal, it also became less resilient, as more and more of the island's economy became tied to the fate of sugar. Cubans and Americans alike saw the sweet stuff as the ticket to prosperity, and to a certain extent they were right. As in Hawaii, however, the development of a sugar monoculture made Cuba vulnerable to swings in foreign markets. It also had unintended political and social side effects. Sugarcane is grown in a 6-month wet season and harvested in a 6-month dry season. Cubans stayed frenetically busy during the harvest, but during El Tiempo Muerto, the growing season's dead time, thousands were thrown out of work and onto the streets. Every summer, like clockwork, El Tiempo Muerto thus turned the island into a revolutionary powder keg. 26. By 1906, Cuba's politics were rapidly approaching the point of combustion. Since independence, the island had been governed by President Tomás Estrada Palma. Palma had spent much of his adult life in the United States, including his wartime service as head of the revolutionary junta. His exile made him an oddly perfect choice for Cuba Libre's first leader. Above the island's partisan politics and friendly to the United States, he appealed to Cubans and Americans alike. 27. Palma initially tried to govern as a nonpartisan. But he became convinced that to accomplish anything, he needed to ally with one of the two political parties, even though both centered more on personalities than policies. In early 1905, Palma threw his lot in with the moderates. His decision embittered the liberals, and the always personal politics of the island grew even more rancorous. 28. Palma's pride got the better of him as the elections of 1905 approached. Conflating his personal fortunes with Cuba's, Palma persuaded himself, as leaders everywhere so often do, that only his re-election could thwart national catastrophe. Staying in power appeared to him not just desirable, but necessary, even patriotic. Given that end, the means followed naturally: partisan purges, ballot stuffing, intimidation, and political violence. The moderates swept the elections of late 1905, Palma was re-elected, and the liberals were shut out. 29. The liberals began plotting revolt immediately, but the harvest season was upon Cuba. Scattered violence aside, they would have to wait until the summer of 1906 to strike. As surely as El Tiempo Muerto, however, revolution was coming. And the liberals liked their chances. Palma had no army, only a thinly spread rural guard, while the liberal leaders were veteran guerrillas skilled in the art of overthrowing oppressive regimes. They had done it once, and they were ready to do it again. 30. Few back in Washington took the threat seriously, confident that the Platt Amendment would deter any prospective revolutionary. Far from being dissuaded by the thought of American intervention, however, the liberals were increasingly counting on it. The U.S. has a direct responsibility concerning what is going on in Cuba, urged General José Miguel Gómez, the liberals' defeated presidential candidate. He added ominously, if the U.S. would intervene and insist that the presidential elections should be held honestly, it would prove that 80% of the Cuban people were liberal. 31. But American officials were too busy holding Cuba up as a success story to notice the ill omens. Roosevelt dreamed that every country washed by the Caribbean Sea would show the progress in stable and just civilization which with the aid of the Platt Amendment Cuba has shown. Root expressed the same complacency shortly before departing on his South American tour. The Cubans have done admirably in their experiment in self-government, he wrote, far better than anyone dared to hope. 32. So it came as a total shock when, on August 16, 1906, the liberal revolt broke out in Cuba's westernmost province, Pinar del Rio, and spread within a week to the provinces of Havana and Santa Clara. 33. House of Cards. Washington was slow to react even after the liberal revolution began, in part because officials expected the fuss to peter out quickly. Even Roosevelt, normally hyperactive, did little more than permit Palma's government to buy 5 million cartridges. 34. On Saturday, September 8, 1906, a cable finally awoke the administration to the seriousness of the situation. Government forces are unable to quell rebellion, blared the American Consul General in Havana. President Palma will convene Congress next Friday, and Congress will ask for our forcible intervention. 35. Administration officials were horrified. What I have dreaded has come to pass, the president moaned. He saw few good options. On the one hand, he sputtered, we cannot permanently see Cuba a prey to misrule and anarchy. The immediate loss of life and property would be bad enough, but even worse would be the creation of a revolutionary habit that would destabilize the island for decades to come. 36. On the other hand, however, Roosevelt loathed the thought of assuming any control over the island. We emphatically do not want it, he insisted privately, and nothing but direst need could persuade us to take it. Cuba had been the shining example of American stabilization policies. If the United States intervened, it would be an embarrassing acknowledgement that the Platt Amendment had failed, with the chilling implication that stronger medicine might be needed. Intervention would also be unpopular at home and abroad, especially if fighting broke out. Roosevelt's generals warned that American forces could beat the world's most experienced guerrillas only by reviving Spanish General Valeriano Weyler's reviled reconcentrado tactics. It would be the Philippine-American War all over again. 37. Roosevelt sought to wriggle out of this dilemma. From his vacation home at Oyster Bay, he sent a most emphatic protest against the proposed American intervention. Out of the question, he chided the American consul. If Havana could not quell the revolt, then Palma would have to compromise. 38. I guess I can work it out all right somehow, he told a friend with more force than confidence. But I do not yet quite see how. 39. Over the next few days, Cuba crept closer to intervention as the liberal revolution continued to spread. Roosevelt meanwhile struggled to make sense of everything. These people have had for 4 years a decent, respectable government of their own, he harumphed around his vacation home. They are not suffering from any real grievance whatsoever. Yet they have deliberately plunged the country into civil war. Soon things might get into such a snarl that we have no alternative save to intervene, which will at once convince the suspicious idiots in South America that we do wish to interfere after all, and perhaps have some land hunger. 40. On Friday, September 14, the snarl worsened. Palma informed Washington that he and his cabinet planned to resign, leaving a black hole where the government of Cuba once sat. Constitutionally, the Cuban Congress would be unable to fill the void, meaning that if nothing were done, Cuba was days away from literal anarchy. 41. Roosevelt urgently countered on two fronts. First, he went public, urging all Cuban patriots to set aside their differences and remember that the only way that they can preserve the independence of their republic is to prevent the necessity of outside interference, by rescuing it from the anarchy of civil war. Citing the Platt Amendment, the president begged Cubans to pull back while they still could. 42. Simultaneously, Roosevelt dispatched a high-level commission to broker a compromise. With Root still on tour, the president deputized Secretary of War William Howard Taft and Assistant Secretary of State Robert Bacon for the sensitive diplomatic mission. Back in Cuba, both sides agreed to a ceasefire while they awaited the mission's arrival. 43. Taft estimated their odds of success as about even, but that was a shot in the dark. By his own account, he was so lacking in knowledge compared to Root that it is quite embarrassing for me to go. All he knew was that Cuba has proven to be nothing but a house of cards. 44. On arriving in Havana on Wednesday morning, September 19, Taft and Bacon learned that the situation was in even greater shambles than they had feared. On top of the slippery steps of the Caballeria Pier, the Americans found Havana at its placid best, theaters bursting with laughter, live music wafting from the park, urbanites digging decorously into ices and sorbets inside buzzing open-air cafes. Outside the capital, however, a rebel army was massing, and it already outnumbered government forces 2 to 1. 45. One of the first things Taft and Bacon realized was that Palma's government was finished. Taft reported to Roosevelt that the regime was strongly opposed by a large majority in the city and country alike. Furthermore, Palma's government lacked the means to defend itself. At the start of the rebellion, it had had 600 artillery troops and 3,000 rural guards. Since then, it had scraped together a handful of additional troops, but the new recruits were raw and indifferent. Indeed, Palma's government had left itself so defenseless that Taft suspected it had been counting on Washington to crush its domestic enemies under the Platt Amendment all along. 46. On the other side of the lines, Taft learned, the liberal rebels grew more powerful each day. Even now they held a gun to the heart of Cuba's economy. One word, one match, Taft realized, and inside of a month $70 million of sugar centrales would go up in smoke. The liberals were also relatively popular with the people. But Taft objected to the idea of turning Cuba over to them. Not only would doing so encourage future revolutions, but he also shivered at the consequences of rewarding this particular rebellion, an undisciplined horde of men under partisan leaders. 47. On Monday, September 24, Taft and Bacon proposed a compromise. Palma would remain president, but the legislature would resign, and new fair elections would be held within months. The liberals, knowing that they would dominate any free elections, warily agreed. But Palma and the moderates rejected the proposal as an affront to their government, instead reiterating their plans to resign in a few days' time. Taft was furious. Palma and the moderates will now take away their dolls and not play, he cabled Roosevelt mockingly. Taft was even more caustic in letters to his wife, and he confirmed his earlier impression that Palma was difficult, quite obstinate, and a good deal of an old ass. He doesn't take in the situation at all, the secretary whined. 48. But it was the Americans who failed to take in their situation. The administration could not back the liberals without condoning future disorder. Nor could it support Palma and the moderates without plunging the United States into a bloody counterinsurgency. If Palma could have mustered either popular or military support, Taft mused, Washington could have helped him. As it was, however, intervening on Palma's behalf would mean fighting the whole Cuban people. 49. Compromise between the parties was also impossible. Both sides realized that a liberal regime was inevitable. The moderates resolved to defer that evil day by triggering an immediate American takeover of Cuba. The liberals were also happy to wait, they knew they would take control as soon as the Americans left, and rather than wage war against Palma and likely the United States, they preferred to take the scenic route to power. One rebel leader nonchalantly explained why his side could not lose. "We will overthrow the Palma administration or make everything in the island American. We would much rather trust Roosevelt than Palma." 50. So to Taft and Roosevelt's chagrin, the one and only thing that both moderates and liberals could agree upon was that the United States should reoccupy the island. If the Queen should lead Alice straight from Wonderland into the heart of this amazing Cuban War, they would both feel perfectly at home, a journalist marveled. 51. Desperate to avoid this trip through the looking glass, Roosevelt acted curiouser and curiouser. He burned up the cable wires with increasingly fantastical ideas about how to stabilize the kaleidoscopic crisis. He pleaded with Palma not to resign and griped about the Cuban president's sulky behavior. He flung battleship after battleship toward Havana as a precautionary measure. He brooded to Lodge and others about how greatly disheartened he was, how he could not understand the criminal folly of this insurrection, how he was at his wits' end. Baffled, the president instructed Taft, over and over and over again, to grab at any solution and take no step we are not absolutely forced to. Finally, with one eye on domestic politics, Roosevelt pestered Taft to, at minimum, avoid using the word intervention if when it finally came. 52. On Friday, September 28, the moment arrived. "It looks today as if intervention would come tonight or tomorrow morning," Taft reported gently. "I know how much you deplore this, but there is really no way out of it. The truth is that the two sides want it now." Roosevelt had lost, and he knew it. He curtly gave the order, "All right, land forces, but if possible emphasize fact that you are landing only at Palma's request and because there is no government left." 53. That evening, Palma scuttled the Cuban government. With no central authority left and rebels at the gates of Havana, Taft ordered 30 Marines ashore in the early hours of the morning to secure the treasury. 54. Over the next month, nearly 6,000 American forces would garrison the island under Article 3 of the Platt Amendment. Their first task was disarming and dispersing the rebel forces. Still haunted by the prospect of a liberal insurgency, Roosevelt reiterated that he was most anxious that there should be no bloodshed between Americans and Cubans. He need not have worried. Just then, the liberals were busy soliciting contributions for a new statue of Roosevelt that they planned to erect in Havana. 55. Dollhouse. Cuba was not the only place where political outs were starting to probe what it would take to bring the United States in. Only by adopting a different approach in Panama was the United States able to avert a military occupation. The trouble was, that new approach still required the administration to get far more involved in Panama's internal affairs than it wanted. It seemed like no matter what Americans did, they could not escape the whirlpool of their neighbors' politics. Shortly after independence, Panama began following the path marked out by Cuba. In January 1904, soon-to-be President Manuel Amador Guerrero and other members of the Conservative Party proposed inserting a clause into Panama's draft constitution that would give the United States a Platt Amendment, like right to intervene to maintain public order. 56. State Department officials blanched at the suggestion. Second Assistant Secretary of State Alva dismissed it as unwise and short-sighted. He thought the United States already had ample powers to protect the canal under the Buenaventura Treaty, and he did not want an additional obligation to put down any insurrection. The Secretary of State agreed, and he ordered the U.S. Minister to Panama, William I. Buchanan, to scupper the Panamanian proposal. 57. Something, however, was lost in communication, for Buchanan cheerfully cabled back a week later with the glad tidings that he had secured an article recognizing the right of the United States to intervene. He had told the Panamanians that it was a matter of entire indifference to us whether Panama granted such a right. But, violating his instructions, Buchanan had then personally encouraged the Panamanians to grant the right anyway because he thought it would deter future disorder. Panama's Constitutional Convention apparently agreed. It included a provision in the new constitution, Article 136, that gave the United States the right to intervene in any part of the Republic of Panama to reestablish public peace and constitutional order. 58. Senior State Department officials were annoyed at this unnecessary and provocative concession, but they never asked why Panama's leaders had demanded it. To more cynical minds, though, a pattern was emerging. Like Palma, President Amador and his friends had learned an important lesson from their struggle for independence. American power could be co-opted to crush their enemies. In 1903, it had been the Colombians; in the future, it might be domestic opposition. If the price of keeping the right people in power was giving up a little sovereignty, then so be it. 59. Amador's consolidation of power unnerved liberal opposition leaders. In November 1905, they appealed to the United States for help, much as the Cuban liberals were then doing. If the United States did not act, they claimed, the conservatives would steal the next election. 60. Root wanted nothing to do with these intramural fights, and he responded icily that while Washington hoped that there shall be a fair, free, and honest election in Panama, it was not going to help either the party in power or the party of opposition. Undeterred, the liberals journeyed to the United States to plead their case in person. Root remained firm, even though fraud in the upcoming elections was likely, the Panamanians would have to solve their own problems. Otherwise, it would mean appointing Americans as agents in the territory of the little Republic of Panama, simply to intervene in whatever debates about the electoral or civil rights the Panamanian citizens have. 61. On that day, Root remarked presciently, "You will have lost your sovereignty." 62. As expected, the Liberals lost the July 1906 elections. Amador's conservatives took 25 of the 28 National Assembly seats, even though well over a majority of the country backed their opponents. Cheated of their victory at the ballot box, the Liberals began contemplating revolution. 63. For American officials, it was déjà vu all over again. They desperately wanted to maintain their hands-off stance. But the administration was haunted by its recent failure in Cuba. Taft privately called it the greatest crisis I ever passed through, and he had suffered much from the thought of disappointment keen and deep. Assistant Secretary of State Bacon was also ashamed to look Mr. Root in the face, knowing that the Cuban intervention was contrary to his policy and what he has been preaching in South America. Root, in turn, did not see how anything else could have been done, but he too felt very badly. Each of these traumatized officials now saw events on the island repeating themselves on the isthmus. If they let the conservatives steal another election in Panama, they feared it would mean a liberal uprising followed by another unwanted occupation. 64. Events were certainly headed in that direction. Amador had decided not to run for re-election in 1908, but as the vote approached, he began retooling the electoral machinery to install his chosen successor, Ricardo Arias, into power. The liberals supported the candidacy of José Domingo de Obaldía, but if they could not secure Obaldía's election, they would settle for revolution. Echoing similar comments in Cuba, a chilling slogan began to make the pre-election rounds: it will either be the liberals or the United States. 65. Roosevelt decided it had better be the liberals. 2 years earlier, the United States had refused to get involved on behalf of either party. Now it entered the contest in favor of Obaldía. Washington did not have any particular love for him as a candidate, but it calculated that Panama would be more stable if its government were popularly supported. Given the liberals' threat of revolution, it also seemed like favoring Obaldía was the safest way to avoid a military intervention. 66. Taft visited the isthmus in May 1908 to personally deliver the threat. If Panama failed to hold a fair election, he warned Amador, the United States would consider it a disturbance of public order which under Panama's constitution requires intervention. Taft accordingly ventured to suggest that Amador allow the Americans to supervise the upcoming vote. It goes without saying that the United States will be most reluctant to intervene, the Secretary of War remarked, but should the arise, I do not see how it can be avoided. 67. Once upon a time, the United States had spurned the right of intervention that Amador sought. Ironically, it was now using that same right to coerce him. Taft's threat worked. Amador formally requested that American agents supervise the election. Arias, recognizing he would not win a fair ballot, withdrew from the race, sniffing about the imminent peril of military occupation. Obaldía and the Liberals claimed total victory. 68. Some in Washington breathed a sigh of relief. I am very sure that had we not taken the steps which we did take, Amador and Arias would have forced the election of Arias, wrote Taft. He continued brightly, Obaldía was the choice of 2/3 of those entitled to vote in Panama, and I think the cause of good government has been helped by securing the return of the man, thus the choice of the people. 69. Others were less sanguine. If we mean to intervene in this republic, Representative Edwin Denby of Michigan warned Root, we are following the right course. Taft had practically told the Panamanians that their government is a plaything, their republic a dollhouse in which they may amuse themselves so long as they do not disturb or annoy us. Denby worried that this overbearing attitude would tarnish Root's policy of reconciliation with Latin America. The policy of leading strings having now been established, the congressman concluded darkly, must always be followed. 70. Certainly there were worrying signs that Washington was replacing Panama City as the governing authority on the isthmus. Shortly after Arias withdrew, Obaldía cabled Taft to thank him for the American intervention, which had been a salutary step that does not inspire fear to patriots. But Obaldía's word choice flabbergasted the State Department, just as similar phrasing had spooked Roosevelt with regard to Cuba. Intervention, scribbled in alarmed Bacon on the telegram in bold red pencil. Second Assistant Secretary of State Ady was equally stunned, if somewhat more articulate. Obaldía is even more of a fool than a knave, he observed. His insane claim that he owes his approaching election to American intervention means patriotic revolution, endless trouble, and ultimate real intervention as in Cuba. 71. Obaldía had it right, though. The United States had intervened. And in its own way, that intervention was just as real as the reoccupation of Cuba. Taft and others had decided that to avoid military intervention, they needed to proactively manage Washington's protectorates. The lesson of leading strings would not soon be forgotten. 72. The U.S. will have to go back. Officials in Washington could be forgiven for seeing events in Cuba as the more real intervention. After all, they still had to manage the island's occupation. Root framed the basic task with his usual clarity: we do not want Cuba ourselves, we cannot permit any other power to get possession of her, and to prevent the necessity of one and the possibility of the other of those results, we want her to govern herself decently and in order. But Root's framing left open just how far Washington would go to ensure that Cuba governed itself decently, and the administration remained torn between that objective and extricating itself as quickly as possible from an intervention it had never wanted. In the end, the administration rushed to withdraw from the island despite having resolved few of Cuba's underlying political problems. 73. Occupation forces tried to reform Cuba's politics and society up to a point. Setting the domestic American model as a paradigm, the occupation government eagerly began fixing the island by strengthening its electoral laws, augmenting the judiciary's independence, and enhancing public employees' protections against political retribution. Such non-consensual reforms seemed fundamentally at odds with American paeans to Cuban liberty, but Roosevelt squared the circle as best he could. We must try to make them understand that our purpose is not to interfere with the design of limiting their independence, but to interfere so as to enable them to retain their independence, he wrote to Root. We must try to make them understand, what is the exact truth, that we would object to having to take charge of the island quite as much as they would object to our doing so, and that our sole and genuine purpose is to help them so to manage their affairs that there won't be the slightest need of further interference on our part. 74. Roosevelt, however, would help the Cubans manage their affairs only so much. He was seeking the very minimum of interference necessary to make them good, he assured one audience, and he displayed little appetite for long-term nation building. Roosevelt told Taft, for instance, that our business is to establish peace and order on a satisfactory basis, start the new government, and then leave the island. It was critical, the president thought, for American forces to withdraw before he left office in early 1909.75. Some, both in Cuba and the United States, wanted Washington to stay on in a more permanent supervisory role. Others pushed for outright annexation. But the administration flatly rejected both proposals. "It is not a thing we can do," Roosevelt wrote a correspondent. "The Cubans are entitled to at least one more trial for their independent republic." Root, hearing a good deal of talk in the newspapers about the annexation of Cuba, responded even more definitively, "Never." 76. Over time, however, officials on the ground became increasingly doubtful that the administration's two objectives, Cuban stability and American withdrawal, were compatible. Cuba's political pathologies ran deep. The island needed thoroughgoing economic and social reforms, including an end to its sugar monoculture and winner-take-all political culture. Occupation officials were also disheartened to learn that several pro-annexationist groups on the island, especially wealthy foreigners, had concluded from recent events that revolt and rebellion were the best way to draw the United States into Cuban affairs. Cuba's provisional government thus had to suppress several foreign-funded attempts to promote disorder. 77. Solving these problems permanently, however, required far more time, effort, and resources than Washington was willing to invest. Occupation officials grew steadily more frustrated at the administration's desire to leave the island helter-skelter, but there was little they could do as evacuation day approached. "The U.S. will have to go back," one lieutenant colonel recorded presciently in his diary. "It is only a question of time." 78. God-given January Day. Governor Charles E. Magoon remembered January 28, 1909, as a fine clear day, a God-given January day, in one journalist's words. After 27 months, Magoon's tenure as Cuba's provisional governor was finally coming to an end, and jubilant crowds were again parading along Havana's gaily decorated streets to the beat of exploding firecrackers. 79. But this time, the festivities had an edge to them. Magoon could not understand it. Cubans had wanted the occupation, and his administration had been utterly conciliatory. So why, in the recent elections, had Cuba's political parties all run on virulently anti-American platforms? General José Miguel Gómez, the liberal architect of American intervention in 1906, excused the politicos' rabid rhetoric by observing genially that there must be some pepper in the food. Gómez apparently understood his people's palate well, for he had been elected president in the subsequent elections. 80. At noon, everything went still as Magoon transferred control of Cuba's government to Gómez. The Cuban flag was hoisted. In the harbor, the guns of American warships began booming in celebration. But the moment had none of the optimism, none of the shared excitement for the future, that had brightened Cuba's first Independence Day. This time, no one could quite bring themselves to believe that Cuba really was free at last. 81. Something was going terribly wrong. Cubans had deliberately lit a match under their own country. Only a last-minute gust from the north had prevented the Panamanians from doing the same. Why were the United States' protectorates and Platt amendments, its vaunted international police power, not stabilizing the hemisphere? Senator Platt had argued in 1901 that his amendment would constitute the balance wheel in the governmental machinery. Root had likewise believed it would thwart such revolutions as have afflicted Central and South America. Cubans would not rebel, the theory went, knowing that they would be confronted by the overwhelming power of the United States. 82. Overwhelming power, however, corrupts not only those who have it, but also all who crave it. Taft was right that by 1906 Cuba had become a house of cards. That was unavoidable as long as the Cuban government could be knocked down and reshuffled at American command. By committing American power to the task of keeping Cuba stable, the Platt Amendment created perverse incentives for the government, not to prepare for instability, for the opposition, to create it. Each sought to wield the amendment's promise of overwhelming American power to accomplish factional ends, even at the expense of the nation as a whole. The Platt Amendment, far from stabilizing Cuba, had upended it. 83. Cuba would also not be an isolated case. Panama demonstrated as much, and Roosevelt had effectively also brought the rest of the region under the aegis of the Platt Amendment when he announced the Roosevelt Corollary. As long as the pull of factionalism outstripped the glue of nationalism, each of these countries was now primed to snap. The revolutionary habit that Roosevelt so dreaded was being created by none other than the president himself. Most of this was lost on the outgoing administration. Insisting that the United States had not caused the evil, Roosevelt retreated to appalling stereotypes to explain away the Cuban intervention. He fumed to his son, for example, that one never could tell when those ridiculous Dagos would flare up over some totally unexpected trouble and start to cutting one another's throats. Taft, Lodge, and others felt similarly. The fault was not in American strategy, they decided it lay with the Cubans, the Panamanians, and whoever else took up a rifle next. 84. Even Roosevelt's sharp-witted Secretary of State missed the problem. Overlooking Cuba and Panama, Root instead flaunted the showcase of the Dominican Republic, still slumbering peacefully under an American customs receivership. Defending a plan to expand the right of intervention into Central America, Root explained that the existence of the power would render its exercise unnecessary, just as the existence of such power has rendered unnecessary its exercise in San Domingo. That sounded awfully similar to what he had once said about the Platt Amendment. 85. Root had misdiagnosed much of the problem, but he nevertheless kept the United States from straying too much further down the interventionist path. One of the lessons of the Cuba and Panama fiascos was that Washington needed to be even more proactive. It needed to nip instability in the bud before it escalated to the point where the Marines had to be called in. Root appreciated the delicacy of this task. Like the president, he did not want to stabilize the region by force. Indeed, he shied away from even the sort of crude interference that Taft had employed in Panama. 86. So in the waning years of the Roosevelt administration, Root started instead turning to a quintessentially legal solution, building up a consensual set of norms, processes, and institutions that would incentivize good behavior by Europe and Latin America alike. He persuaded Europe's powers to agree to a slightly watered-down version of the Drago Doctrine that barred interventions to collect contractual debts in most cases. He also convinced Central American nations to start developing an institutionalized peace system that, among other things, prohibited them from intervening in nearby civil wars and recognizing revolutionary governments. 87. Like so many of Root's other initiatives, however, these plans came too little and too late. The Roosevelt administration was drawing to a close, and not everyone else had arrived at the same conclusions as Root about the importance of diplomacy, goodwill, and multilateral institutions. 1. Chapter 9. Dollar Diplomacy. The Taft Administration, 1909 to 1913. Elihu Root had presided over the State Department for 3.5 years. During that time, he had kept relations with Latin America on an even keel despite Washington's unprecedented level of meddling. Even the president, not often modest, admitted that every regional success had been Root's alone. To deny Root credit for what the Department of State has done because it has been done under me, Roosevelt wrote, is a good deal like denying credit to Sherman and Sheridan because they were under Grant. 1. Some hoped that Root's time at the helm was just beginning. Roosevelt was kingmaker in 1908, popular enough to anoint practically anyone as the next Republican presidential nominee and his likely successor. Topping the president's short list were the men he called his fellow musketeers, Root and Taft. But despite being better qualified, Athos was both less electable and less ambitious, so Porthos won by default. 2. Taft was elected as expected, and Roosevelt spent the rest of his life ruing the consequences. His regret stemmed partly from Taft's domestic record, which spurred the ex-president to run the third-party Bull Moose ticket in 1912 and seal the electoral doom of both. But Roosevelt and Root were equally disappointed in Taft's legacy abroad, especially in Latin America. Like them, Taft used carrots and sticks to manage the region. But the carrots shrank to baby size, while Roosevelt's big stick diplomacy grew and grew until it took on the proportions of a redwood. From Nicaragua to Honduras, Cuba to the Dominican Republic, the new administration tried to brute force its way through the problem of hemispheric order. One of the first casualties was the regional goodwill that Root had so carefully nursed for years. Root and Roosevelt lamented the rough edges of Taft's dollar diplomacy, and rightly so. In truth, however, he was largely following their lead. Stability remained the overriding priority, which meant that Taft's senior staff were repeatedly presented with a familiar choice: retreat from the core objective of stability and risk catastrophe, or interfere in the region slightly more than ever before, with the promise that this trespass would be the last. Each time, they made the same choice, learning only too late that the road to hell was paved with good interventions. A nightmare such as Sinbad never dreamed. President Taft would entrust his administration's foreign policy to a two-man team at the State Department, Secretary Philander C. Knox and First Assistant Secretary Francis M. Huntington Wilson. Together, Knox and Huntington Wilson would become the architects of dollar diplomacy. 3. Knox was not Taft's first choice for Secretary of State. Taft had wanted Lodge, but the Massachusetts senator preferred his existing perch on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. When Taft turned to Knox, the reaction among Washington insiders was decidedly mixed. Some, like Root, Lodge, and Roosevelt, cautiously endorsed the secretary-elect. Others did not. 4 years of Bill Taft will kill me, moaned Henry Adams. But 4 years of Bill Taft with Philander Knox on top of him, make a nightmare such as Sinbad never dreamed for. Knox had the right credentials. Born 50 miles south of Pittsburgh on May 6, 1853, he had started out in the legal field before helping guide the Republic onto the world stage as Attorney General for McKinley and then Roosevelt. Since 1904, Knox had been representing Pennsylvania in the Senate. 5. Observers like Henry Adams were concerned less by Knox's resume, however, than by his temperament. Everyone agreed Knox was an effective lawyer, but his zealous and supercilious style of advocacy augured ill for the eggshell world of diplomacy. Knox sometimes came across as an impassive gargoyle, cold as granite, slow-moving, with hooded, dark eyes set in a fixed, humorless mask. Others described him as a political cardinal, a modern-day Borgia whose large, bald dome of a head was perpetually held aloft by a stiff, stand-up collar. If necessary, Knox could laugh at himself. The 5'5" attorney had endured years of Roosevelt calling him a sawed-off cherub, but he lacked the natural sociability of a seasoned diplomat. He was, in Root's words, a peppery sort of fellow. 6. Secretary of State Philander Knox, he is an interesting figure, this Mr. Knox, with his extraordinarily calm and controlled, almost mask-like countenance. Knox's temperamental shortcomings were aggravated by his choice of second-in-command. Huntington Wilson was born to luxury in Chicago on December 15, 1875, but he never felt totally secure in his elite status. He used his father's influence after graduating from Yale to grab a spot at the American legation in Tokyo, where he spent 9 years until he was recalled to Washington to serve as Root's third Assistant Secretary of State. 7. Root and Huntington Wilson clashed immediately. Root appreciated his subordinate's smarts and diligence, but also found him to be tactless, arrogant, prissy, paranoid, mean-spirited, and inordinately sensitive to criticism. Toward the end of the administration, Root had the callow 33-year-old appointed minister to Argentina to get him out of Washington. 8. First Assistant Secretary of State Francis M. Huntington Wilson, I was a snappy dresser in those days, indulging in fancy waistcoats, puff ties and scarf pins, striped trousers, spats, yellow gloves, walking sticks, and brown derbies worn at quite an angle. Huntington Wilson began packing his bags as Taft's inauguration approached. But Knox caught wind of a blueprint that the young man had drawn up to reorganize the State Department, and the secretary-elect decided to turn the plan's architect into its foreman as well. Huntington Wilson would become first assistant secretary, with control over nearly all department operations. 9. Knox and Huntington Wilson soon settled into what each saw as the perfect partnership. Knox spent little time at the department. Coming in at around 10 or 10:30, he would typically head straight for the links after lunch. Once golfing began, he was unreachable. He insisted that nothing so unimportant as China interfere with his game. If work had to be done, it would be done at home, on the massive French desk in his library where the secretary could find peace between a bust of Napoleon and a picture of himself. 10. Such truancy suited Huntington Wilson just fine. Chiefs are even harder than parents to bring up properly, he had once told his mother. One must be firm, you know. Armed with this Rooseveltian attitude, the first assistant secretary handled most day-to-day issues himself. Questions important enough to warrant Knox's input were raised at the duo's thrice-weekly lunches at the Shoreham or Metropolitan Club. Knox would chew over his deputy's recommendations between bites of either terrapin with champagne or canvasback duck, done very rare, washed down with the Romany Burgundy. 11. Unusual as it was, the arrangement worked for both men, and they quickly developed a coherent and comprehensive foreign policy strategy. For the most part, they ignored events in Europe as peripheral to the Republic's interests. East Asia held their attention more, given Huntington Wilson's history there. Like so many statesmen before them, however, Knox and Huntington Wilson gave pride of place to their own hemisphere, which they believed had reached a crossroads. 12. Certainly Latin American affairs were to occupy a goodly proportion of the department's attention, Huntington Wilson later observed with considerable understatement. 13. We had reason to be wary. Latin America occupied a goodly proportion of the State Department's attention in part because of two important changes sweeping the region. First, some threats from Europe were waning while new ones were emerging as the continent drew closer to World War I. Second, the department was also keeping an eye on a new class of regional players, American corporations. Taft did not enter office a burning zealot for the Monroe Doctrine. He once wondered whether the creed was worth even the bones of one Pomeranian grenadier, as Otto von Bismarck had famously asked of the Balkans. By 1909, it was a fair question. Europe had become a continental corral, with the great powers stepping into the boots of the Wild West's most fearsome gunslingers, eyes locked, hands twitching near holsters, minds calculating how quickly everyone else could draw. Given the tensions in Europe, Taft dismissed the idea of a German surprise attack on the Western Hemisphere as absurd. In his first State of the Union address, Taft even suggested that the apprehension which gave rise to the Monroe Doctrine may be said to have nearly disappeared. 14. But that was too simplistic, as the president and his foreign policy team soon realized. Europe's rivalries benefited the United States, yes, but they also posed new dangers, including Europe's ever bigger armies, better navies, and more aggressive foreign policies. Germany already commanded the most powerful fleet after the Royal Navy. By 1911, the Kaiser-like Marine would have 10 dreadnoughts to the U.S. Navy's 4, to say nothing of its incomparable set of battle cruisers. If war broke out on the continent, these military machines could quickly spill into the hemisphere as Europe's powers clawed for any advantage. 15. Even now, the great powers were laying the groundwork in the region for a future conflict among themselves. Germany was predictably the worst offender. Its officers secretly subdivided the Western Hemisphere into different districts, organizing select German merchants in each into covert naval supply, intelligence, and sabotage networks. Berlin also continued muscling for a greater slice of the region's trade. State Department officials closely watched these developments, which Huntington Wilson termed the spreading disease of German ambition. 16. Current tensions aside, Washington also had to plan for the future. The U.S. Navy's General Board expected that when Germany is strong enough, Germany will insist upon the occupation of Western Hemisphere territory. It was true that Europe had the Kaiser tied down for the moment, but as one admiral noted, no one can predict what alliances and ententes may exist a year hence. It would be foolhardy for Washington to bet on German distraction indefinitely when naval programs took decades to finish but alliances could shift in days. 17. Concerns were also mounting about another rising power, Japan. Tokyo was rapidly drawing closer to Latin America and especially Mexico, so much so that rumors of a secret alliance between the two regularly surfaced in American newspapers. After hearing about a Japanese company's attempt to scoop up a desolate tract of land near Mexico's prime naval harbor of Magdalena Bay, Senator Lodge introduced a resolution expressing grave concern if strategically valuable territory in the Americas were possessed by any corporation or association which has such a relation to another government, not American, as to give that government practical power of control. Lodge's resolution passed the Senate 51-4 and marked a growing recognition that rival governments might infiltrate the hemisphere through corporate stalking horses. 18. Knox and Huntington Wilson discounted Lodge's specific anxieties about Magdalena Bay, but they shared his broader suspicions about foreign corporations, especially as they concerned territory around the Panama Canal. Since 1904, steam shovels had been snorting and rooting through the Isthmian rock and mud, and the project was now entering its final phases. For decades the State and Navy departments had warned that the canal's completion would whet foreign appetites. Few were therefore surprised when German and French syndicates reportedly tried to snap up land at either end of the canal, including in Haiti, the Galapagos Islands, and even Panama itself. The Navy Secretary warned Knox that the great powers were thoroughly awake to the advantages of hemming in the approaches to the canal. 19. State Department officials did not need to be told twice. Huntington Wilson had already concluded that the Germans were snooping around there and required watching. Evaluating the threat years later, he concluded somberly, "We had reason to be wary." 20. Separate from Eurasia's powers, Knox and Huntington Wilson were also wary of a new set of interlopers on the regional scene, American businesses. Foreign trade and investment had long been big players in the story of American economic growth. But alongside the rise of the United States came the rise of American companies, who increasingly went abroad to do business. In 1897, Americans had invested only $304 million in Latin America. By 1908, that figure had jumped to almost $1.1 billion, and 6 years later it blew past $1.60 billion, a five-fold increase in less than 2 decades. 21. Some of the most important new commercial players were the banana companies. Bananas had long been shipped to the United States by small firms acting as middlemen for local growers. In 1899, however, natural disasters wiped out most of the crop and all but the hardiest of these companies. For the survivors, the lesson was clear: staying small was suicidal. They needed to grow and grow and grow, big enough to weather any downturns that could affect their sensitive product, ideally by cultivating their own bananas on a massive, cross-country scale. 22. One company internalized this lesson particularly well, the United Fruit Company, later known to Latin Americans as El Pulpo, the octopus. Incorporated in 1899, United Fruit wrapped its tentacles around 27 other banana companies in its first 6 months. Once it had squeezed into every nook and cranny of the American market, United Fruit turned its implacable gaze south and persuaded Latin American states to feed it gargantuan cuts of land that the company then developed into state-of-the-art plantations, complete with railroad systems, docks, company towns, schools, housing, and foreign workers. By 1910, El Pulpo also commanded a vast 115-vessel fleet. 23. Companies like United Fruit added a new twist to American regional strategy. On the one hand, officials in Washington believed that the region's instability stemmed partly from its dismal economic record. If American companies could help these turbulent countries develop, then they would do good in addition to doing well. On the other hand, these behemoths were powerful actors with private agendas. If they weren't carefully managed, they could interfere with the government's plans. Even amid these changes, One aspect of Latin American affairs stayed regrettably constant. The region's unstable conditions, Taft-side, remained the State Department's perennial occupation. Following Root's lead, the department worried little about most of South America, which was stable enough to defend itself against European interference and remote enough to affect American security only indirectly. But the same could not be said of the countries just south of the border. It is obvious that the Monroe Doctrine is more vital in the neighborhood of the Panama Canal and the zone of the Caribbean than anywhere else, Taft noted. Unfortunately, that area's importance was matched only by its turbulence. 24. Thus the malady of revolutions and financial collapse is most acute precisely in the region where it is most dangerous to us, Knox concluded. It is here that we seek to apply a remedy. 25. Substituting dollars for bullets. Like their predecessors, Knox and Huntington Wilson were determined to stabilize Latin America in order to avoid European influence and intervention. But they would no longer wait until the last moment to reimpose order. Instead, the State Department would act promptly and proactively to prevent disorder from arising in the first place. 26. Financial rehabilitation was the key to this preemptive approach. True stability is best established not by military but by economic and social forces, Knox announced in 1910. The problem of good government is inextricably interwoven with that of economic prosperity and sound finance. Financial stability contributes perhaps more than any other factor to political stability. Huntington Wilson echoed this logic a year later, quipping that the State Department's new policy sought the substitution of dollars for bullets. By stabilizing the finances of its neighbors, he later explained, the United States would give those turbulent nations a taste of prosperity in the hope of giving them a taste for peace. 27. Newspapers quickly branded the policy dollar diplomacy, and the administration defiantly embraced the epithet as its own. If the American dollar can replace insecurity and devastation by stability and peaceful self-development, all I can say is that it would be hard to find better employment, Knox countered. Taft was equally unapologetic. He thought it essential that the Caribbean basin be removed from the jeopardy involved by heavy foreign debt and chaotic national finances and from the ever-present danger of international complications due to disorder at home. By financially rehabilitating these countries, his administration planned to remove at one stroke the menace of foreign creditors and the menace of revolutionary disorder. 28. Substituting dollars for bullets was more than a tagline. Taft and the State Department had been traumatized by the Second Cuban occupation, and they would do almost anything to avoid a repeat. Dollar diplomacy offered an alternative path to stability, perhaps the only one. Any other course, Huntington Wilson argued, would involve the mad opinion that an ounce of prevention is not worth a pound of cure. 29. Equally mad would be continuing to apply the Roosevelt corollary ad hoc. These days, Huntington Wilson warned, the interests of one nation are intertwined with those of all others, that the financial recklessness or heresy of one becomes the peril of all. As well leave the slum to manage its own sanitation and thus infest the whole city, as to allow an unenlightened government, unopposed, to create or maintain a financial plague spot to the injury of the general interests. Either dollar diplomacy would be implemented across the board or it would fail. No state could or would be spared. 30. Of course, dollar diplomacy served crasser ends as well. We are not above being practical and commercial, acknowledged Huntington Wilson. Taft agreed heartily. Our State Department could not vindicate its existence, the President proclaimed, if it in any way withheld a fostering, protecting, and stimulating hand in the development and extension of trade. 31. Officials in Washington saw no contradiction between profits and peace. American businessmen would benefit, but so would the nations they interacted with. And if American companies chose to prey on the region rather than partner with it, the State Department could step in and make sure that Latin America got a fair shake. 32. Knox's State Department particularly wanted to professionalize its relationship with Wall Street's banks. Partly, that was out of necessity. For dollar diplomacy to work, the department needed dollars, and the only game in town was the private banking community. When you want to borrow 10 millions, Knox explained, you don't ask the grocer for it or the bootblack, you go to the man who has it. But the department also spied an opportunity. American financial interests had previously run wild in the hemisphere, sometimes using their freedom in counterproductive ways. Growing closer to American banks might allow the State Department to tame them, so that the national interest reliably came out on top. It would also give Latin America access to lower interest rates than would otherwise be available. Early on, Knox acted on this rationale by informing American lenders that the department would categorically refuse to support any loan that was not equitable and beneficial for Latin American debtors. He meant it, and the department consistently worked with independent financial and legal experts either to improve the fairness of proposed loans or to discourage their issuance. 33. Few things drove the State Department crazier than the accusation that it was trying to exploit Latin America or, worse, that it had become the handmaiden of big business. Huntington Wilson believed such charges were silly and missed the whole point. They refused to distinguish between old-fashioned selfish exploitation and the new and sincere and practical effort to help. The State Department was confident it could distinguish between the two, and it was determined to end the machinations of the United Fruit Company as well as the schemes of different Americans in collusion with corrupt Central American politicians. 34. If anything, businessmen were sometimes so reluctant to work with the government that it had to appeal to their patriotism to get anything done. Knox was sufficiently exasperated by one skittish bank's concerns about loan security that he finally demanded, "Do you expect to have a battleship attached to every bond?" 35. Despite Knox's sarcasm, his policies further departed from past practice by attaching new importance to battleships and hard power. Root had waited years for Latin Americans to ask the United States to do what he wanted. Knox and Huntington Wilson would not waste that kind of time when they could often achieve the same results through an ultimatum and the well-timed arrival of a warship. 36. Jettisoning much of Root's work, the new administration ignored his regional institutions and sneered at his efforts to cultivate goodwill among the hemisphere's dirty so-called republics. Knox dismissed the delicate entente with the Latins out of hand, observing snidely that it had been maintained largely in the past upon champagne and other alcoholic preservatives. Huntington Wilson agreed that if the United States wanted to secure the region and avoid military interventions, it needed something more definite than sweetness and light between good neighbors. Root's policies had suffered from an appalling lack of realism, he thought. There were words and words and words, an endless procession of words, but in the end they all really meant very little. 37. Every reasonable man is for peace, just as every man would prefer to go to heaven, Huntington Wilson declared. But to secure the one or the other requires something more than aspiration. The millennium will not come for the wishing. 38. We are not intermeddlers. Over terrapin and canvasback duck, Knox and Huntington Wilson unfurled maps of the hemisphere and set to work bringing about the millennium. Imbued with the progressive spirit of the day, they saw dollar diplomacy's objective as simplicity itself to solve the problem of misgovernment. 39. First up were outstanding European loans. States around the Caribbean often owed astronomical sums to European creditors, the kind of debts that had invited outside interference from Mexico in 1861 to the Dominican Republic in 1904. So Knox and Huntington Wilson committed to mopping up foreign loans by consolidating and refinancing them through American banks. From their perspective, everyone benefited. European creditors got paid back, American banks expanded their business, Latin America escaped military intervention, and Washington slowly squeezed the old world out of the new. 40. Such financial diplomacy was almost unprecedented. Secretary Seward had struggled and failed to refinance Mexico's debt in 1861 to 1862, and few secretaries had tried to repeat the experiment since. At most, Root had believed American banks should supplant their European competitors on the isthmus to avoid having ultimate control, vested in any foreign power. But it was only a suggestion, and Root did not put the department's full strength behind it during his tenure. By contrast, Knox and Huntington Wilson had no qualms about simultaneously and aggressively trying to expel British loans from Guatemala and Costa Rica, muscle into a European financial consortium in Haiti, and reset the finances of Honduras and Nicaragua. 41. Substituting American loans for European ones was just the beginning. On their own, new loans could only staunch bleeding balance sheets. They could not generate new revenues or otherwise rehabilitate the long-term financial prospects of the United States' heavily indebted neighbors. But the State Department had an answer for that problem as well. Out of the financial chaos engulfing Central America and the Caribbean in 1909, Knox and Huntington Wilson saw one oasis of stability, the Dominican Republic. Roosevelt had taken control of the island's custom houses and thus its fiscal system, and in the 4 years since, Knox and Huntington Wilson decided, the experiment had been a signal success. Once, Dominican history had been a kaleidoscope of revolution interrupted only by despotism. Now, the annual harvest of revolutions is no longer gathered, customs dues were soaring, and the land was enjoying domestic tranquility and prosperity, to a degree never before known. Perhaps most importantly, the customs receivership meant the United States no longer needed constantly to interfere in the Dominican Republic. 42. Similar initiatives seemed necessary to remediate other trouble spots in the region, like Honduras. If the United States managed these countries' custom houses for them, it would theoretically eliminate two of the most significant strains on their budgets, corruption and civil wars. Like the Dominican Republic, these countries would then see their revenues mushroom and their debts shrink, delivering the financial stability that the State Department had decided they so badly needed. 43. Some states, however, needed even more hands-on management than that. The problem, Knox and Huntington Wilson decided, was that the Roosevelt administration had employed too light a touch. Stern warnings and advice were not always going to be enough. Instead, stability sometimes had to be engineered from the ground up, through what Knox euphemistically dubbed benevolent supervision. 44. Cuba was the primary testing ground for benevolent supervision. Roosevelt had left the island mostly alone, and the result had been the second American occupation. Taft would not repeat that mistake, he had learned from Panama. He therefore implemented the so-called preventive policy, a policy of leading strings that the president defined as doing all within power to induce Cuba to avoid every reason that would make intervention possible at any time. 45. That meant micromanagement, and a lot of it. Publicly, Knox declared, "We are not intermeddlers." Privately, he instructed his minister in Havana to deter the Cuban government from enacting legislation which appears to you of an undesirable character, even though it seem improvident or ill-advised purely from the Cuban standpoint. Root had promised Cubans that the Platt Amendment would never be used to interfere in their internal concerns. Now Washington reversed course. Benevolently or otherwise, it would supervise Cuban affairs, from high-level foreign policy issues all the way down to the port dues used to finance harbor improvements. Viva la Cuba Libre, indeed. 46. Finally, Knox and Huntington Wilson reserved the most drastic tool in dollar diplomacy's toolkit for last regime change. If the problem of misgovernment went all the way to the top, there was nothing left to do but to lop the top off and start over. Knox and Huntington Wilson were not particularly keen on this remedy. After all, the whole point of dollar diplomacy was to avoid the kind of hard-hitting interventions necessary to knock incorrigible governments out of their seats. But the department could not make an omelette without breaking some eggs, and several bad eggs in the region were just crying out to be broken. Far better to endure the quick pain of regime change now than to suffer through more serious and sustained interventions later. With this in mind, Knox and Huntington Wilson found early on that they could trace most of the region's troubles back to one state, one regime, and one man, President José Santos Zelaya López of Nicaragua. His government, they decided, would become dollar diplomacy's proving ground. 47. A blot upon the history of Nicaragua. Zelaya and the United States didn't always hate each other. In fact, Zelaya had once counted himself among Washington's favored regional partners. Smart, competent, and a stabilizing force inside Nicaragua, he had wooed Americans throughout the 1890s while waiting patiently for them to dig a canal through his country. But when Congress chose to dig through Panama instead, Zelaya felt wounded and betrayed. Redefining himself as a provocative, anti-American nationalist, the jilted dictator began to undermine the United States at every opportunity. By 1909, the two countries were barely on speaking terms. 48. When American officials did speak, they had few nice things to say. Taft publicly branded Zelaya an international criminal. Knox pronounced him one of the region's greatest tyrants. Officials minced even fewer words in private. Huntington Wilson complained that Zelaya remained president only because no one was publicly spirited enough to risk killing him. Zelaya, he added, was an unspeakable carrion who mulcted his people of a huge fortune. 16 years of outrageous despotism. 49. Outrageous despotism was not, in truth, the greatest or even most relevant of Zelaya's sins. Other Latin American strongmen exuded the same authoritarian odors, yet American noses tolerated them all the same. Zelaya, however, had made two additional and fatal mistakes. First, he had not kept his hands to himself. Zelaya sought to violently overthrow neighboring regimes until he controlled all of Central America. Nicaragua's primary export under his rule became revolution, and the isthmus teemed with Zelayan rebels, saboteurs, and assassins that provoked a new war every year. Zelaya, Knox complained, was chronic wrongdoing incarnate, the cause of all the unrest which now blocks the material and political progress of Central America. 50. Zelaya made the further mistake of repeatedly crossing James Monroe. Germany featured especially prominently in Zelaya's vision of a new Nicaragua. The dictator reorganized his army with German advisors and placed a cadet school under their control. But Zelaya also welcomed loans and investors from other European countries. The final straw came in 1909, when Zelaya moved toward building a competing Isthmian canal with foreign capital. He sent his private secretary to Europe and Japan to drum up offers. Meanwhile, the semi-official Diario de Nicaragua recommended an alliance with Tokyo in exchange for a Japanese right to construct the canal. 51. Zelaya had finally gone too far. He could thumb his nose at Washington all he liked, but the ever-watchful State Department could not let him subvert both his neighbors and the Monroe Doctrine. It decided that for the good of the United States, Central America, and the Hemisphere, Zelaya had to go. 52. Zelaya's downfall began in October 1909. That month, General Juan José Estrada, a governor on Nicaragua's east coast, banded together with local conservatives to revolt against the capital's rule. Estrada's rebellion was serious. He operated out of Bluefields, a seaport screened from faraway Managua by impenetrable bogs and jungle. Estrada's rebellion was also well funded. It could dip freely into the pockets of the port's many foreign concessions, who gave generously in the effort to end Zelaya's wanton autocracy. 53. Honduras and Nicaragua. Huntington Wilson wanted Washington to aid Estrada's rebellion, but more experienced hands convinced him and Knox to remain grudgingly neutral. The department's restraint mattered little, however, because the fed-up American consul at Bluefields ignored orders and began aiding the rebels on his own initiative. So did a number of the port-seedy American expatriates, who enlisted in the revolutionary cause looking for a good scrap. 54. In early November, Zelaya's army caught two of these American adventurers laying mines in the San Juan River. One of Zelaya's ministers counseled leniency to avoid antagonizing the United States. "No, my friend," Zelaya gloated, "we're going to yank Mr. Taft's chain." The dictator personally ordered the Americans executed, and on November 17, a firing squad shot the two bound and blindfolded prisoners in the pelting rain. 55. The murders electrified the State Department. Here, at last, was a chance to yank Zelaya back. Huntington Wilson toyed with the idea of immediately occupying Managua, but the department decided to sever diplomatic relations and demand reparations instead. Huntington Wilson acquiesced to this more moderate course, but only if the demands were made so strong that Zelaya could not possibly meet them. We should not, he warned, put ourselves in the position not to be able to proceed further in the elimination of Zelaya 56. He need not have worried. On December 1, 1909, Knox severed relations with Zelaya's government in a jaw-dropping diplomatic note. It cordially informed the general that his regime was a blot upon the history of Nicaragua, and that the United States would no longer have anything to do with him. Simultaneously, the Navy Department dispatched 1,000 Marines toward Nicaragua. It was a bluff, but Zelaya could not take the chance. 2 weeks later, with rebels marching on the capital and an American expeditionary squadron hurtling toward his coast, the Nicaraguan president angrily resigned and fled to Mexico. 57. For the first time ever, officials in Washington had openly toppled a foreign government. 58. Zelaya was eliminated, but Zelayaism remained. Shortly before fleeing, Zelaya had handpicked another member of his liberal party, José Madriaz, as his successor. Reasoning that to substitute any of Zelaya's creatures would be just as bad as to do nothing, the State Department refused to recognize President Madriaz and instead waited for General Estrada and his rebels to finish the job. 59. Optimistic about the rebellion's prospects, Huntington Wilson began ghost-writing dispatches for Estrada to send back to Washington on Nicaragua's behalf after the general took Managua. Estrada, Huntington Wilson decided, would pledge to put Nicaragua's finances upon a better basis by making with American bankers a satisfactory financial arrangement. Meanwhile, Taft and Knox pondered how to secure a Platt Amendment for all Central American states, so that the United States could knock their heads together until they should maintain peace. 60. Estrada, however, failed to live up to expectations. His drive on Managua faltered, stopped, and then reversed. By late May 1910, he was down to 350 rebels, all crammed into Bluefields and surrounded by 1,500 government troops. Unless something drastic occurred, Madriaz was days away from crushing the rebellion. 61. Something drastic came in the wiry form of Major Smedley Darlington Butler. Butler was a no-nonsense soldier, meaning that if he encountered any nonsense he was liable to shoot at it. Born in Westchester, Pennsylvania, the lifelong Quaker had joined the U.S. Marine Corps in 1898 at age 16. Since then, he had been at the tip of the American spear, ducking Spanish sniper fire on Guantanamo's hills, charging Beijing's walls during the Boxer Rebellion, midwifing Panama's secession, and regularly splashing ashore to soothe what he called the Caribbean's fidgety spots. 62. Butler was already a Marine legend. He had gotten the service's eagle, globe, and anchor emblem tattooed across his chest during the Philippine-American War. He growled that from that moment forward he was a Marine from throat to waist, and that nothing on earth but skinning will remove it. Some doubted his sanity. Fierce and fearless, he had been shot multiple times, including one bullet that, rather symbolically, had gouged out part of Latin America from his tattoo. Like his father, Butler spoke what he called the plain language of the Quakers, which he garnished with choice epithets when the occasion demanded high explosives. But the Leatherneck also had a softer side. He signed letters to his family, "Your worshipping adoring Daddy Pity," and shot off 100 kisses to his children between cartridges. 63. Cynical and sarcastic, the Major thought little of the world he policed. He reported to his parents that during Zelaya's presidency of 16 years, term under Constitution being 2, managed to save, out of a salary of $2,500 a year, $22 million, this of course only being accomplished by the strictest of economy. Butler was equally disenchanted with Zelaya's opponents. Butler assumed most American military involvement was the result of local degenerate Americans trying to make their investments good. He concluded that the whole business is rotten to the core. 64. Major Smedley Darlington Butler, the whole attitude of our State Department is beyond me, but of course I am simply a hired policeman and am not supposed to understand affairs of state. Early on the morning of May 31, 1910, before the steam had even started rising from the shore, Butler and his Marines arrived in 2 launches at Bluefields and sized up the situation. Butler recognized that things were desperate. Washington wanted Estrada's rebel forces to win, but Madre's government forces had them cornered. 65. Butler decided to guarantee the rebels success. He informed Madre's commanders that they could capture Bluefields if they wanted to. The Marines would not interfere, but there must be no shooting. If they attacked with guns, Butler explained, they might accidentally hit an American in the town, and he could not allow that. 66. How are we to take the town if we can't shoot? Demanded Madre's flummoxed generals. Won't you also disarm the revolutionists defending the town? 67. Butler was ready for that. There is no danger of the defenders killing American citizens, he answered suavely, because they will be shooting outwards, but your soldiers would be firing toward us. 68. Realizing Butler was serious, the government forces lifted the siege in disgust. But Butler was just getting started. We sent an American beachcomber on ahead to be sure there would be another American life to protect, and then reenacted the farce, he later reported. Government forces eventually melted away, knowing they could not fight revolutionists backed by the Marines. 69. Seeing the writing on the wall, Madre's gave up in late summer and followed Zelaya into exile. On August 28, 1910, Estrada entered the capital triumphantly. 70. Estrada found a cable from the State Department waiting for him. Inside was the text of a ghost-written diplomatic note that he was supposed to send back to Washington, in which he committed his country to, among other things, loans from American banks secured by an American customs receivership. It just awaited his signature. 71. Estrada hesitated, recognizing that he was being invited to compromise his nation's sovereignty. But after a prolonged period of internal struggle and doubt, Nicaragua's new leader gave up and signed the note. 72. We are after bigger game than bananas. Dollar diplomacy had bagged its first success, but Knox and Huntington Wilson saw the job as only half done. Central America would not stay peaceful for long if the isthmus's other trouble spot Honduras remained, as Knox put it, torn with internal dissension and overrun with revolutions. 73. Honduras was the original Banana Republic, a term coined by short story writer O. Henry after 6 months on the lam in the port of Trujillo. The phrase invoked not only Honduras's economic dependence on foreign fruit conglomerates, but also its weak and corrupt central government. Honduran presidents sometimes changed more often than the season. In 1876 alone, the country had cycled through 8 of them. The nation had settled down somewhat by 1909, enduring a mere 7 revolutions in the previous 15 years. 74. Combating internal disorder was not cheap, and the country's credit was an international punchline. Honduras owed over $120 million, a surreal sum for a government that collected only $1.6 million in revenue annually. Honduras, Huntington Wilson pronounced with his usual curtness, has politically, financially, and economically about as bad a record for stability as could be found on the face of the earth. 75. On its own, that was bad enough, but Honduras's weakness had also turned it into what Knox called a standing menace. Honduras had the misfortune of being located in the middle of the isthmus. That meant that on the rare occasions Honduras's neighbors were not invading it directly, they were using the nation as a springboard to invade others. If left alone, Knox feared, Honduras would remain the cockpit of Central America, a hotbed of most of the internal disturbances of its neighbors. But if dollar diplomacy could work its magic, Honduras would become stable and neutral, and the peace of the rest of Central America be immensely strengthened. 76. Saving Honduras seemed especially urgent because British bondholders, exasperated with what passed for Honduras's finances, had persuaded the country to refinance its debt in London at an exorbitant interest rate. If the deal went through, the State Department feared that the British Empire would seize control of Honduras's public finances to the lasting detriment of both Honduras and the Monroe Doctrine. 77. No one was willing to risk that, So Knox and Huntington Wilson proposed a way to straighten out Honduras that everyone could supposedly get behind. Washington would buy out the British bondholders by having the bankers at J.P. Morgan refinance Honduras's loans. That contract, in turn, would require Honduras to sign up for an American customs receivership like the one in the Dominican Republic. 78. By late summer 1910, the plan was in place, and State Department officials assumed that Honduras would be safely on its way to stability by Christmas. Few would have guessed that the best-laid plans of mice and statesmen were about to go awry thanks to someone nicknamed Sam the Banana Man. 79. Samuel Zamuri was the son of impoverished Jewish peasants from Bessarabia. He had emigrated to Alabama in 1892 at age 15, seen his first banana a year later, and begun peddling unwanted ripes from boxcars across the South shortly after that. Grit, sweat, and a Machiavellian sense of morality propelled him up the banana chain, and by 1910 he ran Kiamel Fruit Company, one of the few competitors to United Fruit's ever-expanding empire of green and gold. United Fruit would eventually buy out Kiamel years later, but even then Zamuri proved indigestible. He became a legend, the fish that ate the whale, when he took over United Fruit from inside the belly of the beast in one of the most audacious shareholders' revolts in history. 80. Over the summer of 1910, however, Zamuri was being driven to a different sort of revolt. He had recently sunk every penny he owned and thousands of dollars he did not into the wild banana lands of Honduras. If the United States took over Honduras's custom houses, however, that would spoil everything, ending the sweetheart deals that Zamuri and Kiamel needed to stay one step ahead of United Fruit's tentacles. 81. Zamuri's life's work depended on stopping Knox's customs receivership. So he sicked a pack of lobbyists on Washington to sabotage the treaty negotiations between Honduras and the United States. 82. Knox quickly uncovered the source of the opposition, and he summoned Zamuri to Washington. The two sized each other up across a large wooden desk, the political cardinal glowering at the fruit jobber. Knox's warning was polite but firm, the message unmistakable: stop meddling in affairs of state. 83. Zamuri agreed, supposedly. But Knox was not convinced. He ordered Secret Service agents down to New Orleans to keep tabs on the Banana Man and his associates. 84. Of course, Zamuri had no intention of rolling over. He couldn't change Knox's mind, but he could try to change the Honduran regime. Zamuri thus agreed to help his friend and the ex-president of Honduras, General Manuel Bonilla, overthrow the Honduran government. In exchange, Bonilla would protect Zamuri's interests once in power. 85. Zamuri and Bonilla conspired with a legendary mercenary named Lee Christmas. Originally from Louisiana, Christmas had spent his early years drifting from one job to another. By 1891, he was running locomotives out of New Orleans. But after falling asleep at the switch, literally, he was fired. Christmas disconsolately wandered down to Honduras, where he ferried ice and bananas along a small gauge line before being captured by rebels during one of the country's periodic revolutions. A drunk rebel general informed Christmas that he would be shot. This, of course, was a bitter pill, Christmas later recalled stoically in his 5-page handwritten autobiography. So he told the gen, "All right, if I have to be made a target of, give me a gun so I may kill some SB." Surprised, the rebel chief handed Christmas a rifle and pointed him in the direction of the government forces. 86. Christmas was a poor railroad engineer, but he proved an excellent soldier. His adopted side lost that particular conflict, but he was hooked. Gunsmoke became his muse and reveled in his profession, guiding him from one Central American battlefield to another. Over the next decade and a half, he became the Isthmus's go-to gun for hire, a soldier of fortune who proved his toughness by chewing on glass. He survived 4 marriages, 3 divorces, and too many assassination attempts to name. He now signed up eagerly for the ultimate escapade, restoring his friend and patron, Bonilla, to the presidency of Honduras. 87. On December 21, 1910, Christmas, Bonilla, and several mercenaries were holed up in Madame May Evans, a grand bordello in a decaying Victorian mansion in New Orleans' famed red light district. Outside, Knox's Secret Service agents shivered as they enviously watched champagne being popped, men guffawing, and kimono-clad prostitutes swaying drunkenly to the jangle of a quarter-hungry pianola. By 3 a.m., the frozen agents had had enough. They phoned the department that it's nothing but a drunken party and went to bed. 88. As soon as they turned the corner, the mood inside Madame Mays sobered up. "Well, compadre," Christmas winked at Bonilla, "I've heard about 'em rising from rags to riches, but this here's the first time I've ever heard tell of somebody going from the whorehouse to the White House." Cars whisked Christmas and his compatriots from the bordello to the black waters of the bayou, where a yacht was waiting. They were met in the Sound by Zamuri, who presented the revolutionaries with cases of rifles, a machine gun, and enough ammunition to start a war. He also furnished the makeshift army with the Hornet, a 160-foot gunboat left over from the Spanish-American War. 89. On Christmas Eve, Zamuri gave the revolutionaries one last gift. Seeing Bonilla shivering in the slashing Gulf winds, the Banana King handed over his coat. "I've shot the roll on you," he said. "I might as well shoot the coat too." Then he was gone, and the Hornet was on its way to overthrow the government of Honduras. 90. Christmas and Bonilla stayed one step ahead of an increasingly aggravated State Department. Dodging American naval patrols on its journey south, the Hornet made landfall on Roatan, one of Honduras's Bay Islands, where the revolutionaries easily overpowered a skeletal government garrison. That night, Christmas got drunk and led an impromptu invasion of the nearby island of Utila. He rang in the new year by forcing Utila's military governor to run around in his underwear at gunpoint shouting "Viva Bonilla," repeatedly. The revolution had officially begun. 91. From Roatan, Christmas and Bonilla descended on the north coast. Honduras's port cities began to fall one by one, to the mounting horror of both the State Department and Honduran President Miguel Davila. 92. Davila needed American help and knew it. On the day that the revolutionaries took the port of Trujillo, Davila's agent in Washington signed the long-delayed customs receivership treaty with the United States. Soon afterward, the U.S. Navy finally swatted the wayward Hornet. By this point, however, Bonilla no longer needed the gunboat, and his army continued racking up victories. 93. Scared stiff, and with visions of firing squads dancing in his head, Davila decided that only a full-scale American intervention could save his tottering regime. He personally begged his hand-picked Congress to approve the customs treaty, calling it a heaven-sent opportunity to secure the help of the United States. The response was icy. There was no applause, not a sound, nothing, one deputy remembered. 2 hours later, the Congress voted the treaty down 32 to 4.94. Knox had been trying to stop Bonilla's revolution because he assumed it would interfere with the State Department's plans for Honduras. But the situation had changed. Davila, always less than reliable, had turned out to be nearly worthless. Bonilla, in contrast, was surging, and he had just secretly sent word that if his revolution succeeded, he would promptly agree to the American loan proposal and see the country's European debts paid off. Knox faced a choice: forcibly prop up a fading, impotent president, or help events flow to their natural and apparently tolerable conclusion. 95. Knox disliked rewarding Zamuri's unsavory tactics. But dollar diplomacy could hardly turn on the karmic fortunes of one fruit jobber. Indeed, State Department officials had once reminded a naval officer that in Honduras, the banana question is merely one of rivalry of American interests, a wearisome, seesaw squabble. Washington, though, was not in Honduranian waters on banana police duty, but to exert a moral influence towards political tranquility. We are after bigger game than bananas. 96. Knox made his choice. The State Department pressured Davila to resign and appointed one of Bonilla's cronies interim president until the general could assume the office himself. 97. Everyone seemed happy. Bonilla, deep in the Banana King's debt, planned not only to shower Zamuri with tax-free concessions but also to have him replace J.P. Morgan as Honduras's new banker. Knox did not much care which American entity refinanced Honduras's loans, as long as the country got a relatively fair deal. So the State Department knifed the house of Morgan without a second thought to make room for Zamuri, and the Faustian bargain was complete. Bonilla would get his presidency, Zamuri would get his concessions, and Washington would get its customs receivership. The only losers would be Davila, J.P. Morgan, and the people of Honduras. 98. Second Assistant Secretary Alva closed out one of the relevant State Department files with a suitable ditty. "Treason is ne'er successful," he scribbled, "what's the reason? / when it succeeds, it is no longer treason." 99. There is a God in Israel. State Department officials reveled in the dizzying thrill of power successfully exercised. In March 1912, Knox published an article titled "The Achievements of Dollar Diplomacy," in which he boasted of the department's successes in Nicaragua, Honduras, and the Dominican Republic. He was undoubtedly also thinking of Cuba and Panama's continued stability. Meanwhile, the department was flushing pounds, marks, and francs out of Guatemala and Haiti and replacing them with good old-fashioned, red-blooded American dollars. Best of all, the United States had accomplished all of this with minimum violence. 100. Knox's high was short-lived, however. By year's end, practically every one of the administration's regional successes had been reversed and its policies shot to pieces in the course of 3 new military interventions in Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. The secretary didn't know it yet, but dollar diplomacy was about to enter free fall. Dollar diplomacy's troubles started at home. By mid-1911, the State Department had wrangled customs receivership treaties out of Nicaragua and Honduras. But despite describing the agreements as test case of utmost importance, the administration could not get the Senate to approve them. Democrats opposed the treaties on a party-line basis, while some Republicans feared taking on any new commitments. On May 8, 1912, the Foreign Relations Committee finally put the treaties out of their suspended misery by refusing to report them favorably out of committee. Forced to improvise, Knox had emulated Roosevelt in the meantime and fastened an interim customs receivership on Nicaragua without Congress's approval. Honduras meanwhile escaped the clutches of Washington's financial control entirely. 101. Congress, however, fast became the least of the executive branch's troubles. Knox and Huntington Wilson were baffled despite their best efforts. The hemisphere was trending toward chaos, even in places they thought had long since attained stability. Mexico, for instance, had been politically and financially stable ever since Porfirio Diaz took over in 1876 and cemented order and progress as the cornerstone of his rule. But his pro-growth policies, as with similar policies in Hawaii and Cuba, had produced double-edged results. Mexico prospered overall, but the Porfiriato concentrated the country's wealth, especially its land, in the hands of foreign investors and Mexican elites while concentrating the country's political power in an exclusive, increasingly sclerotic cabal. In 1907, a recession in the United States pushed its southern neighbor into economic crisis, and the stage was set for the Mexican Revolution. 102. Francisco I. Madero was the unlikely instigator. He was a bookworm who hailed from a privileged Coahuilan family. His own grandfather compared Madero's obstruction to a microbe's challenge to an elephant. Madero, however, had tapped into a thunderous wellspring of grievances, and he combined middle-class political and social liberalism with a rush of rural populism to throw the country into revolutionary turmoil. By March 1911, Madero's revolution had caught fire, and Taft mobilized 20,000 troops to the border in part to warn off foreign powers from exploiting the chaos. 2 months later, President Porfirio Diaz was on his way to exile. 103. Over the next 2 years, Madero struggled to tame the revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces he had unleashed. Throughout, the Taft administration remained torn between its desire to avoid intervening and its frustration with Madero's inability to stabilize the country. Madero apparently needed a reminder that there is a God in Israel and he is on duty, Taft grumbled in late 1912, and he considered putting a little dynamite in for the purpose of stirring up that dreamer. For all Taft's carping, however, the president withheld divine retribution. "I am not going to intervene in Mexico until no other course is possible," he maintained, and the problem was largely shuffled off to his successor. 104. Taft ducked military intervention in Mexico, but he would not be so lucky in Cuba. Black Cubans had for years suffered second-class status, a burden that increased as accelerating American investment disrupted Cuba's economy and society. In May 1912, that resentment ignited into a popular uprising, and the movement's leaders threatened to provoke an American intervention if Havana did not meet their demands. 105. Any parallel to 1906 was quickly dispelled, however, this time, there would be no hesitation, no equivocation. Taft immediately deployed the Marines based at Guantanamo Bay to protect American property in the area. Freed from guard duty, the Cuban government unleashed its army on the ill-coordinated uprising. The State Department soon received sickening reports of Cuban soldiers cutting off heads, pretty much without discrimination, of all Negroes found outside of the town limits. By summer's end, Havana had viciously stamped out the revolt, and American Marines returned to their barracks to wait for the next intervention. 106. Cuba was only a trial run for tribulations in Nicaragua. Shortly after deposing Zelaya and Madrias, the State Department had tried to put the Nicaraguan government back together again. But the troubled republic's politics were not as straightforward as they had seemed from the Potomac's placid shores. For all his faults, Zelaya had been relatively popular, and his Liberal Party outnumbered the conservative opposition by as much as 5-1. Concluding that any free and fair election would threaten the return of Zelayaism, the State Department helped slide what amounted to a minority conservative regime into power. 107. Over the next 2 years, that arrangement came under increasing strain. General Estrada, the new president, quickly succumbed to a palace coup. He was replaced by his vice president, Adolfo Diaz, but Diaz's position was even more precarious. He was a political unknown with little support among either political party, and he was menaced by the growing power of his pro-German Minister of War, General Luis Mina. Diaz hoped that support from Washington could offset his domestic weakness, but that was a risky bet. One American diplomat reported sheepishly that the United States was despised by an overwhelming majority of Nicaraguans, who apparently did not look kindly on Washington's meddling or desire to control their country's customs. American bankers were also unhelpfully mortgaging many of Nicaragua's most prominent assets, including its national bank and railroad, as domestic corruption and mismanagement sent the country's previously stable finances off a cliff. By early 1912, Diaz was so unpopular that the American minister warned his regime was not in a position to withstand, unaided, even a feeble uprising. 108.